Chapter 1. Opening the door for the sake of the dog. Li Xiaoluo, stop playing dead and hurry up to open the door. A resounding knock echoed from outside, jolting Li Xiaoluo awake, drenched in cold sweat. He gazed around at the vaguely familiar surroundings, bewildered. Had he not been dismembered? Ignoring the commotion outside, Li Xiaoluo conducted a thorough check of his body. Finally, he confirmed that none of his bodily components were missing, particularly the crucial ones. With the familiar environment further affirming his realization, Li Xiaoluo understood he had been reborn. He had coincidentally joined the trend of immediate rebirth at the onset of a new life. Grateful to the Buddha of the East and God of the West, he was relieved to find himself reborn rather than having traversed time. He recalled the torment he endured before his death, reduced to a state unrecognizable, even losing his dignity. Had he crossed into another timeline, he would have promptly ended his own life. The story would have concluded there, but that was certainly not the case. Suddenly struck by a thought, Li Xiaoluo hastily retrieved his phone to check the time. The display read, August 8th, 2088, 8:08. A remarkably auspicious date and hour, yet a pang of anxiety gripped his heart. For according to this timeline, the apocalypse was merely 8 days away. While 8 days seemed brief, it was sufficient for Li Xiaoluo to prepare extensively. However, some matters could not be remedied by time alone. For instance, personal capability. In his previous life, Li Xiaoluo had relied on his commendable physical fitness and audacity as the apocalypse loomed. Initially, he fared well, earning the respect of fellow survivors. Yet as time passed, individuals with awakened abilities began to emerge. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor Li Xiaoluo. He had awakened no extraordinary talents whatsoever. Now, reborn, he was acutely aware that these 8 days could be transformative. He could stockpile food, fortify his home, and procure weapons, ensuring a significantly more comfortable existence than in his previous life during the early apocalypse. Nevertheless, such comfort might not last long. He resolved to alter his fate this time around. Bang! Bang! Li Xiaoluo, are you even listening? If you don't open the door, I'll unleash the dog. Woof woof! A dog barked in response from outside. Upon hearing the bark, a spark ignited in Li Xiaoluo's eyes. He swiftly leapt from his bed and opened the door. Li Xiaoluo, you're finally awake? If you don't open the door, A young man, noticing the door had finally opened, began to express his dissatisfaction. Stay outside if you don't want to come in. If you do, step inside quickly. Li Xiaoluo coldly regarded the 3 individuals outside. You, what kind of attitude is this? Don't you see who's here? The young man's discontent deepened. Yet fearing Li Xiaoluo might close the door, he hurriedly entered the room. The visitors comprised 3 people and a dog. Li Xiaoluo had opened the door solely for the sake of the dog. Among them stood a balding middle-aged man in his 50s, a middle-aged woman with wavy hair in her 40s, and the youth who had just spoken, roughly the same age as Li Xiaoluo. The middle-aged man was named Li Wei, the woman was named Xia He, and the young man was called Li Xiao Wei. Li Wei was Li Xiaoluo's father, Xia He his aunt, and Li Xiao Wei his cousin. Their purpose for visiting was straightforward, to implore Li Xiaoluo, the elder brother, to provide financial assistance to save someone. It is crucial to note that they sought money, not a loan. The situation unfolded as follows. Cousin Li Xiao Wei had recently begun working when Li Xiaoluo's benevolent father gifted him a vehicle worth over 100,000. While Li Xiao Wei was out charming a young lady in the passenger seat, his distraction at excessive speed led to a collision with a luxury car parked by the roadside. Fortunately, no one was killed, but to resolve the matter, a compensation of at least 2 million was required. Ironically, Li Xiao Wei's car had been purchased by Li Xiaoluo's father, and while Li Wei busily sought to manage the aftermath, he realized he could not immediately access such a sum of money, prompting him to consider alternatives. This maneuver was truly infuriating. Have you prepared the money as we've discussed? It's merely 1.9 million. If necessary, sell this house. It should fetch around 2.5 million, and you could still buy a place back in your hometown. Li Wei's stern face softened slightly as he flopped onto the living room sofa, addressing Li Xiaoluo with an expressionless demeanor. On what grounds? Though Li Xiaoluo had heard these words in his previous life, they still evoked a chuckle. Sell it for 2.5 million? Did he truly believe he was worth so little? Well, in his past life, He had indeed been a fool. This house had been acquired by Li Xiaoluo's mother with her hard-earned money after her divorce from Li Wei. Not only was it irrelevant to his cousin, but it bore no connection to his father Li Wei. What sort of attitude is that? I am your father. Li Wei glared furiously at Li Xiaoluo, continuing, regardless of how you manage it, prepare the 1.9 million quickly. If not, sell the house. This matter must be resolved today. Do you want to watch your cousin go to prison? In his previous life, Li Xiaoluo recalled how, to extract money from him, they had visited countless times, driving him to exasperation, especially his father's attitude, which often left him feeling utterly disgraced. Meanwhile, the dog looked on in confusion. He remembered how his father had always shown particular concern for cousin Li Xiaowei, especially after he enrolled in university, a level of affection that far surpassed his own. Had his mother not passed away early, Li Xiaoluo might have questioned whether he truly belonged to the family. In his previous life, while he often resented Li Wei's favoritism, the absence of his mother left him yearning for paternal love, leading him to endure Li Wei's unreasonable demands. Ultimately, he even sold a house to repay his cousin's debts. Reflecting on it now, he felt utterly foolish. Every situation has its cause and effect. It was only after the apocalypse that Li Xiaoluo discovered the reason behind Li Wei's indifference towards him as a son while being excessively lenient towards his nephew. Li Wei had always believed that Li Xiaowei was his biological son, conceived during a stormy night after a drunken encounter with Xiaohe. In reality, it was another man's child. Yet prior to the apocalypse, societal morals prevented Li Wei from making this revelation public, and he felt an obligation towards the mother and son. Thus, he fulfilled any request they made. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo was aware that although he was not the offspring of a neighboring family, he was also not truly Li Wei's son. His mother had married Li Wei when he was merely a year old, under the condition that Li Wei treat him as his own. However, in Li Wei's eyes, he was likely inconsequential. Only when he was needed would Li Wei occasionally remember him. Yet, having been reborn and understanding the true circumstances, Li Xiaoluo found himself far less heartbroken. Given that there was no blood connection, it made sense. Li Xiaoluo feigned ignorance to Li Wei's words, instead scrutinizing the dog beside him. It was a half-grown Rottweiler named Dahe. Though its appearance was somewhat scruffy, Li Xiaoluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely why he allowed Li Wei and the others to enter. He was determined to acquire this dog, since he had yet to devise a suitable plan to awaken his powers in the impending apocalypse. This dog might prove to be invaluable. Thus, one must make the most of the advantages of rebirth and seek reliable subordinates. As for the beauties endowed with extraordinary abilities, that is a matter for another time. Presently, this formidable creature, the large black dog, undoubtedly stands as the optimal choice for companionship. In my previous life, during the apocalypse, its master, Li Xiaowei, was merely an ordinary individual devoid of any awakened powers. However, he wielded the influence of his canine companion, gaining considerable notoriety in the desolate world. Chapter 2. System Task. Stocking up requires capital. Calm down, my dear brother. This situation is partly our Xiaowei's fault. It is understandable that Xiaoluo feels upset. Let us discuss this matter amicably. Xiaohe spoke softly from the side, her demeanor towards Li Xiaoluo generally polite. She occasionally showed concern for him, presenting herself as a gentle and understanding woman in front of others. Otherwise, Li Wei would not have felt indebted to her, willingly sacrificing everything for her. When Li Wei divorced his mother, this woman was undoubtedly involved, demonstrating remarkable cunning. Notably, she never had any intimate relations with Li Wei, yet successfully persuaded him to toil for her and her daughter throughout his life. However, this no longer concerned Li Xiaoluo. In his past life, although these individuals did not directly harm him, they neglected him entirely once they had the means. Disregarding any semblance of familial affection, Li Xiaoluo did not respond to Xiaohe, but instead rose and walked towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Xiaohe assumed he was going to prepare tea, her heart lifting with hope. Perhaps there was still a chance regarding the financial matter. And her years of goodwill towards Li Xiaoluo had not been in vain. Soon, Li Xiaoluo emerged from the kitchen, but instead of tea, he held several sticks of sausage. Xiaohe's heart sank. This was indeed a display of poor upbringing, lacking even the most basic courtesy. What kind of host offers sausages to guests? Dahe, come here. I have something tasty. Li Xiaoluo beckoned, waving a sausage in front of Dahe. The expressions on Xiaohe and her companions darkened significantly. So, the treats were not even meant for them. Was he implying that they were inferior to a dog? This was utterly intolerable. If not for the financial matters, she would have left immediately. Particularly Li Wei felt that Li Xiaoluo had no regard for him as a father, truly feeling that he had grown too bold. Dahei, on the other hand, appeared bewildered by Li Xiaoluo's enthusiastic attention. Typically, he was merely a bystander in such gatherings, and perhaps due to the environment, Li Xiaoluo was not usually warm towards him either. What had changed today? The Rottweiler, known for its intelligence, obedience, loyalty, and courage, is commonly used as a guard dog. However, this breed has a critical flaw. It only obeys its owner and often ignores strangers, sometimes displaying aggression. Thankfully, Dahei was still a young dog, frequently seeing Li Xiaoluo, so he was not entirely unfamiliar with him. Now, seeing the food, he was eagerly panting, clearly intrigued. Nevertheless, he remained dutifully by his owner Li Wei's side, for without Li Wei's command, he was not an indiscriminate dog. Li Wei's expression darkened as he said, "Enough? Li Xiaoluo, can you not be more mature? Moreover, your aunt suggested we discuss this properly, and you respond with such an attitude?" Li Xiaoluo replied coolly. "If you feel my attitude is unsatisfactory, you may leave through the door to your right. I will not see you off." Xiaohe quickly intervened, saying, all right. Since Xiaoluo has a fondness for dogs, let him feed the dog first, and then we shall engage in a proper discussion. At present, Li Xiaoluo had no intention of parting with his money, let alone selling his house. In truth, his residence was far from an ideal sanctuary in the post-apocalyptic world. However, even if he had no use for it himself, he would not offer it to them at a bargain. Li Xiaoluo's sole desire was to cultivate a good relationship with Dahei and then devise a way to secure him. A direct, forceful acquisition was certainly not a viable option. The three of them along with the dog had no real chance of success. Moreover, the apocalypse had yet to arrive, and the law still prevailed. Though Li Xiaowei felt quite uncomfortable, he still issued a command to Dahei in pursuit of money. With the master's command, Dahei approached Li Xiaoluo, tongue lolling, with an eager demeanor. Li Xiaoluo picked up a sausage and removed its packaging. Dahei's canine face lit up with anticipation for the culinary delight, but soon became bewildered as Li Xiaoluo tossed the sausage directly into his own mouth. This was not entirely his fault. Having suffered from hunger in his previous life, he found it nearly impossible to resist even the most modest of sausages. It was not his intention to compete with the dog for food. Dahei looked at Li Xiaoluo with a mournful expression, as if to say, "Are you playing with me? Apologies for the mishap." Li Xiaoluo smiled at Dahei and promptly retrieved another sausage, this time tossing it directly to Dahei. The dog caught it deftly and devoured it with gusto, earning Li Xiaoluo a measure of affection. He continued to feed Dahei several more sausages, but found himself at a loss for a more effective strategy to win over the dog. It appeared that purchasing him was the only option, though he feared they might raise the price. At that moment, a voice resonated in Li Xiaoluo's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! The ultimate shelter system is activating. Activation Task 1. Stockpiling requires wealth. In order for the host to accumulate sufficient funds to stockpile resources for the impending apocalypse, please earn over 1 million in liquid assets within 10 minutes. Based on completion, rewards will include system space." Li Xiaoluo was momentarily taken aback. Was his golden finger finally here? And what was this about the ultimate shelter system? He was no stranger to shelters. In his previous life, survivors established various outposts or sanctuaries to endure. Some leaders of these shelters were referred to as directors, while others boldly proclaimed themselves kings. However, Li Xiaoluo had little interest in becoming a king. Yet why was activating this system so troublesome? With activation task 1 in place, there must certainly be tasks 2 or 3 ahead. Nonetheless, after some contemplation, Li Xiaoluo felt a sense of contentment. He had initially believed his rebirth to be his sole advantage, but now there was this golden opportunity. The system prompted him, "Please complete the activation task promptly. Failure to do so will result in the selection of another host." The urgency of the system's message brought Li Xiaoluo back to reality. However, he found himself in a quandary. Aside from his house, he had very little savings. The task requirements issued by the system are quite clear. The liquid funds earned within these 10 minutes do not account for real estate. Is this truly a beginner's task? It seems rather unfair. For someone like Li Xiaoluo, whose monthly salary reaches 3,800, earning over 1,000 in 10 minutes would already be a remarkable feat, let alone surpassing 1 million. Who do they think they are? However, Li Xiaoluo suddenly realized that the system specified liquid funds. Emphasizing this point, he thought, if I sell this house, wouldn't I have liquid funds? Although 10 minutes is a rather tight time frame, and selling it in such a short period is unlikely, especially without immediate payment, there happen to be a few rather unusual individuals present. Moreover, this is a perfect opportunity to acquire Dahei. This is feasible. Thus, after feeding the dog the last piece of ham, Li Xiaoluo turned to Li Wei and the others and said, "All right, we can discuss matters now." It is not impossible for me to sell the house to save Li Xiaowei. Both Xia He and Li Xiaowei felt a surge of joy, and even Li Wei's face revealed a hint of a smile. However, their smiles quickly froze. Li Xiaoluo continued, 1. 88 million. Transfer the funds within 5 minutes. And this house will be yours. What? 188 million? And we must pay? If we had money, would we come to you for help? Li Wei immediately erupted with anger. In truth, the matter concerning Li Xiaowei required a total compensation of 208 million. Even if Xia He and Li Xiaowei received nothing, Li Wei could still muster 188 million. Nevertheless, he insisted that he could only scrape together 180,000, expecting Li Xiaoluo to cover the remaining 19 million. Thus, Li Xiaoluo's proposition to sell the house for 188 million was evidently at odds with his plan. Moreover, how did Li Xiaoluo know he had precisely 188 million? Chapter 3, Reward of 2,000 cubic meters of space. Li Xiaoluo paid no heed to Li Wei's furious outburst, calmly stating, I previously consulted about this house, and its value exceeds 5 million. Furthermore, I have a friend who is particularly eager to buy it, so I will give you 3 seconds to consider whether you wish to purchase it. If you choose not to, I shall sell it to my friend and then travel abroad for a few months before returning. Li Xiaoluo, have you truly grown wings? Am I not your father? Li Xiaoluo acted as if he were oblivious to this remark. Today, Li Wei felt he had reached his limit. The usually obedient Li Xiaoluo was not only defying him repeatedly, but also demanding that he come up with such a large sum of money. This was utterly humiliating in front of Xia He and her son. Li Xiaoluo, you ungrateful child, do you truly need me to teach you a lesson? Li Wei shouted in rage, rising from the sofa with clenched fists. Teach me a lesson? Li Xiaoluo scoffed, seizing a cup from the table and smashing it down at Li Wei's feet. The shattering glass startled Li Wei, who instinctively recoiled. Well, time's up. Since you do not wish to buy, then you can all leave. With that, Li Xiaoluo took out his phone and, in front of Li Wei and the others, began calling his friend. Hello, brother Zhao. Last time we agreed on 5 million for my house, didn't we? However, that figure feels rather inauspicious. I will sell it to you for 48 million instead. Please arrange the payment swiftly. All right, I will come to see you this afternoon. By the way, didn't you mention knowing a reliable travel agency? Please assist me in getting in touch with them, as I intend to travel abroad after selling the house. Li Xiaoluo had previously been obedient, and under the relentless pressure from Li Wei and his associates, she did contemplate selling the house. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. She had yet to show the property to anyone, thus she had no genuine prospective buyers. Currently, she was merely performing for Li Wei's benefit. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoluo was confident that Li Wei and his companions would undoubtedly take the bait, considering the price of the house. They were oblivious to the fact that she was even more eager to secure funds than they were. After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaoluo gazed at Li Wei and his 2 companions. Why were they still lingering? Did they intend to resort to violence? Li Wei trembled with rage. But Li Xiaoluo had undergone a significant transformation, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, Xia He discerned Li Xiaoluo's resolve and quickly interjected, Xiaoluo, do not sell the house to your friends. We are family. We will purchase it ourselves. Upon finishing her sentence, Xia He desperately gestured to Li Wei, urging him to make an offer for the house. Xia He was aware of Li Wei's 188 million, as she knew everything about him. Initially, Li Wei intended for Li Xiaoluo to come up with 19 million to save Li Xiaowei, while he himself would only contribute a token 180,000. She would have wholeheartedly supported this plan, knowing that the money Li Wei saved would ultimately be spent on her and her son. However, if he could not secure the 19 million from Li Xiaoluo, even if he put forth his 188 million, there would still be a shortfall of around 200,000 needed for compensation. Where could they possibly procure such an amount in a short time? Therefore, their only hope rested on Li Xiaoluo's property, valued at over 5 million. Acquiring it for 188 million would yield a profit of over 600,000 upon resale. After providing 208 million in compensation, they would still have some funds remaining. This calculation was clear to anyone. Very well, we will buy your house. Li Wei gritted his teeth, never having felt so humiliated. He then coldly added, I will purchase the house, but from this moment on, we sever all ties. We are no longer family. To the threat of severing ties from the old man, Li Xiaoluo showed no reaction. She simply replied calmly, all right, since we are to sever ties. The previous discounted price is off the table. However, I will still extend a super friendly price of 18 million, and by the way, this black dog is also included. Upon hearing this, not only did Xia He and her son Li Xiaowei become anxious, but even Li Wei began to regret his earlier bravado. Why act impulsively? It would have been wiser to acquire the house first, then secure the funds afterward. If that brat truly raised the price to 18 million, he certainly wouldn't have the means to purchase it, and his precious son could end up in prison. Yet, the thought of asking Li Xiaoluo for a favor was something Li Wei could not bring himself to do. However, Xiaohe, being a woman, could naturally display a countenance of displeasure. Xiaoluo, for the sake of your aunt, could you not extend a helping hand to your cousin? Otherwise, he risks spending his youth behind bars, which would ruin him. Thus, we have acquired the house for 188 million. If you have a fondness for this dog, we shall gift it to you, shall we? Ah, the fish has finally bitten the hook. In truth, even without a system task, Li Xiaoluo would have willingly sold the house at a lower price, as he was in dire need of funds. Now, not only has he converted the house into cash, but he has also fulfilled the system's task. More importantly, he has effortlessly secured Dahe, achieving a trifecta of success. They ought to be grateful for his benevolence. In fact, the additional 300,000 was a clever ploy by Li Xiaoluo, directing Xiaohe and her companions' focus solely on the increased price rather than revealing his strong desire to acquire Dahe. Otherwise, he would have lost the initiative. Unable to bear Xiaohe's tears any longer, Li Xiaoluo, somewhat impatiently, remarked, "Very well. Remember, this is the last time I am assisting you. 188 million plus Dahe. Let us sign the contract and transfer the funds immediately. However, I require 7 days to find a new residence. I can only vacate and transfer ownership after that." What? You expect me to pay immediately while you want to vacate or transfer for 7 days? Li Wei was instantly incensed, already feeling the sting of parting with his retirement funds. Li Xiaoluo gazed at him impassively. Do you doubt me? Or the contract? Was it I who compelled you to purchase? If you are unwilling, then kindly leave. After all, with a 600,000 price difference and the matter concerning Li Xiaowei, Li Xiaoluo was unperturbed by their reluctance. Before long, Li Xiaoluo received the transfer of 188 million. Although only a contract had been signed and the property had yet to be transferred at the real estate bureau, Li Wei had no choice but to comply. The initiative remained firmly in Li Xiaoluo's hands. Moreover, once Li Wei calmed down, he realized that Li Xiaoluo's temperament had drastically changed today, likely due to his excessive favoritism, which had deeply wounded Li Xiaoluo's feelings. Yet, in Li Xiaoluo's eyes, no matter the circumstances, he was still his biological father and would certainly still cherish their familial bond. In a few days, Li Xiaoluo pondered, the 188 million he had spent might very well be recouped. Of course, even if the money did not return, the contract, written in black and white, along with the transfer records and the property deed they had taken, ensured that he would not be deprived of the house. In fact, Li Wei and Xiaohe even pretended to be generous, granting Li Xiaoluo a few extra days to pack and relocate, leaving Dahe behind. The three of them finally departed. As for selling Dahe, even Li Xiaowei, the owner, felt little attachment. When he initially acquired the dog, it was merely because he had heard from friends that such breeds were quite fierce. Additionally, he had seen a man on Douyin who wielded his dog's might, which inspired him to want a similar companion. Regrettably, Li Xiaowei had no inkling that selling Dahe would bring unforeseen consequences for him in the future. Originally, in the post-apocalyptic world, he could have led a life of prominence through his canine companion. Alas, he had now irrevocably doomed himself. Li Xiaoluo was quite curious about how they would fare in that world of devastation, gazing at the sorrow reflected in the eyes of the large black dog. It seemed to comprehend its abandonment by its owner. Yet, Li Xiaoluo could not help but chuckle at the sight of the dog before him. For this was no ordinary creature, but a formidable being known in his past life for its resilience, likened to an indestructible cockroach. It was rumored that among all the extraordinary beings, the black dog ranked 5th on the power scale. Many practitioners of abilities were unaware of the specifics of the dog's awakened powers. They only recognized its imposing stature and ironclad physique, rendering it nearly immune to common physical and magical assaults. The fact that so many powerful practitioners admitted that they were inferior to a mere dog spoke volumes about the black dog's prowess. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 188 million in liquid assets upon completing System Activation Task 1. Rounded off, you are rewarded with 2,000 cubic meters of space. Delightful. Even before activating this supreme shelter system, simply by completing Task 1, Li Xiaoluo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In the future, even if he were unable to awaken any powers, he would still be considered a space manipulator, for the space granted by the system was already substantial. Starting with 2,000 cubic meters was no trivial matter. In his previous life, the most impressive space manipulator he had heard of possessed merely 100 cubic meters. Ding! System Activation Task 2 has been issued. To better equip the host for impending apocalyptic calamities, please construct 2 personal strongholds within 6 days. The renovation cost for each stronghold must not be less than 10 million. These strongholds are to prepare for the forthcoming extreme cold disaster and the flood expected in 3 months. Upon completion of Task 2, the host will be rewarded with a super enhancement for both strongholds. along with 2 small teleportation portals. Note: the linear distance between the 2 strongholds must not exceed 100 miles. A gentle reminder: completing Task 2 will officially activate the strongest shelter system. Chapter 4. Dragon Court Villa No. 1. Li Xiaoluo's initial assumption proved correct. With the existence of Activation Task 1, Task 2 was inevitable. Fortunately, the system was rather user-friendly, clearly indicating that there would be no Task 3. Li Xiaoluo was not overly anxious to activate the system, as he realized that even the rewards for completing the activation tasks were quite enticing. Task 1 granted him an immediate reward of 2,000 cubic meters of space, and Task 2 was equally appealing, requiring him to select 2 houses to transform into strongholds, though the system's terminology was far more sophisticated, referring to them as strongholds. The prospect of receiving a super enhancement for the strongholds was noteworthy, but what Li Xiaoluo cherished most was the small teleportation portal. With such a valuable asset, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to meet his end. Indeed, the combination of reincarnation and a system was a delight beyond compare, pure bliss. Moreover, he was merely on the path to activating the system. It had yet to be formally engaged. Once the system was fully activated, who could predict the treasures that awaited him? Perhaps it would even grant him additional powers. The aspiration to become an extraordinary being was a deep-seated ambition for Li Xiaoluo. In her previous life, Li Xiaoluo never awakened any extraordinary abilities, enduring immense humiliation as an ordinary survivor in a post-apocalyptic world. Had she awakened even a mundane power, her fate would not have been so dire. However, in this life, she has the advantage of rebirth, propelling her ahead of others. If she could gain abilities through the system, complemented by the rewards of space offered by the system, Li Xiaoluo could potentially become the sole possessor of multiple powers. A delightful prospect indeed. Regardless of what the system might bestow upon her upon activation, Li Xiaoluo is already content with her 2,000 cubic meters of space. After all, such a vast expanse would be unattainable for those space-powered individuals from her past life, who would struggle tirelessly for a lifetime to achieve it. Moreover, she can leverage her rebirth to maximize the utility of this space for acquiring resources. However, before embarking on that venture, Li Xiaoluo has another crucial task at hand: to amass more funds. The transformation costs for the 2 lordly estates the system requires cannot be less than 10 million each. Additionally, she must stockpile as many supplies as possible. The 188 million from selling her house will undoubtedly fall short. Hello, Manager Wang. Do you have any properties available for rent in the west suburbs Longting Villa District? An hour later, the real estate agent, the rotund Manager Wang, personally accompanied Li Xiaoluo to the Longting Villa District. Although he was indeed portly, it was not Li Xiaoluo who referred to him in such a manner. He preferred it, claiming it felt more familiar. After all, this transaction was significant. The properties in Longting consist entirely of grand villas, each with private gardens, surrounded by fences, resembling private estates. The villa district features an artificial lake, expansive landscaped gardens, mountains, and water. However, it is somewhat remote, as urban development has yet to reach this area. Currently, Li Xiaoluo is inspecting Villa No. 1 in Longting, which boasts a construction area of 1,200 square meters, complete with a private swimming pool, luxurious decor, 8 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 6 bathrooms, all furnished with complete amenities, including front and back gardens. The monthly rent is 150,000 yuan. Properties in such a locale are typically owned by the affluent, with rentals being a rarity. Nonetheless, there are currently 3 villas available for rent in Longting. Of course, while Li Xiaoluo previously contemplated ways to acquire more funds, her decision to rent such an expensive villa has a purpose. Mr. Li, I have provided an overview of Villa No. 1. May I inquire what you intend to use it for? Manager Wang asked, adhering to protocol, as the owner had requested. For the convenience of raising my dog. My previous residence was too small for it to move around, and I am concerned about its physical and mental well-being, Li Xiaoluo casually remarked, glancing at her large black dog. Uffed. Manager Wang, having just taken a sip of water, sputtered in surprise. Goodness, is this truly a reflection of how some people are less valued than dogs? Observing the tranquil black dog beside Li Xiaoluo, he felt utterly exhausted. In his next life, he wished to be a dog too. Li Xiaoluo, of course, was merely spinning a tale. After the system mandated the establishment of 2 secure lordly estates, Li Xiaoluo had already formed a vision in his mind regarding their locations. Firstly, the 2 sites must not be in close proximity. Naturally, due to the limitations of the small teleportation portals, they also could not be too far apart. Therefore, aside from his original residence, Li Xiaoluo chose the Longting Villa District for the second location. Upon renting Villa No. 1 in this area, he intended to transform it into one of the lordly estates to prepare for the impending snow disaster. His original apartment was rather high, so he planned to convert a unit on the top floor into the other lordly estate to address the flooding anticipated in a few months. There were several reasons motivating his substantial expenditure on renting the Longting villa. The first reason was financial gain, leveraging the advantage of his rebirth. Li Xiaoluo was confident that renting the villa would not only be cost-free, but could also yield considerable profits. Consequently, he would have ample funds to complete the system's tasks and stockpile resources. The second reason was revenge. In his previous life, Li Xiaoluo's final refuge had been here, where he ultimately met his demise at the hands of those who had wronged him. The third reason was for enjoyment. This villa district boasted picturesque mountains and water features, with Villa Number 1 being remarkably spacious and luxuriously decorated. He planned to install numerous solar panels and prepare large generators and water tanks, ensuring that even during citywide power and water outages, he would not suffer shortages, allowing him to live comfortably through the impending snow disaster. The fourth, and equally crucial reason, was the presence of a significant treasure in the area. Following the apocalypse, the world would first endure a brutal snow disaster, followed by flooding, and eventually, the prolonged calamity of meteor showers. Among these meteors were some that concealed various magical creatures, powerful beings with diverse abilities, some of which carried viruses that would quickly transform afflicted humans into zombie-like entities. Thus, the emergence of both zombies and extraterrestrial creatures would contribute to the rapid disintegration of governmental structures. However, amidst the meteors, while some contained monsters, others harbored crystals of great importance to those with supernatural abilities. In his previous life, Li Xiaoluo was merely an ordinary survivor with limited experience in the post-apocalyptic world. Yet he knew that the meteors that fell in the Longting Villa district contained the highest concentration of crystals. Previously, an ability user had acquired these crystals, ultimately becoming an exceptionally powerful individual. Although Li Xiaoluo was uncertain whether he could become an ability user after activating the system, he was resolute in ensuring that such treasures would not fall into the hands of others. Therefore, he needed to secure the Longting Villa for himself. Wang Fati was deeply affected by Li Xiaoluo's remark about using the villa for dog breeding, and after the successful transaction, he felt less exhilarated than he would for a significant business deal. After signing the contract and receiving the payment, he hurriedly departed to continue with his work. Otherwise, it would be no exaggeration to say that I can barely afford this month's mortgage, let alone reside in a grand villa. I find myself utterly exhausted, a term that has taken on a new meaning for me. After giving a brief tour of the villa to Dahei, I felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Dahei, I declared, this will be our home from now on. Guard it well, and as long as I have something to eat, you shall never go hungry. Of course, I couldn't help but wonder, should my provisions run out, would you, Dahei, truly allow me to starve? Dahei wagged its short tail vigorously, seemingly oblivious to my musings. However, that mattered little, for Dahei was exceptionally clever, and once it awakened its latent abilities, it would surely become even more astute. At that point, it would no longer simply be a dog to be commanded. Speaking of which, I felt that Dahei was rather commonplace. It seemed unworthy of its noble stature, and I, as its master, would suffer a decline in prestige. A name change was imperative. Time was of the essence. Chapter 5. The funds for stockpiling have arrived after all. I would soon be the lord of a sanctuary, and Dahei would be my first subordinate. Henceforth, it would be known as General. Dahei, you have a new name now, General. Do you like it? Wang Wang. Such a magnificent title. I knew you would appreciate it. It suits you well. I translated Dahei's response. No, General's response. Wang Wang Wang. No need for thanks. This is simply my duty as your master. All I ask is that you valiantly battle the monsters and keep me safe. Just imagine, when we encounter foes, I could shout, release the General. It should have the same effect as release the Black Panther, wouldn't you agree? I affectionately patted General's head, engaging in playful antics to strengthen our bond and help it acclimate to its new name. After some time, I picked up my phone, preparing to venture out. Time is indeed money, and I must seize every moment. General promptly trotted after me, perhaps feeling insecure after changing both owners and territory. It simply wished to remain by my side. Very well, you may accompany me, I said, smiling as I stroked General's head. Wang Wang, General barked, sensing that this new master was agreeable and approachable, unlike its previous owner, who often shouted and sometimes struck it. General's swift acceptance of me was undoubtedly aided by our prior familiarity. In the past, Li Xiaowei would occasionally ask me to look after General for a day or two. With General in tow, I proceeded to the nearby Villa Number 2. After ringing the doorbell, I exchanged a few words, and soon a middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s and well-preserved, emerged. She was followed by a pale young man with dyed blonde hair, looking somewhat frail. I had introduced myself as the new owner of Villa Number 1, recently moved in and still unfamiliar with the area, hence my visit to greet the neighbors. After all, distant relatives cannot compare to close neighbors. This excuse was somewhat absurd, particularly for ordinary individuals renting in the city, who might live for years without ever encountering their next-door neighbors. However, circumstances vary. In upscale villa districts like this one, The residents are either immensely wealthy or of noble lineage. Some may even stretch their means to gain entry, perhaps in hopes of forging connections within this elite circle. Thus, when Li Xiaoluo proclaimed himself the new master of Villa Number 1 and made a point to visit the owner of Villa No. 2 would certainly not dare to offend him. Li Xiaoluo's primary aim for visiting was the ailing young man named Zhou Junjie. Although Zhou Junjie did not recognize Li Xiaoluo, the latter was all too familiar with him. Zhou Junjie was one of the principal culprits responsible for Li Xiaoluo's demise in a past life. After the third catastrophe unleashed the undead, Li Xiaoluo miraculously escaped the city and sought refuge in this villa district alongside a group of survivors. However, even then, the area was plagued by monsters and zombies, and Zhou Junjie was nothing short of a coward, paralyzed by fear. At that time, Li Xiaoluo, still possessing a kind heart, rescued Zhou Junjie from the brink of death, who subsequently became Li Xiaoluo's subordinate, devoid of any airs of aristocracy. Little did Li Xiaoluo know that Zhou Junjie was merely biding his time, and once he found a powerful ally, it would spell Li Xiaoluo's doom. Li Xiaoluo's intention in seeking out Zhou Junjie was not to end his life immediately, as the order had yet to collapse. He was motivated by the wealth of Zhou's family and the influence Zhou Junjie had in his previous life. In the Zhou family's living room, after a brief introduction among the three, Zhou's mother excused herself to allow the two young men to converse. "Mr. Li, may I inquire where you previously made your rounds? I do not recall encountering you in our circles," Zhou Junjie remarked. As a member of the affluent youth in the city, he was familiar with most of the prominent figures, yet Li Xiaoluo was a stranger to him. Li Xiaoluo remained unperturbed. Indeed, he was an ordinary worker, possessing nothing but his home. Yet, the Zhou family was wealthy. "I hail from Hubei province and have come here to invest, though I currently lack connections," he replied. An outsider, Zhou Junjie thought. "Investment? That positions you as a benefactor," he said, his interest piqued. "Mr. Li, what sum are you considering for investment? Perhaps I could be of assistance." Li Xiaoluo nonchalantly responded, "Let us start with one as a preliminary goal. We can reassess later." Zhou Junjie inquired, 1 million to start? That amount seems rather modest to me. Is enthusiasm waning? Li Xiaoluo clarified, "I meant one small target to begin with. The cap might be around 10. This is merely to gain experience. I do not intend to gamble excessively." Upon realizing this meant a starting point of 10 million, Zhou Junjie's interest reignited. Clearly, Li Xiaoluo was someone of significance, worth befriending. "Come, Mr. Li, let us converse further. I have some connections in this city," Zhou Junjie exclaimed, his demeanor growing warm. With his allowance tightly controlled by his father, he had to rely on his own ingenuity to fund his pursuits. "Excellent, just what I was hoping for," Li Xiaoluo responded, feigning interest. As Zhou Junjie elaborated on his so-called connections, Li Xiaoluo absorbed the information with little intention of engaging in business discussions. "Apologies. I must excuse myself for a moment." Li Xiaoluo suddenly rose to her feet. "I will have the maid escort you." Zhou Junjie called for the maid to take Li Xiaoluo to the restroom. Observing Li Xiaoluo's departing figure, Zhou Junjie smirked, sensing that she, like himself, was rather superficial. In just a few minutes, she was already in need of the restroom. Indeed, this was a common trait among the wealthy, an overindulgence in comforts. Li Xiaoluo followed the maid to the lavish restroom in the Zhou family villa, which was impressively spacious and luxurious. She locked the door but did not remove her trousers. Instead, she stood atop the toilet, fidgeting for a moment before finally prying open a gap. Instantly, a bounty of gold and cash was revealed. Li Xiaoluo recognized their worth, an astounding sum of 200 million. In her previous life, Zhou Junjie's father had sought to use this wealth to secure Li Xiaoluo's loyalty. Had the apocalypse not occurred shortly thereafter, she might have been tempted. However, it was soon followed by the collapse of the state apparatus, rendering currency mere scraps of paper. Yet now, money was not worthless. Li Xiaoluo was precisely aiming for it. With her spatial abilities, she could easily take the money without fear of detection. Firstly, Zhou Junjie's father had hidden the money securely and did not routinely check on it. Secondly, even if he felt compelled to investigate, he would likely hesitate to raise an alarm, given the dubious origins of the funds. Lastly, should the money go missing, he would probably suspect a thief within the household, hardly considering that Li Xiaoluo could abscond with such a fortune merely by utilizing the restroom. In any case, acquiring this money would certainly bolster her reserves. Chapter 6. Having secured the funds, Li Xiaoluo restored the scene to its original state and pretentiously pressed the toilet flush. The sound of rushing water symbolized the departure of 200 million. With this newfound wealth, Li Xiaoluo's cash flow was significantly enhanced, and to make matters more satisfying, it was funded by her adversaries. In truth, Li Xiaoluo had other schemes for generating wealth, such as obtaining loans from predatory lending services. The number of loan platforms was unfathomable. She need not concern herself with exorbitant interest rates or unscrupulous practices. She could simply exploit the system. After all, repayment was not an obligation. However, Li Xiaoluo found such methods somewhat tedious and the amounts relatively modest. Moreover, there was no comparison to the comfort of utilizing her enemy's resources. Upon exiting the restroom, she noticed Zhou Junjie engaged in a phone conversation, his face occasionally betraying a lewd grin. As she approached, she caught a name, Shen Miao Miao, before Zhou Junjie ended the call upon noticing her presence. Shen Miao Miao. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Li Xiaoluo's eyes as a stunning visage materialized in her mind. In this lifetime, this woman would be Li Xiaoluo's. Of course, her attraction to Shen Miao Miao was not solely based on her beauty and remarkable figure. There was a far more significant reason. Following the apocalypse, Shen Miao Miao was dubbed the Ice Queen, ranked third on the list of abilities, 2 places above the 5th-ranked general. In a previous life, Shen Miao Miao was both the woman and the support of Zhou Junjie, and she had even sought him out actively after the apocalypse. This revelation left many in disbelief. How could such a stunning and formidable esper be enamored with Zhou Junjie? At that time, Zhou Junjie had yet to awaken any powers and was physically depleted, likely unable to contend with even a moderately strong woman. Nevertheless, Shen Miao Miao remained unwaveringly loyal to Zhou Junjie, fiercely protecting him from any harm. If in the past, Li Xiaowei was a man who thrived on the coattails of a general, then Zhou Junjie undoubtedly represented the ultimate kept man of the apocalypse. However, secrets have a way of surfacing. It was only later that Li Xiaoluo discovered the backstory between Shen Miao Miao and Zhou Junjie. Shen Miao Miao, a 20-year-old student at a media university, had lost her father at a young age, with her mother raising her and her younger sister. Aside from her beauty, she was a kind-hearted girl from a poor family, seemingly worlds apart from a wealthy heir like Zhou Junjie. Yet, before the apocalypse, Zhou Junjie's affluent friends often frequented the university in search of female students, stumbling upon the treasure that was Shen Miao Miao. However, their lavish automobiles lost their charm in her presence, and several wealthy scions returned empty-handed, piquing Zhou Junjie's interest. Upon meeting Shen Miao Miao, he was utterly captivated and vowed to win her over. Zhou Junjie was also a cunning individual, recognizing that his friends had failed to woo Shen Miao Miao. He altered his approach. He hired a private investigator to keep a close watch on her, waiting for the right moment. Just moments ago, he received a call from the investigator, signaling that his opportunity had arrived. It turned out that Shen Miao Miao's sister had recently been diagnosed with a severe illness, requiring medical expenses that could amount to 2 to 3 million. This was Zhou Junjie's chance to invest that amount to charm a woman. Albeit he felt a twinge of reluctance. His penchant for trouble had led to his allowance being tightly controlled, necessitating frugality. However, the investigator had gathered sufficient information, revealing that the initial treatment costs for Shen Miao Miao's sister would only be around 1 million. Perhaps the treatment would yield unsatisfactory results, eliminating the need for further expenses. Even if the treatment proved effective, that would be a concern for the future. Who knows? By then he might have grown weary of Shen Miao Miao, rendering her sister's subsequent medical costs irrelevant to him. Thus, spending 1 million to secure a stunning beauty was a proposition he was willing to entertain. In his past life, it indeed transpired as Zhou Junjie had envisioned. Shen Miao Miao, in a bid to save her sister, ultimately agreed to become Zhou Junjie's woman. However, due to her responsibilities towards her sister, Zhou Junjie had yet to claim Shen Miao Miao's affections before the apocalypse struck. After the world fell into chaos, Zhou Junjie lost the financial prowess of a wealthy heir and became one of the lowest strata in society. Even before Li Xiaoluo encountered him, he had endured considerable hardships. It is said that at the onset of the apocalypse, the power within the villa community where Zhou Junjie resided was held by several security guards. One of these guards directly performed a castration on Zhou Junjie, motivated by the fact that, prior to the end of the world, Zhou had sought thrills by engaging with the guard's wife. Not only did he indulge in the affair, but he also made it a point to let the guard know. Prior to the apocalypse, the guard, aware of Zhou Junjie's capabilities, contemplated a mutual demise but ultimately lacked the courage to act. After the world fell into chaos, he finally found the opportunity for vengeance. This is why, when the formidable Shen Miao Miao arrived with her sister in search of Zhou Junjie, he, having seized control over the villa community's life and death, found his psyche warped, resulting in the castration of nearly all the men, including Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo approached Zhou Junjie not only to collect money, but also to ascertain whether Zhou had provided financial assistance to Shen Miao Miao. Although Li Xiaoluo was somewhat aware of the unfolding events, she was oblivious to the precise timeline. If Zhou Junjie had already given money to Shen Miao Miao, matters would become rather complicated. Shen Miao Miao was a woman of rigid traditional values. If she accepted money in exchange for an agreement with Zhou, altering her stance would prove exceedingly difficult. This was also the reason why, in the previous life, Shen Miao Miao had gone to great lengths to locate Zhou Junjie. Even upon discovering that he was an ordinary man devoid of special abilities, she chose to follow him out of gratitude. Even upon learning of his condition, she remained steadfastly loyal. Zhou Junjie was permitted to take lives, but any attempts on his own would not be tolerated. Such was the unyielding nature of the situation. In this world, Li Xiaoluo aimed not only to stockpile supplies, but also to gather beautiful women. After all, who would protect him otherwise? Engaging in violence required his own involvement, diminishing his stature. Fortunately, from Zhou Junjie's recent phone conversation, it seemed that this treasure of a girl had yet to be claimed by him. Otherwise, despite the regret, Li Xiaoluo would have had to intervene forcefully. Upon seeing Li Xiaoluo emerge, Zhou Junjie immediately donned a cheerful facade and said, "Li Xiao, I have a few matters to attend to shortly. How about we exchange contact information and arrange a time to discuss the investment?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Li Xiaoluo's face as he replied, "Zhou Xiao, you're not dismissing my modest financial contribution, are you? How conveniently timed to have pressing matters." Zhou Junjie quickly waved his hands. "Li Xiao, please don't misunderstand. My girlfriend's sister is ill and currently hospitalized at the First People's Hospital. As her brother-in-law, it is only right that I go visit her." The audacity was shocking. When did his sister-in-law become your sister? Nevertheless, it was fortuitous to learn the location of Shun Miao's sister's hospitalization. There was no need to tail Zhou Junjie anymore. However, this plan still felt precarious. It was essential to delay Zhou's visit to the hospital, ensuring he arrived after her. Soon, Li Xiaoluo devised a plan. "Zhou Xiao, I also intend to visit my sister-in-law at the First People's Hospital this afternoon. However, I have yet to acquire a vehicle. Would it be possible for me to catch a ride with you?" Zhou Junjie regarded Li Xiaoluo with an odd expression. "You're also going to visit your sister-in-law at the hospital?" In truth, hitching a ride, given Li Xiaoluo's status, posed no issue. Is it merely a coincidence? Both from the First People's Hospital, both connected by familial ties? Observing Zhou Junjie's gaze, Li Xiaoluo remarked coolly, "I seem to have been rather abrupt. I shall simply summon a rideshare. My apologies for the intrusion. I shall take my leave now." Li Xiaoluo refrained from offering even a courteous address to Zhou Xiao, an indication of her evident displeasure. "General, let us depart," she beckoned. The general appeared momentarily bewildered but quickly grasped that she was calling for him, and hastened over eagerly. Zhou Junjie remained unmoved. Even if he discerned Li Xiaoluo's irritation, what did it matter? After all, he was a member of the esteemed second generation. Why should he seek to appease someone he had only just met? Moreover, he had plans to pursue romantic interests later, leaving him little inclination to concern himself with Li Xiaoluo's feelings. However, after taking a few steps, it seemed Li Xiaoluo recalled something. She rummaged through her pocket and produced a few items, approaching Zhou Junjie. "I realize my visit may have been rather presumptuous, arriving empty-handed. Consider this a small gift from me, or perhaps a token to cover the use of your restroom." Zhou Junjie's eyes widened as he beheld the items in Li Xiaoluo's hand, 3 gleaming gold bars. He could tell at a glance that each weighed approximately 100 grams. At the current market rate, those 3 bars were worth no less than 150,000 RMB. Goodness, he had encountered ostentation before, but never had he witnessed someone outshine him in grandiosity. Even when he indulged in flamboyance, he had never been extravagant enough to gift gold bars. Not to mention, he couldn't even afford gold beans with his meager pocket money. While Zhou Junjie begrudgingly awarded Li Xiaoluo's display a score of 99 for its audacity, he found it utterly delightful. Casting a quick glance around to ensure his mother was not present, he promptly accepted the gold bars from Li Xiaoluo and discreetly tucked them into his pocket. With 150,000 RMB for romantic pursuits, he felt elated. A subtle, knowing smile graced Li Xiaoluo's lips before she turned to leave. At that moment, Zhou Junjie hastily called out, "Li Xiao, I assure you my previous remarks were devoid of any ulterior motive, nor did I express disbelief. I was merely inquiring. Didn't you want a ride? Please wait for me at the entrance. I shall fetch my car immediately." "That would be troublesome," Li Xiaoluo replied coolly. After a few minutes of waiting at the gates of the Zhou family villa, the roar of an engine broke the silence as Zhou Junjie pulled up in a striking red sports car before Li Xiaoluo. "Li Xiao, please, step inside," he said, personally exiting the vehicle to open the door for her. Li Xiaoluo did not rush to enter. Instead, she examined the sports car. "Zhou Xiao, your Lamborghini is rather exquisite. How much did you pay for it?" Li Xiao, this is a Ferrari. I purchased it for 2 million renminbi," Zhou Junjie replied, casting a puzzled look at her. "Oh, acquiring a Lamborghini for 4 million does seem quite a bargain. Would you consider transferring it to me?" This isn't a Lamborghini. Zhou Junjie began to speak, but the latter half of his statement faltered before he could finish. Zhou Junjie cautiously confirmed, "Li Xiao, did you say this Lamborghini is being transferred to you for 4 million? Li Xiaoluo nodded. "I quite like this Lamborghini, and since I currently lack a means of transportation, I decided to purchase it. I wonder if you would be willing to sell." Yes, of course, it is indeed a Lamborghini. If Li Xiao wishes to buy it, I would be willing to part with it despite my reluctance." "Very well, please drive the car to my villa." "Wait, Li Xiao, aren't we going to the vehicle management office to transfer ownership?" "There's no need for such complications. After all, I merely bought it to drive for a few days. Zhou Junjie was utterly bewildered. Li Xiaoluo was either an authentic tycoon or had recently escaped from a mental institution. It was one thing to insist on calling a Ferrari a Lamborghini, but the sum he offered was simply too extravagant. Zhou Junjie was prepared to turn a blind eye to the deception. However, purchasing a sports car without even bothering with the ownership transfer? This was not akin to buying groceries. Moreover, a 4 million vehicle to use for just a few days? Such extravagance was almost inhumane, surpassing even his own lavishness. Today, Zhou Junjie finally grasped the meaning of there's always a higher mountain and beyond the heavens, there are more celestial beings. Following Li Xiaoluo, Zhou Junjie gradually drove the sports car to Villa No. 1. The excitement within him grew as he considered that he initially thought he would have to pay a hefty price for Shun Miaomiao's situation. Yet, who would have imagined that fortune would smile upon him unexpectedly? Selling his second-hand Ferrari, no, Lamborghini, for 4 million mint, he could acquire Shun Miaomiao for 1 million and still purchase a brand new 2 million Lamborghini. He would even have 1 million left over. Was this not a stroke of luck from the heavens? As for whether Li Xiaoluo was merely toying with him, Zhou Junjie believed otherwise. After all, they were both individuals of stature, and being on his own turf meant he could easily summon security if needed. Li Xiao, where should I park the car? Also, regarding the payment, Zhou Junjie inquired once they arrived at Villa No. 1. At that moment, Li Xiaoluo responded, Zhou Xiao, I intend to pay for the car with gold, and I also have some gold that I need your assistance to dispose of. Is that all? Zhou Junjie questioned, somewhat incredulous. What kind of dilemma was this? Upon seeing Zhou Junjie's agreement, Li Xiaoluo returned to the villa to fetch the gold. In less than a few minutes, he emerged with a cardboard box containing 30 kilograms of gold, valued at approximately 15 million. Zhou Junjie was genuinely astonished by the sheer quantity of gold Li Xiaoluo possessed. He even momentarily entertained the thought that Li Xiaoluo might be a gold heist robber, though in this day and age, such a notion seemed implausible. As for the authenticity of the gold, Zhou Junjie had enough expertise to ascertain its legitimacy, assuring him that it was indeed real. Furthermore, Li Xiaoluo provided a bank account to Zhou Junjie, stating that once the gold was sold, the funds could simply be transferred to his account. In essence, as long as the gold remained unsold, Zhou Junjie was not obligated to pay a single cent. Even after the two had departed from the villa in their car, Li Xiaoluo instructed Zhou Junjie to exit the vehicle while holding the gold, then drove away in the sports car, leaving Zhou Junjie bewildered amidst the exhaust fumes. What kind of person is this, casually handing over dozens of kilograms of gold and then making a swift exit? Did he not fear that Zhou would abscond with the gold? As for whether Li Xiaoluo had swindled him of his supercar, Zhou Junjie was utterly unconcerned. After all, the supercar still bore his name, unlike the unproven gold. After a moment of incredulity, Zhou Junjie placed a call to a friend, intent on liquidating the gold. As for the enchanting beauty at the First People's Hospital, he would attend to that later. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiaoluo, behind the wheel of his sports car, had already arrived at the First People's Hospital. Chapter 8. The joy of spending. Li Xiaoluo stepped into the First People's Hospital, a place that, as expected, was never devoid of patients seeking medical attention. However, the lively atmosphere here would soon transform into something far more dire. Having heard of Shun Miaomiao's sister's ailment, he made his way directly to the third floor. Doctor, please, grant me a little more time. I will find a way to raise the funds. As he reached the third floor, Li Xiaoluo heard a voice pleading desperately. A stunning young woman in her 20s was bowing repeatedly before a doctor clad in a white coat. Shun Miaomiao, I'm sorry, but the hospital has its regulations. If you cannot provide payment today, there is little I can do, the doctor replied. Li Xiaoluo's eyes sparkled. Fortune had smiled upon him, as he had encountered Shun Miaomiao so swiftly, and the timing felt impeccable. Shun Miaomiao was remarkably tall, at least 1.7 meters. And although she wore a simple white short-sleeve shirt, her skin was as fair as snow, and her face was as radiant as a peach blossom, captivating the entire hospital. Moreover, her figure was exquisite, undoubtedly a 36E. Yet, at that moment, Shun Miaomiao appeared despondent, with tears shimmering in her eyes, evoking a profound sense of sympathy and a protective instinct among the men who beheld her. Many men, having completed their consultations, lingered in the hospital, hoping to catch another glimpse of Shun Miaomiao or to chance upon her in the corridors. Each sighting of this angelic beauty, shy and demure in the presence of strangers, rekindled their faith and love. However, despite the overwhelming admiration from male patients and doctors alike on this floor, none dared to step forward to protect her, as their circumstances rendered them incapable. They were all well aware of the costly treatment required for her sister, which could easily exceed 1 million, with subsequent expenses potentially leading to an endless financial abyss. Who among them, without substantial means, would dare to play the hero? After all, beauty cannot be transformed into sustenance. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, There was indeed someone willing to spend lavishly to elicit a smile from this enchanting woman. How much does she need to pay? I shall cover it. With a single statement, Li Xiaoluo instantly became the most striking figure on the third floor. Countless gazes filled with disbelief and envy were directed towards him. Women envied Shen Miao Miao, while men envied Li Xiaoluo, particularly the men who, if they were affluent, would gladly pay for Shen Miao Miao as companionship. They had seen online how high the prices were for dining with certain female celebrities. Yet, in front of them stood Shen Miao Miao, far more beautiful than those stars. Shen Miao Miao stared blankly at the suddenly appearing Li Xiaoluo. Upon hearing that he intended to give her money, her expression did not reflect joy. Instead, she appeared even more flustered and bewildered, unsure whether to refuse or accept. She stood there, somewhat at a loss. Truly, she was quite naive. This was the authentic Shen Miao Miao. Though she possessed celestial beauty, she lacked the art of adornment. Was strong-willed, yet timid. Li Xiaoluo stepped forward and shot a glare at Shen Miao Miao, exclaiming, "What are you staring at?" He then addressed the surrounding crowd, declaring loudly, "Let us settle this. This woman was in a relationship with me for 3 years, and suddenly claims she wants to break up because I am too handsome, leaving her feeling insecure. For heaven's sake, if I hadn't been cautious, I might have been deceived." Some men found Li Xiaoluo's narcissistic remarks hard to believe, feeling nauseated by his self-adulation. However, the majority of the audience wore expressions of realization, understanding now why this wealthy individual was so lavish. He was indeed her boyfriend. Only Shen Miao Miao remained in a haze, and by the time she grasped the situation and attempted to voice her thoughts, she noticed Li Xiaoluo dragging the doctor to discuss payment matters. She felt like an outsider. Li Xiaoluo, particularly domineering, did not solicit her opinion nor afford her the opportunity to speak. Shen Miao Miao hurriedly followed, wanting to inquire about his intentions. Though she often appeared simple-minded and reclusive, she was not foolish. When someone offers excessive kindness without reason, it usually harbors ulterior motives. This sudden man surely had designs. As a mere impoverished student, what could she possibly offer that warranted such expenditure? For the sake of her sister, Shen Miao Miao might agree, but she wished to allow herself some time for contemplation. There was no reason for such coercive dealings. Like a wronged little wife, she trailed behind Li Xiaoluo and the doctor, observing as they visited her sister in the hospital, made payments, and collected medicine, all in a bustling flurry. She felt increasingly superfluous, as the one lying on the hospital bed was Li Xiaoluo's sister. Once the payment was completed, Li Xiaoluo felt a surge of satisfaction. Spending money brought him joy. Following the general, another capable aide had arrived. It remained uncertain whether the system would enable Li Xiaoluo to become a formidable supernatural being in this world, so he needed to secure a few guarantees for himself. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate a beautiful woman who was both endearing and kind? Moreover, it was a buy-one-get-one-free deal, an exceptional bargain. Shen Miao Miao, known as the Ice Queen post-apocalypse, ranked third on the supernatural abilities leaderboard. While her sister might not possess great combat prowess, she belonged to a rare support class known as a planter. In summary, it was a lucrative endeavor. After settling the payment, Li Xiaoluo had no time to entertain Shen Miao Miao's myriad of questions. He left her with 10,000 in cash to recuperate and advised her not to let herself grow thin from hunger. With a parting note that she could seek him out at Longting No. 1 Villa in times of need, he departed with a sense of nonchalance. Given that Shen Miao Miao was preoccupied with caring for her sister, there was little opportunity to cultivate any feelings with Li Xiaoluo. It seemed wiser to postpone such matters for a later time. This left Shen Miao Miao somewhat dazed, as everything had transpired rather abruptly. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of relief knowing her sister was saved. She firmly committed to memory the address Li Xiaoluo had provided, resolving that should he not return, she would seek him out there. Not long after Li Xiaoluo exited the hospital, his phone chimed with a message. Ding account credited with 11 million. Oh. Zhou Junjie certainly works swiftly. He had managed to finalize matters briskly without charging any fees. However, Li Xiaoluo still needed to convert the remainder of his gold and cash into liquid assets to facilitate the procurement of supplies. Meanwhile, Zhou Junjie, having liquidated the gold Li Xiaoluo had entrusted to him, promptly borrowed a vehicle from a friend and sped to the First People's Hospital. His subordinates had already ascertained the ward where Shen Miao Miao's sister was located, allowing him to find her with ease. Upon gazing at Shen Miao Miao, whose beauty and figure were striking, Zhou Junjie felt a surge of desire. "I can cover your sister's medical expenses," he proposed, "on the condition that you become my woman for 3 years. Whatever I ask of you, you must comply." "Who are you? Are you insane?" Shen Miao Miao retorted, her sister's medical fees already having been settled by her boyfriend. Before she could elaborate, the doctor who was discussing treatment options with her interjected. "Boyfriend? When did Shen Miao Miao get a boyfriend?" Zhou Junjie was left dumbfounded, his anger boiling over in frustration. Chapter 9. The leggy beauty bank card balance. 199, 999, 999 yuan. Li Xiaoluo gazed at his balance, noting it was a mere fraction short of 200 million. This sum would be allocated towards renovating the Lord's mansion and stockpiling supplies, which he deemed sufficient for the time being. As for what to hoard in the impending apocalypse, Li Xiaoluo, as a reborn individual, possessed the most authority to comment. Initially, it would undoubtedly be food, water, and warm clothing. After all, surviving the early natural disasters was paramount to addressing future concerns. At the onset of the apocalypse, regardless of one's status as a celebrity or a magnate, the absence of sustenance could render even the strongest body helpless. Survivors, in their quest for survival, might risk their lives for a morsel of moldy bread or a sip of water. Some would even barter their bodies. However, by the time of the third catastrophe, issues of food and water scarcity had seen some improvement. After all, with the emergence of individuals possessing agricultural abilities, the shortage of food could be alleviated to some extent. Similarly, water manipulators could address water scarcity. Yet, these improvements primarily benefited a select few. The most impoverished survivors continued to endure hunger and deprivation. The abilities of supernatural beings are not omnipotent, and their powers require the consumption of crystals. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, food ceases to be the most coveted resource for those with capabilities. Instead, commodities such as tobacco, alcohol, and crystals become the treasures of the new world. However, for Li Xiaoluo, the immediate priority must be to stockpile food and essentials. The emergence of supernatural abilities is a later development. Several catastrophic events must first be endured. If one cannot survive the initial calamities, the awakening of powers will be of no consequence. Therefore, in the early days of the apocalypse, the most vital concern is sustenance, as survival hinges on having enough to eat. In his previous life, Li Xiaoluo managed to endure for over a year, yet he never experienced a day of satiety. Once a robust young man weighing 130 pounds, he dwindled to a mere 70 pounds. He has truly tasted the bitterness of being swept away by the winds of despair. Thus, he resolves to focus solely on amassing food, relegating other supplies to a secondary concern. With the chance to live again, he is determined to indulge in abundant feasts throughout the apocalypse, for he cannot bear to let the suffering of his past life go unavenged. Li Xiaoluo first rented a somewhat secluded warehouse near the Longting Villa. The warehouse is expansive, covering an impressive 2,000 square feet. The landlord initially required a minimum rental period of 3 months, but Li Xiaoluo only sought to rent it for 8 days. The landlord hesitated, but upon learning that the 8 days would be charged at the monthly rate, his demeanor brightened, and he eagerly signed a contract, leaving the keys behind as he departed. The ease with which he secured this rental was too tempting to decline. Just as he concluded the rental, his phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" Li Xiaoluo answered, having just acquired the warehouse. "Li Xiaoluo, did you not save my number?" A voice from the other end revealed itself to be that of a somewhat familiar colleague. "I didn't save it. Is there something you need?" After a brief silence, the caller continued. "The team leader asked me to inform you that your absence from work today, without notice, has greatly displeased him. He demands that you come in immediately, or you need not return tomorrow." "Understood," Li Xiaoluo replied. "When should I expect you?" "I said I understood. I want to be coming in tomorrow." The caller fell silent again, taken aback by Li Xiaoluo's unexpected response. He had hoped to impress the team leader by reaching out. Yet the conversation had taken an unforeseen turn. Li Xiaoluo was unconcerned with his colleague's thoughts and promptly ended the call. He had no intention of claiming wages or resigning, rendering further discussion unnecessary. Nevertheless, the sudden call from a co-worker stirred a multitude of memories within him. The company where Li Xiaoluo worked was of decent size. While the pay was average, the work environment was quite pleasant, and there were many attractive colleagues. His earlier actions were understandable, given his recent return from the harshness of the apocalypse, leaving little room for niceties. The caller was not entirely unpleasant, for every workplace has its share of irritating individuals. Initially, Li Xiaoluo had intended to gather supplies, but this phone call inspired a new idea within him. Li Xiaoluo reached out to an acquaintance via WeChat, a salesperson from his company, despite not being in the same department. After a brief exchange, he made a phone call. "Old Wang, there's a lucrative opportunity available. Are you interested?" "What sort of opportunity?" Before long, a white SUV came to a halt not far from Li Xiaoluo. From the vehicle emerged one man and 3 women, predominantly youthful and attractive individuals. Among them, the young man who exited the driver's seat was none other than Old Wang, the very person Li Xiaoluo had just contacted. The name, however, was of little consequence. Old Wang, while a salesperson at the company, often took on private jobs to supplement his income. The lucrative opportunity Li Xiaoluo referred to was essentially a request for him to assist with errands. To Li Xiaoluo, it was simply a means of acquiring free labor. "Are you referring to the wealthy individual as yourself?" Old Wang exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Li Xiaoluo leaning against a sports car. What a turn of events! In just one evening, He was now in the presence of someone who owned a luxury vehicle. This shift was particularly disconcerting for old Wang, who had previously held a sense of superiority in front of Li Xiaoluo. Indeed, that would be me. Ah, old Wang replied, momentarily taken aback. Let's get down to business, Li Xiaoluo continued. Sure, go ahead, old Wang responded. By the way, you mentioned bringing in a few reliable people. So I called over Zhao Jia, Zhou Xiaotong, and Fang Xiaoyu. You may not be too familiar with them, but you should have seen them around. Li Xiaoluo indeed recognized Zhou Xiaotong. The reason she stood out in his memory was quite profound. It was akin to having a lasting impression of the most popular girl in school. If she happened to be of a type that captivated him, or if he had harbored a secret crush on her, the recollection would be even more vivid. Zhou Xiaotong was widely acknowledged as the beauty of the company. Her exquisite features and tall stature complemented by her penchant for high heels and short skirts, showcasing her alluring legs that Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but admire. Among the group was another woman named Fang Xiaoyu, whose looks were average, yet she wore a daringly low-cut yellow top. Rather bold in her fashion choices. Had Li Xiaoluo not experienced a rebirth, he might have found it challenging to control his gaze. After all, any man without psychological or physiological issues would naturally appreciate such sights. However, Li Xiaoluo had long since developed immunity to the allure of ordinary women like Fang Xiaoyu. In a post-apocalyptic world, such figures were in abundance. The type of companion he desired was not merely of the ordinary caliber, but rather someone with extraordinary abilities. Chapter 10. This is no mere opportunity. It could be quite taxing. Observing the women old Wang had brought, Li Xiaoluo recalled that Zhou Xiaotong was likely from the HR department. While he couldn't quite place Fang Xiaoyu, but she certainly wasn't from sales. Turning to old Wang, he inquired, I might be occupied for several days. Are they up for the task? Before old Wang could respond, Zhou Xiaotong eagerly interjected, I am available. Our department isn't busy at the moment, and I can take an extended leave. Fang Xiaoyu, with a delicate demeanor, remarked, Li Gu, I have no objections. I would be delighted to work for you. Even if I lose my job, it matters not. I could simply accompany you in the future. Zhou Xiaotong approached driven by the allure of financial gain, while Fang Xiaoyu was drawn by the prospect of the wealthy individual referenced in Li Xiaoluo's phone call. Whether he was from an affluent family or a second-generation rich, she found him appealing. Little did she anticipate that this wealthy figure would indeed be Li Xiaoluo, a colleague she vaguely remembered but deemed rather unremarkable. Moreover, it seemed that Li Xiaoluo held little interest in her. One need not inquire how Fang Xiaoyu knew this. It was simply a woman's intuition. Yet, the more indifferent Li Xiaoluo appeared, the more intrigued Fang Xiaoyu became. In her mind, wealthy individuals were often aloof, a privilege they possessed. She held no interest in those who fawned over her, their eyes nearly falling into her clothing. As for Lao Wang and Sister Zhao, their swift arrival was solely due to the excessively generous payment offered by Li Xiaoluo, which they found impossible to decline. Regardless of the intentions behind their presence, Li Xiaoluo decided to make use of them, as he intended to benefit without cost. He was confident that they would perform admirably. Li Xiaoluo began, all right. Let me outline your tasks and compensation. First, Lao Wang and Sister Zhao, your assignment is to assist me in procuring supplies. You needn't drive the prices too low, but you must negotiate the payment terms diligently. For instance, if installment payments are possible, strive for that. If only a partial payment can be made initially, do so. And if delays are feasible, aim for that, with a minimum postponement of 1 week. Listening to Li Xiaoluo's instructions, Lao Wang and Sister Zhao exchanged puzzled glances, feeling increasingly uneasy. However, Li Xiaoluo continued unabated. As for your compensation, Lao Wang, you shall receive a daily wage of 10,000. The duration of work is approximately 8 days, and should you perform well, there will be a bonus no less than your total salary. A formal contract can be signed, and upon completion of the project, all wages will be settled immediately. Upon hearing these words, Lao Wang timidly inquired, Li Xiao, what exactly are we procuring? I am feeling rather apprehensive. Earning 10,000 a day for 8 days amounts to 80,000, plus a bonus of at least that much, totaling 160,000. This was no ordinary task. It could be exceedingly burdensome. Although Lao Wang was fond of money and felt the pressure of his mortgage, he was wary of undertaking anything excessively arduous, lest he jeopardize his hard-earned home and relationship. Indeed, while the salary offered by Li Xiaoluo was astronomically high, 80,000 in merely 8 days, a sum many might take years to accumulate, only Li Xiaoluo understood the extent of his cunning. With the impending apocalypse, he knew he would not need to disburse a single penny in wages. However, Li Xiaoluo felt no guilt whatsoever. After all, they were providing work for other capitalists. So why not allow himself to exert a bit of his remaining energy? There was nothing wrong with that. At the very least, by offering them such generous salaries, they would surely be quite pleased for the days to come, wouldn't they? Since Li Xiaoluo had summoned them, he was naturally well prepared. He retrieved a small notebook from his pocket and handed it to old Wang. I wish to procure a variety of items, primarily food, but also some other supplies. In the future, I may purchase whatever my mood dictates. You all may take a look. If you are capable, then proceed. If not, I shall seek others. Old Wang hastily accepted the notebook, while Sister Zhao, despite being the eldest, eagerly leaned in as well. Earning money is nothing to be ashamed of. The notebook contained the following entries. Firstly, daily food procurement. 5,000 servings of McKin chicken family bucket. 1,000 servings of Master Song's private dishes. 5,000 gene of marinated and cold dishes. Lujuti, Luduro, Jija, Jicher, Yabo. 500 servings from Fuji Seafood Restaurant. La Juju, Shalolo, Baijua, Dacha, Song Shit, Shangla Shit. These are all from chain restaurants. So such quantities are attainable. It's not merely one establishment producing so much daily. The delectable dishes that Li Xiaoluo had listed were mostly his personal favorites. And many were from restaurants he had either dined at or were renowned for their excellent reputation. Of course, aside from the top entry of the McKin chicken family bucket. During his school days, he had a particular fondness for fried chicken paired with cola, to the point where he would feel anxious if he went days without it. However, as he matured, he indulged in such foods far less frequently. Yet, after the apocalypse, during a time of unbearable hunger, Li Xiaoluo began to fantasize about various culinary delights. Naturally, fried chicken and cola were among those daydreams, and he felt compelled to stock up now, lest he miss the authentic flavors of the pre-apocalyptic world. There was also a note. The procurement of these delicacies would continue for 8 days, with a budget of no more than 10 million. 10 million seemed substantial. Yet if Li Xiaoluo were to purchase the listed items at the original prices from the restaurants, settling the payments immediately upon delivery, it would certainly not suffice to meet his requirements. For instance, just the 5,000 servings of the McKin chicken family bucket alone would cost over 300,000 a day, totaling over 2 million for 8 days. Thus, it would become necessary for Old Wang and Sister Zhao to negotiate. Firstly, given such a large volume, discounts would undoubtedly be required. Secondly, there was the matter of payment terms. Li Xiaoluo was amenable to paying a percentage of the total amount as a deposit up front, with the remaining balance settled in full after 8 days. He would also accept paying for the first 3 days up front, with the subsequent days settled after 8 days. He could even agree to pay the entire amount after 8 days. However, he could not accept the condition of immediate full payment each day. From childhood to adulthood, Li Xiaoluo had always been a frugal individual. Now, as ever, he sought to save where possible and to take advantage of any opportunity for gain. With the least amount of money, procure the greatest quantity of goods. The severity of the situation is no longer of concern. Chapter 11. Amassing supplies. In Li Xiaoluo's recollection, the apocalypse began with a catastrophic ice disaster, plunging global temperatures to a staggering -60 degrees. This icy calamity persisted for nearly 3 months, after which the snow melted, giving way to torrential rains that submerged much of the world. Subsequently, a meteor shower descended, followed by an outbreak of a virulent virus that transformed many humans and animals into zombies, alongside the emergence of various monstrous entities. It was during this tumultuous period that extraordinary beings among the human survivors began to manifest their powers. The ice disaster, the deluge, the zombies, and the monsters. These were the 3 calamities that Li Xiaoluo endured in his previous life. As for the subsequent disasters, he remained oblivious. Thus, the procurement list that Li Xiaoluo presented to Old Wang encompassed not only delectable foods, but also an array of essential supplies. For instance, pharmaceuticals were a priority. He intended to secure every common medication found in drugstores, with a tentative plan to purchase 100 of each item, alongside exploring avenues for acquiring specialized treatments for acute illnesses. In truth, once the apocalypse unfolded and extraordinary individuals emerged, ordinary medications became largely obsolete for them, leaving the common survivors reliant on such remedies. The medicines Li Xiaoluo prepared were primarily intended to counter the early-stage calamities of ice and water, hence the quantities were not excessively large. Additionally, he sought various items for warmth, such as thermal clothing, insulated undergarments, and gloves. He also aimed to gather supplies to combat flooding, including diving gear, waterproof suits, and even motorboats and small yachts. Lastly, in terms of food, aside from the processed delicacies, Li Xiaoluo insisted on the bulk procurement of raw ingredients. This included 200 tons each of rice, vegetables, fruits, pork, lamb, beef, and snacks, totaling approximately 2,000 tons of assorted foodstuffs. It was not that Li Xiaoluo lacked generosity in considering a purchase of 20,000 tons of each item. Rather, he was constrained by financial limitations. Even a 30% upfront payment for such a massive quantity was beyond his means. Furthermore, it was unnecessary. as his storage space was limited to 2,000 cubic meters, sufficient for around 2,000 tons of supplies. Li Xiaoluo had numerous supplies to procure and tasks to undertake, which was precisely why he enlisted the help of Old Wang and his companions. Attempting to gather such vast quantities alone, while also overseeing the fortification of 2 secure lordly abodes, would undoubtedly exhaust him. To Li Xiaoluo, money had become a mere trifle. Come the day of the apocalypse, he intended to expend every last cent, rendering any issues solvable through financial means inconsequential. Moreover, summoning Old Wang and the others required no expenditure. Free labor was an opportunity not to be squandered. Upon reviewing Li Xiaoluo's intended acquisitions, Old Wang and Sister Zhao were left momentarily speechless. While the items listed were commonplace and devoid of any illicit goods, their sheer volume was overwhelming. It is precisely due to its commonality that Lao Wang and his companions were left astounded. Li Xiaoluo's purchasing requirements were indeed diverse and the quantities exceedingly extravagant. Who, pray tell, buys 5,000 family buckets of McNuggets in a single day? And who purchases several tons of braised meat in one go? How many people would need to consume such vast amounts? If the number of diners is scant, they might be feasting until the end of time. However, Li Xiaoluo offered no further explanation. Having paid them for their services, he regarded himself as their sovereign. After a few of them had glanced around, Li Xiaoluo inquired, "Is there anyone with concerns?" Those unwilling to proceed may depart. Sister Zhao, the purchaser, hastily responded, "Boss, I have no objections. I shall execute your instructions as you see fit." Lao Wang, initially curious, repressed his inquisitiveness and quickly affirmed, "I have no issues either." Zhou Xiaodong nodded in agreement. Though she could not fathom how Li Xiaoluo had suddenly amassed such wealth and engaged in such extravagant expenditures, it was not her money at stake, so she thought little of it. Moreover, the compensation Li Xiaoluo offered was exceedingly generous. Finally, Fang Xiaoyu discreetly approached from a vantage point where Li Xiaoluo could observe her clearly, leaning slightly and coyly remarking, "Young Master Li, I have always been compliant and attentive to your wishes, but you've only assigned tasks to Brother Wang and Sister Zhao, leaving me without any responsibilities." Li Xiaoluo's gaze fell upon the alluring sight before him, and he could not help but acknowledge the considerable assets of this green tea type. Yet, he recalled rumors from the office that Fang Xiaoyu had a boyfriend outside and several ambiguous suitors within the company. As for those unworthy of being her backup, she would not even cast a glance their way, exuding an air of pride and practicality. Thus, Li Xiaoluo and Fang Xiaoyu had minimal interactions, and in his previous life, they had not crossed paths post-apocalypse. Consequently, there was no animosity between them. Whether Fang Xiaoyu was genuine or duplicitous was of little concern to him. Even with her advances, Li Xiaoluo found her unappealing and lacked the time to entertain such distractions. In his eyes, the primary objective was to expeditiously stockpile food and supplies, thereby fulfilling the activation tasks of the system. Only then could he navigate the impending apocalypse with ease. As for women like Fang Xiaoyu, in the aftermath of the world's end, a mere loaf of bread could attract throngs of such women vying for attention. Li Xiaoluo surveyed the group and then stated slowly, "Since there are no further objections and no one wishes to leave, I shall proceed to assign tasks. Lao Wang and Sister Zhao will handle procurement. Fang Xiaoyu will remain at the warehouse to receive and inventory supplies, and Zhou Xiaotong, you will act as my temporary secretary, overseeing the progress of everyone and assisting me with various errands or personal matters." Lao Wang and Sister Zhao nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. They are currently entranced by the dream of earning 20,000 a day. As long as they remain within the bounds of the law, they would even be willing to play the fool. However, upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's arrangements, both Fang Xiaoyu and Zhou Xiaotong displayed a hint of astonishment. Eager to voice their thoughts, Zhou Xiaotong instinctively felt a sense of resistance at the mention of the secretary position. On the other hand, Fang Xiaoyu was less inclined towards the tedious task of inventory management. She harbored a strong desire to become a secretary, preferably a personal one. Yet, before they could articulate their opinions, Li Xiaoluo coldly interjected, "Let me reiterate, I will not ask you to engage in any illegal activities. However, you are required to comply with my directives without negotiation. If you are unwilling to proceed, you are free to leave." In truth, even without their verbal protests, Li Xiaoluo could surmise their sentiments. Fang Xiaoyu naturally perceived the inventory task as arduous, and she longed for the opportunity to cultivate a rapport with this affluent individual. Hence her preference for the temporary secretary role. Conversely, Zhou Xiaotong, according to Li Xiaoluo's recollections, was far more virtuous than Fang Xiaoyu and likely harbored reservations about the secretary position. Nevertheless, the final decision rested solely with him. Chapter 12. The dazzling radiance that blinds the eyes. Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's domineering words, both Zhou Xiaotong and Fang Xiaoyu felt a twinge of grievance in their hearts. Yet, they dared not speak further, resigning themselves to his arrangements. Well, Since there are no objections, let us commence work after we have dined. Today marks our first collaboration, and I shall treat everyone to a modest meal at my residence as a token of appreciation. The older Zhao Jia quickly interjected, Boss, we have yet to accomplish anything. There's no need for you to incur expenses on our behalf. Once we have fulfilled your expectations, you may treat us then. Old Wang readily concurred, eager to grasp the nature of their work. Li Xiaoluo waved his hand dismissively, just follow my lead. He then entered his sports car, instructing Old Wang to drive, with Fang Xiaoyu and the others trailing behind. 10 minutes later, the two vehicles halted before the entrance of the luxurious Longting No. 1 villa. Li Xiao, is this villa truly your home? As they disembarked, Fang Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she surveyed the opulent villa and its surroundings. Suddenly, the guard dog, General, spotted Li Xiaoluo and joyfully bounded over, wagging its tail at his feet. However, its gaze turned sharp when it regarded Old Wang and the others, as if warning them against any mischief. Ah, Li Xiao, your dog is magnificent. It could frighten anyone. Indeed, General's imposing stature was somewhat intimidating, and Fang Xiaoyu feigned a scared demeanor, playfully patting its sizable chest. Yet, Li Xiaoluo seemed oblivious, affectionately stroking the large dog, named General. You scoundrel, you insufferable man. Fang Xiaoyu thought, her composure faltering for a moment, her heart seething with indignation towards Li Xiaoluo. Were it not for the generous compensation he offered and the allure of his sports car and grand villa, she would not tolerate such treatment. Regardless of whether at the office or indulging in leisure after hours, those who wished to court her found themselves in a queue. Come, let us dine at my abode, Li Xiaoluo proposed, having first nurtured a rapport with the general. In her heart, the general held significantly more importance than Fang Xiaoyu. The presence of Fang Xiaoyu and Old Wang in this setting was not due to any genuine regard from Li Xiaoluo. Rather, it was a strategic move, as they might require assistance in the future, and she intended to familiarize them with their surroundings while also providing them with a bit of motivation. Upon entering the opulent villa and stepping into the grand living room, the group was utterly astonished, not merely by the sheer lavishness of the space, but by the sight of countless bundles of cash and numerous gold bars casually strewn across the coffee table. This display of wealth had been arranged by Li Xiaoluo while Old Wang and his companions had been changing their shoes. Once they laid eyes upon the scene, Li Xiaoluo remarked nonchalantly, living alone tends to create a bit of a mess. Some seldom used items are simply left haphazardly. Old Wang swallowed hard. The dazzling golden glow was almost blinding. 100 gold bars, each weighing 100 grams, amounted to over 5 million, carelessly left on the coffee table. At that moment, Old Wang's perception of Li Xiaoluo's affluence underwent a profound transformation. Furthermore, he no longer harbored any doubts regarding her request for them to procure supplies. The world of the wealthy was incomprehensible to those like him. As for Fang Xiaoyu, she could hardly contain her thoughts, wishing fervently that the villa were only occupied by herself and Li Xiaoluo, allowing her to unleash her full charm, convinced that Li Xiaoluo was not an unfaithful feline. However, she resolved to showcase her best self in the coming days, striving for opportunities to spend time alone with Li Xiaoluo. Ultimately, after inadvertently revealing such wealth to Old Wang and the others, their apprehensions regarding the extravagant promises made by Li Xiaoluo dissipated, and they were all filled with renewed zeal. After dinner, Li Xiaoluo guided Old Wang and his companions to the warehouse she had rented, familiarizing them with the location before sending them off to commence their respective tasks. Zhang Wen also began to engage in the systematic tasks at hand, focusing on constructing 2 secure, lordly abodes. With the advent of the apocalypse, societal order would collapse, and the initial ice disaster demanded not only provisions and warm clothing, but also sufficiently secure shelters to ward off encroaching survivors. Otherwise, those driven by hunger could resort to any means necessary. Li Xiaoluo drove back to her former residence in the Wudong Yuan community. Upon her arrival, she entered the local real estate agency. Ah, brotherly, are you certain you wish to sell your property? A woman in a white shirt, noticeably ample in form, rushed to greet her with warmth, recognizing Li Xiaoluo, who had previously consulted about selling her home. The female agent, Wang Qin, is said to be single. Previously, she was aware that Li Xiaoluo was also single, with only a jokingly mentioned fiancé, and had subtly suggested that Li Xiaoluo could pursue her. However, once Li Xiaoluo inquired about selling his property to settle debts, her insinuations ceased, though she remained quite enthusiastic, hoping that he would entrust her with the sale of his house. I have already sold that property, Li Xiaoluo replied calmly. Wang Qin's expression changed instantly, her heart sinking as if she had swallowed a fly. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoluo disregarded her feelings and stated directly, this time I am here to rent a house. Isn't there a duplex on the top floor of my building available for rent? I will take it. Wang Qin's eyes brightened again, and a smile returned to her face. She confirmed, Li Go, you know that the duplex is quite spacious and beautifully decorated, hence the rent is not inexpensive. Moreover, the owner is abroad, so it cannot be rented short-term. A minimum lease of 2 years is required, with rent paid as 1 deposit and 3 in advance. No need for too much introduction. Let us sign the contract immediately and hand over the keys. If you cannot manage this, find someone else. I can handle it. I will take care of it right away, Wang Qin replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly nodding. Although Li Xiaoluo seemed transformed, his tone unfamiliar and somewhat unsettling. In this day and age, who would turn away from financial gain? After paying and receiving the keys, Li Xiaoluo left the agency. Wang Qin watched him depart with a complicated mix of emotions. This was the easiest transaction she had made as an agent. Yet the sale of Li Xiaoluo's house diminished her feelings for him. After exiting the agency with the keys, Li Xiaoluo promptly called the Zhanzuan Group, a large security firm that also specializes in transforming safe houses. After hanging up, he intended to head to the newly rented apartment and await the arrival of the Zhanzuan Group personnel to discuss the renovations. Ah, Xiaoluo, is that you? Come quickly. I'll help you with the elevator. As he approached the elevator, the door, which was nearly closed, unexpectedly opened again. There stood a woman with long, lustrous black hair, a pure face, and a white dress, smiling broadly and waving at Li Xiaoluo. Upon seeing her, his gaze instantly turned icy. Chapter 13. The White Lotus, Su Xiuxiu. The woman in the elevator is Su Xiuxiu, who, in a past life, conspired with Zhou Junjie to bring about Li Xiaoluo's demise. Interestingly, Su Xiuxiu's family has been Li Xiaoluo's neighbor for many years, residing directly across from his house. When Li Xiaoluo's mother was still alive, the two families shared a cordial relationship. Naturally, the bond between the children, Su Xiuxiu and Li Xiaoluo, was also strong. In her youth, Su Xiuxiu often visited Li Xiaoluo's home to play. The adults would jokingly suggest arranging a betrothal for the two, intending for them to marry when they grew up. Although spoken in jest, Li Xiaoluo developed deeper feelings for Su Xiuxiu, especially after the passing of his mother, when her family continued to treat him with kindness. As Su Xiuxiu matured, she blossomed into a striking beauty, maintaining the same closeness with Li Xiaoluo as in their childhood, often sweetly addressing him as Xiaoluo. During that period, Li Xiaoluo genuinely contemplated marrying Su Xiuxiu. With each paycheck, he would invite her to the cinema, and for meals, even purchasing her clothing. Su Xiuxiu graciously accepted his affections, but consistently evaded his advances, neither accepting nor rejecting his feelings, an unmistakable embodiment of a cunning seductress. In a previous life, upon learning that Li Xiaoluo had sold his house to repay debts, Su Xiuxiu immediately grew distant, concocting various excuses to avoid him. The reason she had kept Li Xiaoluo at arm's length was not due to any emotional bond from growing up in the same building, nor was it rooted in genuine affection. Rather, it was simply because Li Xiaoluo was willing to spend money on her, and he possessed property, making him a viable option, a mere backup. Su Xiuxiu's own family resided in a rented home. Thus, a man with a house was her bare minimum expectation. Once Li Xiaoluo sold his property, she decisively severed ties with him in her heart. However, to maintain her reputation in the neighborhood, she refrained from confronting him directly, opting instead for a cold shoulder. Yet, in the previous life, before Li Xiaoluo could discern Su Xiuxiu's true nature, calamity struck. After the apocalypse began, upon discovering that Li Xiaoluo still had provisions, Su Xiuxiu, seeking a protector in the chaos, began to feign vulnerability, pleading for his assistance. Eventually, Li Xiaoluo took Su Xiuxiu to the Longting Villa area, where they encountered Zhou Junjie. Following Zhou Junjie's rise to power as the ruler of the villa area due to Shun Miao Miao, Li Xiaoluo finally grasped Su Xiuxiu's true character. Regrettably, in his past life, Li Xiaoluo was excessively sentimental toward his so-called father and Su Xiuxiu alike. By the time he recognized her true nature, it was too late. He suffered immensely, even to the point of losing his life, with Gil meeting a tragic end as well. Returning to the present, Li Xiaoluo gazed at the innocent and charming Su Xiuxiu, an involuntary chill radiating from his eyes, laced with a hint of murderous intent. He began to contemplate the manner of her demise. Upon his rebirth, due to the constraints of time and other circumstances, Li Xiaoluo did not rush to confront those who had wronged him in his past life. Nevertheless, he meticulously remembered each of their faces. Thus, when the system prompted him to establish 2 lordships, without a second thought, he designated the locations at Longting Villa and his former home, sites where those who had harmed him resided. Su Xiuxiu felt a chill at the core of her being under Li Xiaoluo's icy gaze, a look imbued with lethal intent that she had never before encountered. Leaving her perplexed, "Xiaoluo, what's wrong? Your eyes are quite frightening." "It's nothing," Li Xiaoluo replied nonchalantly. Should he eliminate Su Xiuxiu now? He resisted the temptation. This was not part of his plan. In Li Xiaoluo's grand design, the foremost tasks at hand involved procuring sustenance and supplies, recruiting capable hands, and activating the system, each a critical endeavor that would shape his future happiness. Having endured a dismal existence in his previous life, He was adamant about not squandering precious days before the apocalypse due to that contemptible woman, thereby condemning himself to yet another tragic life. Moreover, the act of killing, while seemingly a means of vengeance, could sometimes inadvertently play into her hands. In her former life, Su Xiuxiu had been shielded by Li Xiaoluo, allowing her to escape the agonies of the apocalypse. She had never truly experienced the bitter pangs of hunger or the chilling despair of freezing. Thus, while revenge was a certainty, Li Xiaoluo contemplated a more poetic justice. On the day the apocalypse descended, he envisioned uniting all his adversaries in a singular demise, relishing their slow, pitiful decline in the aftermath. Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's response, Su Xiuxiu finally grasped the coldness in his demeanor. She considered inquiring whether he was grappling with any issues that had dampened his spirits today. However, her gaze fell upon his hand as he pressed the elevator button. Xiaoluo, why are you selecting the 36th floor? We reside on the 12th. I've already pressed it. Li Xiaoluo replied tersely. The previous residence was sold to clear debts. The new lease is on the top floor. Oh, I see, she responded, momentarily taken aback. Su Xiuxiu intended to say more, yet the words faltered on her lips. Subtly, she distanced herself from him, creating a palpable space between them. When the elevator reached the 12th floor and she stepped out, all she offered was a nod towards Li Xiaoluo. He smirked inwardly, recognizing the stark reality of their situation. But it mattered not. Without his protection, he looked forward to witnessing how she would navigate the apocalypse. Upon arriving at the 36th floor, he unlocked the door and entered the spacious duplex, which indeed boasted a commendable decor, far surpassing his previous abode. However, no dwelling could rival the grandeur of Longting No. 1 Villa. His choice of this location was primarily due to its elevation, ensuring it would remain unscathed during potential floods. Li Xiaoluo understood, as a reborn individual with knowledge of the impending calamities, that with adequate preparation, he could effortlessly weather the forthcoming ice and flood disasters, living in comfort. Should those be the sole adversities he faced, after amassing ample food and supplies, he could then take pleasure in addressing those who had wronged him, and subsequently enjoy a life of leisure with several beautiful women in the safety of his home. However, the true apocalypse would be heralded by the emergence of zombies and monstrous entities, marking the commencement of genuine chaos. Furthermore, among the surviving humans, there would arise those with extraordinary abilities who would subjugate the ordinary survivors, complicating their existence significantly. Having experienced his past life, Li Xiaoluo recognized that he could not awaken any abilities. He was merely an ordinary survivor. Yet now, reborn and equipped with a system, he entertained the possibility that all could change, and he too might become an extraordinary being. However, Li Xiaoluo had made dual preparations for the future, purchasing a general and intercepting Shun Miao Miao as a precautionary measure. Mr. Li Xiaoluo, I am Wang Fatsai, the manager of the Zhanduan Group. Is the safety house you wish to renovate this duplex? The manager of Zhanduan Group regarded Li Xiaoluo with a peculiar expression. Typically, such business dealings would not require his direct involvement, but upon hearing about a deal worth several tens of millions over the phone, he promptly arrived to provide service. Yet, this duplex, although quite spacious, was valued at no more than 5 million. Who would spend tens of millions on renovations? Chapter 14. 2 safety houses. Li Xiaoluo replied calmly. Indeed, it is this penthouse duplex that requires renovation. I intend to transform it into a top-tier safety house. Additionally, I have another property, the Longting No. 1 Villa, which also necessitates renovation. He then laid out 2 stipulations. Firstly, the renovations must be as discreet as possible, avoiding undue attention from those around me. I am not fond of being subjected to curious glances. Secondly, the renovation speed must be swift. Completion within 6 days is imperative. Is that feasible? Currently, both the penthouse duplex and the Longting No. 1 Villa were leased by Li Xiaoluo, who technically had no authority to initiate renovations. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. For both properties shared a unique characteristic. Their owners had relocated abroad and seldom returned, often spending years away. This afforded Li Xiaoluo the freedom to modify the residences as he pleased. Even if the alterations were discovered, by the time the owners returned, it would be too late. However, to preempt any unforeseen circumstances, he insisted on maintaining a low profile. Mr. Li, based on the circumstances of these 2 properties, we should be able to accommodate your first request. Both the penthouse duplex and the Longting No. 1 Villa are relatively independent, making them convenient for our renovation work. As for the second point, a 6-day time frame is rather tight. Please review our company's renovation plans. Once you select one, I can assess the timeline based on your chosen proposal. After speaking, Wang Fatsai respectfully retrieved his mobile device and accessed their company's official website. There, they provided numerous renovation and assessment plans for safety houses, complete with animated effects for easy client understanding. To be candid, Wang Fatsai had not anticipated that. In addition to the duplex, the Longting No. 1 villa was also Li Xiaoluo's. This revelation instantly solidified his belief in the previously mentioned lucrative deal. As for Li Xiaoluo's intention to spend tens of millions on a safety house renovation, the average person might deem him insane. In the eyes of an ordinary individual, such sums were unattainable throughout a lifetime. If they possessed tens of millions, they would hardly need to seek romantic connections. Beautiful women would come to them. With such wealth, they could purchase dozens of properties and comfortably retire. In Wang Fatsai's perspective, such matters are rather commonplace. Many affluent individuals possess a profound appreciation for life, placing great emphasis on their daily sustenance and living arrangements. Some wealthy patrons invest considerable sums to employ personal bodyguards, while others allocate funds to create secure residences. Their security firms operate on a fee-for-service basis, catering to any client willing to meet their price, and the Zhanduan Group is committed to fulfilling all security demands. Li Xiaoluo perused their official website and affirmed that the Zhanduan Group, indeed a formidable company, boasts a vast array of services. Their expertise in constructing safe houses is particularly impressive, with virtually no limitations to their capabilities, whether one wishes to build a new safe house or renovate an existing one. Regardless of the chosen location, they can accommodate any request. The prowess of Eastern infrastructure development is no mere jest. Establishing 2 new safe houses was certainly not an option for Li Xiaoluo, as he lacked the luxury of time. Concerning renovations, the Zhanduan Group offers a multitude of plans, each varying in cost and duration. Li Xiaoluo was acutely aware that completing the renovation of 2 top-tier safe houses within 6 days was an impossibility. However, he possessed a system that, upon fulfilling the financial requirements, would deem the renovation of the 2 safe houses, the Lord's Manor, complete. Subsequently, the system would reward him with an additional enhancement for both properties. Thus, Li Xiaoluo did not require the Zhanduan Group to undertake extensive modifications. Some of their renovation proposals entailed comprehensive overhauls of entire residences, including walls and flooring, which could hardly be classified as mere renovations, but rather new constructions. Moreover, the utmost level of security could achieve fireproof, blast-proof, bulletproof, and explosive-resistant capabilities, surpassing even military fortifications. Li Xiaoluo, however, sought to avoid such complexities. His approach to renovation was straightforward. All doors and windows would be replaced with bulletproof and theft-resistant alternatives. Additionally, a layer of specialized alloy would be affixed to the walls and ceilings, followed by a coat of paint. Finally, he intended to install a surveillance system and enhance the defenses. Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's specifications, Wang Fatsai contemplated briefly before responding. Mr. Li, your proposed modifications are certainly feasible and not overly costly. However, to be candid, the resultant security efficacy may be somewhat limited. Li Xiaoluo promptly gestured to interrupt Wang Fatsai, inquiring, not overly costly? What would be the expense for the renovations as I outlined? Wang Fatsai considered for a moment and replied, your duplex residence would be approximately 1 million yuan. As for the Longting No. 1 villa, given its significantly larger area, the budget is around 2 million yuan. Noting Li Xiaoluo's furrowed brow, Wang Fatsai hastily clarified, Mr. Li, this price may seem steep, but your requirement for completion within 6 days necessitates increasing the workforce to round-the-clock efforts, which contributes to the labor costs. Li Xiaoluo, however, slowly raised a finger and stated, Manager Wang, I have made it abundantly clear over the phone that this transaction must amount to several tens of millions. Regardless of whether it is this duplex residence or the Dragon Court Villa, the renovation costs for each location cannot be less than 10 million. Wang Fatsai was momentarily taken aback, astonished at such an approach. In truth, Li Xiaoluo was not keen on such dealings either. However, the system dictated otherwise. Wang Fatsai, recovering from his surprise, quickly suggested, Mr. Li, why not consider an alternative renovation plan? If you grant us additional time, we can dismantle the walls and replace them with the finest multi-layer walls containing special alloys. Li Xiaoluo shook his head, asserting that neither the plan nor the timeline could be altered, particularly the latter, which must be completed within 6 days. However, the cost for each renovation must exceed 10 million. Whether you choose to replace the security doors and windows with those akin to those used by the President of the United States, or upgrade the alloys to aerospace-grade materials, the expenditure must be made. After hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Wang Fatsai found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the world of the wealthy was indeed beyond his comprehension. Rest assured, Mr. Li, our company can fully meet your requirements. Li Xiaoluo nodded and stated, very well. But let me make a few points clear. First, aim for a renovation budget of 15 million for each safe house, ensuring that genuine materials are used and prices are not inflated. I will arrange for my secretary and professionals to oversee the entire process. Second, completion within 6 days is imperative. The contract will include a clause for double penalties for breach, and if you fail to meet the deadline, you will owe me 60 million. Wang Fatsai contemplated for a moment and replied, Mr. Li, that is no problem. Our company's strength and reputation are assured. However, given the uniqueness of this contract, you must first pay 20 million as an advance. The remaining 10 million will be settled within a month after satisfactory inspection. Agreed. Prepare the contract. I will transfer the funds immediately, Li Xiaoluo responded. Chapter 15. The Unseen Generosity of Aunt Wang at the Zhanduan Group. Li Xiaoluo signed the contract and promptly transferred 25 million to the company. Although it was initially agreed upon to pay 20 million, he chose to send an additional 5 million. This was due to Li Xiaoluo's newfound requirements for the Dragon Court Villa. It must withstand temperatures as low as -60 degrees. And the water and electricity must function normally for at least 3 months. Originally, Li Xiaoluo intended to handle these matters himself, merely acquiring super solar panels, high-capacity generators, and large water storage tanks. However, having engaged Zhanduan Group, he decided it prudent to let them manage it all. A professional company would handle these tasks and procure equipment far more efficiently than he could on his own, as long as he provided the funds. Everything would be at his discretion. In the face of impending disaster, wealth conferred significant power. Since the money was not earned through arduous labor, he felt no remorse in spending it. Moreover, in a few days, the currency would lose its value, rendering it worthless, so it was wise to spend liberally now. Zhou Xiaotong, his temporary secretary, was also brought along. As Li Xiaoluo placed great importance on the renovations of the two estates and required someone to oversee the process on his behalf, Zhou Xiaotong stood gracefully behind Li Xiaoluo, her long legs accentuated by the high heels she wore. Li Xiaoluo found her to possess both the appearance and the aptitude of an ideal secretary. Observing her former colleague, now boss, extravagantly spending money, Zhou Xiaotong was filled with curiosity. How had he suddenly acquired such wealth? Were his peculiar actions merely the result of an abundance of money? Or did they harbor deeper significance? Unfortunately, Li Xiaoluo was not inclined to share much with her at that moment. After a day of diligent work, Li Xiaoluo stored the supplies procured by Old Wang and his team into the system space, feeling quite content with the day's accomplishments. Driving his sports car, accompanied by the general, he returned to the Wutong Garden community. The Dragon Court Villa No. 1 was currently undergoing urgent renovations and was unsuitable for habitation. So Li Xiaoluo decided to return to his original residence. Li Xiaoluo, how did you end up driving a sports car? Upon parking, as he prepared to head home, a somewhat portly woman suddenly obstructed his path. This woman was Aunt Wang, a resident of the floor below. During his mother's lifetime, she often visited, primarily to boast about her own life. She would frequently flaunt her husband's position as a civil servant and the benefits that came with it, often highlighting how well he treated her and their son. As Li Xiaoluo matured, Aunt Wang began to compare her son to him, proudly declaring her son's accomplishments. After Li Xiaoluo's mother passed away, Aunt Wang ceased her frequent visits but continued to compare her son to Li Xiaoluo whenever they crossed paths, extolling her son's virtues and occasionally offering unsolicited advice under the guise of a caring elder, pretending to look after Li Xiaoluo in place of his mother. In his previous life, although Li Xiaoluo found her demeanor irksome, he felt a certain obligation due to their long-standing neighborly relationship and his mother's familiarity with her. In the bleakness of the apocalypse, when Li Xiaoluo was capable of foraging for sustenance, he ultimately softened and shared a portion of his provisions with Aunt Wang and her son when they sought his help. Yet, the ugliness of human nature was magnified in such dire circumstances. Aunt Wang and her son expressed overwhelming gratitude for the food Li Xiaoluo provided, vowing to keep it a secret. However, lacking the courage to seek food for themselves, they soon returned to him for more once their supply was exhausted. Li Xiaoluo, naturally unwilling to continue this arrangement, was not a fool. His previous act of generosity was solely out of respect for his deceased mother. His selfishness, however, incited the ire of Aunt Wang and her son. In a desperate attempt to secure food, they spread rumors throughout the building about Li Xiaoluo's supposed abundance of provisions. Ultimately, a group of individuals stormed into his home, assaulting him violently, accusing him of selfishness and indifference to their plight, and they stole all of his supplies. Step aside. What I drive is none of your concern. Li Xiaoluo coldly regarded Wang Dama, much like others who had harmed him in the past. He was not in haste to confront her. The law and order in Huagua could be deemed the strictest in the world. After all, when the apocalypse arrives, opportunities aplenty would present themselves, making it unnecessary to create trouble for himself now. Moreover, had it not been for the system and the existence of two mutually transportable lord-s estates, Li Xiaoluo might have opted for revenge first, even if it entailed a degree of risk. For him, avenging those who had wronged him in his previous life was an obsession. However, without the system's teleportation array, should his enemies be situated in both Watanjuan community and Longting Villa, it would be uncertain whether he could witness their demise firsthand. Thus, without the system, even if he were to take risks and set aside other matters, he would undoubtedly carve out some time to eliminate his adversaries first. Otherwise, even if he stood atop the world in this lifetime, a lingering regret would undoubtedly remain in his heart. Nevertheless, with the portal from the Lord's estate in the future, even amidst the apocalypse, he could appear at either location at will, allowing Li Xiaoluo to be unhurried regarding these individuals for now, permitting them a few more days of frivolity. Sometimes, killing someone outright could ironically prove to be a favor to them. You child, I am your mother's dear friend, your elder. How could you speak to an elder in such a manner? Wang Dama felt an unsettling discomfort under Li Xiaoluo's gaze. While she was unfamiliar with the essence of murderous intent, she was acutely aware that his eyes held no respect for her. The reason Wang Dama obstructed Li Xiaoluo was her inability to accept that he could afford a sports car, although she was unaware of its actual worth. She possessed the basic knowledge that sports cars were exceedingly expensive. Even her most accomplished son drove a vehicle worth merely several $100,000. How could Li Xiaoluo's car surpass his in quality? The sudden transformation of someone who had always made her feel superior was simply intolerable for Wang Dama. Thus, she confronted Li Xiaoluo, hoping to hear him deny ownership of the sports car. Whether he had stolen, borrowed, or rented it mattered little. As long as he remained the ordinary Li Xiaoluo she once knew. However, not only did Wang Dama fail to receive the response she yearned for, but she also faced Li Xiaoluo's icy demeanor. Naturally, her pride could not endure such treatment. Chapter 16. A blinding white scene observing Wang Dama's furious expression. As if her good intentions had met with grave injustice, Li Xiaoluo found her contemptible and merely replied coldly, Elder? What claim do you have to that title? Do not overstep your bounds. Leave. Wang Dama looked at Li Xiaoluo in disbelief, as if she no longer recognized him. Was this truly the polite individual she had known? Accustomed to her incessant chatter and feelings of superiority in front of Li Xiaoluo, she was utterly unprepared for such a stark contrast in treatment from him. Thus, Aunt Wang not only refused to back down, but boldly spread her arms to block Li Xiaoluo's path. Li Xiaoluo, you scoundrel! Where is your upbringing? I shall not yield. And do you dare to strike this old woman? In this day and age, the elderly possess certain privileges. As long as they display a modicum of shamelessness, the authorities are powerless against them. Aunt Wang was utterly convinced that even if Li Xiaoluo had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to lay a finger on her. After all, having already torn the veil of civility, she would no longer pretend to be the benevolent elder. If Li Xiaoluo were to touch her, she would simply collapse to the ground, securing herself a prolonged stay at the hospital. It had been quite some time since her last health check, and a comprehensive examination would be in order, should any ailments be discovered. It would perfectly place the financial burden upon Li Xiaoluo for treatment. Li Xiaoluo, let me make this abundantly clear. If you do not sincerely kneel and apologize to me now, I shall persist in obstructing and harassing you. If you have the audacity, go ahead and bite me. At that moment, Aunt Wang gazed at Li Xiaoluo with a self-satisfied expression, relishing the opportunity to teach this uncouth brat a lesson for daring to provoke her. Li Xiaoluo glanced at Aunt Wang and suddenly shouted, General! Woof, woof, woof. The general immediately dashed forward, resembling a soldier awaiting Li Xiaoluo's command. Pointing at the obstreperous Aunt Wang, Li Xiaoluo addressed the general. This individual is actively requesting you to bite her. Let us fulfill her wish. Upon seeing the formidable general, Aunt Wang felt a twinge of fear. Hearing Li Xiaoluo's words sent her into a panic, and she hastily stepped back, staring at Li Xiaoluo in terror. Li Xiaoluo, do you dare unleash your dog upon me? Do you believe I won't make you pay dearly for this? Li Xiaoluo sneered in response. What do I have to fear? It was you who provoked my dog. Besides, I can afford a sports car now. If my dog bites you, so be it. As long as it doesn't kill you. You can spend a lifetime in the hospital if you wish. Aunt Wang's heart sank at Li Xiaoluo's words. She had not anticipated such ruthlessness from him. Reflecting on the situation, it dawned on her that if Li Xiaoluo's dog were to bite her, the only consequence she could impose would be demanding compensation for the medical expenses. However, if Li Xiaoluo remained indifferent to such costs, she would be the one to suffer. Especially if that large dog were to sever a limb or inflict serious harm. Do not think that just because you have earned a bit of money, you can act without regard for the law. Aunt Wang exclaimed. I am merely benevolent today and do not wish to stoop to the level of a younger generation. With a few sharp words, she swiftly fled, fearful of the large dog pursuing her. Watching Aunt Wang scurry away, Li Xiaoluo chose not to command the general to chase her. If he wished to deal with her, he would do it himself. However, such an action would disrupt his plans and rhythm, so he decided to let this matter rest for the time being. Just as he prepared to return home with the general, his phone buzzed again, and upon checking, he saw it was a WeChat call from Feng Xiaoyu. Regarding Feng Xiaoyu, Li Xiaoluo harbored neither affection nor aversion towards her. In the absence of his prior life's experiences, he would have regarded Feng Xiaoyu as a beauty. If she had approached him now, it would surely have delighted him. However, Li Xiaoluo remained indifferent to her advances and promptly ended the call. Having been reborn, he aspired to live the finest life, residing in the most exquisite abode, savoring the most delectable feasts, and naturally, being accompanied by the best women. The once unattainable Feng Xiaoyu now seemed unworthy even to ascend to his bed. Li Xiao, why aren't you answering my calls? I'm hurt, Li Xiao, are you still busy? Once you're free, may I treat you to a late-night snack? I know a place that serves delicious barbecue dishes, especially grilled kidneys and large oysters. Truly authentic. Li Xiao, do you think this outfit looks good on me? Li Xiaoluo abruptly hung up the phone, but Feng Xiaoyu was evidently unwilling to concede defeat, bombarding him with a flurry of messages. Ultimately, she sent him a private photograph, the nature of which left little to the imagination, revealing her alabaster skin in its entirety. Despite Feng Xiaoyu's average beauty, her complexion was remarkably fair. Li Xiaoluo, not being a paragon of virtue, felt a flicker of desire igniting within him. Although his primary objective was to amass supplies and prepare for the impending apocalypse, he found himself not averse to women. Many claimed that in the face of the end times, one should stockpile enough provisions to sustain a lifetime, choosing solitude over companionship to avoid betrayal. However, Li Xiaoluo regarded such notions as mere fantasies, perhaps stemming from a lack of experience. Before the apocalypse, with the internet flourishing and an abundance of novels, games, films, and entertainment available, who could endure years of solitude within the confines of their home, especially after the fall of civilization, devoid of connectivity and sound? Enduring years alone would surely drive one to madness. Even if Li Xiaoluo possessed enough supplies to last a lifetime, he might ultimately bury himself out of sheer boredom. Thus, regarding women, even with the apocalypse on the horizon, he would not shy away as long as it did not disrupt his plans. Naturally, having been given a second chance at life, not every woman would capture his interest. Though Feng Xiaoyu had sparked his interest, Li Xiaoluo chose to ignore her. He pondered whether there were other women who might serve as substitutes. Su Xiuxiu had been the closest woman in his past life, yet in this life, even if she offered herself freely, he would not spare her a glance. His thoughts unconsciously drifted to Shun Miao Miao, the enchanting beauty with a generous heart. The mere thought of Shun Miao Miao intensified the heat within him. Yet today her sister was undergoing surgery, and even if she wished to express her gratitude, she would surely remain by her sister's side. Ding! At that moment, a new message pinged on WeChat. Boss, thank you for the opportunity to earn today. May I treat you to a late-night snack tonight? Upon glancing at her phone, Li Xiaoluo noted that the message was not from Feng Xiaoyu, but rather from Zhou Xiaodong. She replied, all right, I'll grant you a chance. Bring over some barbecue to my community. Let's say 100 skewers of grilled kidney and 100 grilled oysters. Chapter 17. Radiantly beautiful Zhou Xiaodong arrived swiftly. The tall and charming Zhou Xiaodong, upon seeing Li Xiaoluo, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, enhancing her already exquisite beauty. Uncertain of her own feelings, she recalled how she had often read online about women who would go to any lengths to attach themselves to wealthy men. Zhou Xiaodong believed that she would never demean herself in such a manner, nor would she serve even the most decrepit of men for monetary gain. It had been previously stated that Zhou Xiaodong was the company's acknowledged beauty. Her long, elegant legs, accentuated by high heels and stockings, had captivated many men in the office. In fact, no man in the company dared to pursue her without a modicum of confidence. Beyond her colleagues, Zhou Xiaodong, with her exceptional sense of style, attracted numerous admirers in her daily life. Even a simple outing for milk tea would result in a flurry of advances from men attempting to strike up conversations. Among those vying for her attention were not only handsome suitors, but also those of modest means. Thus, in Zhou Xiaodong's eyes, she would never sell her body for financial gain. Yet today, she came to the startling realization that the men around her, while possessing some wealth, homes and cars, had assets that barely exceeded 5 million. In the presence of true affluence, such wealth was indeed trivial. Take Li Xiaoluo, for instance. He resided in the prestigious Longting No. 1 villa and drove a luxury sports car worth millions. He had spent tens of millions on home renovations without a second thought. This day, Zhou Xiaodong truly witnessed the lifestyle of the wealthy, which profoundly impacted her perceptions. Particularly, witnessing her colleague Feng Xiaoyu's attempts to catch Li Xiaoluo's attention through flirtation stirred something within her. If Feng Xiaoyu were to successfully win Li Xiaoluo's affection, she would become her boss, ensuring a life free from financial worries. After work, Zhou Xiaodong's emotions were tumultuous, leading her to impulsively message Li Xiaoluo, inviting him for a late-night snack. As for what might transpire after their meal, she had not given it much thought, convinced that she was not that type of person. However, she did not anticipate Li Xiaoluo's direct response, inviting her to his residence for barbecue, specifically focusing on kidney and oysters, which conveyed a rather clear intention. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Xiaodong ultimately complied with Li Xiaoluo's request and procured the barbecue. After all, they had once been colleagues, and she trusted that if she were unwilling, he would not force the issue. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo's wealth truly astonished her. transforming her perspective and igniting a genuine desire to cultivate a closer relationship with him. Li Xiaoluo, accompanied by Zhou Xiaotong, returned to his original residence, leading the general with him. Unbeknownst to him, the ever-watchful Wang Dama had been covertly observing from the shadows. She then witnessed a strikingly tall beauty, clad in a short skirt and high heels, approach Li Xiaoluo with an alluring smile. This sight stirred a wave of discontent within Wang Dama. Her son, a graduate of a prestigious university and now a successful entrepreneur, drove a car that paled in comparison to Li Xiaoluo's. Even the girlfriend he had brought home could not rival the woman now seeking his attention. The beauty who approached Li Xiaoluo was not only tall and stunning, but possessed a figure that promised to bear exceptionally gifted offspring. Wang Dama seethed with jealousy, having grown accustomed to feeling superior in Li Xiaoluo's presence. After being scolded by him earlier, she could hardly bear to witness his good fortune. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wasn't Li Xiaoluo entangled with that girl Su Xiuxiu? What was happening now? How audacious of him to straddle two boats. She had finally caught him in a compromising situation. Thus, upon confirming that Li Xiaoluo had indeed brought that woman home, she promptly knocked on Su Xiuxiu's door. Oh dear. Wang Dama, what brings you here at this late hour? Are you looking for my mother? She's watching television, Su Xiuxiu greeted politely as she opened the door. Xiuxiu, I am not here for your mother. I have come to see you, Wang Dama replied. Why are you seeking our Xiuxiu? A middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 40s, approached the door upon hearing the commotion. Xiuxiu's mother, you arrived just in time. You ought to hear this. As it pertains to your daughter's future happiness, Wang Dama declared. Wang Dama, concerning my daughter's happiness? What is this about? Su Xiuxiu's mother inquired, intrigued. Indeed. What is the matter? Wang Dama glanced at both Su Xiuxiu and the residents of Li Xiaoluo before whispering, Xiuxiu, I just returned from outside and happened to see Li Xiaoluo arriving home with a provocatively dressed woman. Wang Dama, do not speak nonsense, Su Xiuxiu retorted. Wang Jia, please do not spread unfounded rumors, her mother added. Wang Dama hurriedly insisted, you must believe me. I truly witnessed Li Xiaoluo returning home with a woman. Not a word of this is false. Su Xiuxiu's expression darkened with displeasure. Wang Dama, my relationship with Li Xiaoluo is strictly platonic. His choice to bring a woman home is of no concern to me. Do not entangle me in this matter. Though a tinge of discomfort washed over her, Su Xiuxiu felt she could distance herself from Li Xiaoluo. Yet, the rapidity with which he had seemingly moved on to someone new left her feeling insignificant, as if she possessed no allure whatsoever. Shouldn't he have mourned their parting for a while before pursuing someone else? Su Xiuxiu's mother learned from her daughter that Li Xiaoluo had sold all his possessions, and she had always believed that Li Xiaoluo was unworthy of her daughter. Now, her disdain for him only deepened. With a similarly grim expression, Su Xiuxiu's mother addressed Aunt Wang, saying, Sister Wang, our Xiuxiu and Li Xiaoluo are merely good friends. Do not spread baseless rumors. Xiuxiu has yet to enter a romantic relationship. Aunt Wang, taken aback, stared at the mother and daughter duo, momentarily at a loss for words. She had thought she had discovered a flaw in Li Xiaoluo that would incite a confrontation from Su Xiuxiu's family, leading to a public disgrace for him. She was eager to see if Li Xiaoluo would still have the audacity to act superior or maintain his standing in the community. However, her carefully gathered evidence from the previous night had been met with disinterest from her allies. In Chapter 18, No Pretense, Just Desire, Li Xiaoluo remained blissfully unaware of Aunt Wang's machinations. Even if he had been informed, he would not have cared. He was certain that, regardless of his actions, these individuals would soon fade away. Moreover, having been granted a second chance at life, Li Xiaoluo was not inclined to show mercy. Those who had wronged him would find no solace, even in death. At Li Xiaoluo's residence, the tea table was laden with a lavish barbecue feast brought by Zhou Xiaodong, accompanied by several bottles of chilled beer. What is a barbecue without beer after all? The dog, General, lay at Li Xiaoluo's feet, relishing the beef and bones prepared for him, his face radiating joy and satisfaction. He had never experienced such indulgence. His new owner treated him exceptionally well. Li Xiaoluo, thank you for this opportunity to earn, Zhou Xiaodong expressed, pouring a drink for Li Xiaoluo before filling her own glass. With a beaming smile, she raised her glass towards him. As Li Xiaoluo gazed at the beautiful woman before him, a flurry of memories washed over him. He recalled his previous workplace, which boasted a workforce of over 1,000, predominantly young men and women, yet Zhou Xiaotong stood out as the most stunning among them. Her tall figure, exquisite features, and ever-present charming smile, complemented by a short skirt, high heels, and nude stockings, exuded both sensuality and propriety. It was no surprise that many of the male employees harbored fantasies about her, with suitors constantly vying for her attention. In a society where men outnumbered women, the allure of a beauty like Zhou Xiaotong was undeniable. It could be said that only those with ample confidence dared to pursue her. It is akin to the most beautiful belle of a school, enchanting the hearts of nearly every boy, Yet not every infatuated admirer possesses the courage to voice his sentiments. Most are acutely aware of their own limitations. However, those matters belong to a bygone era. In this lifetime, Li Xiaoluo believes that no woman is beyond his reach. When calamity descends upon the world, even the most exquisite of women will yield to the allure of sustenance. If one loaf of bread is insufficient, then two shall suffice. Thus, it all hinges on Li Xiaoluo's desires. Only certain women capture his attention. Take Feng Xiaoyu, for instance. Though undeniably alluring, she fails to ignite his interest. As for Zhou Xiaotong, she occupies a cherished space in Li Xiaoluo's memories, and he is inclined to indulge in the nostalgia of their past. Li Xiaoluo raised his glass and declared, "Very well, let us toast." After clinking their glasses, they downed their drinks in unison. Zhou Xiaotong, perhaps not accustomed to alcohol, soon flushed a rosy hue after consuming a single beer. Upon closer inspection, her skin displayed a delicate, rosy radiance, exceptionally smooth and tender. Li Xiaoluo, already kindled with desire, felt his heart race even more. After savoring a few skewers of lamb kidneys, he turned to Zhou Xiaotong and inquired, "I have a more lucrative opportunity for you. Would you be interested?" "What is it?" Zhou Xiaotong responded eagerly. Coming from a family that was not particularly affluent, her monthly salary hovered around 6,000 to 7,000. Although her job was not overly taxing, her earnings barely sufficed for her expenses. Thus, the prospect of earning more money was undeniably appealing, for in this world, few would willingly turn their backs on financial gain. Li Xiaoluo looked at her and proposed, "Become my personal secretary and earn 1 million for each day of work. What do you think?" He shed any pretense, having called Zhou Xiaotong over with the intention of indulging in her charms. Zhou Xiaotong was taken aback by Li Xiaoluo's forthrightness. His intentions laid bare without pretense. The unabashedly predatory glint in his eyes deepened the flush on her cheeks. Though she had prepared herself somewhat before arriving, she had not anticipated such directness from Li Xiaoluo. Zhou Xiaotong had expected him to seize the moment over their barbecue to express heartfelt declarations, perhaps seeking to turn the tides of fate in their favor. Deep down, she felt ambivalent about accepting Li Xiaoluo's advances. While they had previously worked at the same company, their interactions had been minimal, merely acquaintances. Today had offered her a fresh perspective on him, enhancing her impression and fondness. Yet to claim she had fallen for him would be an exaggeration. Thus, while Zhou Xiaotong did not harbor anger towards Li Xiaoluo's directness, it certainly unsettled her. After all, the manner in which he pursued her, by throwing money at her, felt starkly different from a sincere courtship. This was undoubtedly a novel experience for her. Though she was surrounded by many suitors, none had the financial means to pursue her with fervor. Zhou Xiaotong parted her lips, intending to decline, yet for reasons unknown. The words lingered unspoken on her tongue. She remained silent. Although this was her first encounter, she was not an embodiment of chastity. In the past, she merely refrained from settling for any man. Consequently, while Li Xiaoluo's approach made her slightly uncomfortable, it did not evoke strong aversion. The proposition of 1 million a day, rather, instilled in her a sense of being valued. Zhou Xiaotong was not devoid of friends who were even more enamored with vanity. Thus she was aware of certain subtle realities. For instance, some college students took on side gigs, earning a few hundred per engagement, while the more attractive could command a sum of 1,000 to 2,000. A monthly arrangement could yield tens of thousands. Furthermore, it was rumored that aspiring models and even some actresses had their services openly priced, often falling short of 1 million per day. Women, at times, are paradoxical beings. Observing Zhou Xiaotong's flushed silence, Li Xiaoluo chuckled. In this era, one is mocked for poverty rather than for engaging in transactional relationships. He bore no disdain towards Zhou Xiaotong. As he savored his barbecue, he calmly proposed, "Accompany me for 10 days, and I shall grant you 10 million. Even if it's not for the full 10 days, I will still provide you that sum. As for what transpires afterward, we shall see." For Zhou Xiaotong, Li Xiaoluo was primarily seeking to amend the regrets lingering from his previous life, for she was indeed a woman he had once fantasized about. However, with the impending apocalypse, he was uncertain whether to retain Zhou Xiaotong, as she was not Shen Miao. Li Xiaoluo was unaware if Zhou Xiaotong had awakened any extraordinary abilities in her previous life, so he would not take on a burden merely because she became his partner. Thus, he proposed a daily arrangement rather than a long-term commitment, leaving room for future considerations. Chapter 19. Understanding the garments of others, 1 million a day, 10 million for 10 days? Zhou Xiaotong could not help but swallow hard. In this age replete with material desires, there may be those who embody chastity, and Zhou Xiaotong once believed herself to be among them. After all, some men who pursued her had lavished her with exquisite garments, handbags, and phones, yet she had never accepted any of their gifts. In retrospect, it was not her resilience against temptation, but rather the insignificance of the temptations presented to her. The gifts from those suitors had seldom exceeded 10,000. Even proposals involving cars and houses came in at a mere 1 to 2 million. However, Those who could afford such sums often imposed numerous demands or were of an age that could be likened to her grandfather, evoking a sense of revulsion in her. Yet now, as Li Xiaoluo made such audacious demands, Zhou Xiaotong felt a twinge of resistance, albeit not overwhelming aversion. Primarily, the generosity Li Xiaoluo offered was so substantial that it rendered her incapable of indignation. Secondly, through their interactions that day, Li Xiaoluo exuded an aura of mystery that piqued her curiosity, compelling her to learn more about him. As she observed the myriad of emotions playing across her face without uttering a refusal, the tension in the air thickened. Li Xiaoluo chuckled softly, refraining from further inquiries. And instead, he boldly wrapped a large hand around Zhou Xiaotong's slender waist. "What are you doing?" Zhou Xiaotong exclaimed in a flustered tone as she felt the masculine aura emanating from Li Xiaoluo. However, for reasons unknown, her instinctive resistance remained unvoiced. Had it been the previous incarnation of Li Xiaoluo, he would have lacked the audacity for such actions. Yet, this life was markedly different. Now, possessing wealth and anticipating the impending apocalypse, his courage had naturally amplified. To speak candidly, in the future, he could have his pick of any woman he desired. And even the most beautiful woman without supernatural abilities might struggle to capture his interest. The reason he found Zhou Xiaotong appealing was not solely her undeniable beauty and grace, but also the remnants of a past fantasy, as she was a figure he had once idealized. To be reborn was, after all, an opportunity to rectify past regrets. Your silence signifies agreement, does it not? The warm breath brushing against Zhou Xiaotong's earlobe accompanied Li Xiaoluo's mischievous voice. A deeper blush crept across her cheeks. She had indeed wrestled with her thoughts for quite some time and had not outright rejected him. Even as Li Xiaoluo made his move, the words of refusal remained lodged in her throat, inexplicably unspoken. Perhaps she was inherently a materialistic woman, but until now, no one had stirred her heart enough to warrant such feelings. Lost in thought, she was suddenly jolted back to reality by an unmistakable sensation. Clearly, the man's hands were no longer content with simply encircling her waist. Though she wished to halt this rapid progression, she was far from mentally prepared for what was to come. Yet, Li Xiaoluo assertively sealed her lips with his own, and his hands began to explore with an intent that rendered her words into mere muffled sounds, leaving her utterly bewildered. The following day, the blinding sunlight stirred Li Xiaoluo from his slumber. Without needing to check the time, he knew it was rather late. But what did it matter? The apocalypse loomed on the horizon, and he would no longer be tethered to the demands of a 9-to-5 existence. He could rise at his leisure. Where is Zhou Xiaotong? Suddenly, he recalled that not only had he been reborn without the burdens of work, but he had also captured the heart of the goddess revered by men in his former company. The memories of the previous night ignited a fervor within him, especially the image of Zhou Xiaotong's enchanting legs, a marvel of beauty that promised innumerable pleasures. Having exerted considerable effort the night before, perhaps that was why he had awakened late today. Initially, upon fully regaining consciousness, he intended to seek out Zhou Xiaotong to explore the uncharted territories of their previous encounter, capitalizing on her long legs. However, to his surprise, she was absent from the bed. "You're awake. I've prepared breakfast. You can get up to eat." The door to the bedroom swung open, revealing Zhou Xiaotong, clad in a form-fitting skirt and silver high heels. Tall, stunning, and voluptuously alluring. As the night passed, Zhou Xiaotong seemed to radiate an even greater beauty. She approached to assist me in dressing. Li Xiaoluo directly lifted the covers, then stepped out of bed and beckoned to Zhou Xiaotong. Upon seeing Li Xiaoluo's demeanor, Zhou Xiaotong felt an urge to turn away. What manner of man is this? However, recalling the events of the previous night, she deemed it not so significant after all. Everything that ought to have transpired did, and even what should not have, occurred as well. Yet, Zhou Xiaotong found herself somewhat speechless. Did this fellow truly believe himself to be a feudal lord, expecting to be waited upon for dressing in this modern age? Did he not realize the elevated status of women in contemporary society? Yet, much to her chagrin, under the irresistible gaze of Li Xiaoluo, she obediently walked over. Perhaps she had grown accustomed to acquiescence after last night. Once dressed, the two proceeded to the dining table, where steaming breakfast awaited them. Clearly freshly prepared rather than purchased from outside. After taking a bite, Li Xiaoluo looked at Zhou Xiaotong with surprise. "I didn't expect your culinary skills to be quite commendable." In Li Xiaoluo's memory, Zhou Xiaotong was a refined office lady, the type who rarely engaged in domestic chores. He never anticipated she could actually cook. "As long as you enjoy it." Upon receiving Li Xiaoluo's compliment, a faint smile graced Zhou Xiaotong's lovely face. For reasons unknown, merely hearing his praise brought her inexplicable joy. After breakfast, Li Xiaoluo prepared to attend to his tasks for the day. Just as he opened the door, he ran into Su Xiuxiu, who was also stepping out of her home, accompanied by a bespectacled man waiting outside her door. "Xiuxiu, I specifically drove to your favorite breakfast spot to bring you your beloved meal. I know you have the day off today, So I took my Audi A6 in for maintenance yesterday. Shall I take you to the seaside today? The bespectacled man, appearing to be in his 30s, was of modest height and seemed somewhat delicate, yet his eyes sparkled as he looked at Su Xiuxiu, a smile illuminating his face as he eagerly handed over the breakfast he had purchased. Yang Wei, thank you. I remember that breakfast place is quite far from your home. I'm genuinely touched. Su Xiuxiu's expression reflected deep gratitude as she accepted the breakfast from the bespectacled man, offering him a charming smile in return. In the pond of her affections, this bespectacled man was, in fact, reasonably well off. His father was a retired official, and he himself was a civil servant, with a house and car to his name. The only aspect that Su Xiuxiu found less appealing was his short stature and rather average looks, which did not align with her preferences. Thus, previously, Li Xiaoluo had held a more significant place in her heart. After all, although Li Xiaoluo's job was ordinary, he owned a house and was tall and robust. However, now, the bespectacled man's value was rapidly eclipsing that of Li Xiaoluo. Chapter 20. Consumed by jealousy. Li Xiaoluo. Aren't you working today? As Li Xiaoluo opened his door, he naturally overheard Su Xiuxiu and the bespectacled man's conversation. In the past, Su Xiuxiu maintained an ambiguous distance with Li Xiaoluo, which would inevitably cause her heart to flutter with anxiety if he were to witness any particular situation. However, she has now decisively removed Li Xiaoluo from her list of potential partners, leaving nothing to conceal. If he sees her, so be it. On the contrary, she continues to greet Li Xiaoluo with enthusiasm, as she feels the need to uphold her image. Yet, Li Xiaoluo does not even cast a glance in Su Xiuxiu's direction, let alone respond to her. Her expression instantly darkens. Is this you, Li Xiaoluo? How utterly impolite you are. Su Xiuxiu has mentioned you before, claiming you to be a good person. I never anticipated that after being spurned by her, you would display such a lack of gentlemanly decorum. Fortunately, Su Xiuxiu possesses discerning judgment and ended things with you early on. The bespectacled man evidently recognizes Li Xiaoluo's name, having often heard Su Xiuxiu use him as a shield in the past. Thus, among Su Xiuxiu's admirers, Li Xiaoluo has gained a certain notoriety. Although he is unaware of the reasons behind Su Xiuxiu's sudden dismissal of Li Xiaoluo and her drastically altered demeanor towards him, the bespectacled man is nonetheless delighted. Having pursued Su Xiuxiu for so long, finally perceiving a glimmer of hope. However, in regards to Li Xiaoluo, Yang Wei still perceives him as a formidable threat. Considering he is taller and more attractive than himself, he fears that Su Xiuxiu might rekindle her feelings for Li Xiaoluo. Therefore, he interprets Li Xiaoluo's silence as a sign of heartbreak, and he aims to capitalize on this by magnifying Li Xiaoluo's shortcomings to thoroughly dismantle their relationship. Get lost. Li Xiaoluo succinctly retorts, directing a single word at Yang Wei. Initially, Yang Wei's face betrays anger at the insult, but suddenly he seems to have an epiphany, and a magnanimous smile quickly replaces his fury. Li Xiaoluo, such a temperament is hardly commendable. In this day and age, beautiful women require care and attention. With an attitude like yours, what woman could possibly find you appealing? However, before the bespectacled man could conclude his remarks, a gentle voice interjects, Darling, I've tidied up the trash, and we can leave now. Oh, and I almost forgot, you no longer have to go to work since you've resigned. Today, you can simply take the dog for a walk while I head off to work. My salary will suffice for our needs. At that moment, Zhou Xiaotong emerged from the room, carrying a bag of trash and standing behind Li Xiaoluo. With a tender smile, she reached out to wrap her arm around his. Tall and possessing long, graceful legs, along with a delicately beautiful face, Zhou Xiaotong's sudden appearance eclipsed Su Xiuxiu's beauty by far, excelling in every aspect. The sight of Zhou Xiaotong left both Su Xiuxiu and Yang Wei in a state of shock. How could Li Xiaoluo have found such a stunning and graceful woman, who is so gentle and considerate towards him? What on earth is happening? Why does Li Xiaoluo deserve this? At that moment, both Su Xiuxiu and Yang Wei felt an intense discomfort within themselves. Su Xiuxiu had learned yesterday that Li Xiaoluo had brought a woman home. Although she felt a twinge of discomfort regarding his behavior, she was convinced that the woman he had brought back was of no exceptional quality. In fact, she suspected that this woman might even be someone Li Xiaoluo had procured for the sole purpose of provoking her. However, upon seeing Zhou Xiaotong's appearance now, her initial thoughts dissipated, replaced by an even greater sense of unease. How could Li Xiaoluo have found such a stunning woman after leaving her? Furthermore, this beautiful woman was supporting him. After all, Su Xiuxiu was already aware that Li Xiaoluo had sold his house, and seeing his current situation, along with Zhou Xiaotong's insinuations, it was clear he was even out of work. Yet this enchanting woman willingly toiled to provide for him, while he merely strolled with dogs and played around. This truly baffled Su Xiuxiu. If she possessed a face and figure like Zhou Xiaotong's, she could easily attract any affluent heir she desired. Why would she waste her time on a man like Li Xiaoluo? What qualities did he possess? As for Yang Wei, the bespectacled man, he was consumed by pure jealousy. In his mind, Li Xiaoluo was merely blessed with good looks. Nothing else could possibly surpass his own merits. How could such a woman of extraordinary beauty be interested in him, and furthermore, demean herself in the process? Indeed, Yang Wei viewed Zhou Xiaodong as degrading herself. It was unfathomable that a grown man like Li Xiaoluo would not work, relying solely on Zhou Xiaodong to sustain him. It seemed that even the menial tasks like taking out the trash fell to her as well. Reflecting on his own desperate attempts to win over Su Xiuxiu, he felt a surge of anger. Meanwhile, while Su Xiuxiu and Yang Wei were stewing in their frustration, Zhou Xiaotong stealthily winked at Li Xiaoluo. Her earlier words had been deliberately crafted to save face for him, a reminder not to let anything slip. Li Xiaoluo found her antics amusing. To him, Su Xiuxiu was as good as dead, and the bespectacled man was merely a clown, unworthy of his attention. Yet, witnessing their astonished expressions brought him a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Su Xiuxiu snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Ah? Xiaoluo, have you lost your job too? Are you facing any difficulties now? You just sold your house. And now you're out of work. If you need any assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. Though I may not have much to offer, I'll do my best to help." Li Xiaoluo smirked inwardly. This so-called White Lotus was indeed cunning. After seeing his lack of a home yesterday, she had immediately distanced herself, and now witnessing him with a woman even more remarkable than herself, it was clear she was unsettled. Such women cannot bear to see those they reject thrive beyond them. Thus, while she claimed to be offering assistance, she was subtly informing Zhou Xiaodong that Li Xiaoluo's house had already been sold, questioning whether she still held any interest in him. In Su Xiuxiu's eyes, it was evident that a woman of Zhou Xiaodong's beauty was largely drawn to Li Xiaoluo because of this property. However, before Li Xiaoluo could respond to Su Xiuxiu's remarks, Zhou Xiaodong cheerfully interjected, "Thank you for your concern for our Xiaoluo, but truly, we do not require any assistance. The sale of this house was merely a step towards acquiring a larger one. We are not in any distress." "Impossible," Su Xiuxiu instinctively exclaimed upon hearing Zhou Xiaodong's words. "We're leaving," Li Xiaoluo said coolly to Zhou Xiaodong. Before the impending apocalypse, he had little patience for people like Su Xiuxiu, deeming them a waste of time and a source of irritation. Zhou Xiaotong replied obediently, then linked her arm with Li Xiaoluo's as they departed. Su Xiuxiu wished to inquire further, but Li Xiaoluo ignored her completely, forcing her to follow Yang Wei downstairs. Yet, as she accompanied Yang Wei to the car, she caught sight of Li Xiaoluo and Zhou Xiaodong stepping into a sleek red sports car. Instantly, Su Xiuxiu's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 21. Luxuries in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Hoard them relentlessly. In the following 5 days, Li Xiaoluo incessantly spent money, purchasing food and various supplies. Particularly, as he observed the delectable dishes delivered daily to the warehouse, his spirits soared, imagining a future where all survivors endured hunger and cold, while he luxuriated in air conditioning and feasted on freshly prepared meals directly retrieved from his space, brought him immense comfort. Moreover, in addition to the items on the procurement list previously provided to Old Wang and the others, Li Xiaoluo later expanded the variety of goods he requested. The first was salt. The second was premium liquor. The third was high-end cigarettes. If the provisions Li Xiaoluo acquired earlier, such as food, cold-weather clothing, and inflatable boats, were aimed at ensuring his survival in the early days of the apocalypse, then the salt, liquor, and cigarettes would not only significantly enhance his quality of life, but also pave the way for substantial wealth in the future. As the apocalypse unfolded, following the disasters of ice and flood, food and warm gear would be extraordinarily precious, crucial for the survival of the remaining populace. However, once the ice and flood crises subsided and the era of zombies and monstrous beings began, acquiring food would become far less challenging for the formidable individuals endowed with powers. In those times, crystals that could enhance an individual's abilities, essential salt for the human body, and the indulgences of fine liquor and cigarettes would emerge as the true luxuries. This was due to the scarcity of resources amidst the chaos of zombies and monsters, compounded by the destruction of many supplies during the ice and flood calamities. Consequently, commodities that were once sought after before the apocalypse would become the most coveted treasures in the aftermath. Within the opulent confines of Longting No. 1 Villa, Li Xiaoluo reclined on a plush, high-end sofa, while the formidable general lay comfortably at his feet. After several days of interaction, the general has utterly accepted Li Xiaoluo as his new master. There was no alternative. The new master had indeed bestowed too much upon him, and he felt as though he had gained weight during this time. Li Xiaoluo looked up, and before her stood slender ankles adorned with silver high heels, leading her gaze upward to two shapely, well-defined legs encased in black stockings. Her temporary personal secretary, Zhou Xiaotong, was diligently reporting on work matters while holding a small notebook. "Boss, the 2,000 tons of salt that you instructed Brother Wang to procure in batches will begin to arrive today, with a total of 8 batches expected, amounting to approximately 500 tons. Additionally, The premium tobacco and liquor you requested have been purchased. 10,000 cases of high-end liquor at a cost of around 12 million. And 15,000 cartons of fine cigarettes costing about 10 million. The projects with the Zhanduan Group are progressing smoothly. Manager Wang Fatsai assures that everything can be completed on time. Zhou Xiaodong proved to be quite competent as a secretary, meticulously documenting each task. For instance, when Li Xiaoluo inquired about the premium tobacco and liquor purchased, she provided the data promptly. The high-end liquor included 800 cases of Matai, Feitian, 1, 200 cases of Yanghe Blue Classic, 1, 500 cases of Wuliangya, 1, 000 cases of Guojiao, 1573, and 900 cases of Jianlan Spring Reserve. The cigarettes comprised 3,000 cartons of Zhonghua, soft, 2,000 cartons of Huangalu, 1916, 1, 500 cartons of Nanjing, Jiuzhizuan, and 2,000 cartons of Furong Wang, diamond. In times of peace, the bulk procurement of salt and cigarettes carries certain risks. However, Li Xiaoluo had instructed Old Wang and the others to acquire these items through various channels. And with the impending apocalypse, he harbored no concerns. Securing these goods equates to profit. Thus, upon hearing about such an abundance of fine items, Li Xiaoluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as they could endure the forthcoming ice and flood disasters, their value would skyrocket in the later stages. Just a single box of tobacco or liquor could compel an ordinary ability user to pledge their allegiance to Li Xiaoluo. If exchanged for crystals, it would undoubtedly be sufficient for Li Xiaoluo to cultivate numerous formidable beings. Nevertheless, gaining entry into Li Xiaoluo's ranks is no trivial matter. He would not accept just anyone. Even among the super strong listed in his past life, few would catch his eye. He had no interest in men, nor in those of poor character. Only women of integrity would suffice. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, how many men would remain without ambition, especially those who have awakened their abilities? Of course, it was still somewhat premature to dwell on these matters. After listening to Zhou Xiaodong's report, however, Li Xiaoluo furrowed his brow. The procurement of gourmet food, grains, and various supplies was nearing completion. However, a dilemma presented itself before Li Xiaoluo. The sheer volume of supplies he had procured was overwhelming, and now his system space was becoming insufficient. Although some items with extended shelf lives could be temporarily stored in the warehouse or at Villa Longting No. 1, this was certainly not a sustainable solution. When the impending deluge struck, the entire world would be submerged, with only a few towering buildings escaping the catastrophe. Thus, storing supplies in a warehouse or villa would prove futile. One could only hope that upon activation, the system would expand its capacity. Otherwise, it would indeed be inadequate. Moreover, on the day the apocalypse dawned, Li Xiaoluo planned to embark on a large-scale zero-cost shopping spree. In recent days, he had meticulously selected the locations for this endeavor. Firstly, there was the Wanjia Fu supermarket, the largest in the city and brimming with a vast array of supplies. Next was the local tobacco company and a major liquor wholesale business. Although Li Xiaoluo had already acquired a considerable amount of tobacco and alcohol, primarily high-end spirits and cigarettes, he had mostly sourced them from outside the city in anticipation of the impending crisis. Nevertheless, even with limited system space, he felt compelled to continue his procurement. After all, acquiring more food and supplies would never be a disadvantage, even if the system's capacity did not increase post-activation. Spending his current funds would be wise. Otherwise, they would merely become worthless paper in the aftermath of the apocalypse. By purchasing additional supplies now, he could directly claim them if the system's capacity expanded later. Even if expansion was not feasible at the moment, Li Xiaoluo would still have the freedom to select what to store within the 2,000 cubic meters of available space. In truth, 2,000 cubic meters was quite ample, capable of accommodating a substantial quantity of supplies. Reflecting on the past, Li Xiaoluo recalled that during the last apocalypse, all his assets had barely filled a single backpack. Yet, reborn with knowledge of the future, his desire to stockpile had grown exponentially. Thus, he felt that no amount of space would suffice. However, should the system space indeed prove inadequate, Li Xiaoluo had contingency plans in place. Hence, it was imperative to gather resources with fervor. He was, after all, the only one in the world with this opportunity. Chapter 22. A radiant Zhou Xiaodong on the seventh day, Zhou Xiaodong emerged from the kitchen, her complexion rosy as she carried breakfast. She immediately noticed Li Xiaoluo seated at the dining table, exhaling clouds of smoke while feeding the large black dog. It was apparent that Li Xiaoluo was particularly exhilarated this morning, brimming with energy. After all, he had kept her occupied for an extended period the previous night. While she was preparing breakfast, he had entered the kitchen and embraced her from behind, leading to a rigorous hour of labor. Zhou Xiaotong recalled that throughout the entire experience, Li Xiaoluo had been exceptionally animated, as if something wonderful were about to unfold. "Good day, boss. You seem quite cheerful today." Su Xiaotong inquired with a hint of curiosity as she arranged breakfast on the dining table, dressed in a flowing white dress. Her long legs adorned with black stockings emblazoned with letters, a departure from her usual preference for nude tights. She had indeed embraced a variety of styles, influenced by Li Xiaoluo's fondness for colorful attire. Li Xiaoluo glanced at Su Xiaotong, noting her rosy complexion and the dewy glow of her skin, as if she had just undergone a refreshing skincare regimen. Over the course of their days together, Su Xiaotong had grown more at ease around him. Evident in her relaxed demeanor and conversational tone, time truly fosters affection. Nodding, Li Xiaoluo replied, "The renovations at the house have been completed, and I must say, it brings me great joy." Su Xiaotong looked perplexed, wondering how the completion of a house renovation could elicit such excitement. "Boss, I've been meaning to ask, why the extravagant expenditure on renovations and the procurement of so many supplies? Have you received some sort of news?" she inquired. Curiosity piqued as she savored her breakfast. This question was not solely hers. Those working for Li Xiaoluo shared her intrigue, as his peculiar actions had drawn their attention. In this era, individuals of all kinds exist, and discussions of impending disasters are not uncommon. It is not unusual for the wealthy to stockpile resources and create safe havens. Though such behaviors are more prevalent in Western nations than in Hua country, where they are seldom observed, especially not in such an extreme manner as Li Xiaoluo's. Previously, they had sought answers from him, but Li Xiaoluo remained reticent, and his employees, captivated by their lucrative wages, dared not press further. However, after spending considerable time in close proximity to Li Xiaoluo, Su Xiaotong felt emboldened to pose her inquiry once more. With a smile, he responded, "I am merely an ordinary person with a bit of wealth. There is no special news to report. If I were privy to any significant information, this society would likely be in chaos. Yet I possess a sixth sense that calamity may be approaching. If you have the time, it would be prudent to stockpile some supplies and food in the coming days." Su Xiaotong was at a loss for words. Was it merely a premonition that spurred such frantic preparations? Nevertheless, she refrained from mocking Li Xiaoluo. After all, adulthood grants each person their own approach to handling matters. "Very well, I shall also gather some provisions online," she affirmed, even deciding to procure extra items as a means of comforting him. While Su Xiaotong did not genuinely believe an apocalyptic disaster was imminent, after all, any rational individual would not entertain such notions, especially in Hua country, where peace prevails and major calamities are rare. She understood the importance of supporting Li Xiaoluo. Intelligent women recognize that men often possess a strong sense of pride in the presence of women. Contemplating for a moment, Li Xiaoluo rose and retrieved several gold bars, extending them towards Su Xiaotong. Zhou Xiaotong gazed at the gold before her, swallowing hard before she asked, "Boss, is this a gift for me?" Li Xiaoluo replied, "These gold pieces are worth approximately 1 million. Consider it in advance on your maintenance fee. You may use it to procure some supplies." To be candid, in Li Xiaoluo's mind, during the latter stages of the apocalyptic disaster, the realm of human survivors was predominantly ruled by those endowed with abilities. The dignitaries, celebrities, and affluent individuals who thrived before the end of the world, or even the beautiful and handsome, were now mere burdens if they lacked such powers, relegated to the lowest strata of existence. Thus, while Li Xiaoluo was willing to take in Shun Miao Miao and her sister, and even the general's dog, he had no immediate plans to shelter ordinary individuals. This sentiment applied equally to Zhou Xiaotong. In the future, women would abound in this desolate world, and his relationship with Zhou Xiaotong was fundamentally transactional. By preemptively warning her and bestowing upon her this wealth, Li Xiaoluo felt he had acted with considerable benevolence. It could also be seen as a reward for her diligent care over the past few days. In contrast, individuals like Old Wang had tirelessly scoured for supplies on his behalf, yet Li Xiaoluo would not utter a single word of gratitude to them. When the apocalypse struck the following day, he would owe them nothing. As Zhou Xiaotong contemplated the gold in her hands, her emotions grew increasingly complex. It was not merely the notion of using these funds for supplies that troubled her, but rather the implications of the term maintenance fee uttered by Li Xiaoluo. Those 3 words pierced her heart like a needle, leaving her breathless. Zhou Xiaotong acknowledged her fondness for adornment and a materialistic lifestyle. However, she was not a woman willing to compromise her principles for monetary gain, nor was she devoid of boundaries. Her initial consent to Li Xiaoluo's temporary arrangement stemmed from various reasons. Primarily, his enigmatic transformation from an ordinary employee at their company to a billionaire piqued her curiosity. Secondly, the substantial sum he offered was difficult for an ordinary white-collar worker like her to decline. Lastly, after working alongside him for an extended period, she had developed a certain understanding of him, and his handsome appearance added to her intrigue. Thus, while labeled as a kept woman, Zhou Xiaotong harbored aspirations for a lasting relationship with Li Xiaoluo. Particularly after cohabiting with him for several days, her desire for a deeper connection intensified. Yet, she now realized that in Li Xiaoluo's eyes, she might merely be a temporary means for his indulgences. A man of his wealth would surely not harbor genuine feelings for her. Nonetheless, Li Xiaoluo remained oblivious to the subtle changes in Zhou Xiaodong's demeanor. Having endured the apocalypse in his previous life, he had become accustomed to a straightforward approach. A loaf of bread could exchange for a beautiful woman, and even a pack of instant noodles could entertain a celebrity. In the aftermath of societal collapse, how many would still pursue affection, even if such sentiments existed? They would never be his to experience in this life, having been betrayed and sold out in his former existence. He now aspired to be a pleasure-seeking and self-serving individual in this world. Chapter 23. The Lord's Manor Super Reinforcement. The system is impressive. After enjoying breakfast, Zhou Xiaotong continued to supervise the work of Old Wang and his team, while Li Xiaoluo eagerly ascended to the upper floors to take possession of his lordly residence. Although the term Lord's Manor seemed somewhat juvenile, Li Xiaoluo was unconcerned. His thoughts were solely occupied with the immediate activation of the system and the exploration of its unique functionalities. In truth, he had adequately prepared for the impending apocalypse. In the early stages of the apocalypse, a safe haven, sustenance, warm clothing, and weaponry were essential guarantees for survival. As for the later stages, the emergence of supernatural beings, crystals that could enhance their powers, and various resources to ensure their comfort would be paramount for survival and strength. Li Xiaoluo had diligently amassed a considerable supply of these necessities in recent days. He invested tens of millions to renovate 2 secure shelters, the Dragon Court Villa No. 1 and the duplex penthouse of his current residence. As for food, supplies, and weaponry, he was exceptionally well equipped. He had even secured several formidable allies for the post-apocalyptic world. The only element beyond his grasp was the crystals that would only manifest in the later stages, which he currently had no means of acquiring. However, he was not overly concerned about these critical crystals. Having been reborn, he held a significant advantage. For instance, when crystals first appeared, ordinary survivors were oblivious to their acquisition methods, and even when stumbled upon, they lacked awareness of their value. Thus, Li Xiaoluo would undoubtedly have the opportunity to gather an abundance of crystals, whether through bartering food and supplies or by direct means of acquisition. The aforementioned preparations and advantages were Li Xiaoluo's current assets. Even without the system, he was confident that he could navigate the apocalypse with grace. Nevertheless, the system was a quintessential accessory that he deemed indispensable. In his previous life, after all, Li Xiaoluo was merely an ordinary individual devoid of supernatural talents. This time, despite his comprehensive preparations, an inexhaustible stockpile of food, and the foresight to recruit several extraordinary allies, he would still find himself an ordinary person, ultimately relying on others for his survival. Thus, after such extensive preparation, Li Xiaoluo felt a profound anticipation for the system. Upon arriving at Dragon Court Villa No. 1, the personnel from the Battle Shield Group had already been awaiting his arrival. Li Xiaoluo surveyed the transformed Lord's Manor. The first noticeable enhancement was the installation of defensive weaponry around the villa's perimeter, including anti-theft barbed wire atop the fences and high-voltage electric grids. Additionally, a state-of-the-art surveillance system had been implemented, capable of providing a 360-degree view of every corner of the villa compound. Upon entering the main gate of Villa No. 1, the first sight that greeted him was a newly constructed blast-proof corridor, which provided direct access to the rooms within the villa. Due to time constraints, the extent of modifications requested by Li Xiaoluo for the Safety Lord Manor was somewhat limited. For instance, the walls of the house could only be reinforced with metal, the windows replaced with anti-theft glass, and the entrance transformed into a heavy hydraulic blast-proof door. These alterations pertained primarily to the exterior. Additionally, within the villa, there was a secure room constructed from specialized alloys, providing refuge in the event of an intrusion. Upon completion and after settling a portion of the outstanding payment to the Shield Group, the personnel departed in high spirits. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the system activation task 2. Ding. Reward. Super enhancement for 2 Lord Manors. Reward. 2 small teleportation portals for the Lord Manors. Note, the straight line distance between the 2 Lord Manors must not exceed 100 miles. Ding. Commencing super enhancement of the Lord Manor. Ding. The primary structure of the Lord Manor has been super enhanced. The walls, floors, and ceilings have been automatically replaced with the world's most advanced alloys, capable of withstanding nuclear explosions and super earthquakes. Ding. Commencing super enhancement of the surveillance system. The surveillance system has been upgraded to an ultra-automatic stealth monitoring system. All equipment within the ultra-automatic stealth monitoring system is crafted from super stealth materials and can autonomously monitor any situation within a 500-meter radius, complemented by 2 stealth reconnaissance drones. Ding. Commencing super enhancement of the manor's defenses. The defensive enhancements have been completed. The barbed wire and electric fence hardness have been increased 100-fold. with the voltage elevated to a staggering 100,000 volts. Ding. Commencing super enhancement of the Manor's living systems. The enhancement is complete. The Manor now possesses an independent wastewater treatment system, air filtration system, and water and electricity systems, capable of sustainably providing for the needs of 100 individuals while eliminating all toxic gases. As Li Xiaoluo listened to the continuous and exhilarating notifications from the system, his astonishment grew, and he found himself increasingly enamored. The capabilities of the system were indeed remarkable. It was evident that the system was exceptionally powerful. While constructing the Lord Manor, many facilities were not entirely perfect due to time limitations. For example, the barbed wire and electric fence added to the villa were merely standard civilian versions, designed more for deterrence than actual defense. The electric fence, in particular, was primarily intended to intimidate, causing only temporary paralysis without inflicting significant harm. However, following the super enhancement, the voltage surged to an astonishing 100,000 volts. What does that signify? Pikachu's 100,000 volts. Contact with it would result in instant obliteration. Furthermore, while the modifications to the Lord Manor initially provided only basic protection against ordinary survivors, it now boasted the capacity to withstand a nuclear explosion. This was immensely gratifying. Without the system, even with abundant financial resources, transforming the Lord Manor into such a formidable fortress within a short time frame would have been impossible. Now, with this fortified sanctuary, life within it would undoubtedly be secure and worry-free. Even future supernatural beings would find themselves at a loss against their own Lord Manor. As for the wastewater treatment systems, air filtration systems, and hydropower systems, they are merely embellishments for Li Xiaoluo. After all, even without these functionalities in this super enhancement, he had already prepared an abundance of generators and water storage devices to ensure a comfortable supply of water and electricity in the post-apocalyptic world. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the system activation task 2. The ultimate shelter system is now officially activated. After a brief pause, Li Xiaoluo finally heard the voice he had been longing for. Chapter 24. The Card of Self-Satisfaction. Ding. Congratulations to the host for officially activating the ultimate shelter system. A qualified host must possess a robust physique. Thus, the host is rewarded with a tenfold enhancement of physical strength. Ding. The host is granted the lordly talent of the Eye of Insight. As the system's prompts concluded, Li Xiaoluo distinctly felt a transformation within his body, as if he were brimming with inexhaustible strength. A tenfold enhancement of physical prowess is no jest. Previously, Li Xiaoluo could lift 50 pounds. Now he could effortlessly hoist 500. Even if his time was limited to 10 minutes, it now felt like a full 100 minutes. No longer did his waist ache or his legs tire. If Zhou Xiaodong were to face him now, 1,000 rounds of combat would be a trivial pursuit. No, he must call Zhou Xiaodong back immediately to reclaim his dignity. Just a few days prior, when he had bested Zhou Xiaodong, she was not truly his match, often surrendering with a white flag. However, in recent days, it was Li Xiaoluo who found himself needing support to rise from bed. Indeed, the old adage holds true. Only the exhausted ox tires the field. Had it not been for concerns about his health and Zhou Xiaodong's earnest dissuasion, he would have contemplated using the blue pellets to regain his standing. Now, having discovered the system's delightful rewards, he felt truly appreciative. After savoring the changes within his body, Li Xiaoluo eagerly perused the system. Apocalyptic Ultimate Shelter System. Lord, Li Xiaoluo. Level 1. Lord's Residence. Villa Number 1 Longting. Building A. Wutong Garden. 36th floor. Talent ability. Eye of Insight. Special ability. Space. Contracted subordinates. 0.5. Energy points. 0. Shop. Level 1. Upon examining the system's data panel, he found it relatively straightforward and quickly absorbed the information. However, Li Xiaoluo's emotions were complex. He was unsure whether to feel elated or disheartened. Elated, for the system had finally been activated, and the rewards were splendid. Disheartened, for upon reviewing the system's functionalities, it appeared he had not acquired any supernatural abilities. Would he be destined to navigate life as an ordinary individual once more? Yet, truth be told, Li Xiaoluo had long ceased to be an ordinary person. Not only did the system provide a built-in space of 2,000 cubic meters, but with his body now enhanced tenfold, he was surely comparable to the mightiest warriors of the pre-apocalypse. Nevertheless, while his physical prowess had been significantly augmented in terms of combat capability, he remained outclassed by the future wielders of supernatural powers. With a renewed sense of purpose, Li Xiaoluo commenced an exploration of each function within the system. First, he examined the Lord's Manor, of which there were currently 2. Upon investigation, he discovered that certain operations of the manor could be managed directly through the system. For instance, the teleportation portal, the surveillance system, and the high-voltage electric fence could all be monitored and controlled within the interface. This feature proved to be quite practical, For example, by accessing the surveillance system through the platform, Li Xiaoluo no longer needed to physically check the monitoring room or remain vigilant there. In the future, he could effortlessly summon the surveillance footage at any time. Next, he encountered the Eye of Investigation, a unique talent of the lore that allowed one to view the foundational information of any individual, including name, friendliness, special abilities, and potential. This capability was indeed quite beneficial. Henceforth, any malevolent individuals would find it impossible to conceal their intentions from Li Xiaoluo, while those possessing extraordinary powers or high loyalty would be promptly identified. Additionally, that contracted subordinates feature allowed the system's first level to contract 5 subordinates, who would be bound to loyalty and incapable of harming the host. Notably, 1. The friendliness of the individual must exceed 80 for a successful contract. 2. For each level the system ascends, the number of contractable subordinates increases by 5. Li Xiaoluo found that contracted subordinates function commendable, viewing it as an extension of the Eye of Investigation. While the Eye of Investigation could only assess an individual's friendliness towards him, where a score of 60 was merely acceptable and 80 indicated strong affection, what significance did this hold? In a post-apocalyptic world, anything could transpire, and even the closest individuals might betray one another, sometimes under duress. Betrayal remained betrayal. Thus, while understanding the friendliness of others, high scores did not guarantee trustworthiness. The system adeptly addressed this dilemma. Once someone became a contracted subordinate of Li Xiaoluo, he could place his complete trust in them. Continuing to the next feature, he discovered energy points. These points could be utilized to enhance extraordinary abilities or to purchase items in the shop. They could be acquired by slaying magical creatures or finding meteorites, which had a chance of yielding crystals that could be exchanged for energy points within the system. Upon reaching this point, Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but scoff. The concept of converting crystals for upgrades was well known in the late stages of the apocalypse. Thus, the system's method of exchanging crystals for energy points, followed by using those points to elevate abilities, seemed somewhat redundant. However, he soon realized that even if he wished to find this redundant, he had no opportunity to do so, as he had yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities himself. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Li Xiaoluo proceeded to examine the final function of the system, albeit with diminishing hope. Shop, Level 1. All items in the shop required energy points for purchase. Ordinary goods, 1 pound of rice, 1 energy point, 1 liter of drinking water, 1 energy point. Winter coat, 2 energy points. Kayak, 10 energy points. Automatic rifle, with 3 magazines, 10 energy points. Special goods, Zhanzhan card, 1,000 energy points. Note: when the host spends 10,000 energy points in the store can be upgraded to a level 2 store, at which point new items will appear. Spending 100,000 energy points allows for an upgrade to a level 3 store, where the inventory will refresh daily. The store's offerings are limited, comprising only 6 items in total. Upon seeing the first 5 ordinary items, Li Xiaoluo was filled with disappointment. Not only did he lack energy points, but even if he possessed them, he had little desire to purchase anything, as he had already stockpiled plenty of food and supplies, save for the automatic rifle. Had he not been reborn and still lived in his past life, those items in the system store would have been invaluable to him. Unfortunately, in this life, he had made ample preparations. Thus, these items held no allure for him. However, when Li Xiaoluo examined the final item, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock. He felt a profound transformation within. Zhanzhan card. The host can only use it on contracted subordinates, with a chance to replicate their abilities. Haha, fantastic. Is this not precisely what Li Xiaoluo yearned for? With this Zhanzhan card, he believed he could undoubtedly become an extraordinary individual in the future. Moreover, he would be among the rare few possessing multiple abilities in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 25. Eye of Exploration. Just as Li Xiaoluo delighted in the sight of the Zhanzhan card in the system store, he received a call from the security guard at the villa's entrance, informing him that a beautiful woman was seeking him. Once Li Xiaoluo inquired about her name, he promptly requested the guard to escort her to him. Recently, Li Xiaoluo had made quite a stir at the villa, prompting Zhou Xiaodong to offer some incentives to the property management and the guards at the entrance. Now, upon seeing Li Xiaoluo's car, the guards would nod and bow from a distance, as if they had encountered their long-lost father. Therefore, when Li Xiaoluo asked them to run errands, they were more than eager to oblige, anticipating the benefits that would surely follow. Even if it were not for serving Li Xiaoluo, the proverbial god of wealth, the guards would still compete to take on this task, as the woman seeking Li Xiaoluo was exceptionally beautiful, and whoever brought her could steal a few glances at her. Mr. Li, this is the lady who is looking for you. I have brought her here. Standing before Li Xiaoluo was none other than Xin Miao, the woman he had purchased. Although her complexion appeared somewhat haggard, and she wore no heavy makeup, her tall stature and curvaceous figure were nothing short of flawless. Particularly her impressively ample bosom. All of this, complemented by her fair, delicate skin and gentle aura, made Shun Miao's beauty undoubtedly capable of driving many men wild. It was not difficult to discern Shun Miao's allure from the side glances of the guard nearby. Li Xiaoluo has been preoccupied with various matters these days. Thus, he has not visited Shun Miao and her sister at the hospital. Firstly, he is genuinely busy. Secondly, he has resolved never to be subservient to anyone, even those who have aided him in this lifetime. In his previous life, Shun Miao went to great lengths to seek out Zhou Junjie in her quest to repay her debts of gratitude. Li Xiaoluo is convinced that even if he does not seek her out, she will inevitably come to find him. However, he has already formulated a plan in his heart. To ensure Shun Miao's unwavering loyalty, he will not adopt the same passive approach as in his past life, waiting for her to come to him after awakening her supernatural abilities. By then, Shun Miao had become exceedingly powerful, hardened by the darkness she had endured during the apocalypse. That version of Shun Miao, while still recalling Zhou Junjie's kindness before the end of the world, would no longer easily place her trust in others, let alone depend on them. Thus, in Li Xiaoluo's prior strategy, he intended to re-emerge before her and her sister as a savior just days after the onset of the apocalypse, anticipating that they would soon face dire straits. He firmly believed that having saved her sister before the apocalypse, and then both sisters afterward, they would be utterly devoted to him. However, he did not foresee that Shun Miao would proactively seek him out today. Gazing at the beautiful woman before him, who was both cautious and strikingly alluring, Li Xiaoluo realized that he must revise his plans. He decided to bring the sisters to the First Lord's residence immediately, keeping them by his side to prevent any unforeseen incidents during the apocalypse, such as them being preempted by others. After all, he had become the butterfly, who could predict the repercussions of his flapping wings. As for Shun Miao's loyalty in the future, that is no longer a concern. Previously, Li Xiaoluo believed it was a problem, as he, in his rebirth, was unwilling to trust anyone, even Shun Miao, whom he knew well from his past life. He could never place complete faith in her. Yet now, with the system activated, the features of the contract subordinate are perfectly tailored for Shun Miao. Ultimately, no matter how many schemes Li Xiaoluo devises to evoke her emotions, can it compare to the absolute loyalty bestowed by the system? Lost in thought, Li Xiaoluo was about to retrieve a few $100s as a tip to dismiss the security guard when the tall guard, having witnessed his actions, wore a fawning smile. He thought to himself that this trip had indeed not been in vain. Nevertheless, he felt a pang of discomfort at the sight of such a stunning woman being pushed around by someone else. Within the Dragon Court Villa district, there is no shortage of beautiful women, for the wives of wealthy men are often enchanting. Yet, the tall guard had never encountered a woman as enticing as Shun Miao, and thus he had never felt such jealousy and anger towards Li Xiaoluo, the affluent man. As Li Xiaoluo fumbled for the money, he suddenly recalled the system's eye of inquiry and decided to test its efficacy. Then, Li Xiaoluo directly applied to the tall security guard and Shun Miao. Phantom. Friendliness level 4. Potential value 5. Special ability. None. According to the system's classification, a friendliness level of 0 to 20 is considered highly disliked. 20 to 60 indicates no malice. 60 to 80 reflects a relatively favorable impression. 80 to 90 signifies a very favorable impression, and 90 to 100 represents the closest of individuals. Damn it. Upon seeing the friendliness level of the tall security guard, Li Xiaoluo instantly felt an urge to curse. This tall security guard was smiling like a blooming flower, always the most courteous when he spotted Li Xiaoluo's car. However, it was shocking to discover that his friendliness level was merely 4 points. Yet, looking from another perspective, money is indeed omnipotent. Who would have thought that a security guard with a friendliness level of being highly disliked would be the one who greeted him most enthusiastically? Nevertheless, for someone destined to remain an ordinary survivor in this post-apocalyptic world, Li Xiaoluo felt no interest in belittling him. Although he had taken out a few $100s, Li Xiaoluo had no intention of tipping that tall security guard. Even if the currency would turn to waste paper by tomorrow, he would not part with it. All right, you've brought the person here. You may leave. Li Xiaoluo coldly waved his hand at the tall security guard, then proceeded to wipe his shoes with the cash before tossing it onto the ground. The tall security guard momentarily froze at Li Xiaoluo's actions, his face filling with rage, as if he had suffered a tremendous humiliation. However, working as a security guard in such a high-end villa area comes with stringent requirements, and they cannot engage in any conflict with the residents. Thus, the tall security guard could only swallow his anger, forcing a strained smile before turning and hastily leaving with a grim expression. He genuinely feared that he might lose control and resort to violence. After the tall security guard departed, Li Xiaoluo checked the system again regarding Shun Miao's situation. Shun Miao, friendliness level 76, potential value 99. Special ability, Ice-type supernatural power, awaiting awakening. Comparing her to the previous security guard, Li Xiaoluo felt an immense disparity. setting aside the friendliness level. Merely considering the special ability and potential value, the two were like a genius and a worthless individual. That tall security guard, much like Li Xiaoluo in his past life, was an ordinary person who couldn't even awaken a supernatural ability. In contrast, Shun Miao Miao not only had the potential to awaken a rather unique ice-type supernatural power, but her aptitude was undeniably extraordinary. Potential value 99. Given her past achievements as the Ice Queen, Li Xiaoluo had long been prepared for this. Mr. Li, my sister underwent surgery the day before yesterday, and she is feeling a bit better today, so I came to find you. I hope you don't mind. As Li Xiaoluo scrutinized Shun Miao Miao, she blushed and spoke first. However, she had witnessed the earlier incident and felt a bit intimidated by Li Xiaoluo today. Chapter 26. The Fury of Zhou Junjie Miao Miao. Your sister had surgery? How did it go? After the tall security guard departed, Li Xiaoluo, feeling familiar, addressed Shun Miao Miao as Miao Miao, no longer maintaining a cold demeanor. Shun Miao Miao quickly nodded, her face radiating sincerity as she gazed at Li Xiaoluo and said, yes, the surgery has been completed, and it was highly successful. The doctor mentioned that she could be discharged after a few more days of observation and rest in the hospital. Mr. Li, thank you so much. Li Xiaoluo smiled gently, extending his large hand to grasp Shun Miao Miao's delicate, fair hand. Please, don't call me Mr. Li. Just refer to me as Brother Xiaoluo. From now on, we are family, so let us not be too distant, understood? A change flickered across Shun Miao Miao's stunningly beautiful face, a blush creeping in, enhancing her breathtaking beauty. She comprehended the underlying implication of Li Xiaoluo's words. His assistance was not without a price. However, she did not resist, in truth. The moment Li Xiaoluo had generously provided substantial funds for her sister's treatment, she had already steeled herself for this reality. Li Xiaoluo toyed with Shun Miao Miao's soft and smooth hand, marveling at the perfection of every aspect of such an exquisite woman. Suddenly, he declared, Miao Miao, today we will bring your sister here. You both will reside in my villa from now on. Shun Miao Miao gasped in surprise, then hurriedly responded, Brother Xiaoluo. The doctor said my sister needs to be observed in the hospital for a few more days. Li Xiaoluo waved his hand, interrupting her. Then we shall bring the doctor and nurse here. They can care for your sister in the villa just as well. This is not a request, but a notification. You and your sister must move in today. Shun Miao Miao stared at Li Xiaoluo, her expression complex. He continued, you will understand my reasons tomorrow, ultimately. This is for the best for both of you sisters. Rest assured, if my sole intention were to seek your body, I wouldn't need to rush over these next few days. If I were truly so eager, I would have visited you in the hospital long ago, and by now, we would have undoubtedly engaged in deeper conversations at a hotel numerous times. With a serious tone, he added, of course, if you do not trust me, then consider my words unspoken. You may allow your sister to remain in the hospital. Shun Miao Miao gazed at the domineering Li Xiaoluo, hesitating before softly saying, all right. Brother Xiaoluo, may I first consult the doctor about whether my sister can be discharged to recuperate at home? Li Xiaoluo nodded, replying, that is fine. I am rather busy, but I will personally accompany you to the hospital shortly, and we will bring your sister to the villa, along with finding a doctor and nurse to care for her. Shun Miao Miao quickly shook her head. Brother Xiaoluo, that seems unnecessary. If the doctor permits my sister to be discharged, I can take care of her myself. Hiring a doctor and nurse would surely incur significant expenses. Li Xiaoluo shot her a stern glance. What? Do I appear to be short of funds? Shun Miao Miao quickly shook her head, falling silent. Li Xiaoluo's desire to have the sisters reside in his villa, while also arranging for a doctor and nurse, stemmed from his own considerations. In the impending chaos of the world, with order collapsing, hospitals would undoubtedly cease to exist. Although Li Xiaoluo had amassed a considerable stockpile of medicinal supplies, he still felt a lingering sense of incompleteness. It was not until he laid eyes on Shun Miao Miao that a revelation dawned upon him. He possessed the necessary pharmaceuticals, yet he lacked a physician. After all, succumbing to illness is not merely a matter of indiscriminately consuming medications. Concurrently, Li Xiaoluo resolved that any doctor or nurse he sought must be female, endowed with extraordinary abilities, and possess a high potential for awakening such powers. For the time being, ordinary individuals were entirely excluded from Li Xiaoluo's considerations, lacking the merit to accompany him. Otherwise, he would not have dismissed Zhou Xiaotong from his plans entirely. At that moment, an irate voice pierced through the air. Li Xiaoluo turned to see none other than Zhou Junjie, the flamboyant figure he had not contacted since their last encounter. As for revenge, Li Xiaoluo had ample time to slowly orchestrate Zhou Junjie's downfall once the apocalypse arrived. Although Li Xiaoluo nearly forgot about Zhou Junjie, the latter had not forgotten him. To Zhou Junjie, Li Xiaoluo was akin to a benefactor, reminiscent of a money-printing machine. Their previous brief interaction had netted him a small fortune, significantly enhancing his finances, making it impossible for him to forget the encounter. Furthermore, Li Xiaoluo had mentioned possessing billions awaiting promising ventures, prompting Zhou Junjie to meticulously arrange lucrative opportunities, hoping for Li Xiaoluo to seek him out. However, it seemed as though Li Xiaoluo had completely overlooked this matter, leaving Zhou Junjie no choice but to pay him a personal visit. After all, in the pursuit of wealth, one must occasionally lower their pride. Yet, upon Zhou Junjie's arrival, he happened upon Shun Miao, whose hand Li Xiaoluo was holding. In an instant, the pieces fell into place. The man who had outpaced him to win Shun Miao's affection was indeed Li Xiaoluo. Initially, after failing to secure Shun Miao at the hospital, Zhou Junjie had resigned himself to the situation. Despite her breathtaking beauty, Zhou Junjie, accustomed to a life of privilege, was aware that many alluring women existed, and it was unnecessary to squander time and effort on someone seemingly unappreciative. Nonetheless, the fact that someone had beaten him to her still gnawed at him, as he had come so close, just a heartbeat away from success. Zhou Junjie could scarcely fathom encountering Shun Miao here, and witnessing the closeness between her and Li Xiaoluo made it abundantly clear, even to a fool, that the man who had bested him was none other than Li Xiaoluo. Enraged, Zhou Junjie could not accept such a fortuitous turn of events. He was convinced that Li Xiaoluo must have obtained some insider information and deliberately stolen his woman. No wonder, he recalled, that when he intended to go to the People's Hospital, Li Xiaoluo had coincidentally sought a ride with him. Something had fell off at that moment. To add insult to injury, Li Xiaoluo had purchased his old sports car at a premium, delaying Zhou Junjie's visit to Shun Miao at the hospital. How absurd. He had even reveled in the incident for days. Li Xiaoluo, do you have anything to explain to me? Zhou Junjie coldly gazed at Li Xiaoluo. Explain? Who are you? Why should I owe you an explanation? Li Xiaoluo's eyes hardened as she retorted. After obtaining money from Zhou Junjie and seizing Shun Miao from him, Zhou Junjie had lost all value in Li Xiaoluo's eyes. The investment projects he previously mentioned were merely foolish talk meant for the naive. To her, Zhou Junjie was as good as dead, his days numbered. She had no intention of acknowledging him any further. Chapter 27. Has the toad finally seen its reflection? Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Zhou Junjie's pride was severely wounded. Although he yearned to extract some pocket money from her, he had never truly regarded her with respect, viewing her merely as a foolish cash cow. In this city, their family held deep roots and an undeniable authority. Yet, being treated with such disdain by Li Xiaoluo, especially in front of Shun Miao, was an affront to his dignity. Setting aside the issue of whether he was trying to swindle her, he resolved to make Li Xiaoluo pay for this disrespect. Glancing at the stunning Shun Miao beside him, Zhou Junjie suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Since Li Xiaoluo had dared to snatch away the woman he had set his sights on and now displayed such an attitude, he would reclaim Shun Miao, thereby demonstrating his influence. With this thought in mind, Zhou Junjie stepped closer to Shun Miao and extended his hand. Shun Miao, we met last time. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Zhou Junjie, the sole heir to the Zhou Group, with a fortune exceeding 100 billion. My uncle is a high-ranking official in the provincial government. However, before Zhou Junjie could finish, Shun Miao swiftly took a step back, retreating behind Li Xiaoluo. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in getting to know you. Please discuss any matters with Xiaoluo. Zhou Junjie felt a surge of frustration. Sensing the disdain in Shun Miao's gaze, a sentiment he had already perceived during their previous encounter at the hospital, he had mistakenly believed that winning Shun Miao over was a foregone conclusion, convinced that even if his demeanor was harsh and his words unkind, she would ultimately relent. Little did he know that someone had already made their move ahead of him, with a far superior approach. Nonetheless, Zhou Junjie refused to concede. He, like Li Xiaoluo, sought to purchase her affection. Why was she so amiable toward Li Xiaoluo? With no intention of beating around the bush, he looked directly at Shun Miao and said, I am my father's only son. Be my woman, and you will become the young mistress of the Zhou family. Whether you wish to pursue a career in business or politics. But before Zhou Junjie could finish his sentence, Li Xiaoluo suddenly intervened, delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhou Junjie flying across the room. Li Xiaoluo's speed and strength were formidable. Zhou Junjie barely had time to react before he was hurled away. Although Li Xiaoluo is currently not an abilities user, his physique is inherently robust, and after being enhanced by the system, he has surpassed even the mightiest of warriors. Dealing with someone like Zhou Junjie, a pampered young master, is as simple as dispatching him with a mere finger. Li Xiaoluo had previously refrained from confronting Zhou Junjie hastily, not wanting to disrupt his own plans, and he wished to allow Zhou Junjie a taste of the apocalypse's thrill. Killing him too swiftly would be doing him a favor. However, Zhou Junjie's audacity to covet his woman has now crossed a line, provoking Li Xiaoluo's ire. Consequently, he acted decisively. As for the consequences of his actions, Li Xiaoluo remained unperturbed. After all, the apocalypse loomed just a day away, and he had adequately prepared the necessary supplies. If need be, he could easily take refuge in the Lord's manor for a night. On the other hand, Shin Miao Miao was genuinely concerned for Li Xiaoluo. Although her feelings for him were not deeply rooted at this stage, her heartfelt gratitude towards him compelled her to wish for his safety. She quickly grasped his hand, anxiety evident in her voice. Xiaoluo, please don't act impulsively. Assaulting someone is illegal. What if he calls the police? Li Xiaoluo, unfazed, wrapped his arms around Shun Miao Miao's slender waist, appreciating her concern for the future queen of ice and snow. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Zhou Junjie, who had been sent sprawling by Li Xiaoluo's kick, took some time to regain his composure. In truth, if Li Xiaoluo had intended to kill Zhou Junjie, he would already be a lifeless corpse. However, Li Xiaoluo had chosen not to resort to lethal force. He deemed it unnecessary to let such a scoundrel cause him trouble. In just one more day, Zhou Junjie would appear as insignificant and pitiful as an ant in Li Xiaoluo's eyes. Struggling against his injuries, Zhou Junjie rose to his feet, glaring at Li Xiaoluo like a ferocious beast. Li Xiaoluo, how dare you kick me? With a playful smile, Li Xiaoluo retorted, what's the matter? Young Master Zhou, you spew filth in front of me, and I'm the one who is at fault for kicking you? You can't defeat me now. Perhaps you should cry and call the police for help? Or run home and seek assistance from your elders. Zhou Junjie, pointing at Li Xiaoluo with his bloodied hand, was seething with rage, yet words eluded him. Initially, he had considered reporting the incident or seeking his family's intervention to exact revenge on Li Xiaoluo, determined to make him suffer. However, Li Xiaoluo's taunts made it difficult for him to proceed with such plans. As young masters, how could they justify calling for help after losing a fight over a woman? Such news would ruin his reputation. Thus, in the interest of preserving his face, Zhou Junjie resolved to reclaim his honor on his own terms. With a cold demeanor, he declared, Li Xiaoluo, you interrupted me before I could finish my words. Are you afraid that Shin Miao Miao might make a choice? After all, you may possess some wealth, but my family has both money and power. Can you truly compete? Li Xiaoluo smiled and ignored Zhou Junjie, instead gazing at the woman he held around the waist, saying, darling, some individuals merely dream of a toad feasting on swan meat. You should focus on doing good and let the toad know what you truly think. If it were another woman, Li Xiaoluo might have found Zhou Junjie's words somewhat reasonable, for the societal norms often reflect such sentiments. However, he had unwavering confidence in Shin Miao Miao, whose friendliness was evident. Shin Miao Miao did not even glance at Zhou Junjie, addressing Li Xiaoluo instead. Xiaoluo, I have no desire to know him. Thus, no matter how much wealth or power his family possesses, it bears no relevance to me. In her view, while Li Xiaoluo might have some money, it certainly could not compare to Zhou Junjie's family fortune. Yet, Li Xiaoluo not only dared to confront Zhou Junjie, but also placed immense trust in himself. Shin Miao Miao felt a profound sense of comfort from Li Xiaoluo's unconditional trust. Among her classmates, numerous similar incidents had occurred, where girls pursued by wealthy second-generation heirs led their boyfriends to insecurity, ultimately resulting in breakups without the wealthy suitors needing to intervene. Li Xiaoluo looked at Zhou Junjie and said, Toad, do you now see your true self? Shin Miao Miao could not help but smile, finding Li Xiaoluo's insults quite clever. Zhou Junjie was utterly enraged, declaring, Li Xiaoluo, think carefully. Last time you sought my collaboration, I found an incredibly lucrative project through connections. An investment of 100 million could yield you 1 billion. 10 billion could bring you 200 billion. Are you sure you want to offend me over a woman? Chapter 28. If you wish to call me brother-in-law, I shall indulge you. Fool. Li Xiaoluo cast a glance at Zhou Junjie and then disregarded him entirely. Embracing Shin Miao Miao as they headed back to Villa 1. Li Xiaoluo was genuinely curious how such a fool as Zhou Junjie had reached this age, naively believing that his money was so easily swindled. Investing 10 billion to earn 200 billion? Even he would not dare to deceive in such a manner. As he watched Li Xiaoluo leave with Shin Miao Miao, Zhou Junjie realized that the facade had been completely shattered. While he did not wish to involve the police or seek his family's assistance, he had myriad ways to deal with this scoundrel. This was his territory, and no one could save him. Hello, Manager Liu from the property management? Didn't you mention that Li Xiaoluo, residing in Villa 1, merely rents it and hasn't purchased it? Please provide me with the original owner's contact number. The house is currently being recklessly altered, and I must inform the owner. Hello, is this Ms. Zhou Xiaotong? Don't inquire how I acquired your number. I am the son of the chairman of Zhou Group, and I wish to discuss a business transaction with you. Hell, do you have anyone ready to flee abroad? Prepare them. I may need their assistance to deal with someone. Our future collaborations with Zhou Group will undoubtedly be more pleasant. After making several calls, Zhou Junjie's fury finally began to subside. He cast a cold, piercing gaze upon Villa Number 1, thinking to himself, Li Xiaoluo, I shall allow you to prance about for a few more days, but rest assured, I will gradually bring you to your demise. Little did Zhou Junjie know that Li Xiaoluo shared his sentiments. At times, the act of taking a life is deceptively simple. However, The most excruciating torment lies in the psychological devastation it inflicts. In the afternoon, Li Xiaoluo drove a sports car, accompanied by Shun Miao Miao, to the People's Hospital. Upon exiting the parking lot, he ambled along at a leisurely pace. Li Ergu, Affinity Level 25, Potential Level 12, Special Ability, None. Wang Yuxia, Affinity Level 42. Potential Level 7, Special Ability, None. Zhang Dabiao, Affinity Level 22, Potential Level 18, Special Ability, None. A Meili, Affinity Level 58, Potential Level 8, Special Ability, None. The reason for Li Xiaoluo's slow gait was his instinctive urge to activate his Eye of Insight upon encountering each individual. In the 21st century, what holds paramount importance? Many would readily declare it to be talent. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, particularly during its latter stages, the significance of talent remains undiminished. The leaders of the future large shelters will predominantly be formidable psychics, and those holding the highest ranks among their subordinates will invariably be psychics as well. To attract more psychics, various factions are willing to spare no effort or expense. Otherwise, the feeble shall merely become fodder for the strong. From Li Xiaoluo's recollections, the probability of a human survivor awakening psychic abilities is exceedingly low, perhaps 1 in 100,000 or even a million. Now, armed with the Eye of Insight, he possesses the remarkable advantage of being able to identify individuals with latent psychic potential before they awaken. Regrettably, due to the minuscule ratio of those capable of awakening, casually finding one is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, entirely reliant on fortune. As Li Xiaoluo meandered, he scrutinized every passerby, from elderly men and women to children, yet failed to discover a single individual on the brink of awakening their psychic abilities. Moreover, he noted that the men he encountered generally displayed a remarkably low affinity towards him, many barely exceeding the threshold of 20. Male bystander, can we be blamed for our low affinity? Who asked you to flaunt such a beautiful woman? As a singleton, how could I possibly harbor any fondness for you? Conversely, the women exhibited a significantly higher level of affinity, confirming the age-old adage that same gender repels, while opposite gender attracts. Nevertheless, even without acknowledging this phenomenon, Li Xiaoluo had long resolved that the individuals he would shelter in this lifetime would predominantly be women, with the core members of his team also being women. Do not inquire as to why. It is simply a matter of preference. This inclination is quite comprehensible upon deeper understanding of human nature. Women inherently possess less ambition than men and are generally easier to manage. Especially in the post-apocalyptic world, most women will no longer be surrounded by countless men vying for their attention. Instead, they may find themselves reduced to mere playthings of men. Thus, as long as they are not subjected to excessive oppression, women are unlikely to betray. Of course, this assurance of loyalty pertains solely to those women who have been vetted by Li Xiaoluo's system. Those with inherently malicious natures are exceptions to this rule. Li Xiaoluo realized that he had acquired the ability of the Eye of Investigation rather too late. Time was no longer on his side to continuously seek out individuals. He could only hope for serendipitous encounters with those he met. Yet, he felt no significant regret, for even if he failed to discover other talents, the presence of Shun Miao Miao was more than sufficient for him. Upon arriving at a hospital room, Li Xiaoluo was introduced to Shun Miao Miao's younger sister. Shun Yanyan. Xiaoluo Gu, this is my sister, Shun Yanyan. Yanyan, this is the one who is helping us, Xiaoluo Gu. You can call him Xiaoluo Gu from now on, Shun Miao Miao said, facilitating their introductions. You both take some time to chat. I will go inquire with the doctor about whether Yanyan can be discharged to recuperate at home. Although Shun Yanyan's complexion was still somewhat pale, she promptly insisted from her bed, Sister, I feel much better. There's no need to consult the doctor. Let's go home. Staying in the hospital is quite uncomfortable and the odors are unbearable. In truth, Shun Yin was not merely repulsed by the hospital's scent, but was more concerned about the financial burden. Very few could afford a hospital stay in these times. She was acutely aware of the reason she could afford it, the man before her. Shun Miao Miao gazed gently at her sister, saying, Yin, please be patient. I will first seek the doctor's opinion. Besides, after you're discharged, we won't be going home. Instead, we will recuperate at Xiaoluo Ji's place. Shun Yan's expression shifted. Her gaze fixed on her sister in bewilderment. Shun Miao Miao appeared slightly evasive, unable to meet her sister's eyes, and quickly excused herself to find the doctor. Once Shun Miao Miao exited the ward, Li Xiaoluo's eyes sparkled as he observed Shun Yan. Despite her pale complexion, her youthful beauty was evident. She stood tall, much like Shun Miao Miao, albeit her figure was not as striking. Shun Miao Miao possessed a flawless S-shaped physique, complemented by her impressive proportions, which was not something every woman could claim. What truly captivated Li Xiaoluo, beyond the allure of her beauty and her identity as his sister-in-law, was what the Eye of Investigation revealed. Shun Yan, Affinity Level 68, Potential Value 89, Special Ability, Planting Anomalies, Awaiting Awakening. After scanning numerous ordinary individuals, the eye had finally encountered someone with latent extraordinary abilities. Although this talent was already reserved, Li Xiaoluo felt a sense of elation. Especially given Shen Yanyan's high potential, she was indeed worthy of admiration. Do you not realize that staring at a girl like that is exceedingly impolite? Shen Yanyan's voice cut through his thoughts. Her eyes narrowed as she glared at him. Li Xiaoluo chuckled softly, dismissing her childishness, for now. Shen Yan was merely an ailing patient, subject to his whims. Am I to call you brother-in-law in the future? She queried, observing his silence. Her lively personality contrasted starkly with her sister's. If you wish to call me brother-in-law, I have no objections, Li Xiaoluo replied nonchalantly. Shen Yan widened her eyes, regarding him as an audacious man. Chapter 29. After all, there is no need to pay. Shen Yan glared at Li Xiaoluo for a moment, but ultimately relented. As Li Xiaoluo exhibited no change in expression, utterly devoid of any sense of shame. With a clever twinkle in her eye, Shen Yan adopted a pitiful demeanor and said, Brother Xiaoluo, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a kind-hearted individual. You are the one who is kind. Li Xiaoluo could not help but retort. My apologies for the inappropriate wording. Shen Yan quickly stuck out her cute tongue, nearly forgetting that people nowadays detest being labeled as good people. After her apology, she continued, In any case, Brother Xiaoluo, you are truly a remarkable person. You spent so much money to save my life, and both my sister and I are profoundly grateful. We will certainly repay you in the future. So could you please refrain from making things difficult for my sister? Li Xiaoluo responded nonchalantly, Sure. Shen Yanyan's eyes brightened with excitement. Really, Brother Luo? Li Xiaoluo nodded. As long as you can return the money to me today, I shall consider it a good deed. Shen Yanyan realized she had been tricked. If they could produce that much money today, they would not have needed Li Xiaoluo's assistance. Anyway, I am the one who is ill. And I am the one spending your money. If you are in need of a woman, feel free to seek me out. Li Xiaoluo looked at Shen Yanyan with a peculiar expression, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Just ensure you do not bully my sister. Li Xiaoluo chuckled. So, you have taken a liking to me and wish to compete with your sister for a man? Upon hearing his words, Shen Yanyan felt as if she might spit blood from anger. This scoundrel was far too narcissistic. Who would take a fancy to him? Competing with her sister for a man? It seemed he wanted to have both sisters for himself. Yet, Shen Yanyan found herself at a loss against Li Xiaoluo, for she understood her sister's character. Since childhood, her sister had been exceptionally strong-willed and would never accept anyone's charity or assistance. However, for the sake of family, she would sacrifice everything. Since her sister had already accepted Li Xiaoluo's money, she would undoubtedly offer him what he desired in return for his kindness. And there was nothing Shen Yanyan could do to stop it. Initially, she had hoped to feign helplessness to morally coerce Li Xiaoluo into abandoning his intent to confront her sister, but it appeared that this man was impervious to such tactics. Shen Yanyan pouted, feeling a profound sense of helplessness and deep frustration, believing she was a burden to her sister. Otherwise, it would not be an exaggeration to say her sister was breathtakingly beautiful. With her looks, she could certainly find a prince on a white horse. Moreover, her sister was a student at a prestigious university, a veritable academic star, and could achieve a brilliant future without relying on a man. If given the choice, Shen Yanyan would prefer to forego Li Xiaoluo's money and not receive treatment. However, at that time, she had been unconscious and had no choice in the matter. While Shen Yanyan was lost in her thoughts, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Shen Miao entered with a female doctor. Shen Miao looked at Li Xiaoluo and said, Brother Xiaoluo, this is Dr. Song. I consulted with her, and she said my sister can go home to recuperate as long as she receives proper care. Dr. Song, seated beside Shen Miao, appraised Li Xiaoluo with a smile and remarked, Li Xiaoluo, it seems you have been remiss in visiting the hospital since settling the surgical fee. One might say your performance as a boyfriend leaves much to be desired. Dr. Song held a favorable impression of Li Xiaoluo, largely due to her deep empathy for the Shun sisters during their financial struggles when Shen Yanyan was unable to cover her medical expenses. However, she was pleasantly surprised when Li Xiaoluo, Shen Miao's boyfriend, boldly stepped forward, unperturbed by potential burdens, to pay the entirety of the medical costs. This act became a topic of fervent discussion among the hospital staff for several days, particularly among the female nurses who, once sympathetic towards Shen Miao, now found themselves envious of her fortune. After all, who wouldn't desire a man like Li Xiaoluo, so devoted and capable of producing several million at once? Before Li Xiaoluo could respond, Dr. Song continued, Nonetheless, Miao mentioned that you have been exceptionally busy at work lately, which is understandable. Li Xiaoluo glanced at Shen Miao, appreciating her effort to maintain her image in front of others, although he remained indifferent to their opinions. Without further ado, he stated, Dr. Song, since Yan can return for recovery, I would appreciate your assistance in arranging that. Additionally, Please assess whether any medication is required and whether a doctor or nurse should accompany us. Ultimately, I defer to your expertise. Let us procure the best for Yin Yan's swift recovery. These past few days, Li Xiaoluo had indeed been preoccupied, leaving little time to nurture his relationship with his future partner. Thus, he welcomed the opportunity to demonstrate his commitment, for matters easily resolved with financial means seemed trivial to him. As anticipated, after Li Xiaoluo's words, a glimmer of tenderness flickered in Shun Miao Miao's gaze towards him. Given that Shun Yinyan was her closest kin, Li Xiaoluo's kindness towards her sister resonated deeply, evoking both appreciation and emotion within her. System notification. Shun Miao Miao has been touched by the host's actions. Friendliness level 2. Current friendliness towards the host 78. Even Shun Yinyan, confined to her hospital bed, regarded Li Xiaoluo with an altered expression. System notification. Shun Yinyan has been moved by the host's actions. Friendliness level 3. Current friendliness towards the host 71. Li Xiaoluo was pleasantly surprised by the system's human-like responsiveness, providing notifications upon increased friendliness. Alas, he noted that Shun Miao Miao's friendliness was perilously close to reaching 80, which would enable him to formalize a contract with her. Meanwhile, Dr. Song nodded in approval. Li Xiaoluo's prior actions had already garnered her goodwill, and now her regard for him had only deepened. Dr. Song spoke. We will certainly ensure that you have the necessary medications to take home. If we can procure the best, that would undoubtedly facilitate Shun Yinyan's recovery. As for a doctor, that may not be necessary. If you have the means, enlisting a nurse for care could be beneficial. Shun Miao Miao promptly interjected, Dr. Song. There is no need for a nurse. I have learned how to change dressings over the past few days. I can care for my sister myself. Upon hearing Shun Miao Miao's words, Li Xiaoluo felt a surge of indignation. After all, his intention was to cultivate a favorable impression. And now he was being thwarted in his efforts. However, it was not solely about garnering goodwill. In this post-apocalyptic world, he required a practitioner of medicine to serve as his personal physician. Initially, Li Xiaoluo had contemplated abducting a few doctors and nurses, but lacking a legitimate reason made such an endeavor rather difficult. For the time being, if he could secure a nurse, that would suffice. Thus, he cast a stern glance at Shun Miao Miao and addressed Dr. Song. Dr. Song, pay no heed to Miao Miao. I am the one who makes decisions in my household. Please assist me in locating a nurse. I'm looking for someone who possesses both skill and integrity, offering a salary of 10,000 per day, with food and lodging included. Li Xiaoluo had become quite enamored with the prospect of such a generous salary, which he had been providing to Old Wang and the others. After all, he would ultimately not be footing the bill. Chapter 30. Unexpected Delight. The exceptional head nurse Qin Yueme indeed, upon hearing of the 10,000 per day salary. The women in the ward were utterly astonished. Even Dr. Song swallowed hard, contemplating whether she could also perform nursing duties. Yet, adhering to her principles, she ultimately suppressed her own aspirations of a demotion. Before long, the hospital's nurses were in a frenzy. Any available female nurse rushed to Shun Yinyan's ward, eager for Li Xiaoluo to make his selection. After all, it would be inappropriate for Dr. Song to directly assign the opportunity to anyone, as that might offend other nurses. Instead, she disseminated the news, allowing those interested to approach Li Xiaoluo and let him choose. With a daily salary of 10,000 and the promise of residing in a grand villa, who among the nurses could resist such an enticing offer? After all, one day's pay could equate to several months' earnings for them. If they could work for Li Xiaoluo for a month, they would earn more than they could in several years. Soon, Shun Yinyan's ward was bustling with activity, as a diverse array of beautiful women, each with their unique charms and alluring uniforms, eagerly gazed at Li Xiaoluo. Indeed, there was a stunning variety among the nurses. Some were generously endowed, their uniforms nearly bursting at the seams, while others were more modest, conserving fabric. Zhang Hongyan. Friendliness level 60, potential value 12, special ability none. Li Xiaolu. Friendliness level 46, potential value 10, special ability none. Li Xiaoluo, having invested a considerable sum, aimed not only to find a skilled nurse, but also to uncover any extraordinary talents among them. However, judging by the way these nurses regarded him, he sensed that obtaining special services might be rather straightforward and enticing. Yet, the prospect of discovering someone with unique abilities seemed rather bleak. Head nurse, you've come as well. Are you here to compete with us? Alas, with the head nurse's arrival, the chance of seizing this fortuitous opportunity seemed to dwindle. What is there to fear? The head nurse is merely someone with a more alluring appearance and a larger bosom. After all, she is just a divorced older woman. Can we not compete with her? You shameless hussy, what are you saying? The head nurse possesses the finest medical skills among us nurses, when others seek care for their patients. She is undoubtedly the first choice. Moreover, at merely 26 years of age, is she truly considered an old woman? I am but an 18-year-old beauty. 26 hardly qualifies as old. As Li Xiaoluo surveyed the female nurses in the ward with his probing eye and found no one with extraordinary abilities, he intended to select someone who caught his fancy at random. Just then, another woman clad in a nurse's uniform entered the ward, and her arrival immediately instilled a sense of threat among the other nurses. It appeared she was the head nurse. This newly arrived head nurse indeed captivated Li Xiaoluo's attention, a striking beauty, akin to a perfectly ripe peach. Instinctively, he cast a probing eye her way. Chinyuame. Friendliness level 66, potential value 88, special ability, healing powers, awaiting awakening. What an unexpected delight. Li Xiaoluo felt this was indeed the case. He had not anticipated discovering yet another individual with latent abilities, particularly one as crucial as a healer. A glance at the nurse named Qin Yueme revealed her impressive attributes, which truly justified her title as a healer. Ahem, let us not think too far afield. Though healing abilities are auxiliary in nature, they are undoubtedly coveted. It is said that advanced healing powers can not only cure ailments, but also regenerate severed limbs and revive those on the brink of death. Such a treasure is desired by all. Furthermore, individuals with supportive abilities like healing, spatial manipulation, or growth powers typically pose little threat. In a past life, any ruler fortunate enough to secure such individuals would consider them invaluable, for there would be no fear of rebellion. Head nurse? That would be you. You will accompany me to care for Shun Yin, with a salary of 10,000 a day. No objections, I trust? Li Xiaoluo pointed casually at Qin Yueme and spoke nonchalantly. Qin Yueme, who had just entered, momentarily froze. She had been preoccupied with work and had arrived a bit late to the news. However, no one would turn down an offer of money, so she approached with a mindset of merely exploring the situation. To her astonishment, she found herself struck by this enormous windfall upon entering. Meanwhile, while Li Xiaoluo occupied himself at the hospital, Zhou Junjie, through various means, arranged to meet Zhou Xiaodong at a cafe not far from the warehouse rented by Li Xiaoluo. Since Zhou Junjie intended to profit from Li Xiaoluo, he naturally sought to investigate his background and circumstances. Thus, he was aware of Li Xiaoluo's rental of Villa No. 1, as well as his engagement of Zhou Xiaotong and others for assistance. And he recognized that the relationship between Zhou Xiaotong and Li Xiaoluo was far from that of a mere employer and secretary. However, the more thoroughly Zhou Junjie delved into Li Xiaoluo's background, the less he understood him. He had no inkling as to the source of Li Xiaoluo's wealth, nor did he comprehend the purpose behind his daily procurement of copious food and supplies. After experiencing humiliation at Li Xiaoluo's hands today, Zhou Junjie could no longer afford to engage in superficial pleasantries with him. He was now determined to employ every possible means to confront Li Xiaoluo. However, in the eyes of Zhou Junjie, killing Li Xiaoluo was not particularly difficult. Yet, unless absolutely necessary, he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Moreover, merely eliminating Li Xiaoluo would not quench his thirst for vengeance. Thus, he resolved to methodically destroy Li Xiaoluo's life. The first step in his plan was to reclaim the woman Li Xiaoluo had taken from him, leading him to seek out Zhou Xiaodong. Although he was aware that Zhou Xiaodong was with Li Xiaoluo for monetary reasons, such a woman might not hold much significance for Li Xiaoluo. Much like Zhou Junjie himself, he occasionally bestowed such women upon friends for their amusement. However, according to the intelligence he had gathered, Li Xiaoluo was still quite infatuated with Zhou Xiaotong, making her acquisition all the more satisfying as it would undoubtedly strike a severe blow to Li Xiaoluo's pride. Yet, at the moment Zhou Junjie laid eyes on Zhou Xiaotong, he comprehended why Li Xiaoluo had remained in her company and neglected Shen Miaomiao. Zhou Xiaodong's tall stature, exquisite face, and particularly her legs clad in stockings were undeniably alluring, stirring the desires of any man. This only intensified Zhou Junjie's determination to win Zhou Xiaotong over, deeming any additional cost worthwhile. Mr. Zhou, may I inquire about the purpose of your invitation? Zhou Xiaotong seated herself gracefully on the sofa opposite Zhou Junjie, her expression reflecting a hint of disdain as she scrutinized the nonchalant young man before her. Please, Miss Zhou, do not be hasty. I am acquainted with your boss, and I have heard from him that you are quite beautiful, which is why I sought this meeting, Zhou Junjie replied. Zhou Xiaodong's demeanor shifted, though she remained silent, awaiting his next words. As anticipated, Zhou Junjie continued, I believe Miss Zhou understands my intentions. I have taken an immediate liking to you. Should you choose to accompany me, the rewards will far surpass what you gain from your current employer. Chapter 31, Matters for the Secretary. Leisurely affairs. Zhou Xiaodong's delicate features transformed into an expression of icy elegance as she responded coldly. Mr. Zhou, I fail to comprehend your meaning. Could you be so kind as to clarify? You are acquainted with my boss. Does this imply that my boss has grown weary of me and wishes to transfer me to you? Or are you, perchance, an adversary of my boss attempting to lure me away? A flicker of discomfort crossed Zhou Junjie's countenance. While Zhou Xiaotong was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to Shen Miaomiao. Furthermore, to him, such women, regardless of their beauty, were of little consequence if motivated by wealth. With a stern expression, Zhou Junjie declared, "You need not concern yourself with too much detail. Simply understand that as my woman, you will gain access to substantial wealth and resources." Noting Zhou Junjie's reluctance to elaborate further, Zhou Xiaotong deemed it unnecessary to engage in further conversation. She rose from her seat, prompting Zhou Junjie to assume she was intrigued and would approach him as others had in the past. However, to his astonishment, she walked directly toward the exit. Momentarily stunned, Zhou Junjie's anger surged, and he rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Zhou Xiaotong, my company, the Zhou Group, is valued at over 100 billion, and I am its sole heir. As long as you promise to accompany me, you may very well become the legitimate mistress of the Zhou family. Are you certain you wish to leave?" The tall and alluring Zhou Xiaotong elegantly turned on her high heels, casting a cold smile at Zhou Junjie. "Master Zhou, to be frank, you are far more detestable than my employer." Before Zhou Junjie could respond, Zhou Xiaotong continued, "At least my boss is straightforward when it comes to women. There are clear terms. Devoid of deceit. Do you truly believe I am a fool? As a woman who plays the role of a mistress for my employer, if I were to betray him for money and align myself with you, would your prominent family ever accept me? So, even if I inherently dislike men like you, I would never fall for your empty promises, no matter how much I might aspire to ascend socially." Meanwhile, Xin Yanyan was busy with discharge procedures. Li Xiaoluo, ever considerate, personally attended to Shun Miao Miao, causing her gaze towards him to soften even further. In truth, while Li Xiaoluo indeed wished to foster a closer relationship with Shun Miao Miao, given that she would be one of his future supports, his primary objective was to engage with more individuals and utilize his probing eye to uncover any exceptional talents. After all, while the chances may be slim, one can always hope for serendipity. Wasn't Qin Yuanmei a delightful surprise? Regrettably, despite the throngs of people in the hospital, Li Xiaoluo perused the information of thousands, nearly feeling nauseous from the sheer volume, yet he remained unmoved by anyone worthy of recruitment. Although there were indeed individuals with extraordinary abilities among the crowd, he had only recently discovered one, a man named Li Yongqiang. With a friendliness score of 26 and a potential score of 66, possessing a latent fire ability. He appeared to be a laborer in his 40s, with sunburned skin. Remarkably unremarkable, Li Xiaoluo even speculated whether his fire ability stemmed from excessive sun exposure on construction sites. However, it is crucial to note that abilities are not created equal. They can be categorized based on their nature. Elemental powers such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are deemed relatively common, while abilities like ice, lightning, space manipulation, and speed are classified as special. Typically, those who awaken special abilities are inherently more formidable than those who awaken standard powers. Furthermore, each individual's talent varies significantly. This is easily comprehensible. Despite undergoing the same 9-year compulsory education, some individuals are simply extraordinary. The probing eye reflects this notion, as individuals with higher potential scores are bound to become more powerful in the future. For instance, Shun Miao Miao possesses an impressive potential score of 99, truly a favored daughter of destiny. In contrast, the newly discovered Li Yongqiang has a potential score of 66. Thus, Li Xiaoluo harbored no intentions of recruiting this man. He dismissed the fire ability as unremarkable and deemed Li Yongqiang's potential too low for any promising future. Of course, Li Xiaoluo would never reveal to others that he had no intention of recruiting men at all. After a flurry of activity in the hospital, Xin Miao Miao, along with Nurse Chief Qin Yuanmei, arrived at Villa number 1 of Longting. "Wow, brother-in-law, this villa is absolutely stunning. Are we truly going to reside here in the future?" It is evident that Shun Yanyan and her sister possess entirely contrasting personalities, particularly in their evolving impression of Li Xiaoluo. Once they became acquainted, her demeanor became considerably bolder. Initially addressing him as Brother Xiaoluo, she suddenly began calling him brother-in-law with great affection. At that moment, she even embarrassed Shun Miao Miao, who wished to discipline the little girl. Unbeknownst to Shun Miao Miao, Shun Yanyan was equally concerned for her sister's well-being. Shun Yanyan understood that her sister was solely focused on repaying a debt of gratitude and would inevitably become Li Xiaoluo's woman. Thus, since she could not alter the reality, she resolved to keep a watchful eye on that scoundrel, ensuring he treated her sister well. The first step, naturally, was to assert her claim. Otherwise, aside from other women, she was particularly wary of the alluring head nurse nearby, fearing that Li Xiaoluo might lose control. Zhou Xiaodong entered the room, her high heels clicking on the floor, and her beautiful legs, encased in nude stockings, immediately captured Li Xiaoluo's attention. After spending a few days together, Zhou Xiaodong's gaze had grown increasingly seductive, as if it could draw water, making her all the more enticing. However, her complexion had improved considerably, while Li Xiaoluo was left feeling utterly exhausted. He even contemplated relocating to a different place for a proper rest, as living with Zhou Xiaotong was undeniably taxing, even when he knew he could not resist her allure. Thankfully, the system was quite effective. After his body was enhanced, he felt much more confident. After all, the system had strengthened his physique tenfold, and naturally, his endurance had similarly improved. Boss, today's tasks have been completed as per your instructions, totaling 12 million. Zhou Xiaotong approached Li Xiaoluo, her previously cheerful demeanor instantly transforming into a serious expression. She could not quite comprehend the reason behind her irritation. Li Xiaoluo had made his intentions clear that morning, indicating a temporary arrangement with no desire for a lasting relationship. Yet, faced with the enticing allure of Zhou Junjia's wealth and power, she instinctively resisted agreeing to it. Was she a paragon of virtue? Zhou Xiaodong was certain she was not. Otherwise, she would not be entangled with Li Xiaoluo in such an ambiguous manner. However, she believed she was not a frivolous woman either. Remaining with Li Xiaoluo did not mean she would betray him, especially not for someone like Zhou Junjia, whose persona she instinctively disdained. Although Li Xiaoluo had suddenly come into wealth, he had once been her colleague, and thus, Zhou Xiaotong did not harbor the same aversion towards him as she did towards those wealthy young masters. Additionally, having shared a day as husband and wife, she had genuinely developed feelings for Li Xiaoluo. Oblivious to Zhou Xiaotong's inner thoughts, Li Xiaoluo was eager to showcase his abilities to her. Ah, boss, I haven't changed my shoes yet. After reporting her work, Zhou Xiaodong intended to switch out of her high heels. However, as she bent down, Li Xiaoluo approached her from behind. Breathing heavily, he said, "Do not change your shoes just yet. Your secretary duties are not yet complete, and wearing high heels will heighten the experience." Zhou Xiaodong turned her head and cast a charming glance at Li Xiaoluo. She was aware that the secretary handled tasks, but she had also heard that when there was nothing to do, one should simply listen. Nevertheless, she did not continue with the action of changing her shoes. Chapter 32. The surprise brought by Zhou Xiaodong. After a little over an hour, tranquility finally descended. "General, bring me a bottle of water." Before long, the general entered. A bottle of mineral water clutched in his mouth, his tail wagging as he pushed open the door. Presenting the water to Li Xiaoluo, the general gave him a mournful gaze. "Master, I may not be human, but you are indeed a true dog." It turned out that the previous training to fetch items was all for this moment. Though Li Xiaoluo had significantly enhanced his physical abilities, the exertion from earlier had taken a toll, so he eagerly gulped down the mineral water. "General, go fetch my lighter and cigarettes as well." "What kind of look is that? Is it such a burden to perform a small task?" "Fine. Tomorrow I shall find you a beautiful female dog." Woof, woof, woof. Upon hearing this, the general trembled with excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, his aches forgotten as he dashed out, returning promptly with the cigarettes and lighter in tow. "Boss, have you taken one of those little blue pills today? I've heard they're bad for your health." Zhou Xiaodong, exhausted, lay atop Li Xiaoluo, not even wanting to lift a finger, her delicate and radiant face making her all the more enchanting. Li Xiaoluo lit a cigarette, his hands caressing Zhou Xiaodong's fair back, proudly declaring, "This is the true strength of your boss. Who needs any pills?" Zhou Xiaotong regarded him with unmistakable skepticism. After all, having spent so many days together, she was well aware of Li Xiaoluo's capabilities. While he occasionally exceeded expectations, his prowess today was far beyond any previous performance. Li Xiaoluo coldly remarked, "What else with that look? Don't believe me? Let us continue this later. By then, even if I had taken the pills, their effects would have waned." "No, I believe you. I want to rest tonight," Zhou Xiaodong hastily replied. Understanding the situation, she certainly did not wish to meet her demise in bed this evening, so she promptly acquiesced. Li Xiaoluo nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on how, had this been before today, his words would not have held such weight. Indeed, a man must possess extraordinary qualities for a woman to be more compliant. Zhou Xiaodong increasingly pleased Li Xiaoluo, and he secretly activated the Eye of Insight to gauge her friendliness. If her rapport proved satisfactory, he might consider keeping her when the apocalypse arrived. Li Xiaoluo's previous mindset had been heavily influenced by his past life, where ordinary survivors without awakened abilities were akin to ants. Thus, in this life, he was reluctant to carry any burdens, even if they were beautiful women. However, upon activating the system and gaining the Eye of Insight, he realized a crucial truth. Individuals with supernatural talents were exceedingly rare. In truth, individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities are akin to today's billionaires. While there are many affluent individuals, only a minuscule fraction possesses a fortune exceeding 100 million. Thus, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the ordinary survivors, though living like ants, predominantly comprise the lower strata within any shelter or faction. Indeed, in most shelters or factions, aside from the leader who possesses supernatural powers, the other members are merely ordinary survivors. After all, without absolute strength, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Moreover, if a shelter lacks these ordinary survivors, who will undertake the menial and arduous tasks, who will serve as cannon fodder for those in power? Zhou Xiaotong, with a friendliness score of 86 and a potential value of 90, possesses the special ability of water manipulation, awaiting awakening. Li Xiaoluo gazed at Zhou Xiaotong in a state of astonishment, scarcely able to believe his eyes. Could it be that Zhou Xiaotong also possessed extraordinary abilities? Furthermore, her potential value was quite high. Should she develop her skills, she would undoubtedly become a formidable force. However, Li Xiaoluo had never heard of her in his previous life. Thus, in his subconscious, Zhou Xiaotong was merely an ordinary survivor in the post-apocalyptic world. Yet, upon further reflection, Li Xiaoluo suddenly grasped the crucial point. Firstly, in his previous life, he was indeed an ordinary survivor. Although he had managed to survive for over a year during the apocalypse, his experiences had been rather limited. The only supernatural beings he had encountered were the Shun sisters, Shun Miao Miao and Shun Yin Yin. No, there was also that dog belonging to the general. As for other supernatural beings from different shelters or those renowned in the so-called rankings of extraordinary powers, he had primarily heard of them in passing. Additionally, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, many supernatural beings often used code names, much like the online aliases people adopted before the end of the world. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable that he had never heard Zhou Xiaotong's name before. Secondly, there exists another possibility. Not all endowed individuals survive to awaken their powers. What does this imply? The first stage of the apocalypse is characterized by extreme cold, followed by floods in the second stage, and meteor showers in the third. It is widely acknowledged that only after the meteor showers appear do human survivors begin to awaken their abilities. Consequently, many individuals with latent powers might have perished during the initial 2 stages of calamity, never reaching the moment of awakening their gifts. Boss, why are you staring at me like that? Zhou Xiaotong felt a bit frightened and shy under Li Xiaoluo's intense gaze. Li Xiaoluo then wrapped his arms around Zhou Xiaotong. Smiling as he said, I just realized how exquisite and beautiful your face is, with your fair and delicate skin. It truly captivates me. Zhou Xiaoluo must accumulate these beauties. No, accumulate sounds a bit unflattering. Perhaps cherish would be better. To date, he has rescued 4 beauties, Shun Miao Miao, Shun Yin Yin, Qin Yueme, and Zhou Xiaodong. However, Li Xiaoluo needed to clarify that he was not enamored by the likes of 36y figures, devilish physiques, sultry vixens, or exceptional legs. Those were not what attracted him at all. Is Li Xiaoluo truly such a superficial individual? I implore everyone to adhere to official announcements. To neither believe nor propagate rumors. Li Xiaoluo is simply engaged in noble deeds. After all, the apocalypse is imminent. And women are a vulnerable demographic. Saving even one is a commendable act. Zhou Xiaotong felt a twinge of embarrassment at Li Xiaoluo's words, primarily because, after spending so many days together, it was the first time she had heard his sweet nothings. Although his flattery lacked a certain earnestness, it nonetheless warmed her heart. By the way, my dear boss, do you have some unresolved conflict with Zhou Junjie of the Zhou Group? He approached me today with a request for me to sever ties with you. Li Xiaoluo replied. Zhou Junjie must have offered you some exceedingly tempting conditions. Did he not? Are you not swayed? As he spoke, a glint of coldness flashed in Li Xiaoluo's eyes. If their previous relationship had merely been a mutually beneficial transaction, he would have felt indifferent to Zhou Xiaotong's departure. However, now that she had become his exclusive possession, anyone who dared to covet her would face dire consequences. Li Xiaoluo would hasten Zhou Junjie's apocalypse and ensure he paid the price for his audacity. Chapter 33. Morning comfort. The following day, Li Xiaoluo's internal clock roused him early. The weather was splendid, with radiant sunshine. Little did the world know that on this seemingly perfect day, a catastrophic disaster was poised to claim 90% of the global population. Li Xiaoluo glanced at the time. It was 7 in the morning. In just 5 hours, precisely at noon, the calamity would commence. The global temperature would plummet to sub-zero levels within a matter of minutes, and in certain regions, it could even sink to 100 degrees below zero. Countless unprepared souls would find themselves perishing from the cold. However, Li Xiaoluo had long been ready to face this day. He intended to gather one last wave of supplies before noon, and then comfortably watch the disaster unfold from the safety of his lordly abode. Lost in thought, Li Xiaoluo failed to notice that he was alone. Realizing Zhou Xiaotong was not in bed, he marveled at the remarkable resilience of women. After dressing, he stepped out of the bedroom to find the dog, which he had prepared a lavish nest for, sleeping soundly, its mouth occasionally drooling, perhaps dreaming of something delightful. As he entered the bathroom, he heard sounds emanating from the kitchen. Zhou Xiaotong, clad in a delicate pink silk nightgown, was busy preparing breakfast. Having lived together for a few days, Li Xiaoluo knew that Zhou Xiaotong was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts, having previously been a refined urbanite. Nevertheless, she was not a complete disaster in the kitchen, and making a simple breakfast was well within her capabilities. Since moving in with Li Xiaoluo, she had taken it upon herself to prepare his breakfast each day. After finishing his ablutions, Li Xiaoluo ventured into the kitchen. where Zhou Xiaotong's silk nightgown revealed ample fair skin, causing him to swallow hard with desire. Originally, I intended to express my concern for Zhou Xiaotong, who rose early to prepare breakfast, yet unexpectedly, it truly transformed into an act of consolation. The profundity of Chinese characters is vast. One can only imagine the process. After an hour had passed, Li Xiaoluo assisted Zhou Xiaodong as she brought a somewhat burnt fried egg into the living room. Woof, woof. The dog, General, cast a resentful glance at Li Xiaoluo, silently protesting. Have you considered the feelings of a lonely dog amidst your daytime and nighttime antics? Go gnaw on your bone. Keep barking, and there will be no mother dog left. Li Xiaoluo prepared General's favorite meat bone, treating the dog with sincerity, for he would need this canine's loyalty in the future. It seemed General understood Li Xiaoluo's words, as he happily wagged his tail and began to gnaw at the bone. At that moment, Zhou Xiaodong had regained some energy and handed her phone to Li Xiaoluo, saying, Boss, I've purchased some supplies online. Could you help me check if I have everything? Although Li Xiaoluo's hoarding behavior seemed utterly insane, as if the apocalypse were imminent, he had previously reminded Zhou Xiaodong to be cautious. While Zhou Xiaodong would not squander all her money on supplies like Li Xiaoluo, she intended to stockpile a bit more food and necessities. Better safe than sorry, especially since the funds were provided by Li Xiaoluo. She decided to indulge in his madness just this once. However, Li Xiaoluo's collection of items was exceedingly eclectic, ready-to-eat food, fresh fruits and vegetables, warm clothing, defensive weapons, and even snowmobiles and speedboats. Although Zhou Xiaotong wished to emulate Li Xiaoluo's hoarding strategy, apart from acquiring some food and daily necessities, she was uncertain whether other essentials were required. Therefore, she planned to seek Li Xiaoluo's guidance. Yet, when Zhou Xiaotong offered her phone, Li Xiaoluo did not take it, nor did he even glance at it. Just as a hint of disappointment flickered in Zhou Xiaodong's eyes, Li Xiaoluo, while enjoying his fried egg, remarked, You need not hoard supplies. It will be too late to do so. Soon, you will move to the penthouse duplex, and you shall never go hungry again while following me. Following you? Boss, what do you mean? A glimmer of joy flashed in Zhou Xiaotong's eyes. Though she feigned confusion, Li Xiaoluo set down his chopsticks and looked earnestly at Zhou Xiaodong, stating, It means you will be mine from now on, my personal exclusive. Humph. Just because you say I'm yours, does that make it so? Zhou Xiaodong huffed. Although Li Xiaoluo had completely conquered her physically, she still felt a twinge of unhappiness regarding his intention to dissolve their temporary relationship from the previous day. She was curious why, in just one day, Li Xiaoluo's attitude had shifted. Boss, you didn't say this yesterday. You had me prepare supplies for the impending apocalypse. How can your thoughts change overnight? Li Xiaoluo, of course, would not reveal the truth to Zhou Xiaodong. He lifted her delicate chin with a finger and, with a mischievous smile, said, Why do you think my attitude has changed? From last night until this morning. Can you fathom the reason behind the time I squandered on you? You have captivated me to an extraordinary extent. Li Xiaoluo, you should see the furious expression on Zhou Xiaotong's face, as if she has forgotten to address her boss. In truth, it is Li Xiaoluo's frivolous actions that have caused her heart to race. Although the two have shared numerous intimate moments and unlocked various special postures under Li Xiaoluo's assertive demeanor, there are no secrets left between them. Yet, the romantic narrative still leaves her somewhat flustered. Li Xiaoluo smiled, then released Zhou Xiaotong, his expression suddenly turning serious as he said, All right. I shall grant you the opportunity to choose. Will you follow me? Had he not employed the eye of insight, Li Xiaoluo might have genuinely allowed Zhou Xiaotong the freedom to decide her fate. However, after utilizing the eye, it was regrettable. Zhou Xiaotong's choices had been rendered null. Yet, women, after all, possess a sense of pride, and thus Li Xiaoluo indulged her in the ritual of choice. Observing the gravity on her boss's face, Zhou Xiaotong adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, For how long? Forever. Zhou Xiaotong scoffed, Boss, are you suggesting you wish to support me for a lifetime? What terms do you offer? Li Xiaoluo held up 3 fingers, 3 guarantees. Zhou Xiaotong was momentarily taken aback, bemused. Just 3 bags? You expect me to be yours for a lifetime over that? In truth, at this moment, Zhou Xiaotong was not particularly concerned with such trivialities. However, Li Xiaoluo chuckled and clarified, Food, drink, sleep. Only then did Zhou Xiaotong realize she had misunderstood. It was this trifecta of guarantees. Yet, it seemed rather cheap. With neither money nor a house, just provisions for sustenance and shelter. Was this truly a form of support? It felt more like the most economical arrangement for a girlfriend. Hardly the lavish patronage she had envisioned. Nevertheless, Zhou Xiaotong, with a proud demeanor, straightened her posture and declared, Regardless, I am not currently seeking a boyfriend, so I might as well follow you. However, under such conditions, I cannot promise to stay with you for a lifetime. Li Xiaoluo chuckled, knowing that in a few days, Zhou Xiaotong would come to realize just how generous his offer truly was. In a post-apocalyptic world, Even the most glamorous socialites or starlets could be won over with a mere sausage. Chapter 34, Catastrophe Countdown. Choosing a wife for the general at 9 in the morning. Only 3 hours remain until the ice catastrophe strikes. Li Xiaoluo has prepared all that is necessary. Henceforth, he need not venture anywhere. He could comfortably remain in his lordess mansion and easily weather the impending disasters, effortlessly outshining 90% of the world. With the foresight of a prophet and an abundance of supplies hoarded within his space, along with a few enchanting beauties, he could do nothing yet still triumph over all the supernatural beings. As for himself, Li Xiaoluo was uncertain how many abilities he could ultimately replicate. However, he resolved to refrain from casually showcasing his powers before others, opting instead to play the role of a hidden tiger. After Zhou Xiaotong ended the call, her tall figure gracefully approached Li Xiaoluo. Boss, I have already informed Brother Wang and the others. After they finish their work this morning, they will be granted a half-day off. I have transferred a portion of the payment to the supplier, and as you suggested, I will settle the remaining amount within 3 days. Zhou Xiaotong remains a diligent secretary, diligently reporting significant tasks to Li Xiaoluo each day. However, to Li Xiaoluo, these matters have become trivial. Concerns regarding salaries and final payments seem futile, as few would desire them in the future. After all, money is on the verge of becoming worthless. If they truly wish to obtain it, they might as well go to the bank and fill a sack for themselves. Thus, Li Xiaoluo waved his hand, interrupting Zhou Xiaotong's report, and stated, "Do not concern yourself with such matters. They will soon be a thing of the past." A thing of the past? Zhou Xiaotong's eyes widened in disbelief, pondering whether her boss was contemplating becoming a defaulter. Yet, she quickly grasped the implication and exclaimed, "Boss, are you suggesting that the apocalypse is imminent?" Li Xiaoluo smiled mysteriously. Who knows? Anything is possible. In any case, you needn't go anywhere today. Remain at home. He had already arranged for the ladies, including Shun Miao Miao and Qin Yueme, to stay at Dragon Court Villa, instructing them not to venture outside. Despite her strong personality, Shun Miao Miao would obediently heed Li Xiaoluo's words once she had set her sights on a man. Furthermore, given Shun Yinyan's limited mobility, Shun Miao Miao and the others had no choice but to take turns caring for her, rendering them unable to go anywhere. At 10 in the morning, Li Xiaoluo and Zhou Xiaotong moved from his previous residence to the penthouse duplex. Located on the 36th floor, Li Xiaoluo named it the Lord's Mansion number 36. Henceforth, Dragon Court Villa would be referred to as the Lord's Mansion number 1. The Lord's Mansion number 36 was considerably more spacious and elegantly decorated than Li Xiaoluo's former abode, eliciting joy from Zhou Xiaotong upon the move. However, her curiosity piqued as she remarked, "Boss, I recall that the transformation of the Battle Shield group was not like this. Why does this apartment seem so vastly different?" It was no wonder Zhou Xiaotong appeared astonished. After all, Li Xiaoluo had previously taken a hands-off approach. She had been the one managing the renovations for both this apartment and the Dragon Court Villa. Thus, she was more aware than Li Xiaoluo of how the properties had ultimately turned out. After a night apart, Zhou Xiaotong could have easily mistaken the place for someone else's home. Li Xiaoluo chuckled mysteriously. "Do not concern yourself with the details. Just know that this is where we shall reside moving forward, and it guarantees our absolute safety." Zhou Xiaotong gazed intently at Li Xiaoluo, realizing at that moment just how enigmatic he had become. Nevertheless, being a perceptive woman, she refrained from pressing him for more information. Everyone has their secrets, especially those of a peculiar nature, and she trusted that her boss would share what was necessary. For that which was not meant for her ears, she would simply regard it as if nothing had transpired. The days spent alongside her boss brought Zhou Xiaotong great joy, and that was sufficient for her. Woof, woof. The general settled his doghouse and then approached Li Xiaoluo, wagging his tail fervently. With keen eyes fixed on Li Xiaoluo, he seemed to convey, "Do not merely flaunt affection. Have you forgotten something?" Li Xiaoluo instantly grasped the general's intent, as if he had promised to find him a female dog, yet the arrangements had yet to be made. "Very well, there is still some time. There is a pet shop just outside the community. You may choose a female dog that pleases you." Woof. This master is indeed accommodating. Upon hearing this, the general's tongue lolled out, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Xiaoluo chuckled, patting the general's head. After spending so many days together, the general had grown increasingly formidable and loyal, and thus Li Xiaoluo felt he should not shortchange him. Moreover, finding a female dog for the general also piqued Li Xiaoluo's curiosity about whether the general's lineage would yield any extraordinary abilities. If his offspring possessed exceptional talents, it would be nothing short of perfect. Imagine a legion of indomitable little generals who could withstand such a force. Accompanied by the general and Zhou Xiaotong, Li Xiaoluo made his way to the nearby pet shop. He allowed the general to select his desired companion, and the general displayed commendable taste, fixating on a lustrous female golden retriever. "Sir, this golden retriever is not for sale. She costs 200,000. Do you wish to proceed?" Li Xiaoluo, uninterested in having the general choose again or in the reasons why the dog was not for sale, was resolute. After all, calamity had yet to strike, and he had faith that money could surmount any obstacle. The male owner of the pet shop swallowed hard. The thought of "you think money is everything?" lingered in his mind, but he could not utter it aloud. The offer was simply too generous to refuse. "Yumi, dear master, I am considering your well-being. With your new owner, you shall indulge in your favorite chicken legs daily." "Sir, her name is Yumi. I have raised her for over 6 months, and I have grown quite fond of her. I hope you will take good care of her." The pet shop owner eagerly retrieved Yumi's leash and personally handed it to Li Xiaoluo. Zhou Xiaotong, who had accompanied Li Xiaoluo, found herself at a loss for words. If he was so attached, why was he so eager to sell? Nonetheless, Zhou Xiaotong refrained from voicing her thoughts. In this era, keyboard warriors abound, and self-righteous individuals are not uncommon. Yet when faced with the allure of substantial wealth, how many can truly resist temptation? Zhou Xiaotong once believed that having enough money was sufficient. Her life as a white-collar worker was quite satisfactory. Yet, in the end, she had followed Li Xiaoluo for financial reasons. Although part of her attraction stemmed from Li Xiaoluo's enigmatic nature, she acknowledged that the primary reason was the overwhelming offer from her employer, which she simply could not refuse. Chapter 35. A resounding slap, dislodging Wang Dama's teeth. At 11 o'clock, exiting the pet shop, only an hour remained before the impending ice and snow calamity. Li Xiaoluo returned to the community with Zhou Xiaodong and the 2 dogs, having accomplished most of what needed to be done. Now, it was time to relax at home and watch the tempest unfold outside with a smile. In the early stages of an apocalyptic winter, amidst floods and calamities, the primary concern becomes the accumulation of provisions and resources. The survival of the fittest is determined by who can endure hunger, whose shelter can withstand the desperate onslaught of other survivors, and who possesses the fortitude to resist the urge to be a savior. Thus, during this bleak period, Li Xiaoluo has but one objective: to savor life's pleasures while preserving his existence. The suffering that unfolds outside will not pertain to him. He will only emerge to seize opportunities when cataclysmic meteor strikes occur. Li Xiaoluo halt. As Li Xiaoluo and his companions descended the stairs, preparing to return home, an enraged voice pierced the air. A bespectacled man rushed toward Li Xiaoluo, his expression a tempest of fury, particularly intensifying when he beheld Zhou Xiaotong, who was beside Li Xiaoluo, exuding allure, height, and an extraordinary presence. A flicker of desire ignited in the man's eyes, swiftly followed by a torrent of jealousy, amplifying his ire. "Who are you?" Li Xiaoluo regarded the man with confusion. The bespectacled man, incredulous, retorted, "You mean you truly do not recall who I am?" Li Xiaoluo turned, intent on walking away, thinking it absurd. With so many beautiful women around, why would he need to remember such a person? "Who do you think you are?" Yet, Zhou Xiaotong promptly whispered in Li Xiaoluo's ear, "Boss, it seems he's called Yang Wei. We encountered him a few mornings ago. He appears to be pursuing that Su Xiaoxiao." Upon this reminder, Li Xiaoluo's memory stirred. "Li Xiaoluo, do not feign ignorance. I am Yang Wei, Su Xiaoxiao's boyfriend. I warn you, she is no longer connected to you. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from her." Before Li Xiaoluo could respond, Zhou Xiaotong cast a frosty glare at Yang Wei, declaring, "Sir, is there an issue with your vision? I suggest you have your eyes examined." "Beautiful lady, what do you mean by that?" Despite Zhou Xiaotong's icy demeanor, Yang Wei's tone softened considerably in her presence. Zhou Xiaotong retorted coldly, "If your vision were not impaired, you would see that Li Xiaoluo is now my partner. He is with me. And which of your eyes perceived any link between him and Su Xiaoxiao?" Yang Wei was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Xiaotong's rebuke, clearly unprepared for her sharp tongue. However, he quickly regained his composure, responding with renewed anger. "Li Xiaoluo, do not hide behind a woman and remain silent. I know you must have said or done something to Su Xiaoxiao. Otherwise, why would she be ignoring me and praising you in my presence?" Zhou Xiaotong regarded Yang Wei with a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. She had encountered many sycophants, but this particular one was an extraordinary specimen. The commotion caused by Yang Wei had attracted a considerable audience, including the ever-troublesome Aunt Wang, who had just returned from the supermarket with a bounty of eggs. In her exuberance, she had also slapped a girl on the bus for failing to yield her seat, believing that a woman of her age should be afforded some respect. At that moment, Aunt Wang was in high spirits. However, upon witnessing Li Xiaoluo and that disreputable woman embroiled in trouble, Aunt Wang's spirits soared even higher. Throughout her life, Aunt Wang could not abide anyone around her surpassing her son, which fueled her disbelief in Li Xiaoluo's ability to drive a sports car or attract a remarkable girlfriend. Even when faced with undeniable evidence, she clung to the notion that Li Xiaoluo's car was borrowed and that Zhou Xiaodong was the epitome of a dubious character. Having been humiliated by Li Xiaoluo previously, Aunt Wang remained resentful, yet before she could devise a scheme to retaliate, She was delighted to see Li Xiaoluo in misfortune today. How could she not be elated? Feeling more joy than finding a bargain on eggs. Aunt Wang was overwhelmed with excitement and could not resist stepping forward to incite Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo, you have already broken up with Xiaoxiao and now have another girlfriend. How can you still be entangled with Xiaoxiao? I have watched you grow up. How can you be so foolish? This is immoral. Apologize to the young man and pledge to conduct yourself honorably from now on. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed, abruptly silencing Aunt Wang. The surrounding onlookers were vividly aware of the scene that had unfolded. Li Xiaoluo had swiftly delivered a harsh slap to Aunt Wang. Quick, precise, and brutally effective. It was so rapid that Aunt Wang had no time to react, let alone evade the blow. The sound of the slap, coupled with Aunt Wang's pitiful appearance, her cheeks swollen and a tooth seemingly knocked out, left the spectators in stunned silence. Though longtime residents of the neighborhood were familiar with Aunt Wang's sharp tongue and penchant for gossip, witnessing her receive her comeuppance inexplicably brought them delight. Yet, some were genuinely impressed by Li Xiaoluo's audacity. In an era where most would avoid confrontation with the elderly, who would dare to strike an old woman? Surely, no amount of wealth could compensate for such an act. Others criticized Li Xiaoluo, deeming his actions excessively cruel. Aunt Wang had committed no wrongdoing. She merely sought to impart wisdom as an elder, so how could Li Xiaoluo resort to violence, especially against a senior? Murder. Murder. I shall be killed. In broad daylight, a murder. The unexpected turn of events left Aunt Wang momentarily dazed. Then, she unleashed a cacophony of wails, retreating in panic, as if Li Xiaoluo truly intended to take her life. Her actions were twofold. First, to stage a performance that would create the illusion of Li Xiaoluo attempting to harm her, thus laying the groundwork for more serious charges when the police arrived. Second, her genuine fear of further assault, believing Li Xiaoluo might have lost his sanity. What could a madman be capable of? Nevertheless, Li Xiaoluo had no intention of pursuing Aunt Wang. She was hardly worth the effort. Instead, he approached the bewildered, bespectacled man and delivered a forceful kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. It is not your fault for prancing about before me, but it is indeed your fault to use a woman like Su Xiaoxiao to provoke me. After tidying up the two small grasshoppers, Li Xiaoluo, accompanied by Zhou Xiaotong and two dogs, promptly left the scene and ascended the stairs. Although the calamity was imminent, Li Xiaoluo was not inclined to provoke trouble at that moment. He had resolved to deal with all adversaries after the disaster had struck. However, he did not anticipate that some individuals would willingly present themselves for reckoning. Thus he decided to serve them a preliminary taste of retribution. Nonetheless, Li Xiaoluo was prudent enough not to linger at the scene, for should a diligent constable arrive promptly, it could lead to complications. Once he returned to the Lord's manor and awaited the disaster, even the constables would find themselves powerless against him. Chapter 36. The icy cataclysm approaches. Upon their return to the Lord's manor, the wailing sirens echoed throughout the community shortly thereafter. Below the building, after Li Xiaoluo's departure, Aunt Wang and the bespectacled man lay on the ground, sobbing and wailing. Both were resolute in their determination to ensure that the police would witness their plight at the earliest opportunity. They were adamant that Li Xiaoluo must pay a heavy price. Under no circumstances would they consider reconciliation. The onlookers surrounding Aunt Wang and the bespectacled man remained, captivated by the unfolding drama. Today's events had truly opened their eyes, and they eagerly awaited the ensuing spectacle. When Li Xiaoluo had left, the crowd did not dare to intervene, not only out of fear of being caught in the crossfire, but also because they believed Li Xiaoluo had no intention of escaping. After all, why would he return home if he were guilty? Everyone present understood that this commotion would soon culminate in resolution, especially with the police en route. Having received reports of an assault involving an elderly victim, Zhou Xiaotong, hearing the commotion below, displayed a hint of concern on her face. She could not fathom her boss's impulsive behavior, yet she recognized that he was not at fault, having spent most of her days alongside him. She knew he had not sought out Su Xiaoxiao. In fact, she sensed a deep-seated disdain from her boss towards Su Xiaoxiao. Thus, Yang Wei's decision to play the fool and seek trouble with Li Xiaoluo after being spurned by Su Xiaoxiao seemed utterly contemptible and shameless. Aunt Wang, in Zhou Xiaotong's eyes, was no virtuous figure. She assumed the role of an elder, yet indiscriminately blamed her boss for the incident. Boss, should we consider hiring a lawyer online? Zhou Xiaotong proposed. Recognizing that the situation had unfolded, she realized further discussion would be futile. Her sole focus was on ensuring Li Xiaoluo's safety. Li Xiaoluo glanced at his phone. 5 minutes remaining. No need to worry. We can comfortably watch the drama unfold from home. With that, he wrapped his arms around Zhou Xiaotong's slender waist and carried her to the balcony. Inhaling the familiar scent emanating from Li Xiaoluo, and sensing his calm demeanor, Zhou Xiaotong found her worries dissipating under his influence. It was only because she genuinely cared for Li Xiaoluo that she had felt fear and anxiety moments ago, terrified that he might truly be apprehended by the constables. Unbeknownst to her, Li Xiaoluo had increasingly secured a significant place in her heart. Bang! Bang! Is Li Xiaoluo there? Open the door. I am a constable. Upon hearing the voices outside, a wave of admiration for the constable's efficiency washed over Li Xiaoluo. They had arrived at his door remarkably quickly. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaotong grasped Li Xiaoluo's arm and embraced his waist tightly, her heart racing as she pondered his unshakable composure. Abruptly, Li Xiaoluo felt a shiver coursing through him. He chuckled, sensing that his time was about to arrive. Li Xiaoluo, please adjust your attitude. We are not jesting. Open the door immediately, or we will be compelled to take forceful measures. Forceful measures? Li Xiaoluo scoffed internally, confident that even a nuclear bomb would not breach his stronghold. He was aware that the individuals outside had little time left, for they would soon depart. Indeed, before Li Xiaoluo could respond, startled exclamations erupted from outside. What on earth? Why has it suddenly become dark? Is there a power outage? But it's daytime. Hastily, Li Xiaoluo glanced out the window, and, just as in his previous life, he witnessed an extraordinary phenomenon. A sudden aurora illuminated the sky, only for it to be engulfed in darkness, transforming the previously sunlit day into a night-like gloom. However, the panic was short-lived. Within mere seconds, daylight returned. Yet, in that brief interval, the ground had become drenched, puddles forming as if rain had poured down, though the sky remained clear. In truth, during that fleeting darkness, it seemed as though a celestial rupture had unleashed torrents upon the earth. As the darkness receded, the temperature plummeted rapidly, the ground outside beginning to freeze. What on earth is happening? Why has it turned so cold? No longer interested in the commotion, he rushed to don warmer clothing, exclaiming, "It's freezing. Help." The temperature continues to drop alarmingly. He called for backup. We are experiencing a supernatural event. This building has plunged to below 20 degrees Celsius, requesting immediate assistance. Soon, the cacophony outside subsided, as everyone fled in a frenzy. At such frigid temperatures, who could withstand the chill in short sleeves? Not even the constables, who shared the same fear of the cold. Furthermore, the incident involving Li Xiaoluo can be succinctly described as a brawl born out of jealousy and rivalry, a mere dispute between neighbors, hardly warranting the designation of a significant case. There is no necessity for the constable to risk freezing himself over such trivial matters. After experiencing the biting cold, Li Xiaoluo promptly activated the heating system within his abode, setting the temperature to a cozy 28 degrees, for he preferred a warmer environment. The fortified Lord's Manor, enhanced beyond measure, allowed him to directly control everything from the surveillance systems to the high-voltage electric defenses, and even the water and electricity supply systems, akin to a smart home. Moreover, it would not be long before the entire city would come to a standstill, resulting in the cessation of all utilities. However, the Lord's Manor had established its own self-sustaining ecosystem, where all energy sources circulated internally, thus rendering its water and electricity unaffected. As the temperature in the room gradually returned to normal, Li Xiaoluo continued to embrace the soft form of Zhou Xiaodong, gazing out at the breathtaking view beyond the window. In mere minutes, the outside world transformed into a glistening wonderland. No one had ever anticipated that the world could be so swiftly encased in ice, nor could they fathom the rapid drop in temperature. To encapsulate it in a single phrase, the line between paradise and hell is but a fleeting thought. Zhou Xiaotong, nestled in Li Xiaoluo's arms, stared in disbelief at the sudden turn of events, feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. How could such weather occur in this month, especially in the southern region? The peculiarity of it all led her to ponder. If this were not a dream, then perhaps the apocalypse had indeed arrived. However, recalling her employer's frantic stockpiling in the days prior and the constable's calm demeanor at the door, she realized she might truly be awake. Particularly as she peered through the transparent floor-to-ceiling window, she witnessed the chaotic scene unfolding below in the community. Many individuals frantically attempted to return to their homes, yet some may find themselves forever fallen. Chapter 37. Boss, was I not obedient enough before? The first calamity of ice and frost had genuinely arrived. It came so unexpectedly that no one was prepared. Everyone experienced the jarring sensation of being instantaneously frozen. Moreover, it was not merely a matter of feeling cold. Zhou Xiaodong had already seen several individuals sprawled on the ground below. These were not merely actors like the bespectacled man and Aunt Wang. They were truly in peril of losing their lives. Some may consider it an exaggeration. After all, it's merely a sudden drop in temperature, and within such a short time frame, how could it lead to fatalities? Yet, one can imagine a scenario where, under the bright sun and temperatures of 20 or 30 degrees, one is clad in shorts and flip-flops, strolling down the street. Suddenly, a bucket of icy water is splashed upon them, followed by an abrupt plunge in temperature. When the temperature drops by 10 degrees, one might feel a refreshing chill. At a 20-degree drop, one begins to feel the cold. However, a staggering 70-degree decline brings forth excruciating agony. The rapid unfolding of events has left little time for individuals to react, particularly those outdoors. For some, particularly those in good health and residing close to safe havens, the situation is manageable, allowing for temporary refuge. However, for others, the circumstances are dire, such as the frail elderly and young children. With temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero and roads rendered treacherous by ice, a moment's inattention could lead to a fall. Zhou Xiaotong observed individuals in her community, some, succumbing to rapid loss of body heat, lacked the strength to return home, while others, having slipped on the icy ground, found themselves unable to rise. Though the frigid temperatures may not immediately prove fatal, without assistance and intervention, death becomes a certainty for those affected. This peril extends even to those fortunate enough to reach the safety of their homes. Insufficient provisions could lead to starvation, should the cold not claim them first. As Zhou Xiaotong surveyed the unfolding crisis, a thought struck her, prompting her to hastily retrieve her phone and open Douyin. Greetings, everyone. An urgent report from XX City. At noon, local time, our city was struck by extreme weather, resulting in unexpected precipitation and a drastic drop in temperature. It has now been confirmed that this sudden weather change is part of a global catastrophe, affecting nearly every nation in similar fashion. Experts are investigating the causes of this unusual phenomenon. We urge everyone to refrain from spreading rumors or doomsday theories, and to rely solely on official announcements. Simultaneously, due to the abrupt nature of these events, various emergencies have arisen throughout the city. Numerous accidents have occurred due to icy roads, and many individuals have suffered frostbite while stranded on the streets, urgently requiring aid and medical attention. The authorities have swiftly established a cold disaster command center, with XXX appointed as the chief commander. All relevant departments will coordinate efforts to ensure the safety of both the nation and its citizens. Moreover, we call upon everyone to embody the spirit of traditional virtues, extending a helping hand to those in need. We believe that if we unite in purpose, we will soon overcome this calamity. Upon opening Douyin, Zhou Xiaotong was initially directed to the official live broadcast. In times of disaster, the public tends to place their faith in official channels, for the power of the state always eclipses that of the individual. Trust in our great nation and its authorities assures us of our safety. We must avoid spreading rumors and await official communications. Although I am nearly frozen, I maintain my faith in the government. Yet, I cannot help but ponder, is this bizarre situation truly normal? The online atmosphere was abuzz. The number of viewers on Douyin likely surpassed any previous peak. Those sheltered in safety had little inclination to attend to mundane concerns. Work, mortgages, all seemed trivial in this moment. The foremost desire for many was to ascertain their survival. Consequently, countless individuals flocked online seeking answers, or, at the very least, solace for their anxious spirits. Despite the extremity of the natural disaster, the official live stream exuded confidence, with the comments section largely harmonious. However, Li Xiaoluo smiled softly beside her. The official strength is indeed formidable. Even though this sudden natural disaster caught everyone off guard, once the national machinery begins to operate, it can swiftly mobilize a vast array of human and material resources. Historically, in the face of any calamity, there has scarcely been an insurmountable obstacle. Hence, many anticipated that this time would be no different. Yet, this occurrence is likely to leave countless individuals disappointed, even in despair. The apocalypse has truly arrived. And certain disasters cannot be thwarted by human effort alone. Boss, did you already possess some foreknowledge? As she gazed outside, Zhou Xiaotong felt a deep sense of gratitude for having encountered Li Xiaoluo amidst this turmoil. Despite her usual demeanor as a cool, aloof goddess in the office, she harbored a secret passion for reading novels, particularly those concerning apocalyptic themes. She understood that if the end times truly descended and she had not aligned herself with Li Xiaoluo, her fate would be dire. Li Xiaoluo nodded knowingly at Zhou Xiaotong. He was well aware of the situation, having experienced it firsthand. He understood intimately what each moment following the apocalypse would entail. For instance, just moments ago, the onset of the icy apocalypse would shroud the world in darkness, unleashing torrents of frigid water, swiftly plummeting global temperatures, and encasing the earth in ice. From this evening forth, heavy snowfall would commence, and by tomorrow, the accumulation could reach a meter in depth, bringing the city to a standstill. Now that the calamity had arrived, although Li Xiaoluo would not divulge specifics to Zhou Xiaotong, he felt no need to conceal what he knew any longer. He gently grasped Zhou Xiaotong's chin, admiring her fair, delicate collarbone. From now on, you must be obedient and attend to my needs. My promise holds true. I shall ensure that you find joy and happiness even amidst this apocalypse. Zhou Xiaotong blushed, fluttering her beautiful eyes. Boss, was I not obedient enough before? Li Xiaoluo chuckled mischievously. Indeed, you were somewhat lacking in compliance. I had intended to test you, but that did not materialize. Zhou Xiaotong's cheeks flushed. uncertain whether it was the warmth of the room or the heat rising within her heart. Previously, when Li Xiaoluo expressed his desire to personally guide her, she had hesitated to cross that threshold. However, it now seemed that the boss was quite intent, and she realized there was no escaping it. Chapter 38. The rules of Li Xiaoluo. As the extreme cold set in, the temperature outside continued to plummet, and countless individuals felt the wrath of the frigid air. Li Xiaoluo raised his gaze towards the scenery beyond the window, occasionally inhaling sharply in response to the chill. Yet, it was not that the temperature within his room was excessively cold. On the contrary, the warmth inside remained utterly unaffected by the relentless drop in temperature outside. This is the remarkable strength of his lordship's abode. Some matters are simply beyond verbal expression. Li Xiaoluo regarded himself not only as an exemplary boss, but also as a diligent and responsible mentor. Under his guidance, Zhou Xiaotong's professional abilities had soared remarkably. He believed that with further practice, she would undoubtedly become a reliable professional whom he could trust. Suddenly, a rapid knocking echoed through the door, accompanied by a voice that took Li Xiaoluo by surprise. Li Xiaoluo, open the door. It's Li Xiaowei. How could he have come here? Today was the day they had agreed upon for him to vacate the premises. One couldn't help but wonder if he had come seeking refuge just before a calamity struck. That would certainly be intriguing. This Li Xiaowei really knew how to choose his moments. Was he unaware of his own rudeness? Moreover, Li Xiaoluo experienced firsthand the importance of maintaining focus while working. Any disturbance could significantly impair efficiency. In truth, it did not affect him much. But it startled Zhou Xiaotong, who might have found herself cursing Li Xiaowei for his intrusion. Noticing that Li Xiaoluo was looking at her with satisfaction, Zhou Xiaotong's cheeks flushed, and she hurried to stand up. However, having crouched for too long, her legs felt numb, and she nearly stumbled. Fortunately, Li Xiaoluo was quick to react, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Thank you, Zhou Xiaotong murmured, blushing as she leaned against him for stability. Li Xiaoluo chuckled, no need for gratitude. After all, you're in this predicament because of work. I certainly wouldn't allow you to get hurt. Bad boss, please stop, Zhou Xiaotong retorted playfully. After spending so much time with Li Xiaoluo, she felt she had absorbed a wealth of knowledge, particularly grasping the meanings behind some complex phrases. All right, I won't say any more. Li Xiaoluo gently caressed her beautifully straight legs, expressing concern. If your legs are numb, let me massage them for a moment, and they will soon feel normal again. Zhou Xiaotong turned her face away, not wanting to meet his gaze. Is this really just a massage? However, after a brief moment of being pampered, her legs indeed regained their sensation, prompting her to swiftly escape from Li Xiaoluo's grasp. After all, there was still someone knocking at the door. Wait, the knocking had ceased rather abruptly. Shouldn't we check who's outside? Zhou Xiaotong inquired, glancing at Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo's expression suddenly turned serious as he addressed her. From now on, remember this, we are in apocalyptic times. In addition to obeying me, you must adhere to several rules. First, regardless of whether I am home or not, do not respond to anyone knocking at the door, and never let anyone in without my permission, including officials or your family. Second, without my consent, you are forbidden from giving anyone even a grain of rice or a drop of water. If you wish to follow me, you must not only obey, but also abandon any notions of compassion. If you feel you cannot comply, you may leave now. But know this, I have given you this opportunity. If you fail to meet these expectations in the future, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Zhou Xiaotong had never seen Li Xiaoluo so serious before, and she felt genuinely frightened by his words. However, she immediately expressed, Boss, I understand. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, human nature will descend into darkness. No one outside will be discernibly good or evil. From now on, I shall heed your every word. Although Zhou Xiaotong was not a malevolent woman, she recognized that she did not possess an abundance of altruism. Moreover, she was not foolish. She understood that as a delicate woman, she had no right to be a saint in a world ravaged by calamity. Very well, remember your words and choices. Truth be told, had you not been my woman, I would not have shared these thoughts with you. You might well have already been a lifeless corpse. Li Xiaoluo asserted, regardless of Zhou Xiaotong's self-reflections. It was imperative to establish clear rules. In his past life, Li Xiaoluo was an avid reader of novels, particularly those depicting apocalyptic scenarios, and he had believed that he would not succumb to altruism when faced with such dire circumstances. Yet, when the subjects of his compassion transformed into family, loved ones, or even some pitiable souls adept at masquerading their true selves, his heart softened, leading to a harrowing price paid in the end. In his previous existence, Li Xiaoluo never ended up with Zhou Xiaotong, yet he sensed that her fate would likely not be favorable. After all, despite Zhou Xiaotong's latent abilities and considerable potential, Li Xiaoluo had never encountered any mention of her in his prior life. Now, equipped with a system, even if Zhou Xiaotong were to truly possess a compassionate heart one day, it would pose no threat to him. The system rendered Li Xiaoluo virtually invincible within his domain, safeguarding it against any intruders. Primarily, his two estates boasted formidable defenses, impervious even to the might of nations. Furthermore, both estates were equipped with portals, serving as miraculous means of escape and survival. Additionally, concerning the women residing within his estates, such as Zhou Xiaodong of the 36th estate and Shun Miao Miao of the 1st estate, Li Xiaoluo could monitor their every move through the system, even in his absence. Most importantly, during the modifications executed by the Battle Shield Group, Li Xiaoluo mandated that each entrance to his estates be fortified with top-tier anti-theft and bulletproof doors, which could not be opened by mere inhabitants without his fingerprint and secret code. Moreover, he could exert control over these mechanisms via the system. When the apocalypse struck, Li Xiaoluo promptly configured all doors to be accessible solely with his fingerprint and password. Consequently, even if Li Xiaowei knocked on the door while Li Xiaoluo happened to be away, Zhou Xiaodong, mistaking him for a relative of Li Xiaoluo, would find herself unable to unlock the door. According to Li Xiaoluo's plans, during the initial two disasters, his women would remain indoors, obediently awaiting the calamity's conclusion. It would only be during the third disaster that they would be called to action. Contemplating this, Li Xiaoluo contemplated the presence of Shun Miao Miao and her companions at the No. 1 Lord's Manor. He retrieved his mobile phone and promptly relayed the set of rules he had established via WeChat to Shun Miao Miao, instructing her to disseminate the information to all the women residing at the manor. In truth, the atmosphere at Shun Miao Miao's location was relatively lively. Li Xiaoluo had allowed Shun Miao Miao and her sisters, along with the nurse Qin Yumei, to take up residence there. However, on the eve of the impending calamity, another nurse from the hospital had come to deliver medical supplies to Qin Yumei, and coincidentally, a classmate of Shun Yin had also come to visit her. Consequently, the number of inhabitants at the No. 1 Lord's Manor had increased from 3 to 5. Earlier in the morning, Shun Miao Miao had informed Li Xiaoluo about this development through WeChat, although he had already been aware of it through the surveillance system. With the addition of two unexpected women, Li Xiaoluo did not find it particularly concerning. After all, he was destined to be the Lord, and the identities of Shun Miao Miao, her sisters, and Qin Yumei would not remain inconsequential. Thus, it was only natural that his expansive manor would require a few maids. Of course, Li Xiaoluo had initially preferred quality over quantity, knowing that prior to the apocalypse, only he could discern who possessed extraordinary abilities. Therefore, he intended for the maids to ideally possess such talents as well. Regrettably, individuals with extraordinary abilities were exceedingly rare. Among Shun Miao Miao, Shun Yin, Zhou Xiaotong, and Qin Yumei, only these four had been identified. Notably, Shun Miao Miao and her sisters were already known to have abilities from their past lives, and Qin Yumei's discovery was also thanks to them. In truth, the only person Li Xiaoluo had genuinely found was Zhou Xiaotong. Moreover, these four individuals were exceptional. Relegating them to mere maid duties seemed somewhat wasteful. Thus, he would certainly need to recruit more individuals in the future. However, even when seeking new maids, Li Xiaoluo insisted that the two women undergo his assessment. He was discerning about whom he would accept, and should they fail to meet his standards, he would not hesitate to dismiss them. As for how they would leave, that was not his concern. In the days to come, Li Xiaoluo had no immediate plans to visit Shun Miao Miao. This decision was influenced by two primary reasons. First, he wanted Shun Miao Miao and her companions to experience the flavor of the apocalypse for a few days, as he did not reside at the No. 1 Lord's Manor, which meant there was a scarcity of potable water and food. Subsequently, he intended to manipulate the system to synchronize a water and power outage at the manor with the entire city. This way, Shun Miao Miao and her companions would authentically experience the harshness of the apocalypse. When he eventually appeared, providing them with water, electricity, and sustenance, their gratitude would be heartfelt. Li Xiaoluo was not one to seek unrecognized benevolence. The second reason for his approach was to foster a deeper emotional connection with Shun Miao Miao, aiming to elevate their rapport beyond 80, thereby enabling him to forge a contract with her. Although the third calamity was still a considerable time away, Li Xiaoluo was not overly anxious to exhaust all 5 contract slots. However, it is imperative for Shun Miao Miao to be secured swiftly, as she must occupy a position among the contracted subordinates. Reflecting on the 4 enchanting women I have collected in my mind, Li Xiaoluo meticulously reviews their information. Shun Miao Miao, with a friendliness rating of 78 and a potential value of 99, possesses the special ability of ice manipulation, awaiting awakening. Shun Yin, who has a friendliness rating of 71 and a potential value of 89, holds the special ability of plant manipulation, also awaiting awakening. Zhou Xiaotong, with a friendliness rating of 86 and a potential value of 90, has the special ability of water manipulation, awaiting awakening. Lastly, Qin Yumei, who carries a friendliness rating of 66 and a potential value of 88, possesses the special ability of healing, waiting to be awakened. Li Xiaoluo's current assessment of these women is as follows. Shun Miao Miao, stunningly beautiful, with an exquisite figure and a gentle disposition, is destined to become the most formidable ability user among his subordinates. Hence, she is of utmost importance to him. Moreover, her ice manipulation is a rare special ability, ensuring her a place among his 5 contracted subordinates. Shun Yanyan, charming and delightful, benefits from her identity as a plant manipulator, which undoubtedly makes her one of the most sought-after individuals among ordinary survivors, as she can save many lives. Nevertheless, she does not hold the same allure for Li Xiaoluo. In his view, the optimal choices lie with those possessing special abilities, such as lightning, ice, speed, or mental manipulation, followed by the elemental abilities of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Auxiliary abilities, such as space manipulation, healing, and plant manipulation, are considered last. Therefore, whether to include Shun Yanyan among the 5 contracted subordinates remains uncertain for Li Xiaoluo. Should he discover a more enticing ability before the impending disaster, he would certainly refrain from wasting a contract on Shun Yanyan and would wait for the system to upgrade and expand the number of contracted subordinates. Next is Zhou Xiaotong. Tall and alluring, with an outstanding demeanor and the highest friendliness rating towards Li Xiaoluo. Her talent for water manipulation aligns perfectly with her character. Her skin appears so tender it seems as if it could drip with water, and indeed, she embodies the essence of water. With a friendliness rating of 86, she has already surpassed the threshold of 80, meeting the system's criteria for contracting. However, Li Xiaoluo does not rush to contract Zhou Xiaotong, as her water ability is not as formidable as Shun Miao Miao's ice ability, and they belong to a similar category. Nonetheless, he decides to proceed with contracting Zhou Xiaotong to secure a position, allowing the system to manifest and make its presence known, for it has been far too long without a demonstration of its capabilities. Furthermore, given Zhou Xiaotong's highest friendliness rating and her status as the first among his women, she deserves some preferential treatment. Li Xiaoluo believes that retaining 1 or 2 positions should suffice, as finding women with extraordinary abilities is a daunting task. The thought of having a man by his side repulses him, especially considering his past experiences. He is resolute in not recruiting any men. At the very least, one would not consider men as trusted subordinates. Occasionally using them as cannon fodder is permissible. Ultimately, it is Qin Yueme, this exquisite femme fatale and alluring matron, who serves as an unexpected delight. Li Xiaoluo had not anticipated discovering someone with healing abilities among the nurses. Although healing powers are deemed auxiliary, it is said that they grow increasingly potent over time, which certainly piqued Li Xiaoluo's interest. However, since Qin Yueme was newly inducted, her rapport was the lowest among the 4 women, allowing Li Xiaoluo ample time to deliberate. On a whim, Li Xiaoluo beckoned to Zhou Xiaotong, who was engrossed in her phone. Secretary Zhou, come here and have a seat. Boss, it's already noon. Aren't you hungry? Let me prepare a meal for you. Zhou Xiaotong replied, her cheeks flushing as she approached, her demeanor shy. Besides, after what just happened, it wouldn't be good for your health to overexert yourself. Li Xiaoluo regarded Zhou Xiaotong with a bemused expression. He had merely invited her to sit. What did she think he meant by have a seat? Very well. It seems you are quite the woman with water-based abilities. Should we perhaps engage in something prior to the contract? Upon meeting Li Xiaoluo's gaze, Zhou Xiaotong realized she had misinterpreted his words. Nevertheless, the two had already established a candid rapport, so the moment was not overly awkward. Zhou Xiaotong obediently settled on the sofa beside Li Xiaoluo, uncertain of his intentions. Li Xiaoluo instructed her, do not be overly astonished, nor resist, simply accept it. The process of contracting was rather straightforward. As long as Li Xiaoluo made contact with the individual he wished to bind, he could initiate the contract, and the system would provide prompts. Ding. Zhou Xiaotong, rapport requirements met. Does the host confirm the recruitment of her as a contracted subordinate? Yes. After silently affirming in his mind, Zhou Xiaotong suddenly heard a voice resonate within her consciousness. Do you wish to become Li Xiaoluo's contracted subordinate? Betrayal post-contract will result in annihilation. Momentarily taken aback, Zhou Xiaotong gradually replied, I am willing. As her words faded, a mysterious luminescence enveloped Li Xiaoluo and Zhou Xiaotong, imparting a unique sensation, as if their souls were intertwining harmoniously. Li Xiaoluo inwardly mused that the skills of a contracted subordinate were indeed ill-suited for male counterparts. The very thought of the earlier experience sent shivers down his spine. At last, Li Xiaoluo comprehended why the system mandated a rapport of at least 80 for those being contracted. The individual must also be willing, and in the system's perspective, only those with rapport above 80 would likely consent. However, from Li Xiaoluo's viewpoint, there were indeed ample methods to encourage voluntary participation in the post-apocalyptic landscape. But let us not dwell on that for now. Once the contract was completed, Li Xiaoluo eagerly checked the system. Apocalypse's strongest shelter system. Lord, Li Xiaoluo, level 1, Lord's Residence. Villa Number 1, Longting, 36th floor, Building A. Wudong Garden, Talent Ability, Eye of Insight, Special Ability, Space, 2,000 cubic meters, Contracted Subordinates, 15, Energy Points, 0, Shop, Level 1. It was a challenging endeavor. But the system interface finally displayed some changes. A subordinate had appeared under the contract section. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully contracted your first subordinate, taking the initial step towards becoming the mightiest lord. Reward, 1 ability enhancement scroll. Haha, splendid. I did not anticipate such a delightful surprise. Li Xiaoluo immediately examined the newly acquired ability enhancement scroll, curious about its merits. Ability enhancement scroll, a product that can only potentially appear after upgrading the shop to level 2, priced at 10,000 energy points. Effect, upon selection by the host for a specific ability, that ability will receive varied enhancements. Different abilities will yield different enhancement effects. What a remarkable item. Although the effects were not explicitly detailed, the scroll was undoubtedly of great value, considering its steep price. Li Xiaoluo had long coveted the simple card, which merely required 1,000 energy points. How could something tenfold in price not be exceptional? Moreover, with Li Xiaoluo currently possessing not a single energy point, anything obtainable for free was indeed a treasure. Thus, regarding the ability enhancement scroll, Li Xiaoluo currently possessed only the space ability, with no other options available. He promptly utilized it on the space ability. Ding. The host has used 1 ability enhancement scroll on the space ability. The current space capacity has increased tenfold. Marvelous. The spatial dimensions, originally 2,000 cubic meters, had now expanded to an impressive 20,000 cubic meters. Yet, there was a tinge of regret. Had this scroll appeared sooner, Li Xiaoluo would have certainly filled the entire space before the apocalypse arrived. Nevertheless, it was not too late. He had already taken precautions. Li Xiaoluo not only procured surplus supplies, but also stored them in the rented warehouse. Furthermore, he meticulously surveyed all major supermarkets, tobacco companies, liquor trade firms, grain and oil wholesale markets, gas stations, and the barracks of the armed police throughout the city, detailing the addresses and routes to facilitate his future acquisitions without cost. Now, it truly proved to be invaluable. Observing Li Xiaoluo's sudden elation, Zhou Xiaotong, though unaware of the cause for his joy, felt an inexplicable happiness swell within her. Boss, let me prepare a meal for you. Zhou Xiaotong rose from the sofa. Although her culinary skills were limited to the preparation of breakfast, with no takeout available and no option to dine out, she had no choice but to cook for herself. After all, she couldn't let her boss cook for her. In the future, at home, call me husband. While in public, you may continue to address me as boss. Having a beautiful secretary feels rather delightful. I wish to experience it further. Li Xiaoluo smiled as he spoke to Zhou Xiaotong. Blushing, Zhou Xiaotong responded softly, understood, husband. Li Xiaoluo nodded in satisfaction and continued, all right. You need not prepare dinner. We have a feast ready. Just tidy up the coffee table, and we shall dine here. Without further ado, Zhou Xiaotong promptly bent down to clear the items from the coffee table. With her tall stature accentuated by high heels, as she slightly leaned forward, her legs, clad in stockings, appeared even more elongated, creating a truly captivating sight. Especially since Zhou Xiaotong wore a short skirt, if Li Xiaoluo tilted his head just a tad, he would be treated to an entirely different view. Fortunately, Li Xiaoluo remained composed, able to withstand the temptation. Once Zhou Xiaotong had tidied the coffee table, Li Xiaoluo retrieved an array of delectable dishes from his space, filling the table to the brim. There were several pounds of king crab, the finest steaks, and an assortment of seafood, along with the enticing aroma of marinated delicacies. Although he had stocked up on a plethora of gourmet foods, the quantities of premium steak and king crab were limited, only about 1,000 portions of each, which paled in comparison to the thousands or even tens of thousands of other delicacies. However, as today marked the first day of the apocalypse, it was imperative to indulge in something splendid as a small commemoration. Stop staring and sit down to eat. This is my spatial ability. Otherwise, do you think all the gourmet food and supplies I previously procured vanished? Li Xiaoluo remarked, observing Zhou Xiaotong's astonishment. It was entirely normal for an ordinary person to react this way upon encountering such an extraordinary situation for the first time. Since Li Xiaoluo had unveiled the food, he felt no inclination to keep Zhou Xiaotong in the dark any longer. After all, she was now a trusted subordinate. Nevertheless, he merely mentioned his spatial ability, refraining from disclosing the matter of the system. There would be plenty of ability users in the future, but the system remained Li Xiaoluo's most closely guarded secret. Once Zhou Xiaotong took a seat and processed this astonishing revelation, Li Xiaoluo produced 2 chilled snowflake beers from his space. Here, let us enjoy a drink. In this wintry weather, one must savor a beer that bears the name Snowflake. As Zhou Xiaotong dined, she accompanied Li Xiaoluo in toasting. her heart brimming with gratitude for her earlier decision. As long as she followed her boss, she would find happiness amidst this apocalypse. Ding! At that moment, Li Xiaoluo's phone chimed with a message. He glanced at it and saw a WeChat notification from Li Xiaowei, who had knocked on his door earlier. Li Xiaoluo, why didn't you open the door just now? I know you reside on the 36th floor. I've been keeping an eye on you these past few days. I'm currently in room 1304. Please come down to see me. I have something to discuss. Upon reading this message, Li Xiaoluo paused momentarily, unable to suppress his bemusement. This family was indeed quite peculiar. Initially, Li Xiaoluo believed that Li Xiaowei had come to discuss the matter of renting a house amidst the calamity that had befallen them. To his surprise, Li Xiaowei had directly rented a room nearby and was keeping a constant watch on him. He wondered whether that nominal father and aunt of his were also accompanying him. Li Xiaoluo secretly hoped they would come as well, so he could relish the sight of their comfortable lives in this post-apocalyptic world. Without a bit of amusement, how dull it would be. No time. Li Xiaoluo sent a terse reply. Is there any food there? The weather is too cold to order takeout. Please send me something to eat first, and I'll pay you later. Initially, Li Xiaoluo intended to disregard Li Xiaowei after putting his phone down, but upon reading his message, a hint of a cold smirk crept onto his lips. You want me to send you food? What gives you the audacity to make such a request? However, Li Xiaoluo, feeling a twinge of sympathy, decided to send him a little something. He snapped a few photos of the abundant delicacies laid out on his coffee table and sent them directly to Li Xiaowei. Chapter 41. Let Li Xiaowei know he is inferior even to a dog. Look, I don't have much food either. With this wretched weather, who knows when it will pass? I must conserve my supplies, so there is no excess to share with you. On the 13th floor, upon viewing the images of sumptuous food sent by Li Xiaoluo, Li Xiaowei, who was feeling a bit peckish, couldn't he help but swallow hard. Even if he weren't hungry at that moment, the array of dishes Li Xiaoluo showcased included many he had never tasted before. How could he resist? However, Li Xiaoluo's words infuriated him to the point of wanting to spit blood. Is this what you call not having much food? Is this conservation? Is this even human language? Fuming, Li Xiaowei sent another message to Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo, don't take it too far. It was your father who asked me to request food from you. Do you want me to have him tell you directly? What? Is Li Wei starving alongside you? You'd better forward those photos to him to ease his cravings, you fool. Li Xiaoluo sent one final message and tossed his phone onto the sofa, too weary to engage with this imbecile any longer. As for Li Wei speaking directly to him, Li Xiaoluo had long since blocked both his phone number and WeChat. He had no desire to gross himself out. He continued to indulge in a lavish feast alongside Zhou Xiaotong, sipping on chilled snowflake beer. He paid no mind to the plight of those outside. After all, his home was as warm as spring. Relishing the exquisite meal and the company of a stunning beauty, he was living quite comfortably. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about his two dogs, General and Corn, and had prepared beef and chicken legs for them, though the General would become formidable in the future. He was currently a quintessential sycophant. In a bid to impress Corn, he picked up a chicken leg from his bowl and dropped it into Corn's dish. Upon seeing that Corn showed no disdain, the General's face beamed with a lovesick grin. Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but feel exasperated. A sycophant. Why did this behavior seem so familiar? However, the General is indeed fortunate. Although it is a devoted companion, it faces no competition at home, sharing its space solely with Corn, another dog. The dismal fate typically awaiting such devoted companions is evidently not applicable to it. By the way, I should capture a few photographs of my two dogs dining and send them to Li Xiaowei, so he can comprehend that he is truly inferior, even to a dog. After the meal, Zhou Xiaotong dutifully prepared tea for Li Xiaoluo and proceeded to tidy up the remnants. Li Xiaoluo clearly relished her role as a secretary. Thus, Zhou Xiaotong continued to embrace this position. Even as the lady of the house, Zhou Xiaotong was acutely aware of her status and Li Xiaoluo's temperament. She harbored no illusions that her new title would grant her authority over Li Xiaoluo or compel her to heed her commands. While sipping tea, Li Xiaoluo perused Douyin on her phone from the comfort of the sofa. After all, she need not return to work henceforth. Her days would merely consist of delightful leisure. Several hours had elapsed since the calamity of the icy disaster, and the internet was abuzz with live streams and short videos related to the event. By chance, Li Xiaoluo stumbled upon a male streamer titled Surviving a Month in the City on 100 yuan. In the past, such streams would have held no appeal for her, and she would have swiftly scrolled past any male streamer, as none could compare to the allure of the beautiful legs adorned in black, red, or flesh-colored stockings. However, given her current circumstances, she was intrigued, for she had those exquisite legs at home, and they looked absolutely stunning in stockings. Consequently, Li Xiaoluo found herself indifferent to the superficiality prevalent on Douyin. Moreover, in this frigid weather, those who desperately sought to flaunt their skin should surely be quieting down. Dear friends, the challenge of surviving a month in the city on 100 yuan has now officially failed. I simply cannot endure any longer. For the sake of my life, I must venture out to purchase a warm coat. I truly regret my earlier decisions. In my attempt to save money for the mortgage and to buy lovely clothes for my girlfriend, I even hesitated to install air conditioning. If I freeze to death, what will become of my house and my beautiful girlfriend? Streamer, hang in there. Just 2 more days and your challenge will be successful. You've endured so much already. So don't let a little cold deter you. Just grit your teeth and press on. I'll send you a rocket when you succeed. Streamer, it's more perilous outside than at home. I advise you not to go out. Buying clothes won't help. Wrapping yourself in a blanket is just as effective. Streamer, please share your address. If you leave us, your home will become mine, and your girlfriend will be mine as well. Don't hesitate to reach out. Li Xiaoluo chuckled at the barrage of comments in the live chat. The netizens were truly talented, often providing commentary more entertaining than the stream itself. It was akin to her reading novels, where sometimes the comments were even more riveting than the story. After a while, she switched to another stream titled The Filial Dog from the Countryside. Hello, kind souls in the stream. My father just called. He slipped and fell on the road near number 130 Xinglin Road in Nanshire, and he is unable to get up. I am unable to leave home. So I earnestly request any kind-hearted individual nearby to assist in transporting my father to the hospital or a nearby clinic. I assure you there will be generous rewards. The host, you truly are a devoted child, unable to venture outside, yet requesting others to assist in rescuing your father? The individual above has erred, you ought to say. Host, you are indeed a dog, and the name Dog Child is fitting. Do you people possess any humanity or compassion? Has Dog Brother committed any wrongdoing? The current situation makes it inherently difficult to leave one's home. What harm is there in asking those nearby for assistance? Those fervent admirers of Dog Brother should cease their fervent defense. If memory serves, Dog Brother resides near Xinglin Road, and he himself is one of those nearby. Who else requires assistance? Let us refrain from further commotion. I believe the issue transcends mere willingness to help. It is a matter of courage to lend a hand. In any case, I hold immense respect for those who dare to assist the elderly who have fallen. Furthermore, it is erroneous to claim that the issue is one of courage. It is now a question of whether assistance can physically reach those in need. One need only step outside to witness the increasing number of individuals collapsing or involved in accidents on the streets. Officials are overwhelmed. The previous speaker is correct. With evidence comes truth. As I make my way home, I see a series of collisions ahead, a truly distressing scene. Therefore, if you can find a safe place to stay, do so. Even remaining in your vehicle is preferable. There is no need to rush home at this moment. The conditions are treacherous, with icy roads and heavy traffic. And the extreme cold may cause vehicles and individuals to malfunction. Driving now is akin to courting disaster. Li Xiaoluo made a swift transition to another streaming room, this time hosted by a female streamer named Two Big Coconuts. Upon calculating, Li Xiaoluo discerned that this streamer possessed depth. Greetings, esteemed viewers. I am the host of Two Big Coconuts. I have not stockpiled provisions at home. Is there a kind-hearted gentleman in the chat willing to send me some food? I shall treat him to coconut juice in return. How generous. The host is quite magnanimous. Dear coconut sister, I have food. But is it truly possible to drink coconut juice? My goodness, you all exhibit remarkable calm. In such times, you still focus on these trivialities. Survival must come first. Fear not. For the nation is undoubtedly taking action. We shall await the passing of this calamity with patience. Presently, Douyin is not solely a platform for official news. It also showcases the genuine circumstances of ordinary people from across the nation. Naturally, certain undesirable remarks will still be filtered out. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoluo remains unaware that the owners group in the community is currently in turmoil due to him. Chapter 42. Aunt Wang and Mother Su unite. The situation unfolded as follows, returning to a little over an hour ago. After Aunt Wang and the bespectacled man were struck by Li Xiaoluo, they believed he would swiftly face dire repercussions. However, neither anticipated that as they triumphantly followed the police to Li Xiaoluo's residence, a calamitous ice storm would suddenly descend. Although everyone was aware that Li Xiaoluo was at home, all, including the police, were nearly frozen, and it seemed the officers had received urgent directives for more pressing matters. Hastily departing. Thus, Aunt Wang and the bespectacled man could only gaze longingly at the door before retreating home in defeat. Upon returning home, Aunt Wang donned her winter attire and cranked the air conditioning to over 30 degrees, finally feeling a semblance of warmth. However, the humiliation she endured that day could not simply be brushed aside. She had already exaggerated the incident to her son and relatives, contemplating that regardless of how the police adjudicated Li Xiaoluo, her family would ensure that Li Xiaoluo faced severe repercussions. After all, this was not the first time Li Xiaoluo had threatened her, having nearly set a dog upon her previously, and now, in a more grievous act, had knocked out her teeth. The accumulation of grievances left her feeling as though nothing short of Li Xiaoluo's demise could quench her thirst for vengeance. Yet, With the unexpected drop in temperature and the police having departed, her allies were also unable to come to her aid. Frustrated, Aunt Wong found herself unable to eat lunch. Not long after, the community owner group buzzed with activity. It was a notification from Director Ma of the Homeowners Association. Attention all residents. We have received a notification from the Street Office and Community Committee regarding the sudden drop in temperature. We are implementing cold disaster prevention measures. Everyone must heed the following advisories to avoid causing disruptions for the nation. First, dress warmly to protect your health. Additionally, electricity usage is currently under strain. Please refrain from setting your air conditioning too high to conserve energy. Second, trust in the government and its officials to safeguard the lives and properties of the people and to effectively manage resources. Therefore, do not hoard supplies or entertain thoughts of profiting from this national crisis. Third, refrain from spreading rumors or believing them. Do not disseminate any false information. As soon as Director Ma's message was posted, a flurry of responses ensued. Received, trusting the authorities. Noted, Director Ma, I would like to stock up on some food. But in this weather, who dares venture outside? Sister Lu from the committee timidly inquired, if I go out to buy a few days' worth of food for emergencies, that wouldn't be considered hoarding, would it? As long as it was not a large-scale accumulation of supplies, merely purchasing necessities for daily living certainly did not constitute hoarding. Is anyone planning to go out for supplies? If so, could you bring back some food for me? Message me privately. There will be generous compensation. Meanwhile, Aunt Wong was observing the exchanges in the owners group. Under normal circumstances, she would have been the first to respond, eager to showcase her enthusiasm and presence. However, after being so brutally assaulted by Li Xiaoluo, she felt like the laughingstock of the entire community and dared not speak up. Nevertheless, upon noticing Sister Lu's presence in the group, Aunt Wong promptly sent her a private message. Sister Lu was none other than Su Xiuxiu's mother, a vice director of the Homeowners Association and a resident of Aunt Wong's building. Thus, residents typically preferred to approach Su Xiuxiu's mother for assistance rather than the more senior Director Ma. Aunt Wong, Sister Lu, are you aware of the incident this morning where Li Xiaoluo assaulted someone? Sister Lu, Sister Wong, you know that my daughter Xiuxiu has no connection to Li Xiaoluo. Please do not involve me in this matter. Aunt Wong was left speechless. Must we mention the incident of her being assaulted? Aunt Wong continued, Old Lu, I am not here to cause you trouble. I merely wish to bring to your attention the existence of such violent elements in our community, troublemakers. Does the homeowners committee not take action? Why do we pay for so many security personnel? Furthermore, Old Lu, to speak candidly, if it were not for that scoundrel Li Xiaoluo uttering some vile remarks about your daughter Xiuxiu today, claiming she was merely discarded goods he no longer desired, I would not have intervened. It infuriates me to witness such degradation of a young lady. Thus, Old Lu, while I do not seek to trouble you, you must take action against Li Xiaoluo, don't you think? Committee member Lu responded, Sister Wong, you cannot be serious in your claims. My Xiuxiu has not offended you in any way. Aunt Wong retorted, Old Lu, why would I deceive you? There were numerous residents present at the scene, all of whom can attest to it. When that bespectacled man confronted Li Xiaoluo, he indeed spoke of your Xiuxiu in such a manner. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with the witnesses. I am simply a person of strong convictions, unable to stand idly by while a scoundrel like Li Xiaoluo humiliates your daughter. Committee member Lu fell silent for a moment before replying, Sister Wong, let me reiterate, my Xiuxiu and Li Xiaoluo have always been merely friends. They were never in a romantic relationship. So where does this notion of a breakup stem from? As for your suggestion to deal with Li Xiaoluo, while his actions are indeed unlawful, it is the responsibility of the authorities to apprehend him. Our security personnel cannot take such measures. Aunt Wong exclaimed, Old Lu, was there not an unexpected situation? Li Xiaoluo was nearly brought to justice. But the sudden drop in temperature has diverted all official resources to maintain order and provide disaster relief. In these extraordinary times, when violent individuals threaten the safety of the populace, is it not reasonable for the homeowners committee to detain him? Who knows, you might even receive commendation for it. Committee member Lu confessed, Sister Wong, I will not pretend any longer. I too wish to address Li Xiaoluo. However, as a deputy director, my authority is limited. Here's what we can do. You should voice your concerns in the group chat, so everyone is aware. I will also speak up in the chat to urge Director Ma to take action. Aunt Wong agreed. In the homeowners group, discussions continued regarding the recent natural disaster and the potential ensuing consequences. Aunt Wong then addressed the group, saying, Director Ma of the Homeowners Committee, I wholeheartedly support the committee's efforts and fully endorse the decisions made by the Street Office and Community Committee. However, I must bring to your attention a matter concerning Mr. Li Xiaoluo from Building A, 12th floor, who assaulted me in broad daylight, causing me to vomit blood and lose teeth. Is the Homeowners Committee not going to address this situation? Committee member Lu sighed. Though I have watched Li Xiaoluo grow up, I must speak out this time. Under no circumstances should one resort to violence, especially against an elder. However, I am well aware of Li Xiaoluo's character. Inherently, he is not a bad person. Sister Wang, could you possibly extend your forgiveness to him this once? Let him make amends, for otherwise, that child's life may be irrevocably ruined. Observing Sister Lu from the homeowners committee as she skillfully navigated the group chat, Aunt Wang couldn't help but admire her prowess. Indeed, she is a master at her craft. Aunt Wang remarked, Sister Lu, old Lu. I have watched that boy Li Xiaoluo grow up. Yet today, he appears as if possessed. Although I have sustained injuries, I am grateful to be alive. My true concern lies with the potential for Li Xiaoluo to harm others, or even worse, to take a life. Chapter 43. Amusing myself with these fools after watching Douyin for a while, Li Xiaoluo found himself rather bored. He noticed multiple messages in several WeChat groups, all marked as 99. When he casually opened the homeowners group chat, he was taken aback to find that the latest messages were all concerning him. Director Ma of the homeowners committee stated, Everyone, after careful deliberation, the committee has decided, in light of Li Xiaoluo's unique circumstances, to temporarily detain him. Li Xiaoluo, should you see this message, we hope you will voluntarily come to the committee to confess. If you take the initiative, we shall endeavor to mitigate your penalties. Li Xiaoluo scrolled through the messages and saw that the earlier discussions revolved around the recent calamity. However, following Aunt Wang's revelation of her being assaulted, and with a few comments from Su Xiaoxiu's mother, the situation escalated dramatically due to Li Xiaowei's contributions. It turned out that Li Xiaowei had shared the pictures Li Xiaoluo sent him, showcasing his indulgence in sumptuous food, to the homeowners group. This was disastrous, akin to stirring a hornet's nest. You, Li Xiaoluo, assaulting the elderly is one thing, but to celebrate with lavish feasts at home. The group erupted in righteous indignation, condemning Li Xiaoluo. The primary grievance stemmed from the fact that Li Xiaoluo was feasting while they suffered. The sudden calamity had left many, who typically did not cook at home, still hungry and cold, despite their relentless efforts to warm their homes, cranking up the air conditioning to its highest setting. The chill persisted. Yet here was Li Xiaoluo, a perpetrator of violence, relishing steak and king crab in the midst of such adversity, all while donning a short-sleeved shirt in the photographs. While they endured hardship, how could one individual thrive so lavishly? Initially, Director Ma had no intention of intervening, as they lacked the authority to apprehend Li Xiaoluo, fearing it would be a futile effort. However, upon witnessing Li Xiaoluo's lifestyle, he promptly shifted his stance. In such a dire situation, apprehending Li Xiaoluo would grant the committee the right to justly redistribute the food in his home. After perusing the unfolding events in the group chat, Li Xiaoluo chuckled. Boredom aside, toying with these fools proved quite entertaining. Li Xiaoluo remarked, Director Ma of the homeowners committee, may I inquire which official department you represent? Are you truly suggesting I should voluntarily confess to your committee? Do you even possess the means to detain me? Chairman Ma of the homeowners committee, Li Xiaoluo, considering your current mental state, we, as the homeowners committee, act for your own good and for the safety of all residents in our community. I hope you will not be obstinate. Old Wang from 306. Exactly, Li Xiaoluo. A person as dangerous as you must be restrained at once. Otherwise, we cannot even step outside. Chairman Ma, if Li Xiaoluo refuses to turn himself in, let us go to his home and apprehend him. If manpower is insufficient, I am willing to lend a hand. Young Master you from 902, and I too. First, he assaulted an elderly person, and now he indulges in excess at home. Such inhumanity. I believe there is no need for further discussion. Let us go to Li Xiaoluo's residence and take him away. I am eager to proceed. Sister Zhao from 404. I believe we are all part of the same community. There is no need to escalate matters to such extremes. Li Xiaoluo, if you wish for everyone to perceive your earlier actions as mere impulsiveness and that you genuinely seek redemption, demonstrate it through your actions. For instance, I presume you have stockpiled ample food at home. If you share your provisions with those of us who could not prepare in advance, we would no longer trouble you. In fact, we might even commend you for your generosity. Li Xiaoluo, Chairman Ma, Old Wang from 306, Young Master you from 902, Sister Zhao from 404. My act of violence was not a mere impulse. Therefore, you need not grant me a chance for atonement. I am at my home on the 36th floor. Come and apprehend me swiftly, or I shall commence my dinner preparations. Alas, there is little else to occupy my time, and I have already decided on the evening's menu. First, I will prepare my favorite spicy crab, followed by boiled fish, bangaji, stir-fried beef, and a few dishes of spicy lobster to make do. By the way, you must have seen the pictures posted by Li Xiaowei. I have also raised 2 dogs, and I plan to treat them to a change in flavor tonight. I shall prepare a couple of pounds of ribs and stew an old hen to satisfy their cravings. Moreover, since you all enjoy seeing pictures of my dining experiences, I shall take a few extra snapshots during dinner with my dogs and share them in the group, allowing everyone to savor a visual feast. Li Xiaoluo's remarks were nothing short of blatant provocation, inciting many to grind their teeth in anger. It left numerous faces flushed with embarrassment, especially that of Chairman Ma from the homeowners committee. Chairman Ma of the Homeowners Committee, this is preposterous. Li Xiaoluo, you commit wrongs without any remorse, displaying utter lawlessness. Do you think that, in the face of this urgent catastrophe, the nation has no time to address your misdeeds, and thus you can act with impunity? Very well. The Homeowners Committee exists, and we are the servants of all homeowners in this community. Let us see how we eradicate this menace. Old Wong from 306. Such arrogance. I have never encountered anyone so audacious. I firmly support the Homeowners Committee in this matter. Not only must we restrain Li Xiaoluo, but we must also ensure he receives a proper reckoning. Young Master Yu from 902. Indeed, we cannot allow wicked individuals to continue their brazen behavior. Mother Huzi from 505. Although I did not witness the incident during the day, based solely on Li Xiaoluo's brazen words in the group, I firmly believe that apprehending him would not be an injustice. 701 Antley. This time, I finally feel that my property fees have not been in vain. The Owners Committee has indeed accomplished something significant. Li Xiaoluo gazed at the accusations directed at him in the group chat with a smile. The faces of these individuals were somewhat palatable at present, yet in his past life, they were truly repugnant. In his previous existence, Li Xiaoluo was also a commendable young man who, out of consideration for their shared neighborhood, had assisted many residents during the apocalypse, only to be collectively driven out of the community by them. In this life, he would relish watching their antics unfold. Beside him, Zhou Xiaotong was tenderly massaging his shoulders, fully aware of Li Xiaoluo's maneuvers in the owners group. Now she understood why the boss had invested millions in renovations to create a safe haven before the apocalypse. He had foreseen such circumstances. Zhou Xiaotong was not naive. Although the committee and many owners paraded around with righteous indignation, ostensibly championing Aunt Wang's justice, their true motive likely revolved around the food depicted in the photographs. And this was merely the first day. If, as the boss suggested, this calamity were to endure for an extended period, what desperate actions might those deprived of sustenance resort to? She could scarcely fathom it. Nevertheless, Zhou Xiaotong felt a pang of anxiety. Darling, if the committee members arrive with tools, will our home truly withstand their assault? People from peaceful times possess little understanding of what a so-called safe house entails. She recognized that with current technology, not only a single home, but even an entire building could be effortlessly demolished or flattened. Li Xiaoluo chuckled softly, gently pulling her to sit on his lap, enveloping her delicate form in his embrace while inhaling her delightful fragrance. He calmly assured her, they may be arriving soon. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle together. Trust in me, my dear. From now on, we shall be the ones to bully others, and none shall dare to harm us. A charming blush crept onto Zhou Xiaotong's exquisite cheeks, captivated by the sheer audacity of his words. She truly adored it. Zhou Xiaotong was not the type of girl consumed by infatuation. Had any other man spoken thus, she would have deemed him pretentious. Yet for her boss, she inexplicably believed every word he uttered. He was indeed enigmatic and remarkably capable in every regard. Chapter 44. The Hunt for Li Xiaoluo. Witnessing Li Xiaoluo's arrogance and insolence, Director Ma of the Owners Committee felt his bald head nearly steaming with rage. Initially, he had little desire to involve himself in such matters, yet now he found himself the most fervent participant. It was imperative to apprehend Li Xiaoluo and confine him within the committee's office for reflection, and once this disaster passed, to promptly deliver him to the detention center. Otherwise, how could the committee maintain any semblance of authority? How could he, as director, uphold his dignity? Although the committee's funds were sourced from the owners, and their duty was to serve the entire community, did they truly take that to heart? Throughout history, has it not been the case that slogans are always bellowed with great fervor? The Homeowners Committee has set its sights on a certain resident, and the reasons are plentiful. Moreover, this time, Li Xiaoluo is indeed the one at fault, and having incurred the wrath of the masses, it is only natural that they seek to take matters into their own hands. Thus, Director Ma promptly convened several security personnel from the property management team, summoned a few male employees from the Homeowners Committee, and discreetly contacted enthusiastic residents willing to participate in the capture of Li Xiaoluo. Before long, the team assembled to apprehend him swelled to 15 members. As for the instigators, Aunt Wang and Mother Su Xiuxiu, they eagerly volunteered as logistical support, determined to witness firsthand the moment of Li Xiaoluo's disgraceful capture. Consequently, with Aunt Wang included, the entire operation amassed a force of 17 individuals. However, Director Ma deemed this number excessive, fearing that too many people would hinder their efforts in the stairwells and rooms. Had he wished, his team could have been even larger. For the first time, Director Ma truly grasped the adage that those who win the people's hearts command the world. It was indeed a rallying cry that drew a multitude. Previously, the relationship between the Homeowners Committee and the residents had been rather strained, often punctuated by minor conflicts. He never anticipated that this incident would significantly bolster his standing, delivering an unexpected delight. Yet, Little did Director Ma realize that this very endeavor would lead him to an early demise. In the aftermath, he could have lived quite a while in the post-apocalyptic world. Not long after, all 17 individuals gathered at the homeowners committee office, each clad in thick winter garments or multiple layers of clothing, appearing as plump as national treasures. In fact, they had even wrapped their heads in clothing, leaving only their eyes visible. Despite their layers, they all gasped in the frigid air, feeling the chills seeping into their very bones. It was truly commendable that they remained so eager to confront Li Xiaoluo in such frigid temperatures. However, each of these individuals harbored their own motives. Aunt Wang, driven by deep-seated hatred for Li Xiaoluo, was singularly focused on revenge. Mother Su Xiuxiu, though not quite filled with the same venom, still bore a grudge against a man whom her daughter had forsaken. How dare he malign her daughter's character? Thus, she resolved to crush Li Xiaoluo underfoot, ensuring he could never again entangle himself with her daughter. Then there was the bald Director Ma, initially coveting Li Xiaoluo's provisions, but later incensed by his defiance of authority and audacity. As for the security personnel, still considering themselves employees, they dutifully adhered to Director Ma's orders. Finally, there were the few altruistic residents. Although the homeowners group boasted thousands of members, many stood on moral high ground to condemn Li Xiaoluo. Yet few were genuinely willing to join the effort to capture him. Typically, while ordinary individuals might enjoy the spectacle, when it came to intervening in matters, most would shy away from involvement. The reason there are numerous brave and warm-hearted homeowners is primarily because these individuals find themselves devoid of food, enduring hunger while grappling with the dilemma of whether to venture out to procure some sustenance. However, after observing the situation online, they realize that venturing outside is exceedingly perilous. Firstly, the external temperature has plummeted, and reports indicate that the roads are slick with ice, compounded by fierce winds, with many lifeless bodies left untouched on the streets. Currently, everyone is desperately seeking refuge within their homes, believing that if they wait a few days, this calamity will surely pass. Moreover, in the southern city of Li Xiaoluo, winters have typically been mild, resulting in most households lacking sufficient winter clothing, let alone specialized thermal gear. Those who still dare to venture outdoors are either quite reckless or genuinely heroic. Lastly, the local street office and community committee have issued a decree prohibiting the hoarding of supplies. Thus, even if they risk going out, acquiring a substantial amount of food is unlikely. Even if they manage to procure food at exorbitant prices, the challenge of returning home safely looms large. Consequently, many homeowners prefer to endure hunger rather than risk the dangers outside. Yet, the plight of Li Xiaoluo has instilled a glimmer of hope among them. Given that Li Xiaoluo has committed a crime, it is only fitting that he be apprehended. Once he is in custody, the food in his home would undoubtedly remain untouched, providing an opportunity to assist the community in overcoming their current hardships. This appears quite reasonable, especially since it is the homeowners committee leading the initiative. They are merely concerned citizens willing to bear the responsibility should the need arise after the disaster subsides. They could simply account for the food taken from Li Xiaoluo and return an equivalent amount to him. In truth, Director Ma of the homeowners committee shares the same sentiments as these well-meaning residents. Li Xiaoluo is an ordinary homeowner, not a nefarious criminal. If they truly wish to apprehend him, a few security personnel could easily accomplish that task. However, Director Ma's decision to involve a larger group and the homeowners is a strategic move to deflect blame should the situation escalate post-disaster. After all, the law does not punish the multitude. 17 individuals hastily prepared for the operation, equipping themselves with protective gear, including riot shields, security batons, and pepper spray. Anticipating that Li Xiaoluo might not willingly open the door, they also brought tools for a forceful entry. Director Ma even named the group Operation Huntley, planning an impassioned pre-mission speech. However, some members urged him to forego the speech in favor of immediate action, emphasizing that further delays might lead to their own freezing, complicating the potential capture of Li Xiaoluo. Indeed, the priority lies in securing the dangerous Li Xiaoluo rather than delivering a speech. They could always perform the latter once the pressing task is accomplished. Several male homeowners abruptly interrupted Director Ma, disparagingly commenting that the name he chose was as ridiculous as dog excrement, questioning whether he truly considered himself important as a director. One homeowner bluntly remarked, "Director Ma, if they apprehend Li Xiaoluo, it would be a shame to waste the food in his household. May I take some back for emergencies?" He added, "Of course. I understand the law. Even if Li Xiaoluo has committed a crime, his food still belongs to him. I simply wish to avoid waste, and I shall purchase it later." Another chimed in, "I too would like to procure some." Director Ma had long coveted the provisions in Li Xiaoluo's home, and with the homeowners now expressing their intentions, he felt more at ease about the prospect. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang, whose household had enough food to last several days, was less concerned about Li Xiaoluo's supplies and more about his fate. She kindly cautioned, "Everyone, we must remain vigilant. Li Xiaoluo may be unstable after his recent heartbreak. It would be prudent to subdue him swiftly before discussing anything further. Chapter 45. Li Xiaoluo, hurry and open the door. Aunt Wang, you needn't worry. With so many of us, how could we possibly struggle against one Li Xiaoluo? He doesn't possess 3 heads and 6 arms, does he? They laughed. Even if he did, it wouldn't be enough to withstand us all. With our numbers, one of us could drown him. The group of enthusiastic homeowners included several known for their unsavory behavior, with a history of brawls. Thus they felt no apprehension regarding the impending confrontation. Moreover, they believed they were on the righteous side, acting under the auspices of a public organization. Their spirits soared, as if a long-suppressed energy had been unleashed. The throng set off towards Li Xiaoluo's residence on the 36th floor. Mom, are you really going to confront Xiaoluo? On the way, Su Xiuxiu's mother received a message from her daughter. Su Xiuxiu had just learned about the commotion in the homeowners group and was alarmed to discover that many intended to confront Li Xiaoluo. Sensing that her mother might be involved, she quickly sent a message inquiring about it. Su Xiuxiu's mother first responded with an angry emoji, then said, Xiuxiu, why are you suddenly being so unreasonable? Didn't you claim you had severed ties with Li Xiaoluo? Why are you still calling him Xiaoluo brother? Aunt Wang said Li Xiaoluo tarnished your reputation at noon. And now he has assaulted someone and broken the law. He will undoubtedly have to pay compensation, and he might even face imprisonment. You must not associate with him any longer. Su Xiuxiu replied, Mom, why do you believe everything Aunt Wang says? Xiaoluo is certainly not the type to speak ill of others behind their backs. Please, come home quickly and do not seek trouble with Xiaoluo. If you can persuade others not to confront him, that would be even better. Su Xiuxiu's mother retorted, Xiuxiu, has your mind been frozen? Do you genuinely wish to reconcile with Li Xiaoluo? I must inform you that it is utterly impossible. There are no doors, nor windows. I am your mother, and you are my only daughter. Your father and I have endured countless hardships to raise you, with the hope that you would excel in your studies and achieve great things. However, your lack of diligence in your education leaves us helpless. Nevertheless, when it comes to finding a son-in-law, you must heed my advice. It is imperative that you seek a prosperous match. Su Xiuxiu, mother, do you think I am foolish? If Xiaoluo were still the same as he was before, I would certainly not entertain him. But do you know what I saw the other day? I witnessed Xiaoluo driving a sports car. Su Xiuxiu's mother, Li Xiaoluo owns a sports car? That is inconceivable, after all these years as neighbors. I am well aware of his family's circumstances. Su Xiuxiu continued, Mother, I initially shared your perspective, believing I understood Xiaoluo well. However, I now realize I was mistaken. Setting aside the fact that he drives a sports car, perhaps it belongs to a friend or is rented, there is also the incident when he brought home a strikingly tall and beautiful woman for the night. You might dismiss her as foolish, but can you truly overlook the fact that Xiaoluo boldly resorts to violence? Is he not confident? Moreover, he dines on exquisite steaks and king crabs at home. Can you not see the implications? Su Xiuxiu's words left her mother momentarily speechless, as if a revelation had dawned upon her. Yet, when did Li Xiaoluo acquire such wealth? How could she have been unaware? Nonetheless, Su Xiuxiu's mother replied, But, my daughter, Li Xiaoluo has committed an act of violence, which is a crime. Surely, being with a criminal is not advisable? Su Xiuxiu expressed her exasperation. Mother, does hitting someone truly matter to the wealthy? Did you not see the news? You are aware of the incident involving young Master Wang after the altercation. The victim was quite pleased to reach an amicable settlement, as the compensation was far beyond what he could earn in a lifetime. Su Xiuxiu's mother suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder Li Xiaoluo acts with such impunity. However, we are already in the elevator. It is too late to leave. If I were to depart now, what would Director Ma and the others think of me? Su Xiuxiu quickly interjected. Mother, Xiaoluo resides on the 36th floor. You can wait on the 35th floor. Just ensure that Xiaoluo does not see you with Director Ma and the others. Su Xiuxiu's mother. Very well. After all, I am merely part of the support staff. I might as well suggest that everyone gather on the 35th floor while I hide with Aunt Wang in the stairwell. Su Xiuxiu. Perfect, mother. Remember, we must align ourselves with Xiaoluo. I will promptly inform him, and he will surely appreciate my thoughtfulness. At Li Xiaoluo's residence, Zhou Xiaotong, sitting on his lap, had a delicate face flushed with color. Her boss seemed particularly fond of her long legs, often taking his time to admire them. Zhou Xiaotong had previously come across articles online discussing which parts of a woman's body are most attractive to men. The answers varied widely, with some citing the hips, others the legs, and even strange phrases like leg play that made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Little did she realize, her boss was precisely that type of person. Certainly, Li Xiaoluo did not harbor any perverse inclinations towards her lovely legs. Rather, he simply favored them slightly more than other parts of her body. Thus, Zhou Xiaotong thought her boss could hardly be deemed abnormal, merely possessing different tastes. However, this particular predilection of her boss occasionally made Zhou Xiaotong feel quite the expense regarding stockings. At times, she might ruin several pairs in a single day. Fortunately, the stockings she wore were supplied by her boss. Otherwise, she feared that merely purchasing stockings would lead her to financial ruin. Suddenly, a loud banging resonated at the door. At that moment, Zhou Xiaotong could not help but offer a passionate kiss. Yet, the incessant knocking snapped her back to reality, and suppressing the warmth within her. She immediately sought to extricate herself from Li Xiaoluo's embrace. Don't move, ignore them for now. Let us finish this first, Li Xiaoluo instructed. He had already perceived through the system that a group of individuals was approaching from the 35th floor, armed and numerous, creating quite a stir. Nonetheless, in Li Xiaoluo's eyes, these individuals were hardly worth consideration, and it was unnecessary to let them disrupt his affairs. Li Xiaoluo, swiftly open the door. It would be more dignified for you. And do not force us to take action, Director Ma, bald and assertive, shouted from outside. Regrettably, no one responded to him. Inside, after concluding a French kiss, Li Xiaoluo casually withdrew his right hand and assisted Zhou Xiaotong in adjusting her attire. Then, with a mere thought, the electronic display outside the door showcased the scene of Li Xiaoluo embracing Zhou Xiaotong. Meanwhile, Director Ma and his companions appeared fierce and intimidating, and the display inside the room clearly captured the moment for both Li Xiaoluo and Zhou Xiaotong to see. Chapter 46. High-pressure water gun. Apart from Li Xiaoluo, no one had anticipated that the door to his space was so sophisticated, capable of simultaneously displaying high-definition images from both inside and outside. Particularly for Director Ma and his compatriots, the sight of Li Xiaoluo with a stunning beauty in his arms ignited feelings of envy and resentment, rendering their experience quite sour. This despicable Li Xiaoluo. They had initially believed he was merely indulging in fine food at home, never imagining he was accompanied by such a breathtaking beauty. With her rosy, exquisite visage, statuesque figure, and legs elegantly clad in stockings, she appeared even more stunning than a celebrity. Truly, the comparison was enough to incite envy. In that moment, the desire among them to confront Li Xiaoluo intensified, with thoughts of punishing the scoundrel, and perhaps inadvertently causing harm to his precious Xiaoluo, filling their minds. Zhou Xiaotong, noticing the influx of people outside, felt a wave of nervousness, particularly given the indecorous events that had just transpired, leaving her cheeks flushed. Moreover, sitting on her boss's lap felt quite embarrassing. However, since her boss seemed intent on provoking the onlookers, Zhou Xiaotong complied, reassured by the fact that her attire was neat and devoid of any wardrobe malfunctions. Based on her understanding of her employer, she was certain he would not permit even the slightest exposure. The arrival of Director Ma, and quite an impressive entourage he brings. Li Xiaoluo embraced Zhou Xiaotong, then waved a hand towards Director Ma outside the door. Shivering in the cold, Director Ma seethed with indignation, his voice full of fury. Li Xiaoluo, you injured someone in broad daylight at the community this afternoon, and you still maintain this attitude? Do you truly wish to languish in prison? Li Xiaoluo, who are you calling a sycophant? We are merely concerned citizens, unable to tolerate your brazen behavior after assaulting an elderly person. Director Ma, why waste words on such a person? Let us force the door open. Once inside, we shall teach him a lesson. Indeed, Director Ma, let us act swiftly. Look at Li Xiaoluo inside, relaxed in a short-sleeved shirt while we freeze outside like fools. You are merely playing into his hands by engaging in this dialogue. He must surely be mocking us. With a fierce glare fixed on the image of Li Xiaoluo on the electronic screen, Director Ma coldly asserted, very well. This is of his own making. We shall break down the door. At his command, everyone retrieved their pre-prepared tools, electric drills, heavy hammers, crowbars, and more. A tall, robust homeowner declared, step aside. Watch me smash this lock with 3 mighty blows. Accompanying Director Ma, he felt no pressure whatsoever about the damage they were about to inflict. Thus, the crowd parted for him. The tall man raised his hammer and swung it with great force at the door, chanting, 80? It was unclear what this slogan meant. Perhaps he believed that if the door were broken, he would owe 80? With a resounding crash, the recoil from the impact sent a sharp pain through his hand. Yet, Li Xiaoluo's door seemed to have merely been tickled, showing no sign of damage whatsoever. Inside, Li Xiaoluo savored a grape that Zhou Xiaotong had offered, glancing at Director Ma outside. Director Ma, why not call a few more people to strike? You might as well test the quality of this door. It cost me over $1 million to have the Shield Group replace it. Today, you can validate its durability. Should it fail to meet standards, I shall seek compensation from the Shield Group. Over $1 million for a door? The crowd outside was taken aback, though reluctant to accept. The door indeed bore an air of high quality. After being struck with considerable force, it showed no signs of damage, and their skepticism began to wane. Damn it. I refuse to believe it. Bang, bang, bang. The tall man, enraged by Li Xiaoluo's mockery and witnessing his indulgence within, swung his hammer wildly once more. Yet soon, his strength dwindled, and the door remained unscathed, devoid of even the slightest deformation. In truth, the grand entrance of Li Xiaoluo's residence. If it were indeed the door modified by the War Shield group, would not be easily breached by brute force, but some damage would undoubtedly occur. However, the current Lord's Manor of Li Xiaoluo, including the entrance, has been super-strengthened to a level capable of withstanding nuclear blasts. It is beyond the capacity of mere mortals to destroy. The tall man, breathless from exertion, finally ceased his efforts, and a dozen others exchanged glances, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. They had not anticipated such a scenario upon their arrival. Initially, they believed it would require minimal effort, perhaps merely intimidating Li Xiaoluo into opening the door himself. Then, under the guise of righteousness, they would have delivered a beating to him while pillaging his provisions. Yet, the harsh reality unfolded before them. Upon their arrival, they were first met with a barrage of dog food from Li Xiaoluo, followed by a disheartened gaze at the door. Such bullying was intolerable. Unable to breach the door with a hammer, they resorted to a drill. If the door remained impenetrable, they would assault the walls. Surely, it could not be an impregnable fortress. Director Ma, being a leader, quickly regained his composure. He could not afford to return empty-handed this time. Thus, he rallied his companions with fervor. Thundering and crashing, like Director Ma, none wished to leave without a semblance of success. Consequently, those equipped with tools joined forces, hammering and drilling with fervent enthusiasm. However, despite their vigorous efforts, the results were dismal. It was not for lack of diligence. Rather, the adversary was exceedingly formidable. What manner of talent was Li Xiaoluo? To what extent had he once been wealthy to fortify his residence so robustly? They were left in awe. Ultimately, all hope was abandoned. What's wrong? Director Ma, why do you all lack endurance? Inside the residence, Li Xiaoluo observed the futile endeavors of the group as they surrendered in despair. He too ceased his activities and released Zhou Xiaotong. Subsequently, Li Xiaoluo deactivated the display on the electronic screen of the entrance, having allowed these unwitting laborers to sufficiently test the security of his manor. It was time to present them with a few surprises. These were the formidable tools that Li Xiaoluo had meticulously prepared for this icy calamity, not only installed here, but also at the No. 1 Lord's Manor. The weapon in question was a high-pressure water gun. For those unfamiliar, think of the water truck seen in urban areas. Some are equipped with an individual wielding a water gun to spray water. That is essentially what a water gun is. However, Li Xiaoluo had commissioned the War Shield group to install high-pressure variants, which were significantly more powerful. Initially, Li Xiaoluo had considered procuring real firearms from the War Shield group. However, whether due to their inability or a lack of trust in their first dealings with him, they insisted it was unfeasible. Ultimately, Li Xiaoluo opted for the installation of high-pressure water guns in extreme low temperatures. These high-pressure water guns could inflict damage upon the enemy even greater than that of real bullets, and moreover, they would deliver area damage. The only drawback may be the inability to carry it around. Chapter 47. Oh no, Director Ma has fainted from the cold. Outside the door, Director Ma and a dozen men had yet to depart. Frustrated by Li Xiaoluo, they were engaged in a heated discussion. Knowing full well that penetrating Li Xiaoluo's residence would not be an easy task, Director Ma, Li Xiaoluo is truly arrogant and overbearing. He claims we lack endurance. So let us demonstrate our persistence. One suggested, I have an idea, let us station people here in shifts. I refuse to believe he will never come out. Brother sure, that plan is impractical. Since Li Xiaoluo consumes such an abundance of food in a single meal, it stands to reason that he has stockpiled an immense supply at home. How long are we to wait here? 3 days? 10 days? By then, the cold disaster may have passed, and the constables might come to apprehend him. What purpose would our vigil serve? Moreover, in this weather, even if we were to huddle in the corridor, it would still be unbearably cold. Who would be willing to endure such conditions? Sighing, they acknowledged the futility of the plan. What manner of person is Li Xiaoluo? Not only has he fortified his home so thoroughly, but he has also amassed a considerable stock of food. Do you think he has too many enemies from the underworld? Or does he possess some prophetic ability? Regardless of Li Xiaoluo's situation, my sole desire is to capture him and vent my frustrations. What if we resort to using fire? Perhaps smoke him out? Play with fire? We might as well call the fire department. I've heard they can access any building. While Director Ma and the others expressed their opinions, Li Xiaoluo had already climbed atop a chair and opened a special small window at the top of the door. Brandishing a high-pressure water gun, he aimed it at the group outside. Fire! He exclaimed humorously before activating the water gun. Instantly, a tremendous stream of water erupted forth, cascading like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. This high-pressure water gun was reputed to shoot over 100 meters, and after being enhanced by the system, its range had increased tenfold. The force was immense, and the water spread widely. Caught completely off guard, Director Ma and his cohort were drenched, the icy coldness finally making them realize what had transpired. Damn it, I'm freezing. Li Xiaoluo has no sense of fair play, resorting to such a sneak attack. Seriously, how does he even have a water gun installed at his home? Enough chatter, let us make our escape. Director Ma had always positioned himself at the rear, refraining from participating in the efforts to break down the door. When Li Xiaoluo unleashed the high-pressure water gun, he was the first to react, swiftly turning to flee. However, it was to no avail. Li Xiaoluo's high-pressure water gun, bolstered by the system, was supplied with ample water from the Lord's estate, and the immense spray enveloped the entire corridor. Despite his speed, Director Ma was still drenched from head to toe. Cold, excruciatingly cold. The biting chill made his teeth chatter. Though he had run swiftly and was the least wet among the group, his frail physique rendered him the most severely affected by the freezing temperatures. Soon, the remaining dozen individuals found themselves in a state of utter disarray as they fled to the stairway of the 35th floor, thus rendering Li Xiaoluo's high-pressure water gun ineffective against them. At that moment, each of them bore a visage tinged with shades of purple from the cold. It was only now that many began to regret their decision to join the fray, lamenting their foolishness in seeking excitement. After all, even if one were in search of sustenance, could they not simply procure it tomorrow? A day of hunger would not spell doom. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang and Su Xiuxiu's mother, who had been hiding in the stairwell, felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful for their roles as support personnel, which had spared them from the chaos. Had they ventured forth, their frail constitutions would have rendered them vulnerable to the elements, risking their very lives. Especially Su Xiuxiu's mother, who was profoundly thankful to her daughter. Had she not heeded her daughter's advice to remain by the stairway, she would have been swept away with Director Ma and the others. Aunt Wang, too, felt indebted to Su Xiuxiu's mother for persuading her to wait at the stairwell for the outcome. She recalled the moment she had been struck by Li Xiaoluo earlier that afternoon, still harboring a sense of trepidation which compelled her to comply, intending to seek vengeance once Li Xiaoluo was subdued. Yet, what vengeance could be sought now? The entire operation had collapsed. Oh no, Director Ma has succumbed to the cold. Someone exclaimed. Quickly, everyone return home. I fear I too shall soon meet the same fate. If I do not get home soon, I shall become an ice pop. Boss, the Zhanduan group truly exemplifies corporate integrity. Initially, I thought it extravagant to invest millions in renovations, but seeing the results now, it is undeniably worth it. Observing the ease with which Li Xiaoluo had dispatched Director Ma and his entourage, leaving them in a dire predicament, Zhou Xiaotong exhaled a sigh of relief, marveling at the transformed property and the Zhanduan group's ingenuity. She had not anticipated such splendid results. However, a smile danced upon Li Xiaoluo's lips. This was not merely the Zhanduan group's merit, but a testament to the prowess of his system. Even with the most formidable capabilities, the Zhanduan group could not conjure miracles in such a short span of time. The earlier skirmish had lifted Li Xiaoluo's spirits, and as he beheld the enchanting Zhou Xiaotong, whose figure was voluptuous, skin as fair as snow, and features irresistibly captivating, he contemplated celebrating this moment of mutual affection. Ding, ding. Yet at that moment, notifications flooded in on Li Xiaoluo's WeChat. In fact, they had been chiming incessantly, with video calls attempting to connect. However, engrossed in his previous pursuits, he had scarcely glanced at who was messaging him. Upon retrieving his phone, he discovered the latest messages were from Su Xiuxiu. Brother Xiaoluo, I just saw the messages in the Owner-S group, and I am deeply concerned for your safety. I immediately contacted my mother to inquire about the situation. She informed me that Director Ma has gathered a group of over 10 individuals, intending to confront you. Brother Xiaoluo, you must not open the door, otherwise, they are certain to assault you, and they may even seize your provisions. Humph, Director Ma and his associates are utterly despicable. Even if Xiaoluo has made a minor mistake, they are merely property personnel, tasked with serving us, the homeowners. What right do they have to confront Xiaoluo? Xiaoluo, why do you not respond to my messages? I am genuinely worried for your safety. Please, reply to me at once. Otherwise, even without winter clothing, I shall ascend to find you. I would not mind if I were to suffer frostbite. I merely wish to ensure that you are unharmed. Observing Su Xiuxiu incessantly sending messages every couple of minutes, filled with concern and urgency, Li Xiaoluo felt a surge of nausea. However, a sense of unease crept over Li Xiaoluo. What was amiss with this white lotus? In the previous life, this white lotus would only express her concern after the household provisions had been depleted, and Li Xiaoluo had ventured out to procure more. Yet now, at the onset of this harsh calamity, Su Xiuxiu's food supplies should not have been exhausted so swiftly. Why had her demeanor changed so abruptly? Moreover, Li Xiaoluo recalled the words of that bespectacled sycophant from earlier. He mentioned that Su Xiuxiu had been distancing herself from him and had spoken highly of herself. Was Su Xiuxiu using the bespectacled man to convey her sentiments? Li Xiaoluo chuckled softly. It seemed that, due to the flutter of a butterfly's wings, certain events had indeed shifted ever so slightly. Nonetheless, it mattered not. The fates of people like Su Xiuxiu would surely alter as well. In this life, Li Xiaoluo would ensure they experienced the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Chapter 48. Su Xiuxiu also experiences the role of a sycophant after the complete failure of the hunting operation. Su Xiuxiu's mother certainly did not return to her duties at the homeowners committee, opting instead to go home directly. Upon seeing her mother return, Su Xiuxiu immediately inquired, "Mother, why are you back so soon? They didn't do anything to Xia Luo, did they?" Su Xiuxiu's mother entered the house, exhaling cold air, and replied curtly, "You ungrateful child. Why do you not ask if I am well?" Su Xiuxiu laughed. "Oh mother, with so many people confronting Xia Luo, and you being part of the support staff, how could anything have happened?" Su Xiuxiu's mother, still shaken, remarked, "Xiuxiu, thank goodness for your timely reminder. Otherwise, I would have been in dire straits." Su Xiuxiu, intrigued, asked, "What exactly happened?" Thus, Su Xiuxiu's mother recounted the events, how Director Ma, accompanied by a dozen men, had violently attempted to force their way into Li Xia Luo's home, only to find themselves unable to enter. Then, Li Xia Luo had unexpectedly unleashed a high-pressure water gun, drenching them all. In the end, Director Ma even fainted from the cold. As for how Director Ma and his men managed to return, or if they returned safely, Su Xiuxiu's mother had descended the elevator long before and did not concern herself with that. She was certain the situation would be exceedingly grim. It was inevitable that many would catch colds, and perhaps some might not survive. Su Xiuxiu listened, her face a mixture of astonishment. How had Li Xia Luo become so formidable? After finishing her account, Su Xiuxiu's mother suddenly asked, "Xiuxiu, did you not say you would remind Li Xia Luo? Did he not report the situation at the site to you?" Su Xiuxiu frowned and said, "Humph, I sent him numerous messages of concern and reminders. Yet he hasn't replied to a single one." In times past, it was her devoted admirers and backup options who showered her with such attentions. Among them was Li Xiaoluo. However, she never anticipated that just a few days later, the roles would reverse entirely. She became the one incessantly reaching out to Li Xiaoluo, anxiously awaiting his responses. Su Xiuxiu's mother, noticing her daughter's distress, remarked, "Xiuxiu, it seems that Li Xiaoluo, that ingrate, has truly turned his back on you. Are you aware of the beautiful woman accompanying him?" Su Xiuxiu, feeling irritated, retorted, "Humph, that woman is merely a flirtatious vixen. What does her beauty matter? I refuse to believe that my years of affection for Li Xiaoluo could be overshadowed by her. I will certainly win him back and ensure he cares for me alone." Su Xiuxiu was well aware of the attractive woman by Li Xiaoluo's side. She had seen her the last time. However, upon first encountering Zhou Xiaotong, she did not regard her as a rival. Rather, she thought Zhou Xiaotong must be foolish for being attracted to Li Xiaoluo, given her stunning looks and poise. Yet, as Su Xiuxiu discovered Li Xiaoluo's possession of a sports car and deduced his substantial wealth, her opinion of Zhou Xiaotong shifted dramatically, particularly now that Li Xiaoluo's demeanor towards her had grown so cold. Ignoring her messages, she did not wish to blame him but instead harbored intense resentment towards that vixen. Zhou Xiaotong. Su Xiuxiu believed that had it not been for Zhou Xiaotong, with Li Xiaoluo's feelings for her, a mere display of vulnerability would have swiftly rekindled their romance. Su Xiuxiu's mother, at a loss for words, had long desired for her daughter to marry a wealthy man, ensuring a life of comfort for them both. Yet, who would have imagined that the richest person in their vicinity would be the very man she had always looked down upon, Li Xiaoluo? Initially, one would expect joy upon discovering Li Xiaoluo's hidden affluence, especially given the ambiguous relationship her daughter had previously shared with him. Yet, it was precisely after her daughter had distanced herself from Li Xiaoluo that this revelation came to light. Sighing inwardly, Su Xiuxiu's mother lamented, "Oh dear, what went awry? All right, Xiuxiu, let's not dwell on Li Xiaoluo for now. Our food and water supply will last us a couple of days. You must don all your warmest clothing. We need to venture out and gather more supplies." Su Xiuxiu exclaimed in surprise, "Mom, it's freezing outside, with strong winds and icy roads. We have to go out. Besides, didn't the residence committee issue a notice prohibiting stockpiling supplies?" Su Xiuxiu's mother chuckled, "Silly daughter, many notices are directed at ordinary citizens. As the vice chairperson of the residence committee, I see no harm in gathering more supplies under these circumstances. If we are discovered, we shall simply claim it was a procurement for the committee. Moreover, there is no need to venture outside the community. The small supermarket, Huimin, located just beneath our building, is quite convenient. I have already spoken with the owner to prepare a selection of food and supplies for us, and once the winds subside, we shall retrieve them." Su Xiuxiu nodded, exclaiming, "Mother, it is indeed advantageous to possess authority." Su Xiuxiu's mother chuckled, "Oh, spare me. What authority do I truly have? I can only manage our community and its shops. Beyond these confines, I am but a nobody." Despite her words, Su Xiuxiu's mother felt a sense of satisfaction with her position, as it did afford her a modicum of influence. Simultaneously, returning home was Aunt Wang, who lived just above them. Upon opening her door, she was pleasantly surprised to find her son, Wang Chenglong, had returned safely. Instantly, her previous worries were lifted. "Son, did Did you encounter any danger on your way back? I saw on Douyin that the outside is exceedingly perilous, with many casualties reported. You should not have taken the risk to return. You could have managed for a day or two at the office, she admonished. Wang Qinglong swallowed hard, his face pale, and replied, Mother, please don't say that. I nearly perished on my journey home. Aunt Wang's expression turned grave, for her son was her everything. She rushed to inquire, what happened? You're not injured, are you? The extreme precipitation and sudden drop in temperature at noon were utterly bizarre, he explained. I was unsure how long it would last, so I deemed it safest to return home. However, just as I was nearing our community, my car malfunctioned and collided with the landscaping. Fortunately, I was traveling at a very slow speed, so I emerged unscathed. Seeing that it was only a 20-minute walk back, I decided to proceed on foot. Yet, I hadn't anticipated how treacherous the icy roads would be, compounded by fierce winds. In that short distance, I fell several times, but thankfully only sustained some bruises, nothing serious. Listening in horror, Aunt Wang finally exhaled a sigh of relief, saying, Oh, my son, thank the heavens you are safe. If anything were to happen to you, I could not bear to live on. I would surely be bullied to death by Li Xiaoluo. Wang Qinglong's expression darkened as he replied, Mother, I saw the news about Li Xiaoluo attacking you. That scoundrel has truly overstepped his bounds by daring to lay hands on my mother. Rest assured, I will ensure he kneels and apologizes to you. He then inquired, By the way, didn't the residence committee go to apprehend Li Xiaoluo? Where have they confined him? Chapter 49. The disappearance of Director Ma on the second day of the chilling calamity. Li Xiaoluo was aware that from this day forth, a heavy snowfall would blanket the globe, having commenced the previous night. Upon awakening, everyone would discover a world transformed into a vast expanse of white, with snow accumulating nearly a meter deep. Those who had feared venturing outside the day before would find it even more challenging today. Furthermore, power outages would begin to manifest across various locales, soon followed by water shortages. At that point, those unprepared would feel as though they had stepped into a hellish realm, and true panic would ensue among the populace. Li Xiaoluo had long been acutely aware of the daily calamities. Thus, he did not find it necessary to vigilantly monitor the official announcements or the gossip circulating in WeChat groups like others. Last night, nestled in the warmth of his abode, he had slept soundly beside Zhou Xiaotong. Outside, daylight had already broken, yet Li Xiaoluo remained lost in delightful dreams. In his slumber, Zhou Xiaotong transformed into a fierce warrior, employing all the knowledge he had imparted to her in an attempt to triumph over him. However, Li Xiaoluo, endowed with a body enhanced by the system, was far from the feeble individual he once was. He chuckled at Zhou Xiaotong's audacity in the dream, but she, undeterred, insisted on determining a victor between them. As his diligent secretary, she became even more earnest in her endeavors. Time seemed to blur in this dreamscape. Goodness, why is this dream so vivid? He mused, relishing the exquisite sensations. Gradually awakening in the cool serenity, he found those delightful feelings intensifying. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately sensed something amiss. The quilt was significantly elevated beneath him. Without hesitation, he threw off the covers, his gaze meeting Zhou Xiaotong's as she raised her head. To his amusement, she appeared as a child caught in the act of mischief, her delicate features flushing a vibrant red. Normally, Zhou Xiaotong exuded a statuesque grace and a captivating demeanor, yet her propensity to blush only heightened her allure. How delightful it was to witness his enchanting secretary displaying such initiative. Stealing glances while he slumbered was a rather commendable display of spirit, deserving of encouragement. Well done, Tong Tong. This wake-up service is splendid. Do keep it up. With her cheeks still aflame, Zhou Xiaotong dashed to the bathroom to freshen up. Li Xiaoluo also rose from the bed and followed her into the washroom. As for what transpired within those confines, he could only remark that a man in the morning truly possesses boundless energy, effervescent and tireless. Once they had completed their morning rituals, Zhou Xiaotong set about preparing breakfast, a task she excelled at, particularly in frying eggs, of which she often made several. Li Xiaoluo approached the balcony, where the world outside was predominantly cloaked in white. Even the cars parked along the roadside were nearly buried beneath the snow. Checking his phone, he noted that the atmosphere on Douyin today was even more fraught with anxiety than the previous day. After all, yesterday marked the onset of the frost disaster, and many had believed that such extreme weather would not endure for long. Thus, even those unprepared with provisions thought they could manage a day of hunger without much concern. Moreover, yesterday's challenges involved merely a drop in temperature and icy roads. Those daring enough could still venture out by car. However, upon rising today, everything had changed. Who has ever witnessed snowfall in the southern region during summer? Moreover, the accumulation of snow is astonishingly thick. It is likely that such a phenomenon has never been recorded in the annals of our nation's history. The depth of the snow renders it nearly impossible to venture out, whether by vehicle or even on foot. Furthermore, with such a heavy snowfall, it is evident that normalcy will not be restored in a short span of time. What will they do if their food supplies dwindle? And what if their warm clothing proves insufficient? Although they might endure for a day, their resilience is waning. Since last night, many have struggled to find rest, realizing that their room's heating system is inadequate against the biting cold. There are even concerns regarding employment and mortgage obligations, leading to a chorus of complaints and pessimism online. The mainstream media reports reflect an even bleaker outlook. According to the latest statistics from the CBB, as of this morning, the death toll in the beautiful nation due to the extreme cold has surpassed 1 million. The streets are filled with citizens frozen in place, and the government stands paralyzed. Turning our attention to the neighboring country, the extreme low temperatures have hampered the delivery of humanitarian aid, resulting in countless refugees succumbing to the cold amidst the ruins. Our Disaster Relief Command Center has issued an update on this cold disaster, revealing that temperatures have plummeted to minus 60 degrees Celsius, with some areas experiencing lows of minus 65 degrees. However, under the unified directives of the command center, the overall situation remains within a manageable scope. Upon seeing the data reported in the news, the magnitude of this catastrophe becomes painfully clear. For instance, in many foreign nations, over 1 million lives were lost just yesterday. While our domestic disaster response capabilities are among the strongest in the world, it is undeniable that many have perished. Specific figures have yet to be disclosed. Consequently, whether online or in reality, a palpable sense of despair pervades the atmosphere. Nevertheless, the online lamentations and the grim death toll are of no concern to Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo casually retrieved a chilled beverage from the system space, unscrewed the cap, and took a refreshing sip. Glancing at WeChat, he noted that nearly all group messages were marked as unread. Then, he noticed a message in the homeowners group. Wang Qinglong wrote, "Li Xiaoluo, are you going to continue feigning ignorance? I can overlook the incident with my mother for now, but many families in the community are facing food shortages. Among them are the elderly and even small children. With your ample food supplies, how can you turn a blind eye to their plight?" Upon further inspection, Li Xiaoluo discovered that a woman had expressed her desperation in the homeowners group earlier that morning, stating that her family had gone without food for an entire day and could no longer endure the hunger. She had intended to venture out to procure supplies, but the heavy snowfall had sealed her in. Now, the prospect of going out is daunting, and bringing food back is even more challenging. Thus, the woman pleaded for assistance in the group, hoping that someone with a surplus of food might share a portion with her. After all, she is a woman. The men in the homeowners group would surely not allow her to suffer from hunger, if it weren't for the heavy snowfall. A mere post on her social media would have attracted a multitude of suitors bringing food to her doorstep. However, to her astonishment, her plea for help in the homeowners group not only went unanswered but also incited a wave of sympathy seekers, each voicing their own tales of scarcity. Some lamented about their stomach ailments due to hunger, others spoke of elderly relatives who had fainted from starvation, and some even claimed that the milk supply for their infants had run dry. Each story was more pitiful than the last. Yet, in the current circumstances, no one was foolish enough to part with their own provisions for others. Moreover, those who claimed to be starving might very well have pantries overflowing with food. Consequently, the distressed homeowners began to turn to Director Ma of the Homeowners Committee. After all, it was he who had issued the notice the previous day advising against venturing out or hoarding supplies. Now that everyone was facing difficulties, it was time for him, as the committee head, to devise a solution. However, to everyone's bewilderment, Director Ma had remained silent in the group all day. Just as frustration towards Director Ma reached a boiling point, Wang Qinglong posted a message in the homeowners group. "Li Xiaoluo, everyone knows you have hoarded a considerable amount of food. On behalf of my mother, I propose a decision. If you distribute 2/3 of your provisions to those suffering from hunger, I will refrain from pursuing legal action against you for assaulting my mother." Chapter 50. Li Xiaoluo digs a pit. Wang Qinglong's message immediately garnered a chorus of admiration in the homeowners group. 503. Ye's mom, Wang Dama, you truly are a good person, and you have raised such a wonderful son. I thank Qinglong on behalf of little Ye. You have saved her life. 604. Teacher Lu, both Wang Dama and her son are such virtuous individuals. It's outrageous that someone would assault Wang Dama. Alas, our nation's education system still has much to improve. 702. Wang Chong, Li Xiaoluo, as a man, you should speak up quickly. You ought to be grateful that we live in a society governed by law. Otherwise, had your actions occurred decades ago, you would have faced dire consequences by noon yesterday. 807. Purple Grape, Brother Wang Qinglong, could you share some food with me later? I'll trade you grapes. I promise you will be satisfied. Committee member Lu Jia, Xuxiu's mother. Everyone, allow me to speak fairly. In truth, Li Xiaoluo, Wang Dama, and I are neighbors. Li Xiaoluo is usually quite kind and helpful. His act of violence yesterday may have stemmed from some unforeseen circumstance that prompted an impulsive reaction. Moreover, it is said that this incident involves my daughter Xuxiu. A bespectacled man has persistently pursued her, but she has ignored him. Perhaps he took his frustrations out on Li Xiaoluo because of their good relationship. Wang Dama was merely trying to help, leading to this unfortunate misunderstanding. To be honest, as the vice chair of the homeowners committee and given the connection to my daughter, I sincerely hope this matter does not escalate. If Aunt Wang could forgive Li Xiaoluo, I would even be willing to cover her medical expenses. Therefore, Xiaoluo, since Aunt Wang has taken the initiative to propose reconciliation and the conditions are not particularly arduous, let us heed Aunt Lu's advice and offer some provisions. Allowing this matter to be laid to rest, Wang Qinglong, reveling in his cleverness at home, was the architect of this scheme, or rather, a cunning stratagem. He feigned generosity, suggesting that if Li Xiaoluo provided food, he would overlook her transgression against his mother. Yet, how could he afford to be so lenient? Just yesterday, Wang Qinglong learned from his mother that Li Xiaoluo had erected a formidable barrier, preventing anyone from entering her abode. And she had even installed a high-pressure water gun, most despicably so. Even if he sought to avenge Aunt Wang, he wouldn't foolishly confront Li Xiaoluo on the 36th floor. Thus, he devised a plan to lure Li Xiaoluo out of her sanctuary. If she fell for the ruse and consented to relinquish 2/3 of her food, she would inevitably have to open her door to retrieve it, at which point he could apprehend her, even if he chose not to instigate trouble himself. Would those who had been doused by Li Xiaoluo's high-pressure water gun yesterday, including Director Ma, let her off the hook? Certainly not. Moreover, should Li Xiaoluo dare to refuse to part with her provisions, Wang Qinglong would find joy in that, for it would alienate her from many within the community, rendering her a pariah, scorned by all. Li Xiaoluo glanced at the messages in the group chat, astonished that after confronting the elderly Aunt Wang, young Wang Qinglong had now emerged. And then there was Su Xiuxiu's mother, who had made quite a fuss in the homeowners group, seemingly advocating for her daughter. Quite a rarity. Ding. Su Xiuxiu, Brother Xiaoluo, please take a look at the messages in the homeowners group. Brother Xiaoluo, my mother and I have discussed it, and she believes that accepting Wang Qinglong's terms would be most advantageous for you. Otherwise, if Aunt Wang truly pursues this matter, you could face imprisonment. Brother Xiaoluo, I have implored my mother for quite some time, and she said that if you fear being left hungry after parting with your food, our family has stocked up quite a bit. Should you find yourself in need, we can certainly share some provisions with you. As Li Xiaoluo read through Su Xiuxiu's barrage of messages, he couldn't help but wonder what had transpired between the mother and daughter. Suddenly, an amusing idea struck him, prompting Li Xiaoluo to reply to Su Xiuxiu. Are you truly willing to lend me your family's food? Su Xiuxiu, I'm thrilled. Brother Xiaoluo, you finally replied. Rest assured, as long as you remain safe, I am willing to do anything. Li Xiaoluo responded, wonderful. Then, without hesitation, he posted several messages in the homeowners group. Everyone, I have accepted Wang Qinglong's proposition. Those in need of food may go to Aunt Lu's residence on the 12th floor of Building A to collect provisions. Her daughter has already agreed to lend me food to help me through this challenging time. Furthermore, I have just come to realize that both Aunt Wang and her son are indeed benevolent souls. They are remarkably altruistic and genuinely concerned about the welfare of others. Therefore, if everyone has taken food from Sister Lu's house at the owners' committee and there are still those in need, I suggest that we visit Aunt Wang's home for additional provisions. Firstly, since Aunt Wang and her son have been so generous as to offer food from their own stock without expecting any compensation, it is evident that they must have a substantial supply at home. Secondly, their benevolent nature assures me that they would not stand idly by in times of distress. Upon the release of several messages from Li Xiaoluo, both Su Xiuxiu's mother and Aunt Wang were seething with indignation at home. Even Su Xiuxiu was taken aback, as she had not anticipated Li Xiaoluo's actions. Her private request for food was never meant to imply such a communal distribution. She simply sought to earn Li Xiaoluo's favor, intending to share only with him rather than the entire neighborhood. Simultaneously, the owners' group erupted with outrage. Member 503. Mother Yi, exclaimed, Li Xiaoluo, do you not possess any conscience? Sister Lu from the committee kindly advocated for you, yet you want us to take food from her home? Member 604, Old Wang from next door, added indignantly, my goodness, I have truly witnessed unparalleled shamelessness. You are a model of disgrace. Member 705, Guzi, remarked, Li Xiaoluo, one must take responsibility for their actions. The food is your obligation to provide. Do not involve Sister Lu or Aunt Wang. If you fail to deliver, I have counted at least 100 individuals in this group who are without food. Consider the consequences when they come to your door. Countless messages essentially condemned Li Xiaoluo. However, he remained unfazed by the outcry and threats. He calmly stated in the owners' group, everyone, first and foremost, the food from Sister Lu's house is considered borrowed, as she herself has agreed to lend it, with chat records as evidence. Regardless of how much food anyone has taken, please announce the total cost in the group later, and I will repay Sister Lu double the amount. If anyone believes their household is sufficiently stocked, feel free not to take any. Alternatively, if anyone feels capable of seizing food from my home, I welcome you to come and do so. I assure you, You will bear no legal consequences. Subsequently, Li Xiaoluo shared a video from the surveillance system, depicting Director Ma and a dozen others violently attempting to break into his house, only to be drenched in the process. After viewing this footage, Li Xiaoluo was confident that those in the group who spoke of morality and righteousness would soon realize where to seek sustenance when hunger struck, whether it be from his home or from Su Xiuxiu and Aunt Wang. Chapter 51. You may continue to express your dissatisfaction. Ding ding ding. Li Xiaoluo's WeChat notifications rang incessantly, predominantly from Su Xiuxiu and Wang Qinglong. Su Xiuxiu, Brother Xiaoluo, please retract what you said in the owners group. My mother is genuinely upset. Su Xiuxiu, Brother Xiaoluo, how could you do this? My mother has been advocating for you in the group yesterday and today. If you find yourself without food later, we are willing to share ours. But why must you betray us? Su Xiuxiu, Xiaoluo, I realized that I upset you a few days ago. However, it was only when I saw you with another woman that I truly recognized my feelings for you. I cannot imagine my life without you. Xiaoluo, let us reconcile and cease to hurt each other, shall we? As Su Xiuxiu sent a flurry of messages, Li Xiaoluo glanced at a few before losing interest in continuing to read. He casually replied to Su Xiuxiu, tell your mother not to be truly angered, or she will miss out on the excitement that follows. Su Xiuxiu, who had been anxiously awaiting Li Xiaoluo's response, saw his message immediately. Yet, after reading it, she appeared despondent, her expression darkening. Su Xiuxiu's mother, upon peering over, also caught sight of Li Xiaoluo's reply. Enraged, she exclaimed, Xiuxiu, do you see clearly now? You have been pining for Li Xiaoluo, but he no longer holds you in his heart. He may even harbor resentment. He wishes to bring harm to us both. Su Xiuxiu, struggling to comprehend, replied, Mother, how could this be? Li Xiaoluo was always so kind to me. How could he suddenly become so callous? It was not that Su Xiuxiu was particularly devoted to Li Xiaoluo, but rather that she found it unbearable to be treated so ruthlessly by a man, especially one who had once been a backup. Her mother coldly retorted, that was merely a facade. Li Xiaoluo is a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. With a dark heart, perhaps he has suddenly come into wealth and looks down upon you, even viewing you as a blemish from his past. Such a man will not turn back. There is no future for you two. Su Xiuxiu nodded, acknowledging her mother's words. A glint of malice flickered in her eyes as she declared, Mother, since Li Xiaoluo has humiliated me and seeks to harm us, we must not let him go unpunished. Her mother sighed. There are many in our community who wish to confront Li Xiaoluo, but what good does it do? If he dared to emerge, he would likely be met with violence. Yet, he remains holed up in his home, leaving us powerless. My greatest concern is safeguarding our food supplies. If someone comes to raid our home, our defenses may not hold, and we could be in danger. Su Xiuxiu retorted defiantly. Mother, that is merely Li Xiaoluo's fabrications in the owners group. We have not agreed to provide food to anyone. Do they dare to invade our home? That would be illegal. And besides, our household is comprised solely of women. Su Xiuxiu's mother slapped her forehead, lamenting how today's girls are so self-assured. And her own daughter is no exception. They seem to believe that everyone must revolve around them at all times. Yet, when faced with the wealthy, they can swallow their pride. Upon discovering Li Xiaoluo's immense fortune, despite his previous contemptuous demeanor, Su Xiuxiu willingly fawned over him. Su Xiuxiu's mother understood that under Li Xiaoluo's manipulation, the hungry would hardly care for the legality of trespassing. Li Xiaoluo, regardless of the thoughts of Su Xiuxiu and her mother, glanced once more at the messages sent by Wang Qinglong. Li Xiaoluo, is this your attitude towards reconciliation? If you persist in your shamelessness and lack of sincerity, do not blame me for disregarding our past friendship. Wang Qinglong continued, you still have time to reconsider, provided you adopt a proper attitude and share some of the food from your home. He pressed on, my patience is finite. I grant you 1 minute to contemplate. He then urged, Li Xiaoluo, have you seen my messages? If so, give a sign. Li Xiaoluo replied with a single word, sign. Enraged, Wang Qinglong exclaimed, Li Xiaoluo. You, Li Xiaoluo interjected, Wang Qinglong, cease bombarding me with worthless messages that clutter my phone's memory. My stance has always been unequivocal. If you desire the food from my home, come and fetch it yourself. Take your time. Li Xiaoluo intended to methodically dismantle Su Xiuxiu's family and Wang Dama's household, starting with seizing their provisions. They harbored aspirations of indulging in luxuries after the apocalypse. That was simply not an option. Originally, Li Xiaoluo planned to personally visit Su Xiuxiu and Wang Dama's homes after the power outage today. However, since they had already begun stirring trouble early in the morning, attempting to incite the community against her, Li Xiaoluo decided to retaliate in kind. She would let the other residents handle them, sparing herself from the hassle. In truth, Li Xiaoluo held little regard for the meager supplies in Su Xiuxiu and Wang Dama's homes. Even if offered freely, she would not bother to collect them. In contrast, many residents who lacked sufficient food were already ravenous. The reason they had not yet begun to plunder was that the authorities were still operational, and a sense of reverence lingered in their hearts. Despite the uproar in the group condemning Li Xiaoluo, portraying outrage towards her actions and sympathy for Su Xiuxiu, she was confident that among the loudest voices, some were already contemplating how to procure food from Su Xiuxiu's home. As for the rest, enduring a few more meals without sustenance would surely lead them to abandon any notions of morality. Furthermore, Li Xiaoluo's maneuvers in the resident group provided a righteous pretext for them to raid Su Xiuxiu and Wang Dama's homes. No, it was not a raid. It was a retrieval. It was Li Xiaoluo who encouraged them to take what was rightfully theirs, promising to compensate them with double the value later. After witnessing the video Li Xiaoluo posted in the resident group, showcasing the dismal fate of Director Ma and others, no one dared to suggest seeking trouble with her any longer. Regardless of how despicable Li Xiaoluo appeared, they were neither judges nor kin to the victim, Wang Dama, and had no right to pursue justice. Many were only now realizing why the usually vocal Director Ma seemed to have vanished. He might very well be in a state of unconsciousness. At noon, Li Xiaoluo retrieved an abundant feast from her space, laying out a magnificent spread. Spicy beef, braised pig's trotters, poached prawns, and nourishing pigeon soup. Though confined to her home these past few days, Li Xiaoluo found herself engaged in an excess of physical activity, which left her feeling rather fatigued. Thus, it was imperative to replenish her nutrition. Subsequently, Li Xiaoluo captured several photographs of their meal, including one of the general dining, and promptly shared them in the owner's group chat. Wasn't it my cooking that displeased you before? Well, I shall share more, and you may continue to express your dissatisfaction. Chapter 52. The gratitude of Zhou Xiaotong. Li Xiaoluo was quite pleased. Moreover, she speculated that the homeowners who were enduring hunger would surely feel more compelled to visit Su Xiuxiu and Wang Chenglong for sustenance upon seeing her delectable food photographs. After posting the images of their lunch in the group chat, she clinked glasses with Zhou Xiaotong, took a sip of wine, and began to indulge in the lavish meal before her. Zhou Xiaotong was exceptionally attentive, frequently pouring wine for Li Xiaoluo and even peeling shrimp for her, attending to her every need with meticulous care. In truth, after spending considerable time together, Li Xiaoluo found herself thoroughly satisfied with Zhou Xiaotong. Despite her former status as the company's goddess, surrounded by countless admirers and often projecting an aloof demeanor, it became apparent over time that Zhou Xiaotong possessed a genuinely amiable character, devoid of the princess syndrome prevalent among many modern women, particularly in Li Xiaoluo's presence. She maintained a humble demeanor, obediently following Li Xiaoluo's lead and actively expressing gratitude. For instance, this morning, Li Xiaoluo was greatly pleased with the manner in which Zhou Xiaotong expressed her gratitude. After ensuring that Li Xiaoluo was well-fed and well-drunk, Zhou Xiaotong began to savor the exquisite cuisine herself. These dishes had been prepared by the finest restaurants before the apocalypse, and their flavors remained unchanged within Li Xiaoluo's space, still exuding a tantalizing aroma and vibrant colors. "Darling, thank you," Zhou Xiaotong said suddenly, looking intently at Li Xiaoluo. In the midst of relishing her meal, Li Xiaoluo paused, a look of surprise crossing her face as she replied, "What has brought this on?" Zhou Xiaotong smiled beautifully and replied, "Oh, it's nothing in particular. I was just moved by some thoughts that arose within me. Today, I saw on Douyin that many unfortunate events are unfolding outside. Some families have no food and must risk venturing out to procure supplies, only to succumb to the cold on their journey home. Additionally, many single women, often targeted due to their vulnerability, have encountered thugs or deceitful individuals who forcefully enter their homes. Some have merely had their food stolen, while others have suffered far worse indignities. Chaos is beginning to envelop numerous areas. Many are calling for help, but given the current circumstances, the police are overwhelmed. Had I not been following you, I might very well be in the same predicament as them, even though I listened to your advice and stored food at home. The collapse of social order means that what I've saved may not only fail to save my life, but could also render me one of the first to suffer harm." These are the heartfelt musings of Zhou Xiaotong. Observing the increasing chaos outside and reflecting on her current life, Zhou Xiaotong feels an immense gratitude towards Li Xiaoluo. Although expressing gratitude might seem somewhat exaggerated given their present relationship, she feels compelled to articulate it nonetheless. Li Xiaoluo chuckles softly and remarks, "Gratitude cannot merely be spoken. It must be accompanied by tangible actions." As Zhou Xiaotong notices the mischievous glint in Li Xiaoluo's eyes, her cheeks flush with warmth. With just a glance, she seems to instinctively comprehend his words. What a rogue, Zhou Xiaotong muses, recalling her once innocent self, now tainted by the plethora of knowledge imparted by her boss. Indeed, her superior proves to be an excellent mentor, yet she finds herself overwhelmed by the vast amount of information she has yet to assimilate. And now she must acquire even more. Nevertheless, she resolves to continue learning. After all, with no obligations to go to work, idling at home seems a waste of time. Li Xiaoluo, suppressing further teasing, contemplates the situations Zhou Xiaotong mentioned regarding Douyin. Earlier, he had been occupied with deceiving Wang Qinglong and others, neglecting to monitor the online happenings. However, upon hearing Zhou Xiaotong speak of the turmoil outside, he is not taken aback. If yesterday's public sentiment was predominantly one of concern regarding the calamity, today it has shifted to one of fear. This disaster is unparalleled, a global freeze, an unprecedented natural catastrophe. Who has witnessed such a phenomenon? Moreover, the death toll is staggering, and the afflicted areas are too numerous for the authorities to manage effectively. Many who were unable to receive aid yesterday could still endure. But faced with the looming threat of death and no assistance today, desperation has driven many to looting. Some, albeit with a shred of conscience, sees only warm clothing and food, rationalizing that it is justifiable given the circumstances. Better to face a few days of imprisonment after the disaster than to perish from cold or hunger. Furthermore, it is rumored that as long as the value of the stolen goods does not exceed a certain amount, one will not be prosecuted. However, there are those with inherently dark intentions, criminals by nature, even in times of social order, let alone amidst such chaos, where calling for help is futile. Thus, incidents of theft, vandalism, and the assault of women occur with alarming frequency. Li Xiaoluo is aware that as power outages begin to spread across many regions today, madness will ensue. It is worth noting that his community remains relatively unscathed. No acts of robbery or violence against women have yet transpired, thanks in part to the presence of property security and the fact that most residents possess some degree of wealth. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaoluo, however, his earlier actions in the homeowners group have inadvertently opened Pandora's box prematurely. Meanwhile, in room 404 of his building, two men are currently engaged in conversation. One of the men, with a lecherous demeanor, says, "Brother Bing, I have already contacted a few associates with whom I typically socialize, and they have all expressed their willingness to join." Another man, tall and imposing, named Zhao Xiaobing, nodded and said, "All right, let them all bring some self-defense tools. Let us head upstairs to gather food." The lecherous man interjected, "Brother Bing, is that wise? After all, Sister Lu from the homeowners committee is the deputy director. What if they call security and have us all apprehended?" Zhao Xiaobing concealed a military knife beneath his thick clothing, disdainfully remarking, "Those gatekeepers? What do I have to fear from them? Have you not seen how chaotic it is in other places online? The police can hardly manage. Do you think those few gatekeepers dare to intervene? Besides, it was Li Xiaoluo who instructed us to gather food, and he assured us he would compensate us. Furthermore, we have a considerable number of individuals. The law does not punish the multitude. Once the calamity has passed, our guilt will be minimal." The lecherous man immediately chimed in, "You are indeed resourceful, Brother Bing. Following you can only lead us to success." Both Zhao Xiaobing and the lecherous man were owners in Li Xiaoluo's building, their families possessing some wealth, allowing their parents to purchase homes for them. However, Zhao Xiaobing and his companions were indolent, disinclined to work, spending their days gambling and drinking with similarly disenchanted friends. Their households, save for beer, hoarded no food, and they had long since succumbed to hunger. Chapter 53. The assault begins. Su Xiuxiu's home is the first to suffer. Zhao Xiaobing, accompanied by several brothers, arrived on the 12th floor. However, as soon as they exited the elevator, they were met with a throng gathered outside Su Xiuxiu's door, where several men were pounding fiercely on it. Bang, bang, bang. "Sister Lu, do not think your title as deputy director of the homeowners committee intimidates me. If I do not eat soon, I shall starve to death, and I care not for your deputy title. Do not think that just because you are merely a deputy director, I will not act even if you were a provincial deputy director. I am on the brink of death. Indeed, Deputy Lu, you might as well open the door yourself. Do not force us to resort to violence. Your daughter promised Li Xiaoluo food, and Li Xiaoluo agreed to share it with us, so it is only natural that we come to collect it. If you do not open the door soon, we shall break it down. After all, your homeowners committee also brought people to smash Li Xiaoluo's door yesterday. We are merely following your example." Inside Su Xiuxiu's home, her mother shouted towards the crowd outside, "Dear neighbors, I truly have very little food left. With so many of you, there may not be enough for each of you to have even a mouthful. Why must you risk troubling a weak woman like me? How about this? You all return for now, and I will consult with Director Ma. I assure you we will promptly report everyone's difficulties and strive to secure relief food for you as soon as possible. All right?" Su Xiuxiu's mother had previously attempted to intimidate the crowd using her identity as deputy director of the homeowners committee, but to no avail. Thus, she resolved to adopt a posture of weakness, employing a delaying tactic. Meanwhile, she clutched a kitchen knife, her face tense as she anxiously watched the door. Beside her, Su Xiuxiu clutched a fruit knife, and they had already prepared for the worst. Regardless of how assertive or cunning they usually were, at the core, they were merely women, and it would be disingenuous to claim they were not frightened in such a dire situation. Su Xiuxiu's hand trembled as she held the knife. Damn it, I'm starving. Why are we even hesitating? Just break down the door. A man's impatient voice suddenly echoed from outside, followed by a resounding crash. Unmistakably the sound of someone forcefully striking the door. Everyone, please do not break down the door. Let us remain calm. Su Xiaoxiao's mother urged from within. If you damage our door, not only will you be responsible for the consequences, but in this weather, we may not survive if it breaks. The man outside retorted. Then stop talking nonsense. If you don't want us to violently smash the door, hurry and bring out the food. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaoxiao's mother, seemingly resigned, spoke with a tone of reluctant compromise. Dear friends, we are all kind neighbors. Please do not break down my door. I, too, feel distressed and do not wish to turn a blind eye to your plight. As the vice chairperson of the residence committee, I have a responsibility to serve everyone. All right, please cease your attempts to break the door. I will open it myself and share the food with you. But you must promise me. No fighting and no harm shall come to anyone. Su Xiaoxiao secretly gave her mother a thumbs up, impressed by her mother's performance. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. Had it not been for her mother's foresight, Su Xiaoxiao would have been at a loss for what to do. Perhaps, to protect their food. She and her mother would have to resist to the bitter end. But could they truly withstand the assault? Would the assailants, intent on violently breaching their door, not succeed? Their door was not nearly as sturdy as that of the despicable Li Xiaoluo. Thus, the likely outcome was that they would desperately resist, only to have the door ultimately shattered, allowing the intruders to swarm in, injuring the mother and daughter while seizing all their provisions. However, they had already relocated the majority of their food. Their earlier reluctance to open the door was merely a facade to convey the appropriate attitude. Now, with her mother delivering a few selfless and stirring words, she had faith that the individuals outside would be swayed. And indeed, as soon as Su Xiaoxiao's mother finished speaking, the sounds of banging ceased. Many faces outside reflected a tinge of shame. Although some among them were selfish, the majority were simply individuals overwhelmed by hunger, desperately seeking to survive. Lu Jia, had you said this earlier, we would never have attempted to break down your door, let alone harm anyone. You can rest assured. One voice called out. Lu, Vice Chairperson, we will remember your kindness and will recommend you for the position of chairperson in the future. Tools were hastily put away, and they urged, Lu Jia, we won't break down the door anymore. Please open it. And rest assured, we won't take all your food. We will certainly leave some for you. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao's mother willing to yield, those who had been the most fervent in their attempts to break the door ceased. For even the act of violently assaulting the door was a taxing endeavor. Certainly, I trust the crowd, Su Xiaoxiao's mother remarked inside the house. Then, with a creak, she opened her door. Outside stood a dark mass of individuals, at least 20, surpassing the number of those led by Director Ma to vandalize Li Xiaoluo's home. Ironically, just yesterday, Su Xiaoxiao's mother had been among those participating in the assault on Li Xiaoluo's residence, and now she found herself swiftly transformed into a victim. Deputy Director Lu. Sister Lu, many greeted instinctively upon the door's opening, but soon their expressions shifted to one of embarrassment. Su Xiaoxiao's mother, seemingly unconcerned, casually stated, I have about half a bag of rice left, roughly 20 kilograms. Additionally, there are 3 bags of noodles, 2 kilograms of meat, and around 1 kilogram of vegetables, along with some chili sauce and seasonings. These provisions are in the kitchen. You may take 2/3 of the quantity and leave 1/3 for my daughter and me. If that is agreeable. A man, visibly displeased, retorted, Deputy Director Lu, is that all the food you have? Didn't your daughter claim you had plenty? Su Xiaoxiao's mother maintained her composure. Plenty of food? That was merely my daughter's infatuation with that scoundrel, Li Xiaoluo. She had intended to eat very little herself, saving food to share with him if he provided for you. However, now that my daughter's heart has been shattered by Li Xiaoluo, feel free to take what you wish. Very well, let us first inspect the kitchen for provisions. Su Xiaoxiao's mother and Su Xiaoxiao both wielded knives, and the mother cooperated, garnering gratitude from many. Thus, it was clear they could not resort to the violence initially planned against the mother and daughter. Nevertheless, the leading men, after checking the kitchen, began rummaging through Su Xiaoxiao's home. They uncovered her personal garments, yet aside from a few apples, they did not find any additional food. Brother Bing, what should we do? Shall we also take some food? Zhao Xiaobing and a few companions were discreetly observing Su Xiaoxiao's predicament. They did not immediately reveal themselves, recognizing the men assaulting Su Xiaoxiao's door, aware of past grievances. Chapter 54. The tragic Wang Chenglong. Although Zhao Xiaobing and his companions were often idle, their families were relatively affluent, thus they did not engage in petty thievery. However, within their community, there existed a group similarly unoccupied, comprised of societal miscreants indulging in vice and deceit, even resorting to snatching lollipops from children. The leader of this gang, Sun Jihao, once devised a gambling scheme that swindled Zhao Xiaobing and his brothers out of tens of thousands. Naturally, they resisted, leading to a confrontation. Yet, Zhao Xiaobing's group was outnumbered and lacked the ruthless nature of the thugs, suffering considerable losses. Consequently, they reported the incident to the police, which ultimately resulted in Sun Jihao's gang facing significant repercussions. However, Sun Jihao had also proclaimed his intent to deal with Zhao Xiaobing and his companions, thereby threatening the established order of the underworld. Fortunately, Sun Jihao had yet to take action when calamity struck. This time, upon witnessing Sun Jihao's presence, who had arrived at Su Xiuxiu's residence ahead of them, Zhao Xiaobing and his brothers dared not venture outside. Engaging in a confrontation with Sun Jihao's faction would surely result in their defeat, and in such a dire situation, no police would come to their aid, potentially leading to grave consequences. Concealed in the shadows, Zhao Xiaobing observed as the door to Su Xiuxiu's home opened on its own accord, allowing Sun Jihao and his group to effortlessly enter and seize the provisions within. Though filled with envy, Zhao Xiaobing was unwilling to take unnecessary risks. Gritting his teeth, he addressed his brothers. Let us refrain from conflict for now. Since they are procuring food from Su Xiuxiu's home, we shall make our way to Wang Qinglong's residence instead. All right, we shall heed your counsel, Bingo. Thus, Zhao Xiaobing and his companions stealthily ascended the stairs to the doorstep of Aunt Wang's home and knocked on the door. Aunt Wang, Wang Qinglong, open the door. From within, Aunt Wang's irate voice echoed. Who are you? Why are you knocking on my door? Leave at once, or I shall call security, or even the police. Foolishness. Open the door immediately. Lu, the vice chairman of the residence committee, had his home vandalized just moments ago. And you still think security will intervene? If the police were to arrive now, would I still be hungry? Open the door. Or do not blame us for resorting to force. Zhao Xiaobing and his companions, already simmering with frustration after Sun Jihao's head start, found their anger exacerbated by Aunt Wang's obstinacy and her foolish remarks. Is there no law left? I have no food in my home, so you must leave at once. I warn you, I am an elder, and if you frighten me, I will not let this matter rest. Aunt Wang, emboldened within her abode, was not of a mind to welcome them to seize her provisions. She would certainly not part with a single grain of rice. Yet, Aunt Wang and her son had overlooked a crucial truth. Sometimes, recognizing danger and being unable to overpower an adversary, the wisest course of action is to refrain from resistance. Much like in the face of a robbery with a knife, not resisting might result in merely the loss of some belongings, which could later be reclaimed by reporting the incident. However, should one react violently, the assailant, initially reluctant to harm, might, in a moment of panic, resort to lethal measures. Curse it. This old woman is utterly ungrateful. Let us simply force the door open. Indeed, individuals like her are the most exasperating. She has always wielded her age as a shield. And even now, in such dire circumstances, she still clings to her status as an elder. I see that Li Xiaoluo has yet to knock some sense into her. What nonsense. The sound of prying at the door began to echo from outside, and upon hearing it, fear finally flickered across the faces of Aunt Wang and her son. They have lost their minds. How dare they? However, no one explained to Aunt Wang that the door outside was being forcefully pried open. Son, what should we do? They are ruthless. Why are they bullying our family like this? Aunt Wang, being a woman, was now terrified to the point of tears, placing all her hopes on her beloved son. Yet, at that moment, Wang Qinglong was also in a state of panic. In his own company, he was a domineering CEO, and no one dared to oppose his wishes. Usually, any trivial matters could be resolved with just a word, and his subordinates would handle everything efficiently. If all else failed, he could simply throw money at the problem. Money. He had money. Brothers outside, stop prying the door. How about this? I'll give you 10,000 yuan if you leave my house immediately. Outside, Zhao Xiaobing couldn't help but curse. Wang Qinglong, you fool. We are hungry. Can your money be turned into food? Moreover, when they set out, Zhao Xiaobing had already agreed with his companions that they would only take some food, and its value wouldn't be too high. This way, even after the disaster passed, it wouldn't meet the criteria for filing a case. If they stole 10,000 yuan, not only would they not be able to buy food now, but it would also leave them with a handle for future troubles. After a considerable time had passed, Zhao Xiaobing and his companions had worked tirelessly for half a day and finally managed to pry off the lock of Aunt Wang's door. One of them kicked open the door with force. Get out, you robbers. Leave my home at once, or I assure you, once this disaster is over, the authorities will not spare you. Watching her front door being destroyed, Aunt Wang felt as though her heart was being shredded. Armed with a broom, she rushed at Zhao Xiaobing and his crew. Meanwhile, her son, Wang Qinglong, wielded a kitchen knife but hid behind his mother, shouting at Zhao Xiaobing and the others. Don't come any closer. You trespassed first. If I kill you, it's self-defense. You old hag, can't you be like Deputy Director Lu upstairs? Open the door and hand over the food. You've made this so troublesome, and you're still here whining. Zhao Xiaobing was already furious. And facing the advancing Aunt Wang, who attempted to strike them with a broom, he felt deeply insulted. Did they seem so ineffectual? Sun Jihao upstairs, accompanied by his subordinates, had obediently surrendered to the neighborhood committee's deputy director. They had willingly opened the door and handed over their provisions. Now that they had pried open the door, why were they still talking back? With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Xiaobing could no longer tolerate Aunt Wang and kicked her to the ground. If Li Xiaoluo can hit you, then so can I. Upon seeing his mother toppled, Wang Qinglong instinctively rushed forward to check on her. However, Zhao Xiaobing misinterpreted this as Wang Qinglong brandishing the knife to attack him. In an instant, tragedy struck. Zhao Xiaobing drew an axe he had hidden away, reminiscent of the weapon wielded by the gang in the movies, one he had purchased specifically for this purpose. With a thud, Zhao Xiaobing swung the axe down viciously onto Wang Qinglong's head. Wang Qinglong was instantly reduced to a bloody mess, as if his skull had been cleaved by an axe. Chapter 55. Indulging too much, practicing yoga with Zhou Xiaotong. Additional update. A murder has occurred. The individuals following Zhao Xiaobing were momentarily bewildered. The plan was merely to procure some food. They had been assured that they would not even reach the threshold for criminal charges. How did it suddenly escalate to murder? Although it was Zhao Xiaobing who committed the act, could they, his accomplices, evade responsibility? Who would believe that they bore no guilt? After all, it was they who forcibly opened the door of Aunt Wang's home. Moreover, wasn't it a knife that Brother Bing concealed within his clothing? When did he also hide an axe? Brother Bing, what on earth are you doing? Have you taken drugs? The agreement was to simply obtain some food. Why resort to murder? Brother Bing, what shall we do now? The companions of Zhao Xiaobing were in a state of panic. My son, you demons, you murderous fiends. You have slain my son. Someone quickly. Where are the police? These fiends have committed murder. They've killed my son. Aunt Wang, upon witnessing her son's demise, was momentarily lost in a daze before erupting into a heart-wrenching wail. The sky had fallen. Her son was dead. A glint of ferocity flashed in Zhao Xiaobing's eyes as he swiftly approached, striking Aunt Wang unconscious with the blunt end of the axe. Brother Bing, are you still intent on killing? Zhao Xiaobing raised the axe, gazing at his companions with a murderous intent, and declared, This old woman is not dead yet. But you all, take up your tools and come forth. Each of you must strike her and put her to death. There were 5 individuals following Zhao Xiaobing, and they exchanged glances, remaining silent. No one heeded Zhao Xiaobing's command to strike the unconscious Aunt Wang. Since they had not killed Wang Qinglong, they believed that, even if held accountable in the future, their responsibility would be minimal. At worst, they might face a few years in prison. However, should they follow Zhao Xiaobing's orders, they would be irrevocably ensnared in a dire fate. They did not wish to meet such an end. They understood Zhao Xiaobing's intentions, to drag them down with him while keeping his secret safe. Yet, once the calamity subsided, how could such events remain undiscovered? Even if they chose silence? Brother Bing, there is no need for further bloodshed. Rest assured, we will never speak of what transpired here. Indeed, Brother Bing, we were complicit in this matter. We shall certainly remain silent. Huh. Zhao Xiaobing chuckled softly. Then, looking at the group, he said, Brothers, do you think I wish for you to kill this old woman out of fear that you might reveal my crime? You have seen the chaos in the world. Countless lives have been lost. If you wish to speak out, consider your own fates first. Does anyone even care anymore? Moreover, if this turmoil continues for some time, will you even survive until it ends? Previously, in the eyes of all, we were societal parasites, scorned by everyone. Must we, even in death, succumb to such humiliation? Why not take a gamble? Let us wager that this calamity signifies the end of the world. The state apparatus lacks the capacity to combat this calamity. When societal order collapses, the principle of survival will be dictated by the strength of one's fist and the number of one's followers. Thus, I urge you to eliminate this elderly woman, not only to solidify your allegiance, but also to foster an unwavering mutual trust among us. This act will bolster your resolve, allowing us to indulge in our whims amidst this apocalypse. Of course, should anyone wish to continue waiting in hunger for official aid, I shall not impose my will. However, let it be understood that when starvation descends upon you, do not return to plead for my assistance. Zhao Xiaobing's words bore a certain persuasive weight. After all, being accomplices in murder, it seemed more prudent to embrace the darkness. Yet, someone suggested that they occupy Wang Dama's residence for the time being. Assessing the situation as it unfolds, there was no immediate need to eliminate Wang Dama. Binding her would suffice, as she might serve a purpose later, perhaps as a hostage. As for the Pledge of Allegiance, they could use the deceased Wang Qinglong. Each person could take a turn to strike his lifeless body, thus marking their initiation into the group. Zhao Xiaobing acquiesced to this proposal. As night fell, Li Xiaoluo remained unaware that her recent changes had altered the fates of many. In her previous life, Wang Qinglong later allied himself with Li Xiaowei, becoming his subordinate. When Li Xiaoluo departed from this neighborhood, she had been a devoted follower, more obedient than a general's aide. However, in this current life, due to Li Xiaoluo's slight manipulation, he became the first victim in this community. Meanwhile, at Li Xiaoluo's home, she lounged on the sofa, leisurely scrolling through her phone. Yet, many entertainment streams had vanished from the internet. The various delights she once enjoyed were replaced with monotonous news reports about natural disasters, leaving her somewhat disenchanted. Subsequently, she accessed the system to check on the situation at the First Lord's mansion, where Shun Miao Miao and her companions were struggling, having exhausted their food supply by midday. They were now facing hunger. Besides the lack of provisions, they were also encountering external threats, which, from their perspective, seemed dire. Though within the security of the First Lord's mansion, they were relatively safe. Li Xiaoluo deemed tomorrow the right time to visit the First Lord's mansion, allowing Shun Miao Miao and her group to experience the harshness of this dystopian reality. However, she did not genuinely wish to starve them. Moreover, Shun Miao Miao, with her striking beauty, was the primary contender for her designated enforcer, a prospect she had long coveted. Regardless of whether Shun Miao Miao's favorability reached 80, she resolved to indulge in her first. As for Zhou Xiaodong, she would not be taken to the First Lord's mansion. With the teleportation portal, Li Xiaoluo could return at any moment. She could just as easily transition from Shun Miao Miao's bed to Zhou Xiaodong's in the blink of an eye. With this thought, Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but glance towards Zhou Xiaodong in the living room. Dressed in yoga attire, Zhou Xiaodong was engaged in her yoga practice at home. According to her, having stayed indoors these past few days and indulged in delightful meals, she must engage in more exercise to maintain her figure. Otherwise, Li Xiaoluo would surely start to find fault with her. In truth, Zhou Xiaodong possesses an elegant and slightly voluptuous physique, undeniably not overweight. Rather, she embodies the type that is pleasingly plump in all the right places, while remaining trim where it matters. Li Xiaoluo is quite fond of this physique, as it offers a delightful tactile sensation. This is the first time Li Xiaoluo has seen Zhou Xiaodong clad in yoga attire, and she mused that the act of exercising, or lack thereof, pales in comparison to how appealing Zhou Xiaodong looks in her yoga outfit. Especially when she performs certain yoga poses, the graceful movements accentuate her figure, rendering it even more captivating. Li Xiaoluo promptly tossed her phone aside and rose from the sofa. No, she is a diligent learner. She too must partake in yoga. Chapter 56. The power outage begins. Due to their proximity, Zhou Xiaodong's flawless figure was all the more apparent. The room's lighting cast a gentle glow upon her, enhancing the fairness of her skin. Her movements were both elegant and fluid, each pose resembling a beautiful painting, captivating Li Xiaoluo's gaze. Adorned in her yoga attire, Zhou Xiaodong's body exhibited exquisite lines and distinct curves. She was wholly engrossed in her workout, seemingly oblivious to the presence of another person behind her. Today marks the third day of the icy calamity. Last night, a significant event occurred in the community where Li Xiaoluo resides. The power went out. This news struck like a bolt from the blue. While some astute individuals had prepared themselves, many others found it hard to accept the reality. They trembled in the frigid night, first expressing their heartfelt grievances towards the community committee's director Ma, and then to the leaders of the power company. Nevertheless, a power outage is simply that, a power outage. Many who had spent the better part of the night cursing awoke to find themselves frozen stiff. The lack of heating supplies in numerous households left many, especially those with frail health, unable to endure the cold. It was akin to the winters in rural areas, where many elderly individuals would not survive the season. Last night, Li Xiaoluo and Zhou Xiaodong had stayed up late. Their excessive physical exertion resulted in Zhou Xiaodong still blissfully asleep in his embrace. Li Xiaoluo felt the smooth and delicate sensation of her skin against him. It was quite the circumstance, as Zhou Xiaodong had been so exhausted that she had not even donned her silk pajamas before drifting off to sleep in his arms. Fortunately, despite the freezing temperatures outside that claimed many lives, Li Xiaoluo's manner remained warm and inviting. He had maintained the indoor temperature at around 28 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, Zhou Xiaodong might have regretted her decision to sleep without clothes. However, at this moment, cocooned in blankets, she might be feeling a tad warm. Thus, Zhou Xiaodong was sleeping soundly. Li Xiaoluo leaned against the headboard, in no rush to rise from his bed, for he possessed an abundance of time. He could indulge in whatever he desired, free from any constraints. First, he glanced at the online situation, which had turned increasingly bleak and chaotic. Many were already struggling with food shortages, and now, power outages and water supply interruptions were becoming commonplace. The scarcity of food had escalated to a lack of all essential supplies, leaving many to wonder how they could possibly survive. Countless friends and relatives had seemingly vanished overnight, and the long-anticipated official aid had yet to materialize. Many clung to the hope of rescue until their final moments, yearning for a miracle. Regrettably, most would be met with disappointment. Even if aid were to arrive, it would likely reach only a fortunate few. The forces of nature often prove to be insurmountable for humanity, at least for now. Since last night, an increasing number of people, driven by the instinct to survive or to express their inner terror, had resorted to looting and vandalism. In the face of life and death, notions of law and morality seemed to vanish into oblivion. The situation online mirrored that of Li Xiaoluo's neighborhood, which was equally dire. In the homeowners group, a message from Mr. Liu in Unit 301 read, "Everyone, fellow homeowners, does anyone have warm clothing or thick quilts? I will buy them at a high price, 1,000 yuan for each piece. Even if they are used, it matters not." A response from Unit 407 came. "Mr. Liu, is 1,000 yuan really worth much now? What a joke. The Wang family next door has been weeping all morning. Their elderly father froze to death last night. With the power outage, who wouldn't want to acquire more warm clothing and thick quilts and sell them to you?" Mr. Liu retorted. "407, what a disgraceful creature you are. Did you not see what I said? I am purchasing old clothing and quilts. Many are ready to discard those items, and some even find it too bothersome to throw them away. What is wrong with me offering 1,000 yuan each? Does it offend you?" The reply came again. "Mr. Liu, you are indeed a fool. You are the one who offends me. Do you think you are the only clever one? Everyone knows that even old clothing can save lives. Who would be foolish enough to sell something that could mean the difference between life and death?" Then, a message from Ms. Ye's mother in Unit 503 appeared. "Director Ma of the Homeowners Committee and Sister Liu, please, everyone, let us not quarrel. I have something to report. This morning, someone knocked on my door. They threatened to take my food and bedding. Otherwise, they would violently break into my home and steal everything. Can someone from the Homeowners Committee come to manage this? Any kind-hearted individuals willing to help would be appreciated." Mr. Liu from Unit 604 responded. 503. "What kind of shameless people are these? You have small children at home. How could they dare to act in such a manner?" And Mr. Wang in Unit 702 added, "Indeed, they must be a band of scoundrels. If they have the courage, they should try robbing Li Xiaoluo's home." However, while the homeowners group continued to denounce the robbers as scoundrels, Zhao Xiaobing, accompanied by a band of brothers, knocked on the door of teacher Lu's residence in room 604. In truth, since the power outage began last night, Zhao Xiaobing was the most elated individual in the entire community, second only to Li Xiaoluo and Zhou Xiaodong. The prevailing circumstances increasingly resembled an apocalyptic scenario, rendering his potential for violence entirely inconsequential. Furthermore, Zhao Xiaobing's companions began to embrace their darker natures, resolutely deciding to follow his lead. After all, if they refrained from acting, others would inevitably resort to violence. Thus, they planned to continue their plundering of supplies and, if fortune favored them, to capture a few individuals to cater to their needs. Initially, Zhao Xiaobing and his group aimed to target the household of Yi in room 503, believing that families with children would possess ample provisions. However, upon witnessing the derogatory remarks from teacher Liu in room 604 and Wang Chang in room 702 within the homeowners group, Zhao Xiaobing and his cohort could no longer tolerate the insults and swiftly altered their target. Chapter 57. The predicament of Shun Miao Miao and others. Li Xiaoluo exchanged a brief greeting with Zhou Xiaodong, leaving her a few days' worth of food before stepping through the portal to the Lord's Manor No. 1 in the Longting Villa area. This marked Li Xiaoluo's first experience utilizing the portal, a phenomenon that felt both wondrous and somewhat nerve-wracking. Presently, Li Xiaoluo could be considered the wealthiest and happiest person in the world, and he fervently hoped for no unforeseen incidents. Yet, upon passing through the portal and arriving at the Lord's Manor, he felt no sensation. It was astonishingly swift, akin to the blink of an eye. It nearly led him to believe he had not yet departed. Only when he observed the alteration in his surroundings did he realize he had indeed arrived at the Lord's Manor. Li Xiaoluo had initially chosen the portal's location within his private study at the Lord's Manor, and the opulent decor immediately confirmed that he had transitioned to a different realm. Moreover, the atmosphere was notably chilly. The system's functions could not be activated by Shun Miao Miao and her companions without Li Xiaoluo's authorization, resulting in the room's temperature being far from the comfortable 28 degrees. Hastily, he retrieved a down jacket from his space to ward off the cold. In truth, the residents of the Longting Villa district were predominantly individuals of power and influence, which explained why there had yet to be a power outage. Nevertheless, the current extreme cold rendered the air conditioning merely a supplementary comfort, leaving the villa still quite frigid. Li Xiaoluo did not immediately venture out to meet Shun Miao Miao and the others. Instead, he first monitored the situation through the surveillance system. At that moment, in the villa's grand hall, 5 women, wrapped tightly in layers, sat upon the sofa, their faces etched with worry and fear. Outside the No. 1 villa, a group of men lurked, their gazes predatory. At this juncture, a woman in her 20s, possessing a somewhat pleasing appearance, tearfully implored, "Miss Miao Miao, I can no longer endure the hunger. Could you please let me go outside? Rest assured, all you need to do is slightly open the grand entrance of the villa, and I shall sprint away at the utmost speed, ensuring that you remain unscathed." The woman speaking is Lu Qingqing, a colleague of Qin Yueme and a nurse at the First People's Hospital. On the day the icy calamity struck, she was dispatched by the hospital to deliver medical supplies to Shun Yinyin. This task was not originally hers, but Lu Qingqing was particularly eager to visit the Longting villa, hoping to catch the eye of a wealthy heir. After all, she too embodies the allure of a uniform, and it is said that many men are captivated by such charm. Little did Lu Qingqing anticipate that her arrival at Villa No. 1 would coincide with the onset of the catastrophic storm. At first, Lu Qingqing felt quite fortunate. She had read online that during such disasters, many people encountered misfortunes outdoors for various reasons, while she found herself luxuriating in a lavish villa, enjoying the cool embrace of air conditioning. In comparison, she considered herself exceedingly lucky and blissful. However, since yesterday, her sense of happiness has waned. Firstly, the villa lacked provisions, and they found themselves facing starvation. Secondly, the villa's owner, Li Xiaoluo, seemed to have provoked a certain Zhou Xiao, who had surrounded the villa with a group of security personnel, threatening to capture everyone inside. The men faced brutal beatings, and the women were subjected to unspeakable horrors. Lu Qingqing harbored serious doubts about the men's ability to engage in such acts in such frigid weather. Nevertheless, when confronted with this dire situation yesterday, she felt a surge of fear. After all, there exists a significant distinction between consent and coercion for women. Not to mention the humiliation of being demeaned by a group of security guards she had previously looked down upon. The very thought was unbearable. Yet by today, Lu Qingqing had begun to contemplate seeking refuge with the men outside. Even if Zhou Xiao found her unappealing, she would resign herself to following those loathsome guards. After all, it was preferable to starve alongside a few frail women within the villa than to perish in such conditions. In truth, Lu Qingqing found it perplexing why Zhou Xiao, despite his numerous security guards clamoring outside for so long, had yet to breach the villa's defenses. If he did, she would have no choice but to surrender without a second thought. It would spare her the trouble of pleading with Shun Miao Miao to let her out. However, Lu Qingqing reasoned that Zhou Xiao's failure to invade was not without merit, for she had already devised a plan. If Shun Miao Miao were to open the villa's door and grant her passage, Lu Qingqing would cleverly ensure that the entrance would not close behind her, thus allowing Zhou Xiao and his men to easily seize control of the premises. In that scenario, she could consider herself a significant contributor, deserving of some preferential treatment. After all, one must look out for oneself in the face of adversity. Lu Qingqing had always been a self-serving woman, and amidst this calamity, her thoughts were solely focused on her own future. Upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, the other women in the hall exchanged incredulous glances. Was she truly volunteering to step outside and subject herself to the humiliation of those men? Shun Miao Miao furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. For she was a woman of unwavering principles, resolutely devoted to Li Xiaoluo, the man who had bestowed hope upon her during her most desperate times. Moreover, the group led by Zhou Junjie was far from virtuous. It would be far better for them if they perished than to fall into their hands. Although she could not fathom why the marauders outside remained encamped by the villa without breaching its confines, this was, in fact, fortuitous for Shun Miao Miao, as it offered them a temporary sanctuary. Thus, she was unequivocally determined not to open the villa's grand door. While she possessed kindness, she was no naive saint. Even if Lu Qingqing were to plead pitifully, her heart would not soften. On the first day of the calamity, it was Lu Qingqing who implored to remain inside the villa. Reflecting upon this, Shun Miao Miao spoke, "Nurse Qingqing, I cannot open the door. Those thugs may be lurking right outside. Should I relinquish the villa's entrance, it could spell doom for us all." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing leaped from the sofa, her expression rife with disdain. "Shun Miao Miao, do you truly see yourself as the mistress of this villa? Have you convinced us all to be your servants? And how dare you speak for everyone? The food within the villa has run out. Do you honestly believe we wish to remain here and await our fate?" Lu Qingqing's words were directed at the other women, for she believed that to escape the villa, she must sow discord. Shun Miao Miao must not be allowed to have the final say. In truth, Lu Qingqing had long harbored disdain for Shun Miao Miao during their time in the hospital. The latter's beauty had captivated both the male doctors and patients, rendering the other nurses invisible. They had once been the center of attention, but now, as Shun Miao Miao struggled to pay for her sister's medical expenses, Lu Qingqing found herself secretly reveling in her misfortune. Yet, to her astonishment, the next moment saw Shun Miao Miao emerge with a dashing, affluent boyfriend. How could the world be so unjust, as if all good fortune were reserved for Shun Miao Miao? Lu Qingqing's desire to ally with the men outside stemmed largely from her jealousy. Even if it meant becoming a mere plaything, dragging Shun Miao Miao down with her would be worth the sacrifice. Chapter 58. Ladies, you must learn to adapt. As for you, Lu, if you lack any sense of shame, do not involve us. Like my sister, I shall never yield to the villains outside. Lu Qingqing's attempts to instigate discord were met with immediate support from Shun Yinyin. who was even more vehemently opposed to evil than Shun Miao Miao. Hence, while she had sweetly addressed Qing Qing as sister just the day before, she now referred to her simply as Lu, offering no grace. Humph, you are her sister, naturally biased in her favor. Lu Qingqing feigned indifference to Shun Yinyan's remarks. Lu Qingqing then approached Qin Yuemei with an air of deference, inquiring, "Head nurse, what are your thoughts? Remaining here is a path to certain demise. We are colleagues, and you are undoubtedly my most esteemed head nurse. Surely, you must be on my side, right?" Qin Yuemei cast a glance at Lu Qingqing, feeling a surge of indignation within. "Am I truly your most respected head nurse? Is this your notion of respect? To send me out to be ravaged by a horde of men?" Nevertheless, Lu Qingqing's words held some truth. They were indeed colleagues, and Qin Yuemei could not openly berate her. With a charming smile, she replied, "Xiao Qin, this matter transcends mere allegiances. I have been commissioned at a high price by Mr. Li to care for Yin Yan, and wherever Yin Yan is, I must remain." Lu Qingqing paused, nearly letting a curse slip, but managed to restrain herself. "Head nurse," she urged, "what time is it now, and why are you still discussing work? Even if you were offered a fortune, you cannot procure food in this situation." Qin Yuemei's expression hardened with a leadership's gravity. "Xiao Qing, there is no need for further discussion. We are referred to as angels in white. Even amidst adversity, we must tend to our patients. Moreover, I have a professional obligation to uphold." Lu Qingqing fell silent for a moment, and then turned her gaze to the last girl present. This girl, appearing to be 18, possessed a sweet visage with a touch of baby fat, emanating a youthful charm. She was Zhao Xiaolu, the closest friend of Shun Yinyan, who frequently visited her in the hospital, especially now during the summer break. Upon Shun Yinyan's discharge to recuperate at Li Xiaoluo's place, she had rushed over the very next day to see her. Noticing Lu Qingqing's gaze upon her, Zhao Xiaolu quickly puffed out her already budding chest and declared, "Don't ask me. I am Yinyan's best friend and confidant. We are inseparable, bound together through thick and thin." All were fools, a hopeless bunch. After inquiring around, Lu Qingqing found not a single soul to verbally support her, which incensed her to the brink of fury. At that moment, Shen Miao Miao rose, bowing deeply to Qin Yuemei and the others, expressing her gratitude. "Sister Yuemei, Sister Xiaolu, thank you. And we are not awaiting our demise. Brother Xiaoluo has assured us he will come to our rescue soon. We must endure a little longer. Hope is on the horizon." Shen Miao Miao felt both hunger and fear, yet she trusted that Li Xiaoluo would not deceive her. Furthermore, the worst outcome would simply be starvation. But what fate awaited them at the hands of the marauding mob outside? Lu Qingqing erupted in exasperation, pointing at Shun Miao Miao and the others, exclaiming, "Are you all imbeciles? With the severe weather outside and this thick layer of snow, do you think Li Xiaoluo can return? Even if he does, what can one man do against a throng?" Having vented her frustrations, Lu Qingqing had no desire to linger in this argument. With resolute determination, she stated, "I will not be constrained by your foolishness any longer. I intend to leave this place immediately. You have no right to restrict my freedom. Shen Miao Miao, open the villa's front door for me at once. I am on the verge of starvation. I must join Zhou Xiao and the others. Li Xiaoluo, who is supporting you, has a conflict with Zhou Xiao. Why should I suffer alongside you?" Suddenly, a round of applause erupted. Lu Qingqing was taken aback. Were they not supposed to be against her? Why were they clapping? How true it was to say that if one does not court disaster, one shall not meet it. A man's voice echoed from the staircase on the second floor. And before anyone could see him, Shen Miao Miao and Shun Yinyan displayed immense surprise, exclaiming in unison, "Xiaoluo Ge, brother-in-law." The voice belonged to Li Xiaoluo, descending from the stairs, and the sisters could easily recognize it. However, when Li Xiaoluo finally entered the living room, Shun Miao Miao and the others were still somewhat incredulous. How had Li Xiaoluo appeared so suddenly? Their minds were racing. Li Xiaoluo paid no heed to the astonished faces of the women, as more surprising occurrences awaited them. "Ladies, you must learn to adapt." Li Xiaoluo settled onto the sofa beside Shun Miao Miao, smiling at the excited women. "Why do you all stare at me like hungry wolves? I must inform you that my body belongs to Miao Miao. Aside from her, do not entertain any notions about it. I will not grant your wishes." Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Shun Miao Miao's initially excited expression quickly turned shy, her exquisitely beautiful face blushing a deep crimson. Her autumn-like eyes silently cast a reproachful glance at Li Xiaoluo. Shun Yinyan's cheeks, whether from excitement or shyness, also flushed a rosy hue as she playfully scolded, "Brother-in-law. You lecherous wolf, you rogue." Zhao Xiaolu felt a bit embarrassed. She had initially intended to join Shen Yinyan in reprimanding Li Xiaoluo, but when the words reached her lips, she remembered her unfamiliarity with him and hesitated to speak up. Even Qin Yuemei, the epitome of grace, despite her worldly experience and familiarity with risque jokes, wondered if Li Xiaoluo's remarks held a deeper meaning. As for Lu Qingqing, she had become insignificant in Li Xiaoluo's eyes, receiving not even a glance from him. Are you all not feeling warm? Li Xiaoluo suddenly removed his down jacket. He had activated the system's temperature control while upstairs, and he had not expected the temperature to rise so swiftly, likely exceeding 20 degrees. Hearing his question, Shen Miao Miao and the others snapped back to reality, realizing they felt exceedingly warm, primarily due to their excessive layers of clothing. As Shen Miao Miao began to shed her heavy attire, she gently inquired, Brother Luo, has the cold disaster outside come to an end? Why has it suddenly turned so warm? Once she divested herself of the thick clothing, Shen Miao Miao's enchanting figure, complemented by her breathtaking beauty, was revealed. Even though Li Xiaoluo had seen many beautiful women before, he was still profoundly astonished by her allure. He patted his thigh, gazing at Shen Miao Miao with a cheeky grin. Miao Miao, come sit here. I have delightful news to share with you. Chapter 59. I am informing you to leave, not negotiating. Sitting on Xiaoluo's lap? Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Shen Miao Miao lowered her head in embarrassment. At this moment, she had not yet transformed into the ice-cold queen that Li Xiaoluo had known in his previous life. Nor did she possess that noble and aloof demeanor. Currently, Shen Miao Miao was merely an exceptionally beautiful girl, albeit with a somewhat delicate disposition. In her daily life, she often exhibited an air of pride in the presence of men, perhaps even appearing somewhat standoffish. However, before Li Xiaoluo, that pride had long since dissipated. Having already recognized Li Xiaoluo in her heart, she was not averse to his playful teasing. Yet, in front of so many people, the thought of being intimate with Li Xiaoluo was beyond her character. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoluo did not grant her the opportunity to retreat. He directly reached out and grasped her soft little hand, applying a gentle force that drew her into his embrace. After all, given that Li Xiaoluo was here to claim her completely, a bit of physical contact to acclimate was quite agreeable. Xiaoluo, please don't do this. There are so many people around. Shen Miao Miao's body stiffened upon feeling Li Xiaoluo's warmth. Her exquisite cheeks flushed with a desire to hide within his arms like an ostrich. Yet, Li Xiaoluo seemed oblivious to her discomfort, adopting a serious tone. I need to discuss something important, so let us all be serious. At this moment, Shen Yanyan was shielding Zhao Xiaolu's eyes with her small hands, murmuring, Xiaolu, a rather inappropriate scene has unfolded. You mustn't look. Be careful not to become blind. Zhao Xiaolu was not easily deceived. Swatting Shen Yanyan's hand aside, stupid Yanyan, why can't I look? You should cover your own eyes. Then Zhao Xiaolu noticed Shen Yanyan. Her eyes wide with curiosity, gazing intently at Li Xiaoluo and Shen Miao Miao, particularly at Li Xiaoluo's hand resting upon Shen Miao Miao's shapely leg. Ahem. Li Xiaoluo cleared his throat, momentarily curtailing his actions under the scrutiny of the two young girls. He first utilized his probing gaze to assess Qin Yumei and the others. Qin Yumei, Affinity 66, Potential Value 88, Special Ability, Healing Power, Awaiting Awakening. Zhao Xiaolu, Affinity 62, Potential Value 16, Special Ability, None. The affinity levels were quite satisfactory. As for Lu Qingqing, Li Xiaoluo deemed it unnecessary to waste time on her. Then, Li Xiaoluo surveyed the gathering of women in the hall and gradually began to speak. Earlier, Miao Miao inquired why my room was no longer cold, wondering if the cold disaster outside had ended. I believe this concern is shared by all of you. Here, I can directly inform you that the cold disaster has not concluded. In fact, the calamity may be far from over. The reason the temperature in the villa has become warm is due to the considerable investment I made prior to the apocalypse to specially renovate the villa area, which includes an expensive electric temperature control system. Henceforth, even if the temperature outside plummets to -100 degrees, my villa will remain as warm as spring. As the conversation progressed, Li Xiaoluo's voice gradually turned frigid. From now on, my villa will not only be warm, but also exceedingly secure. Otherwise, do you think those marauders outside would have failed to breach its defenses? As for sustenance, I have my own means to procure it. However, in this apocalyptic world, apart from the Miao Miao sisters, I have no obligation to shelter or assist anyone else. Who knows if they might turn out to be ungrateful, like Lu Qingqing. Therefore, if you wish to follow me, you must adhere to 3 conditions. First, absolute obedience. I shall be the master of this villa, and Shen Miao Miao will be the mistress. You are to comply with our commands without question. Second, loyalty. Any traitor will meet a most dire fate. Third, you must demonstrate your worth. I do not harbor idle freeloaders in my abode. Now, if anyone finds my terms too stringent and is unwilling to stay, you may inform me directly. At that moment, Shen Miao Miao and Shen Yanyan, upon witnessing Li Xiaoluo's grave demeanor, fell silent, no longer daring to jest or speak. Yet, their hearts brimmed with joy, for they need not make a choice. They were the mistresses. No, to be precise, it was elder sister who was the mistress. She merely basked in her sister's glory. Shen Yanyan quickly corrected her thoughts. Beside them, Qin Yumei hesitated for a moment before being the first to declare, I am willing to stay. Zhao Xiaolu promptly added, so am I. They were not foolish. Facing a horde of marauders outside, along with the biting cold, was far from appealing. Unlike the villa, which was warm as spring, allowing them to wear short sleeves comfortably. Li Xiaoluo was not surprised by their choices. He had long anticipated their readiness to remain, as their goodwill had passed the necessary threshold. Otherwise, they would not even have the option to decide. At that moment, Lu Qingqing also removed her heavy clothing, revealing her original pink nurse's uniform, complemented by white lace stockings. She had meticulously prepared her appearance prior to arriving at the Longting villa. Seeing that Li Xiaoluo paid her no heed, she could no longer contain herself. The comfort of the villa made her reluctant to leave. Lu Qingqing subtly loosened a few buttons of her nurse's uniform, exposing a generous expanse of fair skin. She swayed her hips and approached Li Xiaoluo with a pitiful demeanor, saying, Mr. Li, I was simply starved before. I never intended to betray anyone. Please grant me another chance to stay here. From now on, you will be my master, and I will obey and serve you diligently. Li Xiaoluo glanced at Lu Qingqing, finding her lackluster in appearance, but her aspirations rather lofty. A sly smile crept across his face as he replied, You may as well forget it. I will be sending you away shortly. The notion of her remaining was preposterous. The only way Lu Qingqing would leave was as a corpse. Furthermore, Li Xiaoluo would ensure she perished amidst endless regret. Very well, meow meow. You must be famished. Let me provide you with some delectable treats. Upon finishing his words, an array of steaming delicacies appeared on the coffee table in the living room. There were large lobsters and braised beef, all exquisite in flavor and aroma, presenting an utterly tantalizing feast. Especially for the few women who had been famished throughout the day. The alluring aroma was utterly tantalizing. All of them could not help but swallow their saliva. Even the astonishing sight of Li Xiaolu effortlessly producing an array of delectable dishes left them momentarily speechless. However, it was not long before the women regained their composure, gazing at Li Xiaolu in utter disbelief. How could such a feast materialize? Was he a deity? Li Xiaolu offered no explanation. He rose from his seat and approached Lu Qingqing, stating, You may now wait outside the main entrance. Once we have finished dining, I will allow you to leave the villa. Li Xiaolu was being intentionally cruel, deliberately showcasing the sumptuous spread before dismissing her. Lu Qingqing was taken aback. To be cast out meant she would not even get a taste of this feast? Was Li Xiaolu truly so petty, oblivious to the fact that she was a woman? Yet, Lu Qingqing soon realized the gravity of the situation. Not only would he deny her any food, but he also expected her to stand outside in the cold, waiting for their meal to conclude before granting her exit. Clad in a rather alluring nurse's uniform, how could he send her out like this? She feared that before Li Xiaolu could finish his meal, she would succumb to the freezing temperatures. Master, I beg you, let me stay. I possess exceptional skills that will bring you immense joy. Slap. However, before Lu Qingqing could finish her plea, Li Xiaolu struck her face with a resounding blow, eliciting a cry of agony from her lips. Listen carefully. I am instructing you to leave, not negotiating with you. Since you refuse to go on your own, I shall personally escort you out. With that, Li Xiaolu seized Lu Qingqing by the arm and, without hesitation, flung her into the courtyard outside the villa. The courtyard was exposed to the elements, with temperatures plummeting to a chilling 6 or 7 degrees below zero. Lu Qingqing was instantly confronted with the harsh reality of a fate worse than death. Master, I implore you, it's freezing. Please let me back inside. Li Xiaolu, you cannot treat me this way. This is attempted murder. The police will not let you escape. Lu Qingqing's pleas turned to threats as she continued to call out. I have informed my family of your misdeeds. If you do not permit me entry, you will be labeled a murderer. Initially begging for mercy, her tone shifted to intimidation when she saw it was futile. Yet, soon her voice grew weaker. Having fasted all day and now clad in scant attire amidst the bitter cold, she quickly found herself unable to scream, her strength ebbing away. Inside the room, Shin Miao Miao and the others were visibly shaken. They were, after all, women who had never encountered such a scenario. Moreover, with the apocalypse just beginning, their subconscious still leaned towards adherence to the law. However, Li Xiaolu offered no comfort. He would no longer indulge anyone in this world. Although they were unaccustomed to his demeanor now, they would gradually adapt over time. If anyone felt sympathy for Lu Qingqing, they could accompany her. Nonetheless, the women inside the room recognized their positions and dared not question Li Xiaolu's refusal to play the benevolent savior. Feeling hungry, shall we dine? After Li Xiaoluo cast Lu Qingqing aside, he washed his hands and then beckoned Shin Miao Miao to the small dining table in preparation for their meal. Li Xiaoluo treated Shun Miao Miao, the future ice queen, with utmost gentleness. Once Shun Miao Miao was seated, Li Xiaoluo waved to Shun Yanyan, encouraging her to join them as well. Obediently, Shun Yanyan took her seat, unable to resist stealing a glance at her own ample bosom. Although not quite as grand as her sister's, it certainly could not be deemed insignificant. Observing Zhao Xiaolu still standing at the side, Xin Yin could not help but inquire, "Brother-in-law, can Xiaolu and sister Yu Mei join us for dinner? They are truly kind." Li Xiaoluo shook his head, asserting, "That is not permissible. Since we have established a hierarchy here, it is only fitting that we adhere to it. Their current status is that of maids, and naturally, they cannot dine with us. Furthermore, their meals will differ from ours." Currently, Li Xiaoluo had only a handful of subordinates, most of whom were either his women or sisters-in-law, with the exception of Qin Yu Mei and Zhao Xiaolu, who had a more casual relationship, however few in number. It was crucial to maintain proper decorum, especially as the team was bound to expand in the future. "Oh, I see." Xin Yin nodded, refraining from further comments. After lunch, Xin Miao Miao and her sisters finally felt rejuvenated. Enduring hunger was indeed a painful ordeal. Upon gazing at the remnants of their meal, the diligent Xin Miao Miao stood to tidy up. Li Xiaoluo halted her, then turned to Qin Yu Mei and Zhao Xiaolu. "From now on, Qin Yu Mei, your task will be to look after Yin, while Zhao Xiaolu, your responsibility shall be managing the household chores. Of course, as the only two maids, you may assist each other. Just remember the rules I have set forth. I do not accommodate idle individuals here." Qin Yu Mei and Zhao Xiaolu immediately nodded in compliance and rushed to clear the table. Li Xiaoluo addressed Zhao Xiaolu, "By the way, you can cook, correct?" Fearing that Li Xiaoluo might deem her ineffectual, Zhao Xiaolu quickly asserted, "Master, I can cook. I am proficient in all household tasks." Li Xiaoluo nodded approvingly. "Very well, then be diligent in your duties as a maid. If you are lacking in skills, enhance your knowledge online. I do not wish to find you ineffectual." For now, Li Xiaoluo had established the rules and assigned identities and responsibilities, intending to reassess as circumstances evolved. After managing household affairs, he leisurely sipped a cup of tea, preparing to address the group awaiting outside the villa. At that moment, outside Li Xiaoluo's villa, Zhou Junjie was embracing a woman, flanked by a cadre of men in security uniforms. "Useless, all of you," he bellowed at the group of guards trailing behind him. Despite the considerable number of them, they had failed to breach even the entrance of the villa after an entire day of effort. Since yesterday, he had promised substantial rewards to these guards in exchange for capturing Li Xiaoluo. However, after a fruitless day, his frustration was palpable. Zhou Junjie had multiple reasons for wanting to capture Li Xiaoluo. Initially, it was due to Li Xiaoluo's aggression before the ice calamity that he was already contemplating how to methodically dismantle Li Xiaoluo. However, he never anticipated that before he could execute his plans, the ice calamity would descend upon them. Yet, amidst this chaos, it now presented an opportune moment for him to thoroughly deal with Li Xiaoluo. Furthermore, although Shun Miao Miao may have been thoroughly toyed with by Li Xiaoluo, her devilishly alluring figure and exquisite visage lingered in his thoughts. Zhou Junjie resolved to capture Shun Miao Miao for his own amusement, allowing her to realize her folly in not choosing him. Lastly, and most significantly, the woman nestled beside Zhou Junjie was Fang Xiaoyu. Indeed, she was Li Xiaoluo's former colleague, the very Fang Xiaoyu who had been engaged by Li Xiaoluo to procure supplies prior to the apocalypse. Upon discovering Li Xiaoluo's wealth, Fang Xiaoyu incessantly sought to entice him, hoping to secure a position within a wealthy family. However, Li Xiaoluo exhibited no interest in her whatsoever. The suggestive messages and enticing images she sent after work were largely met with silence from him, inciting her frustration yet leaving her powerless. Nonetheless, her constant surveillance of Li Xiaoluo inadvertently led Fang Xiaoyu to witness the conflict between him and Zhou Junjie. Seizing the opportunity, she approached Zhou Junjie under the pretense of possessing numerous secrets about Li Xiaoluo. To her surprise, Zhou Junjie, a top-tier rich heir, proved to be much more amenable than Li Xiaoluo, leading to a swift engagement. Zhou Junjie, viewing Fang Xiaoyu as a mere diversion, was intrigued by Li Xiaoluo's extensive procurement of supplies and sought to uncover any incriminating evidence through Fang Xiaoyu's insider knowledge. Fang Xiaoyu, having no reservations, divulged all she knew about Li Xiaoluo's activities, including the specifics of his purchases. Zhou Junjie had long pondered the rationale behind Li Xiaoluo's indiscriminate stockpiling of supplies. However, with the onset of the ice calamity, as everyone found themselves lacking essential provisions, Zhou Junjie began to connect the dots. It became evident to him that Li Xiaoluo must have had prior knowledge of the impending disaster. Consequently, Zhou Junjie's desire to capture Li Xiaoluo transcended mere personal vendetta. It evolved into a quest for the vast resources Li Xiaoluo had concealed. Possessing such an abundance of supplies would ensure that even if the ice calamity persisted indefinitely, he could live comfortably within his villa. However, despite Zhou Junjie's meticulous calculations and the successful persuasion of a group of security personnel to follow his lead, he was ultimately thwarted from entering Li Xiaoluo's villa, leaving him feeling immensely frustrated. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhou Junjie, as he continued to curse the security team, Several of them began to regard him with changing eyes. The reason these guards initially obeyed Zhou Junjie stemmed from his reputation within the villa community prior to the apocalypse. They were aware of the consequences of defying him. Nevertheless, the chaotic events unfolding online and around them were signaling a disordered world. Chapter 61. Before destroying him. Strike at his heart. After expressing gratitude for the gifts, Li Xiaoluo, within the villa, glanced at the external surroundings through the surveillance system. He then led Shen Miao Miao and the others to the second floor, claiming he had a splendid performance for them to witness, while also requesting their cooperation. Li Xiaoluo began preparing, noting that the high-pressure water gun was installed on the second floor, as the elevation allowed for a greater range. He inspected the equipment. Despite the extreme cold, it functioned flawlessly, having been significantly enhanced by the system. Subsequently, he connected the wiring to the large LCD screen on the second floor, readying it for projection. Sister-in-law, what delightful performance are you going to show us? And how should we cooperate? Unable to contain her curiosity, Shen Yinyan was the first to inquire as she watched Li Xiaoluo busily at work. The little girl's address of sister-in-law had become increasingly natural, prompting Shen Miao Miao to ignore her. Li Xiaoluo chuckled. Patience, the show is about to commence. As for your roles, it's quite simple. Miao Miao and Qin Yuemei will pretend to be my lovers, while Yin Yin and Xiao Lu, you shall assume the roles of maids, assisting me in the performance. Upon hearing this, the four women exchanged peculiar glances towards Li Xiaoluo, especially Qin Yuemei, whose cheeks flushed with a complex mix of emotions, due to her profession and striking appearance. She had encountered numerous insinuations and unspoken rules in the past, yet she had never anticipated such a scenario. However, this time, it seemed she could not refuse. In truth, from the moment Li Xiaoluo had established the rules, and they had become maids, Qin Yuemei had prepared herself somewhat. If they had merely been called servants, it would have been acceptable, but the title of maid was undeniably suggestive. Li Xiaoluo smiled at Qin Yuemei. No need to overthink it. The reason for having you all act as my lovers is that I plan to display the happenings in our room on the electronic screen at the villa's entrance. I intend to stir up some ire in that Zhou Junjie outside before dealing with him. Come on, let us perform well. There will be rewards for good performances. Li Xiaoluo settled onto the sofa and gestured for the women to gather closer. Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's explanation, the women collectively sighed in relief, having feared he might engage in something inappropriate. The thought of merely acting to frustrate the group of ruffians outside was far more acceptable to them. The women obediently approached Li Xiaoluo, who began assigning roles. Miao Miao, you will sit to my left, as you have the most significant part. You'll feed me fruit and bestow a few affectionate kisses from time to time. Qin Yuemei, take a seat to my right and also pretend to compete for my attention by feeding me fruit. Yin Yin and Zhao Xiaolu, you two shall stand behind me, akin to ancient handmaidens, simply massaging my back. The four women nodded eagerly at Li Xiaoluo's arrangements. Initially, they had anticipated something far more audacious. But now that it was merely a performance, it was much more palatable than they had imagined, making it entirely acceptable. Shen Miao Miao and Qin Yuemei settled beside Li Xiaoluo, instantly enveloping the space in a delightful fragrance, both women exuding an exquisite bodily scent. One was a charmingly gentle beauty, while the other was a captivating and alluring woman, both possessing figures that were gracefully enchanting. Even in stillness, their presence was a feast for the eyes. All right, let us begin, Li Xiaoluo declared, and with a deft maneuver through the system, the large LCD screen in the room illuminated with the image of Zhou Junjie and a dozen intimidating security guards outside the villa. Simultaneously, the electronic screen at the villa's entrance displayed the scene of Li Xiaoluo, surrounded by beautiful women. Having executed similar actions at the Lord's Manor number 36, Li Xiaoluo was quite adept at this. Isn't that young Master Zhou? Are you here as a guest? Why not come inside? Why linger outside like a guard? As the surveillance footage appeared, Li Xiaoluo greeted Zhou Junjie with a playful wave. He then opened his arms, embracing Shen Miao Miao and Qin Yuemei, creating a true scene of affectionate camaraderie. Li Xiaoluo was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating the chance to deal with Zhou Junjie, a moment he had long awaited. Moreover, he wished for Zhou Junjie to suffer a bit before his demise, aiming to toy with him before delivering the final blow. Outside the villa, Zhou Junjie was initially taken aback by the sudden footage on the electronic screen. However, upon recognizing Li Xiaoluo, his trepidation dissipated. Yet, upon witnessing the scene of Li Xiaoluo, surrounded by fragrant beauties, with Shen Miao Miao nestled in one arm and a stunning woman in a nurse's uniform in the other, his rage nearly shattered his teeth. Envy, jealousy, and a murderous desire surged within him. It was a moment of unparalleled emotional turmoil for Zhou Junjie. He had spent 2 tiresome days outside, only to find Li Xiaoluo reveling in the company of beautiful women within the villa. The silence from Li Xiaoluo had merely been a ruse to watch their folly. The security guards, too, felt a twinge of envy and jealousy. They were well aware of the ethereal Shen Miao Miao residing in Li Xiaoluo's villa, having nearly come to blows over the privilege of escorting her previously. This was also a reason for their fervent support for Zhou Junjia's vendetta against Li Xiaoluo. In a world so chaotic, the thought of being close to a goddess like Shun Miao Miao was a temptation they would gladly risk everything for. Yet, to their astonishment, it seemed that Li Xiaoluo had not just one, but an array of exquisite beauties. Beyond the stunning Shun Miao Miao, the enchanting Qin Yuemei and the vibrant Shun Yin further fueled their longing. Such was the torment of their desires. At this moment, not only Zhou Junjia, but all the security personnel were itching to storm the villa and unleash their wrath upon Li Xiaoluo. Heaven knows the torment they had endured over the past couple of days in their attempts to confront Li Xiaoluo. Some of them had suffered frostbite. They had initially believed that Li Xiaoluo, confined within the villa, was equally anxious and restless. However, the scene before them was utterly unexpected and insufferably provoking. Chapter 62. All just an act. Li Xiaoluo, we have encircled your villa. I advise you to open the door and surrender promptly. We only seek your provisions and guarantee your safety. Otherwise, should we breach your defenses, do not blame me for my cruelty. Zhou Junjia pointed at the imposing security guards surrounding him, attempting to intimidate Li Xiaoluo. They were at an impasse, unable to overcome the villa's defenses, and were on the verge of giving up when, unexpectedly, Li Xiaoluo made an appearance. Thus, Zhou Junjia hastily resorted to threats. The security guards around Zhou Junjia complied, brandishing their weapons as if to convey that a single dissent from Li Xiaoluo would incite them to invade the villa. Shun Miao Miao and Qin Yuemei's faces turned pale. Although they were aware of the rioters outside, they had not witnessed the scene firsthand, and thus felt less fear than they did now. It was akin to hearing tales of the battlefield's dangers and horrors, without witnessing the grim reality or experiencing it. One may not fully grasp the gravity of the situation. However, if images of the battlefield's casualties were revealed, trepidation would surely ensue. Yet soon, the pallor on Shun Miao Miao and Qin Yuemei's cheeks began to flush with a hint of crimson. Observing Qin Yuemei's flushed visage, Li Xiaoluo realized that his actions were merely a performance intended to infuriate Zhou Junjia and his cohorts outside. He had to embody the role of a debauched scion to perfection. He was indeed a fine actor. Thus, Li Xiaoluo's actions appeared as instinctive movements, devoid of any hint of abnormality. He merely gazed at Zhou Junjia on the screen and mocked, "Zhou Xiao, what a grand display you have. So many lackeys and such fierce words. Why not step inside? Don't be all bark and no bite. Li Xiaoluo, you seek your own demise." Zhou Junjia instantly erupted. Provoked, though he could not pinpoint the exact words that had ignited his fury, the surrounding security guards trembled with rage, while they indeed were lackeys. Being openly referred to as such was a blow to their pride. Yet, despite their anger, they seemed powerless to retaliate, forced to endure Li Xiaoluo's humiliation. At that moment, Zhou Junjia seemed to have an epiphany. He abruptly tore off the mask of a woman beside him, revealing Feng Xiaoyu's face, which had been distorted by the cold. "Li Xiaoluo, your employee Feng Xiaoyu is now in my grasp. She was captured while attempting to find you, and has been insisting that you would come to her rescue. I now offer you one last opportunity. If you do not open the door to the villa, I will strip Feng Xiaoyu of her garments one by one, allowing her to freeze to death before your very eyes." Zhou Junjia was confident that Li Xiaoluo was completely unaware of Feng Xiaoyu's allegiance to him. Thus, nominally, Feng Xiaoyu remains an employee of Li Xiaoluo, and once was even a colleague. How could Li Xiaoluo, a man of stature, bear to witness a woman connected to him in peril without intervening? Inside the villa, Li Xiaoluo cast a peculiar glance at Zhou Junjia. Setting aside the relationship between him and Feng Xiaoyu, why should he feel compelled to rescue her? Moreover, given how closely they had embraced moments before, how could they now claim that Feng Xiaoyu was coerced? Do they expect me to surrender? Surely Zhou Junjia's intellect hasn't frozen over. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoluo concealed his thoughts and frowned at Feng Xiaoyu, saying, "Feng Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Did I not grant you all leave a few days ago? Xiaoluo, I implore you to save me. That scoundrel Zhou Junjia seeks to find leverage against you, which is why he had me captured that day. But no matter how he tortured me, I revealed nothing. You must believe me. Xiaoluo, I am your employee, once your colleague, and I have harbored feelings for you for some time, only lacking the opportunity to express them. Given our history, I beseech you to rescue me. I cannot bear the thought of freezing to death. I promise I will repay your kindness in the future." When Zhou Junjia removed Feng Xiaoyu's mask, he signaled her with a glance. Being the astute individual she was, she quickly grasped the underlying scheme and began to play along with Zhou Junjia's charade. Seizing the moment, Zhou Junjia pressed on, "Li Xiaoluo, can you truly stand by and watch your woman perish for your sake? I shall grant you 10 more seconds to contemplate. If you do not open the door, I will strip her before all these men." Li Xiaoluo gritted his teeth and retorted, "Zhou Junjia, you ought to possess some semblance of decorum. If you have the capacity, confront me directly. What valor is there in bullying a woman? In truth, Li Xiaoluo was secretly relishing the unfolding drama, urging them to proceed with the disrobing. He was curious to see how far Zhou Junjie would go. Should Zhou Junjie indeed strip Feng Xiaoyu bare, Li Xiaoluo could only commend them with a single phrase: impressive. Truly, you are more committed than the role you play. In his efforts to embody the image of a man luxuriating within the villa, Li Xiaoluo had taken full advantage of Xun Miaomiao and Qin Yuma's company. Zhou Junjie, from outside the villa, taunted, Li Xiaoluo, stop with the frivolities. If Feng Xiaoyu suffers, it is at your behest. Time is up, make your choice. Li Xiaoluo chose silence. Zhou Junjie, furious, commanded the nearby security personnel, come here. Remove a piece of Feng Xiaoyu's clothing. Several security guards promptly approached, intent on stripping Feng Xiaoyu of her garments. Naturally, she resisted vehemently. Yet how could she stand against several men? As her thick down jacket was removed, she immediately began to shiver uncontrollably. Xiaoluo, young Master Li, I am so cold. I implore you to save me. The humiliated Feng Xiaoyu did not plead with Zhou Junjie for mercy, but instead pitifully turned to Li Xiaoluo for assistance. Yet, he remained silent, opting to be a mere bystander. Continue with the disrobing. Zhou Junjie gritted his teeth and ordered. The security guards, eager to comply, took advantage of the situation, finding a twisted satisfaction in their actions. Feng Xiaoyu is indeed Zhou Junjie's woman. Young Master Zhou, please don't take off your clothes. I'm freezing to death. If you continue, I truly will perish from the cold. Li Xiaoluo likely knew of our relationship long ago. He won't be fooled. Zhou Junjie is addicted to the theatrics. After all, it is not his attire being shed, nor is he the one suffering from the chill. However, Feng Xiaoyu could no longer endure and immediately spoke up. Zhou Junjie's expression shifted, with Feng Xiaoyu's words. Even Li Xiaoluo, no matter his foolishness, would not be easily deceived. Chapter 63. Li Xiaoluo, you lack integrity. Young Master Zhou, why stop now? I am eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Li Xiaoluo, seeing that there was no entertaining drama outside, felt somewhat dissatisfied. The performance lacked dedication. Initially bored, he could only witness a mere fraction of what he hoped would be an exciting show. Zhou Junjie gritted his teeth, declaring, Li Xiaoluo, this is not over. Do you think you can remain in your villa for a lifetime? From this moment onward, we will station people at your villa's entrance daily. Let us see how long you can hide like a turtle. Zhou Junjie, having uttered a few fierce words, intended to leave, despite wrapping himself like a dumpling. The cold was still unbearable. Had it not been for the proximity of his villa to Li Xiaoluo's, he would have had no opportunity to trouble him. At that moment, a tall security guard suggested, Young Master Zhou, shall we procure some gasoline and create Molotov cocktails to throw into Li Xiaoluo's villa? Let us burn him to death. This tall guard was the one who had previously guided Shin Miaomiao and had been inexplicably humiliated by Li Xiaoluo. Thus, aside from Zhou Junjie, he harbored the deepest desire to eliminate Li Xiaoluo. Very well, that is a splendid idea. Let us proceed with it. Zhou Junjie called out towards the screen, Li Xiaoluo, did you hear that? Since you seek death, do not blame me for employing other means. Zhou Junjie was fully aware that the villas here were constructed with excellent fireproof measures. Furthermore, given the icy, snowy weather, any incendiary devices they threw would hardly ignite Li Xiaoluo's villa. Yet, Zhou Junjie wondered if it might still intimidate Li Xiaoluo. However, at that moment, Li Xiaoluo's expression suddenly turned icy, and he coldly gazed at Zhou Junjie, saying, a pack of clowns, performing for so many days. Do you think you can simply walk away? Now it is my turn to take the stage. With that, Li Xiaoluo released Xun Miaomiao and Qin Yume, rose from the sofa, and approached the balcony on the second floor. The high-pressure water gun had long been prepared. Li Xiaoluo positioned himself beside the water gun. Grasping the handle and aiming at Zhou Junjie and the others outside the villa, he turned on the water gun to its maximum setting. Instantly, a torrent of water surged forth like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, dousing Zhou Junjie and his companions. Initially, Zhou Junjie had dismissed Li Xiaoluo's fierce words, believing he would relish any opportunity for confrontation. He had been troubled by Li Xiaoluo and was eager for a chance to retaliate. However, to his surprise, instead of Li Xiaoluo emerging to confront him, an immense wave of water was unleashed upon them. Caught completely off guard, Zhou Junjie and his companions had no time to evade the deluge. In an instant, Zhou Junjie and his companions found their clothes drenched, clad in thick garments. They now felt an unbearable chill as the wet fabric clung to their skin. Zhou Junjie was bewildered, as were a group of security personnel. What on earth was happening? How could there be a high-pressure water gun in this villa? Its power seemed comparable to that of a naval vessel's water cannon. And in such frigid weather, Li Xiaoluo was using a high-pressure water gun. Li Xiaoluo, you have no sense of honor. Damn it, Zhou, I'm freezing to death. What should we do? How can you ask that now? Hurry and take cover under the eaves. The water gun can't reach us there. Wait, our clothes are already soaked. We need to leave quickly. Even if the water gun can't hit us, we'll freeze to death. Stop whining. In this thick snow, we can't run fast enough. If we try to escape, we'll just become living targets for Li Xiaoluo. Enough arguing. Let's flee. Thus, the group split into two factions. Some sought immediate escape, while others found a temporary refuge in a safer spot. No one was concerned about Zhou Junjie anymore. Self-preservation was paramount. Yet, as the fleeing individuals soon realized, their decision was regrettable. The snow made it nearly impossible to run, rendering them mere targets for Li Xiaoluo's high-pressure water gun. The weapon's force was terrifying, akin to a sword that could knock down a security guard with a single blast, as if their bones were shattered upon impact. "Zhou, help us. My leg is broken." "Captain Li, my leg is numb from the cold. I can't move. Please, help me." Seeing his companions felled by the high-pressure water gun, Zhou Junjie felt a wave of dread. Thankfully, he had not chosen to flee immediately. Observing his unfortunate comrades lying in the snow, Zhou Junjie and the security personnel huddled beneath the eaves, refraining from rescue. The sheer power of the water gun was too daunting. It was evident that those who fell were not exaggerating. Some had indeed suffered broken legs, while others bore multiple wounds, staining the snow crimson. Little did they know that Li Xiaoluo had purchased the most powerful high-pressure water gun available. After undergoing the system's super enhancement, its range and force had been amplified tenfold. Furthermore, it could adjust its mode. Selecting a broader water flow would reduce its power, suitable for crowd damage, whereas a narrower stream would significantly increase its lethality, capable of single-target elimination. At that moment, Zhou Junjie was genuinely frightened. He did not wish to die. He cried out for mercy. "Li Xiaoluo, we were in the wrong this time. If you spare me now, I swear I will never trouble you again. Xiaoluo, from now on, I will follow your lead. You are my brother. I, Zhou Junjie, keep my word and will listen to you." Li Xiaoluo, smirking within the confines of the room, recalled the grievances Zhou Junjie had inflicted upon him in his past life. Now, it was too late for Zhou to call him brother. Even if he were to plead for mercy, Zhou Junjie was fated to perish. However, Li Xiaoluo has kept him alive until now simply to prolong his suffering. "Young Master Li, I am but a mere security guard. It was Zhou Junjie who coerced me into confronting you. I implore you to spare my life. If you release me, I shall become your loyal dog, ready to obey your every command. We are insignificant figures, with no enmity towards you. It is Zhou Junjie who has compelled us to trouble you. Please, let us go. I am truly freezing to death. Young Master Li, we still have our worth. If you allow us to remain, this entire villa community will be under your command, and we shall heed your every word. Xiaoluo, for the sake of our past camaraderie, I beseech you to show me mercy." In addition to Zhou Junjie pleading for mercy, the shivering security guards and Feng Xiaoyu desperately joined in, all hastily disavowing their connection to Zhou Junjie in a bid for survival. Upon hearing the pleas from the guards and Feng Xiaoyu, Li Xiaoluo's mind was made up. He realized how he ought to deal with Zhou Junjie. Li Xiaoluo declared, "All security guards, listen well. Are you certain you wish to submit to me and follow my lead from now on? Youthful Master Li, I, ergo, am absolutely sincere. I swear. If I ever harbor treachery in the future, may I meet a most tragic end. I swear the same." Li Xiaoluo chuckled. "Very well, let me witness your sincerity. If you castrate Zhou Junjie, I shall consider allowing you to follow me." Chapter 64. Castrate Zhou Junjie. Additional update. Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's demand that the guards castrate him, Zhou Junjie was genuinely terrified. He did not wish to become the last eunuch, a fate worse than death. "Brothers, do not heed Li Xiaoluo's deceitful words. He is merely trying to incite us into mutual destruction. Such petty tricks should not be trusted." Zhou Junjie immediately exposed Li Xiaoluo's scheme to the nearby guards, even addressing them as brothers. It is worth noting that he had always held a deep-seated disdain for these guards, often treating them with utter contempt. However, Zhou Junjie soon realized that his words seemed to have little effect. The guards looked at him with a glint of fervor in their eyes. A jolt of alarm surged through Zhou Junjie's heart. He quickly called out, "Brothers, you all know the foundation of the Zhou family. I swear, if you help me escape from here, I will reward each of you with 10 million. Moreover, I am acquainted with numerous stunning models, and I will ensure each of you is paired with one. Rest assured, they are not the kind found on public transport. They are truly devoted partners. You will be able to indulge in their company daily." One must admit, the words of a man can be deceiving. Zhou Junjie's promises rolled off his tongue effortlessly. In a pre-apocalyptic world, who among men would not be swayed by such offers? In today's society, men face immense pressures. They might risk everything for a fleeting encounter, and marriage often depletes generations of family savings. If Zhou Junjie's claims held any truth, they would wake from their dreams with smiles. 10 million is sufficient for financial freedom, allowing them to recline in peace. In addition to a model-like beauty with long legs, they could indulge for a lifetime. This would undoubtedly elevate them to the pinnacle of existence. Their previous adoration for Zhou Junjie stemmed solely from his status, which held the potential to propel them to success. Thus, upon hearing the enticing conditions Zhou Junjie proposed, a few of the security guards felt a flicker of hope, despite knowing the chances were slim. However, a greater number were swayed by the terms offered by Li Xiaoluo. They had a clear understanding of the current predicament. Zhou Junjie's words were fundamentally unrealistic. They were indeed envious of the million and the stunning beauty, but first and foremost, could they even survive to leave? Particularly, could Zhou Junjie's bodyguards escape unscathed, while they remained behind to make a valiant stand? Furthermore, even if someone were fortunate enough to flee with Zhou Junjie, would this frigid apocalypse truly come to an end? If it did not, what good would 1,000,000 be, or even 1,000 smaller goals? In such relentless cold, not only would the long-legged beauty be unable to approach, but even if she lay before them in the nude, they would likely be incapable of celebrating love. The extreme temperatures had diminished every man's desires to their lowest ebb. Especially in the wilderness, one could easily succumb to the cold. Thus, several security guards ignored Zhou Junjie and directly addressed the electronic screen at the gate. Li Xiao, if we follow your instructions, will you truly take us in? On the electronic screen of the villa's entrance, Li Xiaoluo was playfully biting a pink grape offered by Shun Miao Miao, and he had yet to signal the end of their act, leaving Shun Miao Miao and Qin Yuemei nestled closely at his sides. This scene ignited envy among the guards, their eyes turning red with longing. If only they could align with Li Xiaoluo, they would inevitably seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Then, the villa would be theirs, as would the women surrounding him. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo's proposed method of castration was quite appealing. They could implement it on him, allowing him to revel in his arrogance. At that moment, Li Xiaoluo's voice resonated from the speakers, addressing the guards. I will not make any oaths to you. It is up to you whether or not to believe me. I can only say that I, like any other man, am ambitious and in need of assistance. Upon hearing his words, the guards exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. They had resolved to trust Li Xiaoluo's words. After all, did they have any other options? Zhou Junjie's promises were even less credible, and he belonged to a weaker position. Trusting Li Xiaoluo might still offer a chance for a turnaround, leading to a future of indulgence and the opportunity to pursue Li Xiaoluo's women. Remaining with Zhou Junjie would only subject them to the biting cold and the bitter winds. They believed Li Xiaoluo was correct. In these tumultuous times, every ambitious man would require allies, just as Zhou Junjie had needed them before. Li Xiao, we believe in you. Let us now eliminate that scoundrel Zhou Junjie. How dare he cause trouble for you, Li Xiao? Truly, a dung beetle seeking dung. A number of security personnel, who had long harbored intentions, immediately pledged their allegiance to Li Xiaoluo. Notably, a particularly handsome guard took the lead and lunged toward Zhou Junjie. What do you think you're doing? My father is the chairman of the Zhou group. Yang Wei, do you dare strike me? Zhou Junjie exclaimed. The leading guard knocked Zhou Junjie to the ground, then unleashed a flurry of slaps across his face. What is wrong with me slapping you? Let me tell you, even without Li Xiao's orders, I've longed to castrate you for playing with my wife. Do you have any idea how long I've tolerated you? Zhou Junjie's eyes turned red as he struggled desperately, but several other guards restrained his limbs. Help me. I will ensure you a lifetime of endless wealth and glory. He pleaded, directing his cries toward a few guards who had yet to intervene. They were somewhat swayed by his previous promises, hesitating to act. Anyone who dares to assist him had better not blame me for turning against them. I will stab you without hesitation. Yang Wei, the guard, swiftly drew a machete from his waist and brandished it threateningly at those considering coming to Zhou Junjie's aid. Instantly, no one dared to approach. Their resolve to help Zhou Junjie was not particularly strong, and they were caught in indecision, unwilling to confront Yang Wei. Many were aware of his reputation. Attempting to rescue Zhou Junjie could very well lead to their own demise. As no one came to Zhou Junjie's aid, Yang Wei, with a sinister grin, removed Zhou Junjie's trousers and soon located the small object he sought. A chilling scream echoed through the air. Inside the villa, Li Xiaoluo could hear the commotion outside, and upon hearing Yang Wei's name, he momentarily froze. In his previous life, Zhou Junjie had met his fate at the hands of this very guard. It was ironic that, despite his efforts to expedite Zhou Junjie's downfall, it was indeed Yang Wei who executed the act. Chapter 65, The Growing Unease. Xiaoluo, are you truly considering sheltering those guards? Shun Miao Miao asked nervously as Zhou Junjie underwent his ordeal outside the villa. Beside her, Qin Yuemei and Shun Yinyan shared the same anxious expression, awaiting Li Xiaoluo's response. Those guards were not virtuous individuals. If they were taken in, what if they betrayed Li Xiaoluo just as they had Zhou Junjie? The thought of their potential fate was too grim to contemplate. Li Xiaoluo smiled and replied, shelter them? I never claimed I would definitely take them in, nor did I promise that I wouldn't eliminate them afterward. If they seek to kill me or toy with my women, even if I were to shelter them, they must meet their end. Allow this to serve as your first lesson. In this post-apocalyptic world, trust no one from the outside and harbor no mercy. Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Shun Miao Miao and her companions felt an inexplicable sense of relief wash over them. Although it might seem somewhat cruel, they simply could not accept being associated with those ruffians. Thus, they deemed it better for them to perish. Outside the villa, several security guards carried the bloodied and half-clothed Zhou Junjie to the surveillance camera at the entrance. Young Master Li, we have followed your orders and rendered that scoundrel Zhou Junjie a eunuch. We genuinely wish to follow you. From now on, we shall be your loyal dogs, ready to bite whoever you command. Indeed, young Master Li, we implore you, grant us mercy this once. If we do not change our clothes and warm ourselves soon, we shall all succumb to the cold. In truth, many of the guards were already numb from the frigid temperatures. If Li Xiaoluo did not agree to shelter them soon or delayed further, they would scatter, and only a few might escape. However, to their immense delight, they soon heard the melodious voice of Li Xiaoluo. Very well, you have all performed admirably. I shall open the automatic doors of the villa. You may all enter. Indeed, although Li Xiaoluo's voice was rather ordinary, to them at that moment, it was like heavenly music. Li Xiaoluo was truly willing to take them in and allow them to enter the villa. The door that had caused them so much frustration was finally about to open. Once inside, what was Li Xiaoluo to them? With a click, the villa's door opened automatically. Hurry inside, bring your tools. A few of you, lift our young Master Zhou as well. Young Master Li might still have some interest in him. As for Feng Xiaoyu, she needed no prompting from the security guards. She dashed in faster than anyone else. Although she had previously been with Zhou Junjie, in her heart, it was not betrayal but a choice. In the past, she followed whoever was wealthy. Now, she would align herself with the most powerful man. Surely, no one would dare to trouble her, a frail woman? Otherwise, would he still be considered a man? Particularly since Li Xiaoluo was a colleague of Feng Xiaoyu's. She believed she understood him quite well. Although Li Xiaoluo had not been as obsequious as her other sycophants, he was undoubtedly a good person. He would surely forgive her. Before long, everyone, including the unconscious Zhou Junjie, had entered the courtyard of the villa, and the large door promptly closed behind them. Goodness! There is even a nurse who has fainted from the cold. How utterly wasteful. This nurse is rather beautiful, and in her uniform, she is quite tempting. I would willingly fawn over her. If the opportunity arises, there are even more beautiful nurses inside. The group that entered the villa's courtyard soon spotted Lu Qingqing, who had succumbed to the cold. Lu Qingqing had previously wished to leave, and Li Xiaoluo had indicated that he would let her go after dealing with Zhou Junjie and the others. However, it now appeared that she might no longer desire to depart. In that case, he could not be blamed. I'm feeling uneasy, Wei Guo. I share your sentiment. Do you think Li Xiaoluo would leave us frozen to death in this garden after letting us in? He wouldn't dare. The main gate of the villa is too sturdy for us to break through, and the surrounding walls are lined with high-voltage electric fences. Yet now that we have entered the villa, with its multitude of small doors and windows, is it truly impossible for us to force our way through just one? Previously, when dealing with Zhou Junjie, that security guard named Yang Wei, who charged in first, was the one who performed the irreversible procedure on Zhou Junjie. Yang Wei's ruthless demeanor certainly intimidated many of the other guards, and perhaps he would even gain favor with Li Xiaoluo in due time. Thus, when we were outside, many of the guards referred to him as Wei Guo. Although the title may not have fully satisfied Yang Wei, the respect shown by others was quite gratifying. He now carries himself like their elder brother. Li Xiao, this is Feng Xiaoyu. I am truly freezing to death. I beseech you, please open the door. Upon entering the villa's courtyard, Feng Xiaoyu, having visited this place recently, knew exactly where the door was and hurried to knock upon it. However, no one responded. The group of security guards following Feng Xiaoyu stood in stunned silence, their anxiety intensifying. Li Xiao, this is Yang Wei, the one who just rendered Zhou Junjie incapable. I have brought my brothers here to pledge our allegiance to you. At that moment, Li Xiaoluo's voice finally echoed down from the second floor of the villa. Apologies, everyone. I am currently preoccupied. Please wait in the courtyard. Consider this a minor test. Li Xiaoluo implied that he was a man of his word. Should they endure, a miracle might occur. Damn it. The guards were filled with rage. What could Li Xiaoluo be so busy with? They had already seen him indulging in pleasures. And what nonsense about a minor test? Their clothes were soaked, and they were nearly frozen stiff. How could they endure such a trial? At this rate, they would be frozen solid. Cursed be it, Wei Guo. It seems Li Xiaoluo never intended to take us in. Let us take matters into our own hands. Yes, Wei Guo, let us act swiftly while we still have the strength. Otherwise, soon we won't be able to wield our tools. Damn it. Do you think Li Xiaoluo has lost his mind? If he didn't want to take us in, why let us in at all? Is he courting death? Yang Wei furrowed his brow, then resolutely declared, enough talk. If Li Xiaoluo won't open the door, we shall break a window and enter ourselves. Indeed, breaking a window is far less strenuous than smashing the door. Under Yang Wei's command, the group, shivering, approached a window armed with hammers and other tools. Li Xiaoluo, you bastard! One guard shouted, swinging his hammer with all his might as he vented his frustration. With a resounding crash, everyone stood in shock. The window's glass remained intact. Not even a single crack to be seen. Witnessing this, Yang Wei felt as though he were on the verge of bloodshed. It feels as if they have already endured this situation. Such antics are beyond comprehension. The exaggerated door is one thing, but why the glass? Even anti-theft glass isn't this resilient. Chapter 66. Shun Miao Miao's sacred moment. Yang Wei remained undeterred. He, along with all the security personnel, armed with tools, relentlessly pounded on the doors and windows of Li Xiaoluo's villa for what felt like an eternity. However, the outcome was utterly disheartening. Not only did they fail to breach it, but they didn't even leave a single scratch. They ceased their efforts, their bodies numbed by the cold, with several security guards discarding their tools and huddling together for warmth. Although it was a rather distressing sight, their cold was unbearable. Serves you right for betraying me. You sycophants. Now, you are reaping what you sowed. At an unknown moment, Zhou Junjie, who had previously passed out, awoke and, upon witnessing the plight of the guards, erupted into maniacal laughter. As twilight approached, Li Xiaoluo and Shin Miao Miao had just finished a game of poker. Indeed, it was genuinely poker. Li Xiaoluo glanced at the surveillance footage of the outside, where Zhou Junjie and Yang Wei's group had long since succumbed to the cold, their bodies now frozen. It was time for these women to experience the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic world. Qin Yueme, Zhao Xiaolu, the corpses of those marauders cannot remain in the villa's courtyard. Dispose of them outside. Although those individuals perished in the courtyard and not within the villa, their presence there was still unsettling. In truth, if Li Xiaoluo desired, he could effortlessly utilize the system's space to eliminate those bodies. However, since there were maids, they should be allowed to witness the brutality of the outside world. Only through comparison would they truly appreciate the bliss of remaining within the villa. As for Shun Miao Miao and Shun Yinyin, there was no need for such experiences. They would soon be under contract anyway. Qin Yueme and Zhao Xiaolu were momentarily taken aback. The events of the day had profoundly impacted them. Earlier that morning, they had been on edge due to the marauders outside, but Li Xiaoluo's unexpected arrival not only brought food, but also transformed the villa into a haven of warmth. He even employed a high-pressure water gun to send those marauders fleeing. Yet, they had assumed that Li Xiaoluo would merely drive the marauders away, never anticipating that he would deliberately allow them entry only to let them freeze to death. Such ruthlessness was astonishing. Though Qin Yueme and the others were not well acquainted with Li Xiaoluo, half a day's interaction had revealed much about his character. Domineering, autocratic, cold and lecherous. The latter being a thought that lingered in Qin Yueme's mind. As for why she reached this conclusion and the details leading to it, she felt a sense of embarrassment to voice it. Merely suggesting that a mature woman's body is highly susceptible to seduction, remarkably sensitive. Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo instruct them to move the corpses, Qin Yueme and Zhao Xiaolu were momentarily stunned. They truly did not expect him to be so devoid of compassion. If it were another man, even if he were to feign gentility, he would certainly present himself with chivalry before such women, especially with Qin Yueme, the stunningly beautiful woman, and Zhao Xiaolu, the charming young girl. It is hard to imagine that any ordinary man would allow them to engage in the grim task of transporting corpses. This moment has given Qin Yueme and her companions a newfound perspective on Li Xiaoluo. However, they are neither naive nor extreme feminists. They understand that it is not a given for men to cater to their every need, nor is it inherently a man's duty to handle such morbid tasks. Being in a precarious situation, they naturally must heed Li Xiaoluo's words. Yet, when the thoroughly bundled up Qin Yueme and her companions stepped into the courtyard, they were starkly confronted with the brutal chill of this ice-cold apocalypse. The extreme temperatures and the thick layers of snow rendered movement nearly impossible, let alone any form of social activity. They could hardly fathom how they would have fared had they been in their original home, as spoken of online, facing starvation, lacking heating supplies, and enduring power outages. They would likely have become frozen corpses by now. Thus, despite the biting cold as they transported corpses, Qin Yueme and her companions found themselves increasingly grateful to Li Xiaoluo. System notification. Qin Yueme expresses gratitude towards the host. Friendliness level 2. Current friendliness towards the host is 68. System notification. Zhao Xiaolu expresses gratitude towards the host. Friendliness level 3. Current friendliness towards the host is 65. As Li Xiaoluo, embracing Shun Miao Miao in the courtyard while observing Qin Yueme and Zhao Xiaolu carry out their grim task, suddenly received a system notification. He glanced at Qin Yueme and Zhao Xiaolu, finding them quite commendable. They could be nurtured further, especially Zhao Xiaolu. If Li Xiaoluo had adhered to his initial thoughts before the apocalypse, he would not have taken in anyone lacking special abilities. However, He soon realized that individuals with such abilities were exceedingly rare, particularly among women. Thus, his principles evolved to allow for the temporary acceptance of a few women without abilities, provided they met the standard of friendliness and were obedient and capable. Therefore, with regards to Qin Yueme and Zhao Xiaolu, as long as Qin Yueme did not infringe upon his fundamental principles, Li Xiaoluo would punish her, but also grant her a chance for redemption. Conversely, if Zhao Xiaolu failed to satisfy him, he would not hesitate to expel her from the villa. That said, Li Xiaoluo actually yearned to hear the notification indicating an increase in Shun Miao's friendliness. After all, her friendliness level was just shy of 80, and he was looking forward to forming a contract with her. The reason he had come here today was partly to expose Shun Miao and her companions to the harsh realities and dangers of the apocalypse, hoping that his heroic intervention would touch her heart and elevate her friendliness. However, it appeared that the further one progressed, the more challenging it became to increase friendliness. Yet, Li Xiaoluo was not in a hurry. Time was on his side. With time, affection would naturally blossom. In the evening, Li Xiaoluo retrieved some ingredients from his spatial storage. Dinner was prepared by Zhao Xiaolu and Qin Yume, and Li Xiaoluo was eager to sample their culinary skills. Although the ready-made delicacies in his space could last him a considerable time, he felt a yearning for the taste of home, rather than the continuous indulgence in restaurant fare. Zhao Xiaolu was indeed not exaggerating. Despite her youth, she was quite adept at household chores and cooking. However, both she and Qin Yume displayed only average culinary skills, failing to leave Li Xiaoluo in awe. It appeared that he would eventually need to seek out a particularly skilled female chef. In this lifetime, aside from strengthening himself, Li Xiaoluo aimed to savor life to its fullest. After dinner, they engaged in some light-hearted activities before preparing for their nightly routines. The villa had numerous rooms. Before Li Xiaoluo's arrival, Shun Miao shared a room with her sister, while Qin Yume and Zhao Xiaolu occupied another. Given the previous coldness of the villa, it was sensible for two people to share a space for warmth. However, Li Xiaoluo, disapproving of such resource wastage, decided to make changes. Henceforth, Shun Miao would share a room with him, while Qin Yume would have her own. As for Shun Yin and Zhao Xiaolu, they could manage on their own for now. In the master bedroom, Shun Miao, blushing, entered the bathroom with her change of clothes, aware that her sacred moment was fast approaching. As night enveloped the world, the cold wind howled outside, while warmth and vitality filled the interior. Li Xiaoluo felt a twinge of impatience. Shun Miao had been in the bathroom for nearly 10 minutes with no sign of emerging. Women certainly took longer for such routines, unlike men, who could complete a shower in mere minutes, often multitasking in the process. Had he known, he would have joined her, as two could conserve water together. Although his lordship's estate would never face water or power shortages, he had always been one to value frugality. Sighing, he decided to let it slide for now, considering Shun Miao might still be adjusting. Once they grew closer and better acquainted, there would be plenty of time to practice conservation. Growing somewhat bored, Li Xiaoluo took out his phone to pass the time. Upon opening WeChat, he was greeted by a plethora of unread messages. He first glanced at the messages from Zhou Xiaotong, mostly inquiries about his well-being, sent hourly, reflecting her concern for him. Given their amicable rapport, it was heartening. Li Xiaoluo replied, "Zhou, I am doing well here, no need to worry." Almost instantaneously, Zhou Xiaotong responded, "Boss, you aren't hurt, are you? No frostbite. Have you encountered any trouble there?" Li Xiaoluo reassured, "Rest assured, your boss has suffered no injuries. All bodily functions are perfectly normal and agile." Zhou Xiaotong replied, "Well, that certainly reflects the style of our esteemed boss." However, Li Xiaoluo continued, "Speaking of which, there is indeed a minor inconvenience." Zhou Xiaotong, anxious, exclaimed, "Boss, what trouble? Please do not take any risks. Our lives are already quite good. I do not wish for anything to happen to you." Li Xiaoluo responded, "The trouble lies in the absence of my capable and beautiful secretary. It feels rather unfamiliar. There are numerous trivial matters that require my personal attention. It is not fitting for a secretary to handle such tasks, nor should she be left idle." Zhou Xiaotong, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Li Xiaoluo paid little mind to her reaction. Given their relationship, she would not take offense at his jest, despite her shyness. He glanced at other messages in WeChat, noticing that Li Xiaowei had sent even more than Zhou Xiaodong, practically messaging every few minutes. "Li Xiaoluo, I don't even have a winter quilt here. I'm about to freeze to death. Hurry and open the door so I can escape to your place." "Li Xiaoluo, I'm your brother. I've been hungry all day while you indulge in a feast with a woman at home. Do you have any sense of humanity left?" "Li Xiaoluo, your father personally sent you a message. Respond after reading it." "Li Xiaoluo, you beast. You're ignoring your father now? If this continues, you will lose all of us as family. You'll be utterly alone." "Brother, I realize my mistakes. I've indeed done many things wrong in the past. Your father acknowledges his faults too. He said he shouldn't have shown favoritism. Please forgive us this once. After all, we are family, bound by blood. Please help me. Brother, have you seen what the people in the owners group are saying? There has been a murder. Let me stay with you. I eat very little and can help you deal with the bad guys. Li Xiaowei, the Joker, had earlier shared pictures of Li Xiaoluo feasting in the owners group, making it widely known and then coming to trouble him. It was unexpected that he would shamelessly play the emotional card to seek refuge and sustenance from Li Xiaoluo. Such audacity truly knows no bounds. Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but marvel at how Li Xiaowei had managed to survive thus far. Even their non-blood-related father, Li Wei, was still alive, demonstrating a rather resilient spirit. However, in this world, Li Xiaoluo would not offer them a morsel of food. He was curious to see how long they could survive in such dire circumstances. Moreover, he intended to occasionally provide them with a bit of motivation to keep them persevering. Thus, Li Xiaoluo retrieved the photos taken during dinner the previous night and sent them to Li Xiaowei, stating, Li Xiaowei, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but my own food supplies are dwindling. Just yesterday, I had an entire table full of dishes. 8 dishes and a soup. However, just take a look at my meal today. I had only 7 dishes for one meal, without even a soup. And I am indeed trying to conserve food. There's not a single grain left to spare for others. After sending this message, Li Xiaoluo couldn't care less about whether Li Xiaowei would be infuriated. Moments earlier, Li Xiaoluo had seen Li Xiaowei mention something about a murder in the residence group, and she was just about to peek into the group for some excitement. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, and instinctively, Li Xiaoluo looked up. The sight that greeted her was so enchanting that she couldn't help but swallow hard. Shen Miao Miao was simply stunning. Fresh from her shower, her hair still damp. She was wrapped in a pink towel, her snow-white skin partially exposed, revealing her tall, slender figure, and her flawless complexion glowed with a delicate sheen, accentuating her long, perfect legs. Everything was so beautiful, like a divine gift from the creator. Such a captivating beauty was to be his tonight. Li Xiaoluo approached Shen Miao Miao and embraced her soft, smooth body. Holding her exquisite form felt utterly different. Xiaoluo, I'm done showering. Do you want to wash up? Noticing the fiery glint in Li Xiaoluo's eyes, Shen Miao Miao, already flushed from the steam of the bathroom, blushed even deeper, making Li Xiaoluo wish he could bite her right then and there. All right, I'll wash up too. Although Li Xiaoluo was brimming with excitement, he was no longer a naive youth and managed to maintain some composure. He wanted to ensure Shen Miao Miao had a wonderful evening, as it would lead to greater happiness in the future. With that, he swiftly shed his clothes, revealing his robust physique. Ah, Xiaoluo, why are you undressing here? Shen Miao Miao gasped, quickly covering her eyes. Miao Miao, why are you covering your eyes? Are you secretly admiring my body? Li Xiaoluo was momentarily bewildered by Shen Miao Miao's unexpected reaction. Ah, Shen Miao Miao exclaimed again, hurriedly dropping her hands from Li Xiaoluo's eyes and darting to the bed. Pulling the covers to hide herself, she felt foolish for her own nervousness. Chapter 68. Sea of Roses. Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but chuckle. After all, they were about to see each other in all their glory, so he felt a bit more at ease. However, he hadn't anticipated Shen Miao Miao's intense reaction. Her actions were certainly unique. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoluo concluded that this might be Shen Miao Miao's first time, or perhaps even her first encounter with a man's body. So her nervousness was entirely understandable. After 3 minutes, he finished his shower, washed his hair, and filled the tub with water. Wrapping a towel around himself as he entered the bedroom, there was no trace of Shen Miao Miao, but beneath the covers lay a distinct S-shaped curve. She had hidden herself under the blanket. With a smile, Li Xiaoluo had a sudden thought, since he decided to create a beautiful memory for Shen Miao Miao tonight. Why not make it even more perfect? Without hesitation, Li Xiaoluo approached the bedside, and with a flicker of thought, a stunning bouquet of crimson roses materialized in his hand. He then waved his arm, and a cascade of rose petals rained down upon the bed and the floor, transforming the entire bedroom into a sea of roses. Even Li Xiaoluo, a man of considerable stature, found himself enveloped in an overwhelming sense of romance at that moment. It is worth noting that Li Xiaoluo was not inherently romantic. He would never have gone out of his way to prepare such gestures for any woman. These roses were a gift from the manager of an upscale restaurant where he had ordered a substantial meal. In the business world before the apocalypse, competition was fierce, and one had to consider every detail for the customers. Often, it was not just about the quality and price of the products, but also about the nuances of service. Thus, when these roses were offered for free, Li Xiaoluo had gladly accepted and stored them in his system space, never anticipating they would find purpose now. With everything in place, Li Xiaoluo tapped the blanket and called out, Miao Miao, I've finished my shower. You can come out now. However, the girl hidden beneath the covers remained silent, as if she were asleep. Li Xiaoluo chuckled, Are you truly asleep? I suppose I shall unveil the blanket myself. Miao, you're still dressed, right? Came the voice of Shen Miao Miao from beneath the blanket, as she stirred, preparing to emerge. Li Xiaoluo suddenly exclaimed, not dressed. Shen Miao Miao froze in alarm, too frightened to move. Li Xiaoluo laughed heartily. I was just teasing you. Although I'm not in clothes. I am wrapped in a towel like you. Hurry and come out for some fresh air. We wouldn't want you to suffocate under the covers before our delightful moment even begins. Only then did Shen Miao Miao dare to peek out from the blankets. However, as soon as she revealed her head, a magnificent bouquet of roses appeared before her eyes. Miao Miao, these are for you. Do you like them? And the sea of petals scattered about the room is something I painstakingly gathered. He declared, Miao Miao, in this lifetime, no one but me shall possess you. Will you entrust yourself to me? Shen Miao Miao was utterly taken aback by the sight of the roses and the ocean of petals in the bedroom. She had never expected that after just a few minutes spent under the covers while Li Xiaoluo took a shower, he would return with such a romantic surprise. Especially in these apocalyptic times, where many things could no longer be acquired merely with money. The circumstances of the post-apocalyptic world were far from those of the past. Thus, witnessing such a scene deeply moved Shen Miao Miao. Initially, her feelings for Li Xiaoluo were minimal, largely transactional, but gradually, she had developed fondness for him. At this moment, she felt genuine emotion. No girl is immune to the allure of romance, unless the romantic gesture is orchestrated by someone she does not cherish. Shen Miao Miao descended from the bed, a blush adorning her cheeks as she accepted the roses Li Xiaoluo offered. Thank you, Xiaoluo. I am willing. Shen Miao Miao's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson as she gazed tenderly at Li Xiaoluo. In the northern realm, there exists a maiden of unparalleled beauty, uniquely independent. Shen Miao Miao's allure transcends her exquisite visage, her fair and rosy complexion, and her devilishly enchanting figure. A single glance could captivate an entire city, another could ensnare a kingdom. Li Xiaoluo felt that what truly drew men to Shen Miao Miao was the ethereal quality she possessed, gentle, elegant, and extraordinarily distinguished. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Shen Miao Miao was moved by the host. Her friendliness level increased by 1, bringing the current level to 79. Li Xiaoluo paused, momentarily taken aback, for he had intended to act upon the moment's warmth. The increase in Shen Miao Miao's friendliness was indeed a cause for celebration. Yet he pondered why it had only risen by a single point. Was reaching a level of 80 so arduous? Or perhaps the threshold of 80 was a significant barrier, explaining why the system mandated that the friendliness of contracted subordinates must reach this level. Never mind, he mused. Dwelling on such matters now would only dampen the mood. What was friendliness to him at this moment? In this enchanting scene, there was no need for poetry or an abundance of sweet nothings. Too much discourse would only spoil the ambience. Xiaoluo, please be gentle with my flowers. Shen Miao Miao, though shy in Li Xiaoluo's embrace, found her thoughts immediately drifting to the flowers in her hands. After all, they were the finest gift she had ever received. Li Xiaoluo, somewhat speechless, wondered if now was the time to fret over flowers. However, as the giver of these blooms, he felt a sense of responsibility. Let me place the flowers on the nightstand so they won't be damaged, he said, exhibiting a gentlemanly demeanor and remarkable patience towards Shen Miao Miao. For she was not merely a stunning beauty, she was destined to become the Ice Queen, a formidable force in her own right. Li Xiaoluo remained uncertain about his own potential strength or whether he could encounter someone more powerful than Shen Miao Miao in the future. These were all uncertainties. What he did know was that Shen Miao Miao was not only beautiful but destined for greatness, and thus deserved his utmost care and affection. Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Shen Miao Miao nodded eagerly and promptly placed the flowers in a safe spot. Text omitted for brevity. Suddenly, a system notification startled Li Xiaoluo. Shen Miao Miao had developed a fondness for the host. Her admiration level increased by 10, elevating it to 89. What? What is happening? The unexpected alert left Li Xiaoluo in a state of shock. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the villa, Qin Yuemei was engaged in conversation with relatives and friends. Fresh from her bath, she had donned a delicate white silk camisole, the sheer fabric revealing her fair, luminous skin, which was breathtakingly accentuated by the translucent garment. The alluring contours of her figure, particularly her voluptuous silhouette, firmly established her as the goddess of dreams for many. When Qin Yuemei previously shared a bed with Zhao Xiaolu, she hesitated to don this set of pajamas. It was only when alone that she dared to wear them, for they were undeniably quite provocative, and she feared she might set a poor example for the young girl. Dear mother, fret not. Although I reside in the city, my current neighborhood is exceedingly safe. Previously, a woman lived here alone, and for her protection, a security door was installed, rendering it impenetrable to any would-be assailants. As for the electricity and water, I must admit that there is currently a power outage. However, I had intended to travel to northeast China, where it is said to be extremely cold, with temperatures plummeting to below freezing in certain areas. Thus, I took the initiative to purchase several warm garments online, which are now proving quite useful. You need not worry about food. I often prefer to stay home during breaks, preparing my own meals. So I am well stocked for the time being. Please take care of yourselves and do not concern yourselves overly with me. If anyone comes seeking refuge, do not open the door, regardless of who it may be. Naturally, Qin Yuamei's primary concern lay with her parents, who resided in the countryside, several thousand miles away from her urban locale. Despite her worries, she found herself helpless to return home. Indeed, traversing even a short distance had become an arduous task. It was no wonder that people would rather endure hunger and resort to theft than venture out to procure food and supplies. Yet, for Qin Yuamei's parents, circumstances were relatively stable. Living in the countryside, they cultivated their own crops, ensuring they had enough provisions to stave off starvation. Furthermore, their home relied on firewood for heating, allowing them to stay warm even amidst power outages. Her sole apprehension stemmed from the potential breakdown of societal order, which could lead rural inhabitants to descend into the same darkness as those in the cities, thus endangering her parents. As for her own situation, Qin Yuemei was resolute in not revealing the truth to her parents. How could she explain that she was trapped in a man's villa, serving as his maid? Though currently single, her choices, whether to be a mistress or a maid, were hers alone, yet her parents would undoubtedly be gravely concerned. After concluding her conversation with her parents, Qin Yuemei perused the messages from her colleagues and friends. Zhao Shuyun, a junior nurse who had recently joined their hospital, sent a message. Sister Yuemei, have the assailants left your area? Is the danger over? I am genuinely worried about you. Another message followed. Sister Yuemei, I am so hungry and cold. I fear I may not hold on much longer. And yet another. Wah. Sister Yuemei, I read online about a pervert who broke into someone's home. And when the mistress tried to resist, he killed her and even desecrated her body. Do you think that after I die, my body would also be treated in such a manner? Feeling a sense of urgency, Qin Yuemei quickly sent a voice message to Zhao Shuyun. Xiao Yun, rescue personnel have arrived here. The danger has been averted, so do not worry about me. And please, do not give up. Everything presents an opportunity. Perhaps you may encounter salvation as well. After Qin Yuemei sent out the message, Zhao Shuyun responded shortly with a voice message. Sister Yuemei, do you have rescue personnel there? Are they official rescuers? Qin Yuemei could discern the frailty in Zhao Shuyun's voice, yet it was tinged with excitement. She promptly replied, Indeed, Xiao Yun. I have official rescuers here. They have apprehended the assailants and brought me food and supplies for warmth. I am quite comfortable here, eating well and sleeping warmly. So please, do not lose hope. At that moment, Qin Yuemei could only utter benevolent lies to inspire Zhao Shuyun's will to survive. To validate her words, she immediately initiated a video call. After several rings, it was finally answered. Zhao Shuyun's pale round face appeared on the screen, and upon seeing Qin Yuemei, her eyes widened. Sister Yuemei, you can still wear pajamas there? Qin Yuemei nodded. Yes, there is no shortage of food here, and the heating system is assured. So the room is quite warm. Zhao Shuyun managed a faint smile. Sister Yuemei, you are a good person, and good things happen to good people. I am genuinely happy for you. This means you can survive. Qin Yuemei quickly urged. Xiao Yun, please do not give up. Everything will get better. What you need to do now is to utilize all the resources around you to persevere. Rescue will come. Zhao Shuyun smiled sadly and weakly replied, Sister Yuemei, I fear I may not make it to that moment. I actually regret it. Had I known, I wouldn't have been so picky before. I could have just settled for any man, rather than facing death with my innocence intact. Though the atmosphere was initially somber, and Qin Yuemei felt genuine concern for Zhao Shuyun, the tone suddenly shifted. Hee, Sister Yuemei, tell me what it feels like to be with a man. Suddenly, the image on Qin Yuemei's phone shook, followed by the sound of the phone dropping to the ground. In a panic, Qin Yuemei asked, Xiao Yun, what happened? Are you in danger? Zhao Shuyun's voice came through in broken fragments. Sister Yuemei, I must go now. If there is a chance, please collect my remains. Xiao Yun. No matter how much Qin Yuemei called, there was no further response from Zhao Shuyun. After a long silence, Qin Yuemei, feeling desolate, ended the call. Being an only child, Zhao Shuyun was like a sister to her. She never imagined that Zhao Shuyun would perish while they were on the phone. After mourning for a while, she noticed that her classmate and close friend, Wu Meiling, had sent her many unread messages on WeChat. Mimi darling, I am so scared. That creepy man who always stares at me is now trying to break down my door with others. I can't hold them off. Mimi darling, in our next life, let us be classmates again and best friends forever. Reading the subsequent messages, Qin Yuemei was overcome with tears. Her friend, unwilling to endure the humiliation from a group of men, chose to leap from a building. Chapter 70. Sister Meow Meow, have you caught a cold? The following day, the radiant sun rose with unwavering punctuality, as if to bestow a glimmer of hope upon those enduring suffering in this world. Yet, with no rescue in sight, the cessation of water and electricity began, and the ominous scent of despair permeated the hearts of many. Countless individuals succumbed to despair, their spirits dimmed, resorting to desperate measures for survival. However, Within the confines of Dragon Court Villa Number 1, a scene of tranquility prevailed. In the master bedroom, Shun Miao Miao's exquisite lashes fluttered, and she gradually opened her dark, captivating eyes. Upon awakening, a wave of discomfort washed over her, and memories of the previous night surged in her mind, reminiscent of a small boat amidst tumultuous waves. Why was it so different from what she had read online? Was it not said that men were generally superior to women? Although it was her first experience, she was certain that her own strength was not the issue. Rather, her husband was extraordinarily formidable, surpassing her understanding completely. Gazing tenderly at the man still in slumber, she blinked her eyes, filled with affection, for a long while. He was indeed her man. Yet, her heart danced between love and fear. Shun Miao Miao's stunning visage flushed a deep crimson, and she swiftly cast aside the tumultuous and embarrassing thoughts that plagued her mind. How could she entertain such notions? After a moment of shyness, although she longed to remain nestled in Li Xiaoluo's embrace, savoring the happiness it brought her, she resolved to rise quietly. Firstly, she wished to prepare breakfast for him, so he would have sustenance upon waking. Secondly, her body, still recovering from its previous exertions, felt weak and unsteady. She dreaded the thought that if Li Xiaoluo awakened and desired her again, she might find herself unable to rise from bed today, subjecting herself to her sister's teasing for an extended period. Facing them would be an embarrassment she wished to avoid. As Shun Miao Miao emerged from the bedroom, fully dressed, she noticed Shun Yinyan and Qin Yumei already seated on the living room sofa, the atmosphere tinged with melancholy. Zhao Xiaolu was dabbing at her tears, while Shun Yinyan consoled her, and the composed Qin Yumei bore reddened eyes as well. What had transpired to evoke such sorrow? A sense of unease tightened within Shun Miao Miao's chest. Yet, her thoughts drifted back to the man in her room, and she felt a wave of reassurance. She believed that Xiaoluo would protect them, for he was indeed formidable. "Oh, sister, you're finally awake. I thought you and brother-in-law would sleep until noon, being newlyweds and all." Just as Shun Miao Miao was lost in thought, Shun Yinyan spotted her and greeted her enthusiastically. Shun Miao Miao shot a glare at Shun Yinyan and approached her with small, measured steps. "Yinyan, what has happened?" Shun Miao Miao inquired, glancing at Qin Yumei and Zhao Xiaolu. "Sister, why is your voice hoarse?" Shun Yinyan did not immediately answer Shun Miao Miao's question. Instead, she seemed to discover something new. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Shun Miao Miao. Shun Miao Miao's delicate features flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, she had felt a slight discomfort in her throat the previous night, but the memory had escaped her. Upon waking in the morning, she remained silent, but as soon as she spoke, she sensed that her voice was somewhat off. However, when her younger sister publicly brought it up, Shun Miao Miao felt a sudden urge to swat her on the behind. Couldn't she just refrain from being so curious? Does my sister have no sense of dignity? My throat. Shun Miao Miao had intended to assert that her voice was not hoarse. Yet, such a declaration felt rather insincere, as she could already detect the peculiar quality of her own voice. If Shun Yinyan, this blunt girl, were to pry further, it would be quite embarrassing. Thus, Shun Miao Miao paused and opted for a different explanation. "My throat is indeed a bit uncomfortable. I suppose the cold weather has left me a tad chilled last night." Shun Yinyan rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. Was her elder sister attempting to deceive a 3-year-old? She had braved the cold in the villa before, and now, after her brother-in-law's arrival had turned the place warm and inviting, she claimed to be cold? Besides, even if one had never seen a pig run, one could surely understand the nature of such matters. Anyone who believed her sister's clumsy excuse must be a fool. At that moment, Zhao Xiaolu, with her eyes reddened, interjected, "Miao Miao sis, have you caught a cold? Is it serious? Do you need any medicine?" Shun Yinyan slapped her forehead, realizing that there were indeed naive little ones present. Clearing her throat gently to ease the awkwardness, Shun Miao Miao replied, "It's not serious at all. There's no need for medication. Just drink plenty of warm water and rest a bit." Meanwhile, Qin Yumei wore a somewhat peculiar expression. She could easily surmise the reason behind Shun Miao Miao's hoarse voice. However, was their owner truly so formidable? Such matters seemed to be merely tales she had overheard during colleagues' boastful exchanges. Due to the nature of their work, the nurses at their hospital often engaged in rather daring conversations, discussing everything from lengths to depths, which sometimes left her, an older woman, unable to listen without discomfort. Yet, despite the nurse's grandiose claims, she had never witnessed anyone genuinely suffering from a hoarse voice. Perhaps, Shun Miao Miao's throat was simply more susceptible to becoming raspy. At that moment, Shun Miao Miao turned to Shun Yinyan and inquired, "By the way, what transpired just now? You haven't mentioned it yet." Upon hearing Shun Miao Miao's words, the previously normal atmosphere grew silent once more. The faces of Qin Yumei and Zhao Xiaolu revealed expressions of sorrow. Shun Yinyan hurriedly recounted the gist of the events. It turned out that last night, a colleague and close friend of Qin Yumei's had succumbed to the cold, while another, unwilling to be humiliated by a group of thugs, had jumped to her death. Although these individuals were not Qin Yume's relatives, their significance in her heart was no less than that of family. Thus, the mature and poised Qin Yume found herself in deep sorrow. As for Zhao Xiaolu, her reasons were quite similar to those of Qin Yume. Her cousin's family had their door violently broken down by a group of intruders, leaving them, her beloved little niece included, in a perilous situation. Upon hearing this news, Shun Miao Miao found herself at a loss for words to comfort them. There are some tragedies that words simply cannot mend. Such occurrences, though often reported online, had never struck so close to home for her, affecting those she held dear. Regardless of who faces such calamities, the sorrow remains profound. Thus, Shun Miao Miao refrained from uttering platitudes, recognizing that only time could truly heal their wounds. She turned to Shun Yinyin and said, "Yinyin, please stay with Sister Mei and the others. I will prepare breakfast. Brother Xiao Luo will be waking up soon." Qin Yume immediately rose, exclaiming, "Madam Miao Miao, allow me to prepare breakfast." Chapter 71. Qin Yume's change of attitude. Qin Yume's address of Madam momentarily stunned Shun Miao Miao and left Shun Yinyin and the others in disbelief. The four women had known each other before the apocalypse, and through their shared struggles in these trying times, their bond had deepened. Previously, Qin Yume, being the eldest, had commanded their respect, and they had called her Sister Yume. As Shun Miao Miao opened her mouth to speak, Qin Yume preemptively explained her newfound perspective. It was the experiences of her colleagues and classmates from the previous night that had forced her to confront their grim reality. The rescue they had hoped for was likely a distant dream. This calamity, the icy disaster, was indeed the true end of the world. When the villa had been besieged by Zhou Junjie and his guards, both the guards and Qin Yume had still harbored hopes for official rescue, yearning for the disaster to conclude swiftly. Although Li Xia Luo ultimately became their savior, Qin Yume had still clung to some semblance of hope. However, when Li Xia Luo established rules and designated Qin Yume and her companions as maids, she did not openly resist, yet she had not fully accepted this role either. As women of a civilized society, none would willingly embrace the status of a maid. Her agreement was based on the belief that once the disaster passed, life would revert to its pre-apocalyptic order, rendering their roles meaningless. Yet, after the events of last night, Qin Yume had come to a sobering realization. Not only was she mature in appearance, but her thoughts had also matured. Understanding their current predicament and gaining insight into Li Xia Luo's character meant she must genuinely accept her role as a maid. Otherwise, their fate could mirror that of Lu Qingqing. In truth, Qin Yume harbored little aversion to becoming Li Xia Luo's maid. After all, he was not the cruel tyrant portrayed online, known for torturing women to death, which was why her classmate had preferred to leap to her death rather than fall into the hands of such brutes. Conversely, Li Xia Luo had provided them with an unimaginable, beautiful existence. Thus, Qin Yume considered herself fortunate. Although she had assumed the identity of a maid, she had not suffered any harm. If her current life were to be shared online, it would undoubtedly incite envy among all. After all, in this day and age, most regions have already begun experiencing water and power shortages. Who else can enjoy the luxury of residing in a spacious villa, clad in short sleeves, indulging in steaming delicacies, and taking warm baths at night? Such a divine existence is something even the billionaires of yesteryear could scarcely attain. Li Xia Luo awoke naturally, only to find that the enchanting beauty beside him had vanished, yet the lingering scent of Shun Miao Miao still pervaded the sheets. He ventured into the living room, where he found Shun Miao Miao seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Li Xia Luo's presence, a delightful blush crept across her exquisite visage. "Xiao Luo, you're awake," Shun Miao Miao exclaimed, laying aside her book and rising nervously from the sofa. Her fair complexion, already akin to the petals of a blooming flower, radiated a rosy hue, enhancing her ethereal beauty. The memories of the previous night flooded Li Xia Luo's mind, and he found himself savoring the recollection. Shun Miao Miao's figure, her skin, everything about her was utterly flawless, especially her generous curves, which left Li Xia Luo utterly captivated. He approached her and enveloped her soft form in a warm embrace, settling onto the sofa. "What about Yin Yin and the others?" he casually inquired while holding Shun Miao Miao close. "They're in the kitchen preparing breakfast," she replied softly, her cheeks still flushed. "Xiao Luo, could you please let me go? They'll be coming out soon." With her skin as smooth and delicate as porcelain, Li Xia Luo found it hard to release her immediately. "First, call me husband and give me a kiss, and then I might consider it," he teased with a grin. Shun Miao Miao was perfection incarnate. Yet her assertiveness paled in comparison to her senior, Zhou Xiaotong. As her mentor, Li Xia Luo felt it was his duty to guide her properly. Aware of his playful torment, Shun Miao Miao reluctantly complied to avoid embarrassment in front of her sister. "Husband," she called sweetly, closing her eyes and leaning in to plant a kiss on Li Xia Luo's lips. In a moment of serendipity, as she aimed for his cheek, Her lips instead met his. What began as a gentle peck transformed into an impassioned French kiss. "Ah, sister, I saw nothing. You two carry on. I'll just heat up breakfast in the kitchen." Just as Li Xiaoluo and Shun Miao Miao were lost in their moment, an unexpected interruption shattered their reverie. Shun Miao Miao sprang from Li Xiaoluo's embrace, though he had already released her. "Shin Yin Yin, come back here," she called out, reclaiming her authoritative demeanor with her sister. "This silly girl can't even come up with a proper excuse. She is going to reheat breakfast that was just made?" Soon, Qin Yu Mei and the others emerged, carrying breakfast to share. "Master, breakfast is ready. Please enjoy it with madam." Qin Yu Mei and Zhao Xiaolu respectfully placed the breakfast on the dining table, then bowed gracefully beside Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo cast a surprised glance at Qin Yu Mei. Her demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation in just one night. Were she donned in a maid's attire, he might have assumed she were a professional maid. Indeed, the preparation of maid uniforms is undoubtedly necessary. However, having Qin Yu Mei serve as a maid is merely a temporary arrangement, as his current household comprises only a select few women closely related to him. In the future, the maids serving him will likely be ordinary women who lack the potential for awakening their abilities. Women like Qin Yu Mei, who possess the potential to awaken powers, will undoubtedly occupy a distinct status. Li Xiaoluo harbors aspirations for the future. He envisions establishing a formidable faction within the territories of his two lordly manors. He plans to recruit ordinary women for logistical tasks while diligently seeking out women endowed with extraordinary talents. Through a system contract, he aims to empower them, transforming them into some of the most formidable individuals in the post-apocalyptic world. He is not overly concerned about the possibility of betrayal once they grow strong, for he believes that true strength lies in quality over quantity. In truth, Li Xiaoluo is somewhat indolent and harbors no grand ambitions of conquering the world. He merely wishes to enjoy life in tranquility. Nevertheless, he understands that in a post-apocalyptic world, lacking strength renders one vulnerable to becoming mere prey for others. Hence, he must exert himself in the early stages to amass sufficient crystals to fortify both himself and his followers, ensuring that his faction is one that none would dare to provoke in the aftermath of catastrophe. Chapter 72. It is time to venture out for zero-cost shopping as time flows. The ice calamity has reached its 7th day. All the streets in the city lie eerily silent, resembling a ghost town. From this day forth, the heavy snowfall outside has finally ceased. However, the relentless snow of recent days has accumulated to a staggering depth of 5 to 6 meters, nearly submerging the second floors of many buildings. Of course, Li Xiaoluo's first manor would not succumb to flooding, for he possesses a high-pressure water gun. He has discovered yet another ingenious application of the high-pressure water gun, which, enhanced by the system, can spray not only cold water but also hot water, even boiling at 100 degrees Celsius. Thus, each night after fresh snow settles upon the manor, Li Xiaoluo employs the high-pressure water gun during the day to melt the accumulated snow in the villa's courtyard and its vicinity. Consequently, while other villas in the Longting area are on the verge of being buried by the snowfall, the snow around Li Xiaoluo's villa remains less than half a meter deep, having little to no impact on his daily activities and excursions. However, this is only true close to his villa. Should he venture further, he would still face several meters of snow. In reality, only Li Xiaoluo is aware that this apocalyptic disaster is fundamentally equitable for all. The first phase of the ice calamity, while characterized by heavy snow, will not entirely submerge houses that exceed 2 stories in height. With a few exceptions, it is evident that during this calamitous winter disaster, those residing in rural areas are undoubtedly more fortunate than their urban counterparts. However, when the subsequent phase of flooding strikes, the low-lying houses in the countryside will likely be inundated. At that moment, urban dwellers, particularly those in elevated apartments, will find themselves in a state of gratitude. Certainly, not all low-lying residences will succumb to the deluge. There exist exceptions, such as those built on elevated terrain or mountains. For instance, the villas in the Longting Villa district, while primarily no taller than 3 or 4 stories, are said to have been spared from calamity. In her previous life, Li Xiaoluo arrived at Longting Villa after the second phase of flooding had already occurred. It was Zhou Junjia who informed her that their family survived the second phase of flooding due to the naturally elevated terrain of Longting, particularly because their residence, Villa No. 2, was situated at the highest point, thus allowing them to narrowly escape drowning. Reportedly, among the 188 villas in the Longting complex, only villas No. 1 to 10 at the summit remained unscathed by the floodwaters. After breakfast, Shun Miao Miao went to the gym. These days, she had little to do except to tend to Li Xiaoluo in the evenings, and she was determined not to gain weight. Although Xiaoluo had expressed a preference for women with fuller figures and remarked that her physique was just right, Shin Miao Miao was not one to become complacent. Additionally, she wished to enhance her stamina. Otherwise, she would be perpetually raising the white flag, which was rather humiliating. Meanwhile, Qin Yueme and Zhao Xiaolu diligently cleared the dining table and tidied the house. Although Li Xiaoluo felt quite satisfied with her and Zhao Xiaolu's efforts, he secretly contemplated the idea of hiring additional maids, particularly a skilled female chef, as he found their culinary abilities did not match the exquisite ingredients he provided. In recent days, Li Xiaoluo had been indulging in gourmet meals he had procured before the apocalypse. On the other hand, if he remained at the Lord's residence, Zhou Xiaodong would be alone, likely feeling quite bored. Thus, if the opportunity arose, Li Xiaoluo would not hesitate to take in a few more women, as he intended to establish a power base in due course and would certainly require some ordinary women to assist with various tasks. With these thoughts in mind, Li Xiaoluo outlined 3 essential tasks he needed to undertake at this stage. The first was unequivocally to seek vengeance, those who had wronged him in his previous life. Though Zhou Junjie had perished, still had others who remained alive. He had allowed them to experience a taste of the apocalypse, and it was now time to send them to their demise and despair. The second task involved finding a few talented female chefs. He regarded this as a matter of great importance, as he had suffered from hunger in his previous life, and upon his rebirth, he vowed never to squander the pleasures of fine cuisine in this life. Furthermore, as a distinguished lord, it was only fitting to have several exceptional chefs by his side to uphold his esteemed status. Currently, the 2 most convenient locations for Li Xiaoluo to find individuals are within the Dragon Court Villa area and within the building of the Lord's Mansion number 36. Particularly, the Lord's Mansion number 36 stands out as the most accessible since it requires no venture outside. While Li Xiaoluo has no interest in managing other locations, he intends to thoroughly cleanse the survivors residing in that building over the coming days. This serves a dual purpose: to avenge past grievances and to ensure that no one will disturb him in the future. Thus, the tasks of revenge and recruitment can indeed be executed concurrently. However, there is no rush for these endeavors, as Li Xiaoluo must first attend to a third matter. This third task involves venturing outside to replenish his 20,000 cubic space with supplies and to acquire some firearms and ammunition. Equipped with such weaponry, Li Xiaoluo will be well prepared to confront any adversaries or to actively clear out the survivors from his territory, ensuring absolute security. Although he had previously stockpiled some crossbows and arrows before the apocalypse, these cold weapons are adequate for defending the Lord's Mansion. Yet, when it comes to taking lives, firearms prove to be far more effective and intimidating. The reason Li Xiaoluo had refrained from venturing out in the preceding days was twofold. Firstly, at the onset of the ice calamity, the authorities were fully engaged in disaster relief, with officials scattered throughout the area. Secondly, during the initial phase of the calamity, the power systems remained functional and surveillance was omnipresent. At that time, the authorities were likely most vigilant, desperately seeking the cause of the disaster. Should he venture out to gather substantial resources and inadvertently draw attention due to significant disturbances, it could lead to his capture by the authorities, which would be quite inconvenient. Although the likelihood of such a scenario is slim, prudence is always advisable. Li Xiaoluo is aware that the first phase of the ice calamity will persist for a considerable duration, and he has already amassed a substantial stockpile of resources. Hence, there is no necessity to take risks while the official machinery is still operational. Now, however, with nearly all surveillance systems rendered inoperative and all functional departments completely halted, the city resembles a ghost town. Most of the troublesome individuals have perished, and no one remains to monitor any unusual occurrences. Li Xiaoluo can now freely engage in his resource acquisition. Suddenly, Li Xiaoluo's phone chimed again. It was a notification from the Dragon Court Villa Owners Group, which he had joined a few days prior. Zhang Jiming from Villa number 8 commented, "Li Xiaoluo from Villa number 1, my dear brother. Our villas are on the verge of being buried by the heavy snow. Yet, I observed through my telescope that there is hardly any snow in front of your villa and in your courtyard. How have you managed this? If you possess any effective methods, would you be so kind as to share them with us?" Wang Chang from Villa number 14 responded, "Is that truly the case? Li Xiaoluo, my young friend, quickly share your method with us. Rest assured, we will not treat you unfairly." Old Zhao from Villa number 10, "Damn it. I was genuinely worried last night that this heavy snow would continue and bury my villa. I couldn't dare to sleep a wink. Fortunately, the snowfall has finally ceased today. However, just to be on the safe side, we must find a way to clear the accumulated snow around our villa. So, Li Xiaoluo, your name seems a bit unfamiliar. Are you not from our circle? Nevertheless, do share your snow-melting method with us." Li Xiaoluo had only been added to this group a few days prior, and it was a small gathering primarily comprising prominent figures from before the apocalypse, making it generally quiet. Little did he expect that the first lively discussion in this group would be sparked by himself. The members of this homeowners group, perhaps accustomed to their lofty status before the end of the world, still spoke with an air of superiority. A bunch of fools. Or perhaps they believed that with the snow ceasing, the apocalypse was coming to a close, and they felt empowered once again. Li Xiaoluo had little desire to engage with those self-important individuals in the group. Many of them had likely been influential in various fields before the apocalypse. And even in these early days of the end times, they might be faring better than the average person. However, their favorable circumstances would not last long. Their future might become even harsher than that of ordinary survivors. After all, while they had wealth and power before the end, stripped of those privileges, their survival skills and combat abilities might not even rival those of the security guards they once looked down upon. Li Xiaoluo remembered that in his past life, this Dragon Court Villa area had been ruled for a time by a group of security guards, reducing the wealthy and powerful residents to a state worse than that of dogs. In this life, having been reborn, Li Xiaoluo's wings were stirring fiercely, and Zhou Junjie had brought a group of security guards to their demise right at the onset of the apocalypse, suggesting that the Dragon Court Villa would not be governed by security guards again. However, it would inevitably fall under some form of rule. Despite his reluctance to engage with the delusional wealthy, Li Xiaoluo still sent a message in the group. I am currently seeking a chef. Requirements: female. Preferably a top-level chef with expertise in both Chinese and Western cuisines. Young and beautiful candidates will be prioritized. If your culinary skills are exceptional, we can relax the requirements. Interested parties, please contact me privately. Upon sending this message, the homeowners group at Dragon Court Villa fell into silence for quite some time. Everyone was astounded by Li Xiaoluo's audacity. What the hell, in such times, is someone still recruiting chefs? These former powerhouses, despite their current lofty demeanor, knew all too well the reality of their situation. Initially, many still had some food stockpiled in their villas, laughing at the chaos outside during the first couple of days after the ice disaster struck. After all, they had long achieved financial freedom, and it mattered little if they never worked again. They are not like those lowly laborers. As long as their bodies have not succumbed, even in the midst of a typhoon, they will brave the storm to report to work, provided the authorities have not declared a lockdown. After all, how else can they repay their mortgages? How can they afford their children's tuition? They might not even have enough to buy steamed buns next month. However, as heavy snow completely seals off the city, day by day, the affluent residents of Longting Villa begin to feel a sense of dread. Their lives also become increasingly arduous. Despite their wealth, with some possessing countless antique treasures and others amassing famous artworks or exquisite beauties, how many of these tycoons have stockpiled food? Many of them rely on ingredients flown in daily from abroad to ensure freshness. Thus, while a few wealthy owners in the chat group may appear to be enjoying lighthearted banter, most of the residents of Longting Villa are nearing the end of their provisions. To survive, some affluent individuals resort to brewing their prized teas for sustenance, while others depend on their collection of rare wines. There are even those who have taken to consuming their leather sofas. Initially, it was assumed that everyone's circumstances would be similar. For even if you possessed billions before the apocalypse, in such dire times, wealth could not procure food. Yet unexpectedly, an anomaly emerged among them. A small advertisement by Li Xiaoluo seeking a chef not only shocked the lurking homeowners, but also left the few active participants in the group utterly astounded. The individuals who had previously been lively in the Longting Villa homeowners group were not only wealthy before the apocalypse, but had also stocked up significantly on food. With a bit of frugality, they could easily sustain themselves for a month or two. However, despite their ample provisions, none could afford the luxury of hiring a chef to support an additional person. Could it be that Li Xiaoluo is truly that affluent? They were skeptical. Zhang Jiming from Villa 8 remarked, Li Xiaoluo, did you not see my message above? Old Zhao from Villa 10 added, indeed, Li Xiaoluo, what is your problem? Are you blind? Li Xiaoluo retorted, I am not blind. I merely noticed a few barking dogs in the group. Why should I concern myself with you? Will you be buried by the snow? I am not your keeper, nor do I bear any responsibility for your fate. Zhang Jiming, a billionaire and the owner of a publicly listed company residing in Villa 8, had initially dismissed Li Xiaoluo. He knew the names of the few formidable figures in the city, but Li Xiaoluo was not one of them. Nevertheless, hearing such harsh words from Li Xiaoluo made Zhang Jiming cautious. Perhaps this Li Xiaoluo was a formidable character after all. Thus, he replied, Li Xiaoluo, Mr. Li, may I inquire which family you hail from? We are all prominent individuals here, so there is no need for such harshness in our discourse, is there? Especially in these times when the calamity has yet to subside, I urge everyone to extend a helping hand to one another. Once the disaster passes, the bonds we forge will be as strong as life itself, and our paths will undoubtedly widen with each step we take. Zhao from Villa 10, Zhang Jiming from Villa 8, Old Zhang. I cannot fathom where this insolent fool has suddenly emerged from, already insulting us as if we were dogs. Can you still tolerate this? Even if he is a formidable figure on my territory, I shall reduce him to nothing but a mere insect. Zhao from Villa 10 continued, Li Xiaoluo, you possess audacity. I have mingled in this world for many years, and since my rise, it has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. I hope that when you see me later, you will still be so brazen. Li Xiaoluo. What? Are you suggesting you wish to pay me a visit? Zhao from Villa 10. How novel. We need not wait for the disaster to conclude. Our villas are not far apart, and I shall come over to have a proper discussion with you. Li Xiaoluo, impressive. How about I give you half an hour? If you do not come, you will be my grandson. No, allowing you this cur. To be my grandson would be an insult to myself. Come if you wish, the choice is yours. Zhao from Villa 10. You scoundrel, just half an hour. You better be ready. Zhang Jiming from Villa 8. Old Zhao, Li Xiaoluo. Gentlemen, this entire situation has arisen because of me. I merely wish to inquire how Mr. Li Xiaoluo managed to clear the snow from the villa. There is truly no need for this escalation, is there? I implore you both to consider my request, and let us put this matter to rest. However, neither Zhao from Villa 10 nor Li Xiaoluo responded to Zhang Jiming. Li Xiaoluo had initially planned to step outside the villa to see if he could find some activity, but now, with someone else testing the waters for him, he was quite pleased. As for anyone seeking trouble, that would be an invitation to disaster. Li Xiaoluo welcomes it. Furthermore, Li Xiaoluo had begun to contemplate the neighboring villas. In this icy, desolate world, the notion of distant relatives being inferior to close neighbors holds no weight. In desperation, survivors are most likely to consider seizing resources from their nearest neighbors. Thus, if one desires peace and wishes not to be constantly regarded with suspicion, the best course of action is to settle matters once and for all. Moreover, the villas numbered from 2 to 10 in proximity to Li Xiaoluo may very well remain unscathed by future floods. They could serve as temporary storage or even housing for any future recruits, making them quite appealing choices. Chapter 74. The Snowmobile. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaoluo, the brash and arrogant Zhao from the Dragon Court Villa Owners Group harbored ulterior motives for his impulsive behavior. Zhao, whose true name is Zhao Dizhus, was once a figure of the underworld, having committed numerous heinous acts. After much effort, he managed to clean his slate, yet he lived in constant fear of retribution. Thus, prior to the apocalypse, Zhao Dizhus' wealth rivaled that of the prominent tycoons in the city, with a web of connections even more intricate. Nevertheless, he maintained a low profile, strictly forbidding anyone in his vicinity from engaging in any reckless behavior. Fearing to attract attention and have his secrets exposed, Zhao Dizhu remained cautious. The online community before the apocalypse was indeed formidable, as many wrongful convictions were rectified under the pressure of public opinion. Some corrupt officials faced exposure due to the ostentation of their descendants, even years after retirement. This is why Zhao Dizhu chose to lead a humble life, filled with apprehension. However, after the arrival of the icy calamity, particularly witnessing the moral decline of many online, engaging in nefarious activities without consequence, Zhao Dizhu found himself unafraid, even somewhat pleased. For many, even if they appeared reformed, their hearts remained tainted. He relished the freedom to live unrestrained, given the current circumstances. With no rescue in sight and the icy disaster showing no signs of abating, Zhao Dizhu's ambitions began to stir. Before the apocalypse, he had been terrified of death, employing numerous bodyguards for his protection. He had secretly acquired a few handguns for emergencies. Now, in this new world, he found himself well equipped with both men and weapons. His only drawback was the large number of subordinates, which threatened to deplete his food supplies. Without sustenance, even his arsenal might not be enough to control his followers. Zhao Dizhu desired not only survival, but also a prosperous life amidst the chaos, with aspirations of dominance. Thus, he resolved to first seize control of the entire Longting Villa community, assessing the potential for expansion later. Even if he could not venture outside immediately, the resources within the community would suffice for him and his subordinates for some time. Zhao Dizhu had a plan. He would retain any willing young men as expendable assets or subservients, while those who resisted or were too old would be frozen for future needs, should food supplies dwindle. As for the captured women, they would serve as tools to ensure the loyalty of his subordinates. Having once navigated the underworld, he understood the importance of having a loyal cadre and knew how to inspire their devotion. Zhao Dizhu's deliberate arrogance in the homeowners group and the conflict with Li Xiaoluo were strategic moves, marking the first step in his conquest of the Longting Villa community. With the frigid weather and thick snow outside, his subordinates were hesitant to venture forth, though their operations would remain within the confines of the villa community. The extreme cold was no trivial matter. Exposure could lead to frostbite. The deep snow rendered movement arduous, sapping their strength with each step, and they risked perishing from exhaustion before even reaping any rewards. Zhao Dizhus understood that his plan to seize control of the entire Longting Villa district could not be rushed. It required a gradual approach. He needed to first alleviate the fears of his subordinates, allowing them to savor the rewards of their efforts. With this strategy, there would be no need for him to continuously paint grandiose visions. They would willingly venture forth to exert themselves. Thus, Li Xiaoluo became Zhao Dizhus's primary target. Not only did Li Xiaoluo possess methods to clear the snow surrounding the villa, but he was also seeking to recruit a master chef. Clearly, this was a signal to others, proclaiming, "I have an abundance of food. Come and seize it." Zhao Dizhus felt compelled to facilitate Li Xiaoluo's endeavors. If he could successfully raid Li Xiaoluo's residence for provisions and women, his ambitions of regional dominance would be set in motion. Unfortunately, Zhao Dizhus could not foresee that others had already conceived intentions to target Li Xiaoluo before him. However, the fate of Zhou Junjie and his associates would be rather grim. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoluo retrieved a down jacket, purchased before the apocalypse, from his system space, one designed to withstand extreme cold. This jacket was reportedly crafted from aerospace materials, making it lightweight yet warm. Fully equipped, he stepped into the villa's courtyard, immediately sensing a chilling gust. After all, the temperature difference between the interior and exterior of the villa was a staggering 80 to 90 degrees. However, after a moment of adjustment, Li Xiaoluo found the cold quite bearable, thanks to his top-notch cold weather gear, including a mask and gloves, many of which had been urgently procured from abroad. As such items were unavailable in the pre-apocalyptic domestic market, Li Xiaoluo first ventured into the villa's garage, where he had parked several sizable vehicles acquired prior to the end of the world, 2 assault boats, 2 snow vehicles, and 5 snowmobiles. Previously, due to the limited capacity of his system space, which was only 2,000 cubic meters, he had been unable to store these large items. Now, however, with ample space, he could easily accommodate them, though he chose not to store all of them, as his system space would eventually need to hold more valuable supplies. Instead, Li Xiaoluo only retrieved 1 snow vehicle and 1 snowmobile for backup. Returning to the villa's courtyard, he extracted the snow vehicle from the system space. This snow vehicle, akin to a car, featured tracks similar to those of a tank, enabling it to traverse snowy terrain. These snow vehicles had been purchased through the Zhanduan group prior to the apocalypse, and their windows had been reinforced to achieve bulletproof standards. After filling the snow vehicle with fuel, Li Xiaoluo opened the villa's main gate and took the vehicle for a brief spin. After 10 minutes, he returned to the villa, closed the door, having merely practiced his driving skills. In a post-apocalyptic world, traffic rules were no longer a concern. One could drive freely in the snow. And as an experienced driver, Li Xiaoluo quickly mastered the operation of the snow vehicle. The commotion surrounding Li Xiaoluo had long captured the attention of the ladies within the villa. Upon his return, Shun Miao Miao was the first to approach him, enveloping him in a tight embrace, seemingly indifferent to the chill emanating from his body. "Xiaoluo, will you be going out soon?" she asked, her eyes filled with concern and anxiety. Chapter 75. Don't dawdle. We are waiting for you to lead us to our demise. Although Li Xiaoluo had permitted Shun Miao Miao to call him husband, her shyness prevented her from doing so openly. After agreeing to a series of unequal terms, he consented to the private title while maintaining their original terms in public. It was not only Shun Miao Miao who regarded Li Xiaoluo with a worried expression. Even Qin Yu Mei and the others watched him closely, awaiting his response. Shun Miao Miao's increased friendliness revealed her genuine acceptance of Li Xiaoluo, as she feared for his safety should he venture outside. Despite their status as maids, Qin Yu Mei and the others felt secure under Li Xiaoluo's care, having experienced a life far more fortunate than what the outside survivors could ever imagine. Their continued camaraderie with him signified a lack of resistance, and they found solace in his presence. Had it been another man, even if he treated them with kindness akin to their pre-apocalyptic lives, it likely would not have instilled the same sense of security. Thus, the prospect of Li Xiaoluo stepping outside genuinely concerned them. Pushing Shun Miao Miao gently away, Li Xiaoluo noted her attire, a short-sleeved shirt, contrasting sharply with his own winter coat, still dusted with snow from the frigid environment outside. "Do not worry," he reassured her. "The situation outside is still manageable, but I must gather more supplies in the coming days. Soon, acquiring resources will become increasingly difficult." Li Xiaoluo was acutely aware of the impending disasters that would soon strike, threatening to inundate all available resources. Therefore, he felt compelled to collect as much as he could, ensuring his storage was replenished. Additionally, the persistent visits from troublesome individuals in the villa area made it untenable for him to remain confined within the Lord's estate. With confidence in his abilities, he recognized the necessity of proactive engagement, an opportunity for practical experience. Shun Miao Miao and the others were visibly moved by his words, understanding that while he possessed a space to store supplies, those resources were not conjured from thin air. It was evident that he risked his life to procure them. Yet, they felt powerless to assist him. "Xiaoluo, is there anything we can do to help? We want to support you," Shun Miao Miao implored, her expression filled with hope. Li Xiaoluo contemplated for a moment. Taking them along was out of the question, as it would only serve as a burden. However, he recognized that there were certain tasks he could indeed cultivate them to undertake. Li Xiaoluo gently patted Shun Miao Miao's head and smiled. Are you brave enough to confront those who dare to invade our villa and possibly eliminate them? Shin Miao Miao replied earnestly. Those who come to invade our villa are all villains. I am indeed brave enough. Li Xiaoluo shook his head. Not everyone who seeks trouble with us is necessarily a bad person. Some may be coerced or feigning helplessness. After a moment of silence, Shin Miao Miao resolutely stated, Brother Xiaoluo, I will heed your words. Li Xiaoluo chuckled. Indeed, Shin Miao Miao was destined to become the future Ice Queen. Although she usually possessed a gentle temperament, she never shied away from challenges. Once she set her mind to something, she would pursue it with diligence and offer her sincere devotion to those she cared for, sometimes even disregarding right and wrong. Shin Yanyan, standing nearby, immediately raised her hand, declaring, Brother-in-law, I will also listen to you from now on. Li Xiaoluo, pleased, pinched Shin Yanyan's delicate cheek, causing her to blush. At that moment, he paid little mind to such details and addressed Shin Miao Miao and the others. Soon, some ruffians will come looking for trouble at our villa. It will be your responsibility to handle them. You saw how I operated the high-pressure water gun yesterday, right? Miao Miao. You and the others should use the high-pressure water gun to spray them from upstairs. Upon hearing that more villains were approaching, Shin Miao Miao and her companions did not panic in the slightest. In fact, Shin Yan even murmured, how pitiful. Another group of bad guys is coming to their demise. Shin Miao Miao agreed with her sister's sentiment. While those ruffians were indeed wicked, they were also rather unfortunate. With so many residences in the Longting Villa community, why did they choose to provoke them? They were all aware that the villa had undergone significant renovations at Li Xiaoluo's expense, rendering it exceedingly secure. Ordinary ruffians could not breach its defenses. Moreover, after witnessing Li Xiaoluo's previous demonstration, they realized that the villa was equipped with such formidable weapons as high-pressure water guns. With their defenses impenetrable and their weapons nearly divine in efficacy, they felt invincible. Thus, Shin Miao Miao and her companions were no longer afraid of the ruffians outside. They welcomed them as harbingers of their own demise. Soaked to the bone, they would freeze into popsicles, a truly tragic end. Following Li Xiaoluo's instructions, they ascended to the second floor to prepare the high-pressure water guns, ready to await his command. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoluo remained in the hall on the first floor. Engrossed in his phone, while monitoring the situation in the Longting community through the enhanced surveillance system. The system had been upgraded to significantly widen its coverage, allowing him to observe the majority of the nearby villas. Knowing that the troublemakers hailed from Villa Number 10, he focused his attention there, prepared to spot them the moment they exited. Sure enough, within moments, the door of Villa Number 10 swung open, and a group of men, thoroughly bundled up, gradually emerged. However, as soon as those individuals stepped outside the villa, several of them swiftly retreated back inside. The weather was no trifling matter. Even the slightest exposure of skin or any inadequately covered area could lead to frostbite. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of Villa Number 10 were not easily deterred. Those who returned likely rearmed themselves before emerging once more. Yet, as they took their first steps, they were immediately confronted with an insurmountable challenge. The snow outside was a staggering 5 to 6 meters deep. Although the lowest layer had frozen solid, stepping onto it still caused one to sink over a meter, nearly to their waist. Thus, navigating the snow, even unarmed, proved exceedingly arduous. Progress was nearly impossible. How could they possibly move forward? Consequently, the individuals who had emerged from Villa Number 10 were compelled to retreat back indoors. Li Xiaoluo observed with growing anxiety for them. Stop dawdling. We are waiting for you to deliver yourselves to your doom. For Li Xiaoluo had plans to venture outside as well, and he could not afford to wait indefinitely. However, their experiment revealed to Li Xiaoluo the harsh reality. Without snowmobiles, it would be exceedingly difficult for survivors to venture outside. Chapter 76. Chairman Zhou. It would be quite easy to take your son Zhou Junjie away. Ding. Just as Li Xiaoluo was watching the situation at Villa Number 10, he received a friend request on WeChat. Initially disinclined to respond, he changed his mind upon reading the note accompanying the request and promptly accepted it. Qianlong in the Abyss. Mr. Li Xiaoluo, greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Du Yulong, and I reside in Villa Number 3, so we are indeed neighbors. Li Xiaoluo, spare me the pleasantries. You claim to know a significant secret regarding Zhao Dizhu's of Villa Number 10? A secret that could threaten my safety? You may speak now. Du Yulong. Mr. Li Xiaoluo, quoting something you mentioned in the owner group, we are not related. Why should I divulge this secret to you for free? If you don't want to share, then so be it. Li Xiaoluo could hardly be bothered to engage further. Did he think to lead him by the nose? If Li Xiaoluo were merely an ordinary owner, he might indeed be susceptible to Du Yulong's manipulations. After all, the art of war emphasizes the importance of knowing oneself and one's enemy to achieve victory in every battle. Understanding the opponent's hand is undeniably crucial. But was Li Xiaoluo an ordinary person? Thus, while he harbored a modicum of curiosity about Zhao Dizhu's leverage in Villa Number 10, it was merely a flicker. Not knowing would have no bearing on Li Xiaoluo whatsoever. His plan was to wait until the inhabitants of Villa Number 10 attacked, at which point Shin Miao Miao and the others would first use high-pressure water guns from upstairs to repel them, and then he would take the snowmobile out for some practice. Li Xiaoluo had long contemplated potential dangers. Even if the occupants of Villa Number 10 were armed, perhaps even with firearms, they posed little threat to him. For his snowmobile had been modified to be bulletproof, and Li Xiaoluo would strive to engage with long-range weaponry. The hand crossbow he purchased has yet to be put to use. Suddenly, a notification chimed as another individual added Li Xiaoluo as a friend. Upon examining the note, Li Xiaoluo accepted the request without hesitation. In the Longting Number 2 villa, Zhou Jiangwo introduced himself. I am Zhou Jiangwo, the chairman of the Zhou Group and the father of Zhou Junjie. Li Xiaoluo, I presume you have detained my son? Regardless of any grievances between you, I have but one demand. Do not harm my son, or you will face my wrath. Li Xiaoluo had encountered Zhou Jiangwo before. However, in this lifetime, he had not, as their previous meeting occurred in another existence. In that past life, Zhou Jiangwo had perished before Li Xiaoluo, and thus their enmity was not deeply rooted. Yet, due to his son Zhou Junjie, their fates were intertwined as adversaries from the very outset of this life. Nonetheless, Li Xiaoluo regarded Zhou Jiangwo with indifference. Prior to the apocalypse, Zhou Jiangwo was indeed a formidable figure, wielding considerable influence across both the legitimate and shadowy realms. However, in the present, all that remained were a few loyal bodyguards, rendering him far less intimidating. Chairman Zhou, Li Xiaoluo remarked, your son has been missing for several days, and only now do you express concern? Is this not rather belated? Zhou Jiangwo replied, I lacked your contact information until just now, having added you via the owner's group. Moreover, with the heavy snowfall, even if I wished to retrieve him, it would be impossible. Li Xiaoluo chuckled coldly. Such arrogance was typical among these elites. The implication of his words suggested that had it not been for the snow, he would have already come to take Zhou Junjie. In Zhou Jiangwo's eyes, Li Xiaoluo's thoughts likely held little significance. Li Xiaoluo offered a peculiar smile. Chairman Zhou, if you truly wish to take Zhou Junjie, it may indeed be somewhat straightforward. Zhou Jiangwo retorted. What do you mean, Li Xiaoluo? Are you certain you do not wish to comply? Do you not believe that I could make your life quite unbearable without lifting a finger? Li Xiaoluo responded, I do not believe it. Zhou Jiangwo continued. My son conducted an investigation on you prior to the calamity. I possess a list of supplies documenting the substantial quantities of food and materials you hoarded before the disaster struck. If I were to share this information, along with the list, in the owner's group, how many individuals, aside from Zhao Dizhu's of Villa Number 10, do you think would seek to trouble you? Can you withstand such adversity? Li Xiaoluo countered. So, you are threatening me? Indeed, Zhou Jiangwo affirmed. But as long as you ensure my son's safety, I shall feign ignorance regarding your affairs. Li Xiaoluo rose and stepped outside the villa to capture several photographs, then sent a smiley face to Zhou Jiangwo via WeChat, saying, Chairman Zhou, you are of an age where you should not let your temper flare so. What I intended to convey is that retrieving your son Zhou Junjie is, in fact, quite easy, extremely easy. Li Xiaoluo, what do you mean? Zhou Jiangwo inquired. Li Xiaoluo sent the photographs, revealing Zhou Junjie and the security personnel frozen like popsicles. He stated, Chairman Zhou, do you see? Your son is waiting outside my villa for you to take him home. Thus, I reiterate, it is indeed very simple for you to bring him back. A profound silence fell upon Zhou Jiangwo's side for an extended moment. Then a message arrived. Li Xiaoluo. We will fight to the death. Li Xiaoluo replied, fool, and promptly added him to her blacklist. Setting aside the grudges of the past, in this lifetime, his son had delivered himself to seek his own demise. Did he expect to care for him in comfort? Zhou Jiangwo might as well be called Zhou God. Did he think everyone owed him respect and would heed his commands? This is no longer the world before the apocalypse. The identity and status Zhou Jiangwo held prior to the end of days now count for naught. Moreover, even if Zhou Jiangwo did not seek out Li Xiaoluo, she would undoubtedly find an opportunity to pay him a visit. Anyone who has toiled in the fields knows that to uproot a weed, one must eliminate it at the root. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. After eliminating Zhou Junjie, Li Xiaoluo would certainly not spare his family either. However, until she possesses absolute certainty, Li Xiaoluo would not strike first. Those prominent figures each have their own bodyguards or defensive measures within their villas. Though Li Xiaoluo's physical prowess is formidable, in a siege, the attacking party is always at a disadvantage. Thus, for those who harbor ill intentions, she provokes them relentlessly. Even if it doesn't bring about their demise, they will undoubtedly come knocking at her door. Once they enter her domain, she will have the upper hand to deal with them at her leisure. Furthermore, her strategy was proving effective upon learning that his son had been frozen solid. And after enduring a severe humiliation from Li Xiaoluo, Zhou Jiangwo had lost his composure. Zhou Jiangwo sent a message to Zhao Dizhu's of Villa Number 10, Old Zhao. Weren't you going to deal with that, Li Xiaoluo? Why have your men retreated? Standing on the third floor of his villa, he had a clear view of Villa No. 10 and its surroundings. Although he was more eager than Zhao Di's to see Li Xiaoluo torn to shreds. He had held a high position for so long that he would not take unnecessary risks unless absolutely compelled. It was wiser to employ another's blade to do the killing. And Zhao Di's was indeed a fine blade. However, these were all cunning old foxes. Zhou Zhengwo's direct inquiry had already led Zhao Di's to surmise the situation. Chapter 77. Is there such a telepathic connection in seeking death? Aware that Zhou Zhengwo was troubled, Zhao Di's did not expose him but made a grimace, saying, Chairman Zhou, it's not that I don't want to eliminate Li Xiaoluo. The truth is, my subordinates have ventured out to test the conditions. And the snow outside is nearly up to their chests. Every step is a struggle. It is utterly impossible to reach Li Xiaoluo's Villa No. 1 in half an hour. Zhou Zhengwo retorted, Old Zhao, you've already voiced your intentions in the owner's group. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for backing down now? Zhao Di's replied, It matters not. The apocalypse has arrived, and let those who wish to laugh do so. Regardless, half an hour is far too short to reach Li Xiaoluo. Even if we somehow manage to get there, my men might lose half their lives in the process. How then could we proceed with the attack? So, let the embarrassment come. I shall take my time to devise another plan. Zhou Zhengwo fell silent for a moment. Then Zhou Zhengwo continued, Old Zhao, there are indeed ways to tackle this. After all, your villa is not far from Li Xiaoluo's. You could instruct your subordinates to each take a shovel and compact the snow, allowing you all to walk over normally. Furthermore, if your men are exhausted, they can rest outside my villa. I can arrange for some food and hot water to help them swiftly regain their strength. Zhao Di's chuckled, Haha, Chairman Zhou, your intentions are quite transparent. So, you two have a grudge against Li Xiaoluo, and you want me to charge into battle for you? Zhou Zhengwo was well prepared. He could never reveal to Zhao Di's that his son had been killed by Li Xiaoluo. If Zhao Di's discovered his anxiety, he might exploit it without hesitation. Zhou Zhengwo sent the list of supplies he held to Zhao Di's without further elaboration. Zhao Di's immediately inquired, Chairman Zhou, what do you want me to do with this list? Which warehouse does this pertain to? It's of no use. We can't even leave the villa. Zhou Zhengwo replied, Old Zhao, do you know why Li Xiaoluo is still hiring chefs at this time? It is because he has stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies. The items on this list are what Li Xiaoluo procured in the 7 days leading up to the apocalypse. While I am unaware of why he acquired such a vast quantity or how much he has hidden in Villa 1, I believe it must be substantial. Enough provisions for 100 people to last an entire year. This is why I wish to collaborate with you to seize Li Xiaoluo's villa. We can split the food and supplies evenly. What do you think? Upon hearing that the supplies on the list were likely stored in Li Xiaoluo's villa, Zhao Di's eyes glinted with greed. This Li Xiaoluo truly was a tremendous fortune. If he could acquire those supplies, it would sustain him comfortably during this apocalypse for quite some time. Even if he were to recruit more men, it would be more than sufficient. As for splitting with Zhou Zhengwo, that would depend on whether Zhou Zhengwo would live to enjoy it. In Zhao Di's scheme, once he eliminated Li Xiaoluo, he would immediately turn against Zhou Zhengwo. Then they would be captured and forced to toil away at shoveling snow to clear a path. This would allow his underlings to follow behind and continue seizing the remaining villas until the entire Longting Villa area belonged to him. He would be the king of the villa district. However, Zhao Di's would certainly not disclose his true intentions to Zhou Zhengwo. Thus, collaboration was essential. Zhao Di's stated, Chairman Zhou, while your revelation indeed astonished me, I was already planning to deal with Li Xiaoluo. So even without your information, once I arrive at Li Xiaoluo's villa, I would naturally discover the supplies and food he has hoarded. Therefore, to simply provide a piece of information and demand half of the spoils seems rather unreasonable. Doesn't he it? Zhou Zhengwo replied, Old Zhao, we are both intelligent individuals. I shall refrain from detailing the assistance I can offer. Just consider, if I were to announce in the owner's group that Li Xiaoluo possesses such a vast amount of supplies, what do you think would happen? Zhao Di's calmly remarked, Haha, Chairman Zhou is right. We are all intelligent individuals. Let everyone be aware of this matter. Where else can we find such substantial benefits to share? Moreover, we have been old friends for quite some time, and I have no objections to dividing the resources. However, my subordinates need to carve a snowy path to Li Xiaoluo's villa, which is somewhat cumbersome and slow. Therefore, Chairman Zhou, why not dispatch some of your people to assist in establishing a route from your villa to Li Xiaoluo's? Once my men have cleared the path to your villa, the rest will be a mere formality. At that juncture, you could provide my team with some sustenance to recover their stamina, and they can directly confront Li Xiaoluo. Zhou Zhengwo replied, No problem, Old Zhao. We shall proceed as you suggested. However, I must caution you to prepare thoroughly. Besides the supplies listed in the inventory I provided, Li Xiaoluo may have procured additional weaponry. Since he dares to flaunt his wealth in the group, he might possess some leverage. Zhao Di's chuckled lightly, exuding confidence. Chairman Zhou, Your decision to partner with me must stem from your recognition of my capabilities, correct? You are aware of my past experiences in society. While they may be viewed as blemishes before the apocalypse, in this chaotic world, they signify my strength. Therefore, you may rest assured that as long as we reach Li Xiaoluo's villa, he will be easily subdued. In Zhao Dizhu's mind, even if Li Xiaoluo had prepared some weaponry in advance, acquiring firearms would be improbable. Thus, armed with guns, he regarded Li Xiaoluo with utter disdain. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoluo observed that after the people from Villa number 10 emerged only to retreat, there was a subsequent silence. He initially speculated that Zhao Dizhu had lost his nerve and dared not approach. However, after a while, he was taken aback to see more individuals from Villa no. 10 emerging once again, wielding shovels to compact the snow and clear a path. Moreover, through surveillance, Li Xiaoluo noticed that several individuals had also emerged from Zhou Junjie's villa, armed with shovels to compact the snow as well. Oh, how synchronously they seemed to march towards their demise. He mused. Yet, upon contemplation, since Zhou Jiangwo and Zhao Dizhu had resided in this villa community for quite some time, they might share a cordial relationship, potentially conspiring against him in secret. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoluo commended both families for their approach. It was indeed wise to unite. How else could they muster the audacity to march toward their own doom? This also spared Li Xiaoluo the trouble of dealing with them individually. Truth be told, Li Xiaoluo had grown increasingly impatient while waiting. He was on the verge of visiting the warehouse he had rented before the apocalypse, for it housed a significant stockpile of resources. However, most of the inventory consisted of salt, and truthfully, even if someone dared to venture to that warehouse, no one would touch those supplies. Hence, Li Xiaoluo had been in no rush to collect them. It appeared that he would need to wait a little longer. This must have been Zhou Jiangwo's motivation, spurring Zhao Dizhu to so fearlessly seek him out. Without the instigation of Zhou Jiangwo, Li Xiaoluo might have thought that Zhao Dizhu from Villa number 10 would have abandoned his endeavors. However, had that been the case, upon returning home, Li Xiaoluo would have had to remain vigilant against potential ambushes from them. It is indeed fortuitous that they have chosen to come forth and meet their demise. Chapter 78. The violent gene of Shun Yinyan. While Li Xiaoluo monitored Zhao Dizhu and Zhou Jiangwo's men shoveling snow outside, he leisurely indulged in his mobile phone. Presently, there are still quite a few individuals able to access the internet, allowing them to witness various peculiar happenings online. The reason many still have battery life and internet access is that, although power has been cut off in most areas, some places intermittently receive electricity for a couple of hours. This measure primarily serves to enable ordinary survivors to cook or boil water for meals. After all, even if some individuals have stockpiled ample rice and flour, without the means to cook them, what purpose do the provisions serve? Should they consume them raw, soaked in ice water? Brother-in-law, we saw it. Someone from Villa number 2 has truly emerged. They are clearing a snow path toward our villa. It seems they are indeed coming for us. Shun Yinyan dashed down from the second floor, her face alight with excitement as she reported the situation to Li Xiaoluo. Tasked with operating the high-pressure water gun from the second floor, she and her companions had waited for quite some time without catching sight of the invading foes. Initially, they had thought that Li Xiaoluo's information might have been erroneous. Although Li Xiaoluo excels in many areas, it is unreasonable to assume he knows everything. To their surprise, the enemies truly had returned. Shun Yinyan hurriedly descended the stairs to inform her brother-in-law. Li Xiaoluo, still engrossed in his phone, chuckled nonchalantly. So you saw them. What's all the fuss, my dear girl? Are you no longer afraid of the villains? Shun Yinyan flashed a playful and charming smile. Humph, with my brother-in-law around, I'm not afraid of those evildoers. Hearing this, Li Xiaoluo felt a sense of satisfaction. Being adored by his sister-in-law was indeed a delightful experience. Brother-in-law, sitting there with your phone must be uncomfortable for your shoulders. Let me give you a massage. Without waiting for Li Xiaoluo's refusal, Shun Yinyan's soft hands began to gently knead his shoulders. To his surprise, her technique was quite adept. Yet, it was evident that this young girl had ulterior motives for her attentiveness. Perhaps she sought his assistance with something. How was my massage? Shun Yinyan's sweet voice chimed in, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Li Xiaoluo. He silently endured what he should not have, nodding in affirmation. Quite nice indeed. Yay. Upon receiving Li Xiaoluo's compliment, Shun Yinyan beamed with joy. After her laughter subsided, she continued, Brother-in-law, seeing me so devoted in serving you, could you please mention to my sister that when those villains arrive, I would like to have a turn with the high-pressure water gun as well? Li Xiaoluo paused. It appeared that his sister-in-law's sudden enthusiasm was not driven by ulterior motives, but rather by envy of the high-pressure water gun upstairs. A faint sorrow crept into his heart. However, Li Xiaoluo could discern that the spirited young girl, Shun Yinyan, was becoming increasingly vivacious and audacious. He recalled a time in his previous life when Shun Yin perpetually donned a mask, never smiled, and refrained from conversing with men. She was even colder than her sister. The Ice Queen. In this lifetime, however, the fates of the Shin sisters had been irrevocably altered. Under Li Xiaoluo's guidance, they had not only avoided harm, but also had their innate qualities awakened. To his astonishment, he discovered that Shun Yin Yin possessed a streak of violence. In fact, using a high-pressure water gun in these circumstances was tantamount to indirect homicide. Other girls her age would hardly consider such an endeavor, let alone attempt it even under duress. Noticing Li Xiaoluo's silence, Shun Yin Yin mistakenly assumed he perceived her as a mere child, much like her sister did. She approached him, grasped his arm with both hands, and began to shake him playfully, her voice dripping with sweetness as she pleaded, "Brother-in-law, please. I'm not a little girl anymore. You and sister cannot bully me like this. Protecting our home is a responsibility we all share, and I want to contribute as well. Please, please." Before Li Xiaoluo could respond, Shun Yin Yin grew impatient and intensified her shaking. All right, stop shaking. Go tell your sister that we might face several waves of enemies, and you will have to deal with some of them too. If it were any other woman, Li Xiaoluo would not have been so accommodating. Yet, Shun Yin Yin was the sister of Shun Miao Miao, and she was destined to become a significant ability user, making her important to Li Xiaoluo as well. He indulged her, feeling a sense of fondness. Really? You're the best, brother-in-law, Shun Yin Yin exclaimed excitedly, her face alight with joy. After her exuberance, she suddenly realized she had behaved rather embarrassingly, and her cheeks flushed a bright red, like a startled rabbit. She quickly darted away, not forgetting to murmur, "Brother-in-law, I was just excited earlier. Please don't overthink it." Li Xiaoluo thought to himself, why would I overthink? We didn't do anything, did we? Nowadays, young girls are so easily startled. For the time being, he truly had no such thoughts about Shun Yin Yin. After all, his affections lay with gentle women like Shun Miao Miao, or the elegant and alluring Zhou Xiaotong, or even the mature and ripe like a peach Qin Yumei. To put it plainly, Li Xiaoluo had a penchant for women with striking beauty and graceful figures. Shun Yin Yin had certainly met the beauty standard, but there was still a disparity in her physique. Ding! Just as Li Xiaoluo was lost in thought, a notification from WeChat interrupted him. Upon checking, he saw that the owner of Villa Number 3, Du Yulong, had sent another message. Du Yulong, Mr. Li Xiaoluo, I apologize. I am accustomed to conducting business in a manner that allows for negotiation. It is evident to me that you are a straightforward person, so I shall adopt a different approach in our transaction. I will directly disclose Zhao Dizhu's secret to you. Should you find my information valuable, I would request 100 jin of food in return of any variety. Conversely, if you deem my information worthless, consider that I have said nothing and owe you no food. Mr. Xiaoluo, do you believe this transaction is feasible? Upon reading Du Yulong's message, a slight smile graced Li Xiaoluo's lips. This Du Yulong was rather intriguing. However, Li Xiaoluo did not believe that the owners in the Longting Villa area were simple-minded individuals. Chapter 79. Du Yulong boasts of his beautiful wife. Li Xiaoluo replied to Du Yulong, "Very well, if your information proves useful to me, I shall provide you with 100 jin of food. However, I must inquire, given the thick snow outside, will you be able to transport it? I will only provide the food. Delivery is not included." Du Yulong responded, "Rest assured, Mr. Xiaoluo, since Zhao Dizhu intends to trouble you, his associates will undoubtedly find a way to forge a path to your location. This route will necessarily pass by my Villa Number 3, so it will not be difficult for my people to procure the food from you." Li Xiaoluo's gaze was shrewd, indeed. The cunning individuals residing in these villa districts were exceptionally astute. Furthermore, Du Yulong's words implied he had many subordinates, indicating that one should not contemplate reneging on their agreement. Truly, there were hidden talents among them. It was unfortunate that his prowess was misdirected. Li Xiaoluo harbored no grand ambitions and was disinclined to seek trouble with others. However, he would not permit any threats to exist in his vicinity. Any force or individual posing a danger would meet a singular fate. Otherwise, even if Li Xiaoluo refrained from instigating conflict, as was the case with Zhou Jiangwo and Zhao Dizhu's, they would inevitably come seeking trouble with him. For at present, Li Xiaoluo resembled a coveted delicacy, akin to Tang Seng's flesh. Those driven by desperation could consume anything, let alone the allure of Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo replied to Du Yulong, "Since there are no objections, please share the information you possess." Du Yulong began, "Very well, Mr. Xiaoluo. Prior to the calamity of the frozen apocalypse, I had considerable business dealings with Zhao Dizhu's, and we developed a degree of camaraderie. Thus I possess substantial insight into his affairs. Long ago, Zhao Dizhu's was a ruthless gang leader. However, he later reformed his ways. Yet, he has amassed numerous enemies, leading him to exercise extreme caution regarding his safety. Not only does he employ several formidable enforcers, but he also harbors a cache of weapons, including firearms, within his villa. I have personally heard Zhao Dizhu's declare that should adversaries breach his villa, or should the police come to apprehend him, he would rather perish fighting than surrender." After listening to Du Yulong's news, Li Xiaoluo furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Zhao Dizhuz was such a madman, daring to possess firearms in Huagua and even boasting about it. Such a person, in the aftermath of the apocalypse and the collapse of order, would undoubtedly transform into a ravenous demon. Yet, Li Xiaoluo felt a twinge of curiosity. Why had he never heard of Zhao Dizhuz in his previous life? However, he dismissed the thought as inconsequential. The revelation that Zhao Dizhuz owned a gun certainly necessitated a revision of his plans. If this information proved true, it would hold considerable value. But first, he needed verification. Thus, Li Xiaoluo replied, Mr. Du, your information is commendable. I shall provide you with 100 jin of food. However, I remain uncertain of its veracity, so I can only await Zhao Dizhuz's arrival for confirmation. If it is indeed established that he possesses firearms, you may send someone to collect the food at any time. Du Yulong immediately responded, Haha, I knew Mr. Xiaoluo was a remarkable and capable individual. To hear of Zhao Dizhuz's possession of firearms and to remain unfazed is truly commendable. My wife and I are profoundly grateful for your life-saving kindness, as well as for avenging my wife. Li Xiaoluo inquired, What do you mean by that? Du Yulong explained, Mr. Xiaoluo, my expression of gratitude stems from the dwindling food supply in my villa. In a day or two, we may have to resort to the same desperate measures as those online, subsisting on furniture or merely drinking water to stave off hunger. Therefore, your provision of 100 jin of food will allow us to endure at least another fortnight. As for avenging my wife, this is precisely why I divulged the information about Zhao Dizhuz's firearms to you. In the past, I had a close relationship with him due to business dealings. However, that scoundrel would frequently leer at my wife during his visits. On one occasion, after intoxicating me, he attempted to assault her right in front of me. Had she not fought back with all her might, he might have succeeded. Li Xiaoluo was taken aback by this revelation. At that moment, Du Yulong sent a photograph, a portrait of himself with his wife. Mr. Xiaoluo, this is my wife. Isn't she beautiful? She graduated from a prestigious university and was the champion of the Huagua region in the World Beauty Pageant. How dare someone like Zhao Dizhuz, a mere social misfit, covet my wife? Even if I were to let someone else have her, it would never be him. Li Xiaoluo gazed at the woman in the photograph. She appeared to be in her 20s or 30s, adorned in a striking red qipao, tall and voluptuous, with a delicately beautiful visage that was utterly captivating. Yet, the frail old man beside her was Du Yulong. He must be at least 70. From the previous remarks made by Du Yulong, Li Xiaoluo discerned a sense of pride. A man, even one as unremarkable in appearance as the elderly gentleman, would undoubtedly feel a sense of accomplishment for having a wife of such elegance and stature. However, the final words of that old fellow revealed a profound insight. While others are currently abstaining due to the cold, he has likely long been powerless in spirit. What does it mean to say that, even if I benefit others, I shall never allow him to gain from it? Such thoughts are tantalizing. Had Li Xiaoluo not devised a new plan, he would have indeed relished the opportunity to engage in further conversation with the elderly Du Yulong. After all, life post-apocalypse is inherently dull. Seeking amusement is what adds flavor. Yet, with his new plan to implement, Li Xiaoluo chose to disregard Du Yulong. Within the opulent confines of Villa No. 3, it was evident that the lavish decorations were extravagant. Even a mere vase in the living room was a priceless antique worth millions. On the sofa sat Du Yulong, nearing his 70s, clad in heavy attire, yet he still trembled from the cold. Nevertheless, a joyful smile adorned his face. He must have just enjoyed yet another chance to show off in front of Li Xiaoluo. Such a feeling was utterly delightful. Even if you, Li Xiaoluo, possess an abundance of food within your villa, what of it? Is your woman more alluring than my wife? Du Yulong's wife, Zhao Min, was one he had painstakingly married a year prior. Yet, at his age, he was indeed long past his prime. The sole reason for marrying a beautiful wife was to satiate his masculine vanity. After all, a stunning wife by his side would lead others to believe he was still vigorous. Beside him, Zhao Min regarded Du Yulong with indifference. She had long grown numb to his need to flaunt her, resigning herself to her fate. Chapter 80. The armory of the special police station. The door of Villa No. 1 slowly swung open, and Li Xiaoluo swiftly drove out in a snowmobile. On the second floor, Shun Miao Miao and the other women watched with concern as Li Xiaoluo sped away, their gazes lingering until he vanished into the vast expanse of white. Shun Miao Miao was reluctant to avert her eyes. Brother Xiaoluo had informed her that the invading enemies were armed, necessitating his quest for weapons. Otherwise, they would forever be confined within the villa. The women were profoundly touched. Li Xiaoluo had sacrificed so much for their protection. Unfortunately, as frail women, they felt utterly powerless. Had it been before the apocalypse when money still held value, they might have been able to work and earn. But now, with societal order collapsed, they found themselves inherently disadvantaged in this post-apocalyptic reality, unable to assist Li Xiaoluo in any meaningful way. Without accompanying Li Xiaoluo, they could scarcely fathom their present predicament. Oh, how they wished to be less of a burden. In that moment, the women within the villa fervently hoped to become stronger. As Li Xiaoluo raced through the snow, the exhilarating freedom of speeding through the white landscape was indeed delightful. Initially, his plan was to eliminate Zhao Dezhu first, and then retrieve the first wave of supplies from the warehouse he had rented before the apocalypse. However, upon learning that Zhao Dezhu was armed, Li Xiaoluo promptly altered his strategy. Even if Zhao Dezhu possesses a firearm, Li Xiaoluo could effortlessly handle them while remaining within the confines of the villa. Indeed, even if Li Xiaoluo adhered to his original strategy, waiting for Shun Miao Miao and the others to launch an initial assault with high-pressure water guns from the second floor before he ventured out on his snowmobile to confront the adversaries, Zhao Dezhu's weapon would pose little threat. After all, Li Xiaoluo could maneuver his snowmobile with greater speed than they could and was equipped with long-range weaponry. Moreover, his snowmobile had been reinforced to be bulletproof. Nevertheless, aware of Zhao Dezhu's armaments, Li Xiaoluo deemed it crucial to obtain weaponry of superior strength to ensure absolute certainty. Thus, he altered his plans on the spur of the moment. While Zhao Dezhu and his crew were occupied with road repairs, Li Xiaoluo resolved to procure some weapons and ammunition. Zhao Dezhu may possess a firearm, yet it was likely merely a handgun. Hence, Li Xiaoluo sought to retrieve weaponry capable of overwhelming them. He had previously mapped out a list of essential supply points for the apocalypse, one of which was the municipal SWAT base. The arsenal there dwarfed that of any police station or even the headquarters of the Public Security Bureau. Furthermore, prior to the apocalypse, the distance from Longting Villa to the SWAT base was considerable. However, in the aftermath, with thick snow blanketing the city and obstructing roads, Li Xiaoluo could drive his snowmobile in a nearly straight line to the SWAT base, thus minimizing travel time. As for the security of the villa, Li Xiaoluo had no cause for concern. Even if Zhao Dezhu and his associates exhausted themselves, they would still be unable to breach the villa's defenses. Additionally, he instructed Shun Miao Miao and the others not to reveal the existence of the high-pressure water guns before his return, lest they alarm Zhao Dezhu and his group. Once Li Xiaoluo secured the weapons, he would notify them to commence the battle. After more than half an hour of driving the snowmobile, the surroundings remained eerily silent, blanketed in white. Fortunately, Li Xiaoluo had a vivid recollection of the route to the designated supply point, and he was familiar with the tall buildings nearby, facilitating his swift navigation to the destination. Upon spotting a familiar high-rise, he drove for a few more minutes until he finally reached the SWAT base. Rather than hastily exiting the vehicle, Li Xiaoluo maneuvered it to a secluded corner and retrieved a pair of binoculars from his system space to survey the situation within the base. If there were still individuals present, it would be akin to delivering oneself directly into their hands. However, after observing for some time, Li Xiaoluo noted that the snow surrounding the base showed no signs of being disturbed, nor were there any footprints indicating recent activity within the rooms. It appeared that there were no living souls present. Li Xiaoluo drove his snowmobile directly into the base. Naturally, he could not drive it inside the building itself, so he disembarked to walk the final stretch. Though it was merely a matter of dozens of meters, Li Xiaoluo felt the arduousness of trudging through snow that reached his waist. Each step was laborious. Fortunately, with his enhanced physique, he found the endeavor considerably easier than that of an ordinary survivor. Upon entering the building, Li Xiaoluo beheld several individuals clad in police uniforms. Yet they had all been frozen into lifeless ice sculptures. The sparse occupancy within the station led Li Xiaoluo to surmise that most personnel were likely dispatched on rescue missions, leaving behind only clerical staff. In times of significant calamity, it is always these brave souls and their most valiant comrades who charge forth. While Li Xiaoluo harbored no desire to be a paragon of virtue in this world, he nonetheless held a deep respect for them. Putting aside such thoughts, Li Xiaoluo, after a brief search, soon located the armory he had longed for. With a forceful push, he opened the door and was met with an exhilarating sight. An abundance of weapons, ammunition, and equipment filled the space. Numerous models of handguns, along with automatic rifles and submachine guns, stood at attention. Though Li Xiaoluo possessed limited knowledge of firearms, he recognized the renowned Type 95 automatic rifle among the collection. There were also submachine guns equipped with silencers, indeed, prized possessions. Li Xiaoluo had a penchant for weapons that inflicted mass damage. Upon detecting an adversary, he relished the thought of unleashing a hail of bullets, transforming foes into a veritable hive of chaos. To his delight, he also discovered several sniper rifles, instruments of long-range lethality. These superior items were precisely why Li Xiaoluo had chosen this location. Automatic rifles and sniper rifles were typically reserved for SWAT teams, and one would find none such at a police station. In addition to the firearms, the armory housed various other equipment, such as bulletproof vests, tear gas canisters, ballistic shields, and police radios. Most importantly, it contained an ample supply of ammunition, tens of thousands of rounds for rifles and submachine guns, to be precise. Not one to be choosy. Li Xiaoluo collected everything that caught his eye, even a combat suit, as his system space remained largely unoccupied. After thoroughly scouring the armory, he ventured into the garage, where he encountered yet another treasure, a bulletproof armored personnel carrier. Every aspect of the vehicle, from its body to its windows and even its tires, was designed to withstand bullets and explosions. Such a vehicle could resist even ordinary bombs, let alone handgun fire. Its defensive capabilities far exceeded those of Li Xiaoluo's snow vehicle. Moreover, it was equipped with specialized observation and firing ports, facilitating the elimination of enemies. Although the frigid exterior rendered it impossible to drive the vehicle at present, Li Xiaoluo had his system space, allowing him to simply transport it away. He foresaw its usefulness in the future. Fortunately, after a brief search, he finally found the keys to the vehicle. Otherwise, he would have had to forego this opportunity. After securing the armored vehicle within his space, Li Xiaoluo contentedly mounted his snow vehicle, feeling as though he had struck a veritable windfall. On the return journey to his villa, Li Xiaoluo drove his snow vehicle to the warehouse he had rented prior to the apocalypse. Within that warehouse lay a considerable cache of supplies, remnants he had not fully retrieved before the onset of the end times. Due to the pre-apocalyptic circumstances, Li Xiaoluo sought to procure supplies on credit from Lao Wang and others, resulting in a substantial quantity of materials acquired, far exceeding the capacity of his previous system space. Consequently, he selectively stored gourmet food and essential items within his system, while leaving the remainder in the warehouse. Of course, the items retained in the warehouse were chosen with careful consideration. For instance, Li Xiaoluo decided to leave behind several thousand tons of edible salt and tens of thousands of cigarettes. The rationale for retaining these supplies was not due to their insignificance in his eyes, but rather an understanding of their potential value in the post-apocalyptic landscape. Indeed, as previously stated, in the later stages of the apocalypse, items such as edible salt and cigarettes would transform into absolute luxuries. The worth of a single pack of cigarettes could rival that of a sports car prior to the cataclysm. Li Xiaoluo's decision to temporarily store these items in the warehouse stemmed from two primary considerations. First, salt is resilient to freezing and can be safely stored outside without concern, unlike other materials that may easily succumb to extreme cold, necessitating their preservation within the system space. Salt can endure. Second, by leaving items such as salt and cigarettes in the warehouse, should any survivors happen upon this location post-apocalypse, they would likely show little interest in these supplies. In the face of such a frigid calamity, it is clear that warm clothing and food would be the most pressing needs of any survivor. However, this second point reflects Li Xiaoluo's more extreme outlook, as during such severe cold and snowbound conditions, few would venture outside. Even those undeterred by danger would likely seek out supermarkets and stores overflowing with supplies, rather than expend effort on a remote warehouse. After considerable effort, Li Xiaoluo entered the warehouse and proceeded to transfer all the stored materials into his system space. Approximately 3,000 tons of supplies remained in the warehouse, with over 2,000 tons of that being salt. While 2,000 tons of salt may sound like a significant quantity, its total value before the apocalypse was merely over 10 million. Furthermore, with the option for installment payments, Li Xiaoluo acquired it for only a few million. Yet, the utility of this salt in the impending apocalypse would be immense. Firstly, both Li Xiaoluo and his subordinates would require salt for sustenance. However, even with 2,000 tons, the quantity is not as overwhelming as it seems. Typically, a small package of salt weighs around 250 grams. Thus, 2,000 tons equates to approximately 8 million packages. What does 8 million packages of salt signify? In pre-apocalyptic times, a typical family might use 5 packages a month, totaling 60 packages annually. Thus, 8 million packages could sustain a standard household for over 100,000 years. Even if Li Xiaoluo were to establish a shelter and cultivate his own faction, he would scarcely be able to exhaust such a vast supply of salt. Therefore, his secondary motive for stockpiling such an abundance of salt is, naturally, for sale. In the future, other survivors or factions must risk their lives to acquire crystals. However, Li Xiaoluo can effortlessly sell a bit of salt and some tobacco or liquor, while a plethora of crystals lies idle in his home, allowing him to profit handsomely. Is that not enticing? After gathering all the supplies from the warehouse, Li Xiaoluo glanced at the time. He had been out for over 2 hours. He utilized the system's surveillance to assess the situation at the villa. Under the collaboration of Zhao Dezhu from Villa Number 10 and Zhou Jiangua from Villa Number 2, a barely passable snow path had been forged to the entrance of Li Xiaoluo's villa. Moreover, outside Li Xiaoluo's Villa Number 1, a group of nearly a dozen people had congregated. Yet, at this moment, the exuberance and arrogance they had displayed upon their arrival had dissipated, replaced by profound helplessness and a hint of trepidation on their faces. It turned out that after combining forces, Zhao Dezhu's subordinates and Zhou Jiangua's men had come aggressively to Li Xiaoluo's villa. Leading the charge was Zhao Dezhu's trusted henchman, whose real name was known to few, most referred to him as Baldy, to ensure a foolproof capture of Li Xiaoluo. Zhao Dezhu had even provided Baldy with a firearm, a testament to his unwavering trust in him. However, when Baldy and his entourage arrived at the villa's entrance, hurling insults, Li Xiaoluo seemed utterly paralyzed by fear, offering no response whatsoever. Initially, Baldy dismissed this lack of reaction, reasoning that Li Xiaoluo was no fool and would not personally open the door to invite them in for tea. However, since Li Xiaoluo refused to open the door, they would simply enter on their own. Baldy signaled to his men to grab tools and began to wreak havoc on the villa's front door. Yet, the same scenario repeated itself. Not only did they fail to breach the door, but they left no marks upon it. Although Baldy felt a twinge of unease, he remained confident. After all, regardless of the fortitude of the villa's entrance, Villa Number 1 was vast, and they could scale the fence to access the courtyard. As for the high-voltage electric fence atop the villa, Baldy and his crew disregarded it entirely. In these times, with the city in a standstill, they thought, how could the electric fence still function? It was merely a decorative relic. Yet, when Baldy instructed one of his men to attempt to scale the fence, the moment the subordinate made contact with the high-voltage wire, a crackling sound erupted, sparks flew, and that subordinate was instantaneously obliterated. At that moment, not just Baldy, but everyone present was left dumbfounded. How was it possible that the electric fence still had power? They had encountered electric fences before. Typically, those installed at such modest villas were mere bluffs. While labeled as high voltage, the actual voltage was often pitiably low, posing little threat to a person. But the current they faced now? It was undeniably lethal. The individual was annihilated without a trace, reduced to mere ashes. In this apocalyptic landscape, it is rare for anyone to have encountered such a scenario, and few possess the genuine inclination to risk their lives for Zhao Dezuzu and Zhou Jiangwo. Brother Bald, what shall we do now? The villa doors are impenetrable, and the surrounding electric fences are more formidable than a tortoise shell. It seems returning is our only option, but our employer has issued a stern edict. If we fail to capture Li Xiaoluo, our return will surely spell doom for us. Brother Bald, since there's no favorable outcome in sight, why not lead us in search of an alternative escape? You are armed now, why endure further humiliation? Indeed, in this end-of-days scenario, if we are ruthless enough, what can we not achieve? The villa houses numerous affluent women, and I have long harbored desires before the cataclysm. Chapter 82, Indiscriminate Assault. Upon hearing his subordinate's discourse, the bald man felt a stirring within. His loyalty to Zhao Dezuzu stemmed from having once saved his life, and he had always demonstrated unwavering fidelity. This mission indeed bore Zhao's uncompromising directive. Returning defeated would not elicit severe punishment, as he believed Zhao still required his service and would only offer a reprimanding word or two. Yet, in these desperate times, why should he return to endure the tirade of that old man? Prior to the apocalypse, he had been subservient, akin to a lapdog. Due to the established norms and regulations of the world that once was, he believed his allegiance to Zhao was the key to his survival. However, now, Zhao had little to offer him. Instead, it was Zhao who depended on him to procure resources from survivors to sustain his own comfort. In the wake of the relentless calamity, as the official rescue efforts waned, the bald man had begun to entertain clandestine thoughts. However, he had refrained from expressing these sentiments, even to his most trusted brothers, out of fear they might betray him to gain Zhao's favor. The current failure of their mission prompted his subordinates to suggest rebellion, which secretly delighted him. Nevertheless, he maintained a solemn facade, asserting, "No, the boss has treated me well. I cannot betray him. Furthermore, this failure is not solely our fault. It is Li Xiaoluo's fault for being overly cautious." Prior to the apocalypse, he was aware of the formidable foes he had incurred and constructed this villa as a veritable fortress. Thus, even in failure, the boss should not impose severe repercussions upon me. A subordinate, wearing a pained expression, remarked, "Brother Bald, you are the boss's confidant. He will surely not punish you. Yet, you must also consider your brothers. You know the boss's nature. He evaluates solely based on results, not the process. If we do not accomplish our mission, someone among us will undoubtedly face dire consequences." Another brother added, "Indeed, Brother Bald, the boss treats you well, but we, your brothers, hold you in high esteem. You cannot simply stand by while we suffer." Yet another urged, "Brother Bald, are you truly willing to remain a mere pawn in someone else's game?" The bald man was acutely aware that if he were unarmed at that moment, his subordinates would have long since acted on their own volition. They would not be so earnestly persuading him otherwise. Thus, he could not afford to be overly sentimental. It was time to concede. He feigned a pained deliberation for a moment before heaving a sigh and declaring, "Indeed, sometimes the boss can be excessively ruthless. You are all like my brothers. I truly do not wish for you to be harmed. To hell with it. We shall not return. We will start anew. Ha ha, Brother Bald. Following you is surely the right choice. Brother Bald, what shall we do next? We will follow your lead." Whom you direct us to confront, we shall confront. The bald man contemplated briefly before responding. Since we cannot currently access Li Xiaoluo's villa, and returning to Zhao Dizhu's side is not an option. We must swiftly seize a villa to serve as our stronghold for the future, from which we can strategize further. Exactly, Brother Bald, or rather, Boss Bald. You are truly wise. Haha, our esteemed boss is indeed brilliant. The expressions of his subordinates lit up with excitement. The prospect of seizing the luxurious abodes of the affluent from the pre-apocalyptic world thrilled them immensely. Soon, those opulent villas, along with their provisions and women, would belong to them, granting them unrestrained indulgence. The once mighty tycoons would not be executed outright. They would be kept around to serve their needs. The mere thought of it brought a sense of satisfaction to these once marginalized individuals. Brothers, there must be ample supplies in your boss, Zhou Zhengwo's villa, right? Why not join us? At this moment, the bald man turned his gaze toward two other men, both tall and evidently formidable, who were Zhou Zhengwo's highly paid bodyguards. Zhou Zhengwo and Zhao Dizhu had formed an alliance against Li Xiaoluo, prompting Zhou Zhengwo to dispatch his bodyguards to assist the bald man and his crew. Faced with the bald man's threatening gaze, the two towering bodyguards appeared somewhat bewildered. Their bosses had agreed to unite against Li Xiaoluo, and upon seizing a substantial amount of resources from him, they would all enjoy the spoils. However, this sudden twist was rather jarring. How had they so swiftly shifted to confronting their own employer? Being professional bodyguards, they adhered to a code of conduct. Thus, upon witnessing the bald man's intimidating demeanor and the firearm in his hand, they instantly raised their arms in surrender. Boss Bald, we are willing to follow you. To hell with their professional ethics. In this apocalypse, the high salary provided by Boss Zhou had become mere scrap paper. Seeing these formidable warriors so easily subdued, the bald man was elated. His reign was on the brink of commencement. However, before he could fully indulge in his dreams, a deluge of water suddenly surged from the second floor of Li Xiaoluo's villa, cascading toward them. The massive water curtain spread widely, drenching them all equally. Haha, how delightful. Sister, brother-in-law said I could have a turn too. When the water began to flow, the bald man and his companions heard the sound of a girl's laughter emanating from the second floor of Li Xiaoluo's villa. The bald man, drenched and chilled to the bone, felt as if his body were being pierced by icy blades. We must hurry to Villa number 2. They no longer pondered the origin of the water or how it was spraying with such force. Swiftly, they ran towards Villa number 2. Fortunately, they had created a path through the snow, allowing for a quicker escape. Unlike the previous group, led by Zhou Junjie, who struggled through the snow and could not evade Li Xiaoluo's high-pressure water gun, the bald man and his companions were able to flee more easily. Upon reaching Villa no. 2, they were relieved to find that the water gun was no longer in use. The bald man shivered as he addressed the two tall bodyguards. Quickly inform your boss, Zhou Zhengwo, to let us in to warm up. And for heaven's sake, do not let him discover that you have betrayed him. Without hesitation, the bodyguards complied, for they too were feeling the biting cold. However, before they could receive a response from Zhou Zhengwo, a vehicle suddenly sped towards them across the snowy terrain. The bald man and his companions were taken aback. How could a car navigate through such thick snow? It was a snowmobile. Fortunately, one among them recognized it as Li Xiaoluo's snowmobile. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the snowmobile halted at a distance, and a dark gun barrel emerged from the vehicle, unleashing a barrage of indiscriminate gunfire. Chapter 83. A grand illusion after a few anguished cries. Several individuals fell to the ground, the snow stained with crimson. Li Xiaoluo, having emptied a clip of bullets, chose not to fire again. In a previous life, he had acquired a firearm, so he was familiar with shooting, albeit his aim was somewhat erratic. Assessing the aftermath of his gunfire, he discovered that only 2 had been killed and 3 or 4 wounded. Clearly, he needed more practice. Li Xiaoluo refrained from continuing his assault not out of mercy or regret for his ammunition, but rather to ascertain the situation and confirm whether the main target was present. He preferred to eliminate threats entirely, leaving no survivors. Please, do not shoot anymore. We surrender, cried the bald man and the others who remained alive, their spirits broken. Kneeling in the snow and pleading for mercy. Though they were numerous, none dared to resist, even with the bald man possessing a handgun. It was trivial compared to the automatic rifle's firepower. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo was safely ensconced within the snowmobile, while they struggled to maneuver in the snow, with no cover nearby. Resistance was futile. They were not foolish enough to continue the fight. Li Xiaoluo shouted loudly from within the snowmobile, "Who among you is Zhao Dizhu?" The kneeling crowd was momentarily taken aback. Was this the enemy of their former boss, Zhao Dizhu? Indeed, betraying his orders proved to be a wise decision. The man in the vehicle continued, "Zhao Dizhu has yet to emerge from Villa number 10. We are no longer affiliated with Zhao Dizhu. He disregarded our lives, sending us on a mission that was impossible to accomplish. We have resolved to rebel against him." Another added, "Please, sir, You have a grudge against Zhao Dezhu. I beg you, do not harm the innocent. We were merely ordinary workers. Li Xiaoluo glanced around the vehicle. He recognized Zhou Zhangguo, and though he had never encountered Zhao Dezhu, he surmised he must be either a middle-aged man or an elder. None of those kneeling resembled him. It appeared that both Zhou Zhangguo and Zhao Dezhu had not come out in person, having only dispatched some subordinates. In this scenario, to capture them all without incurring any risk, employing certain tactics was essential. Thus, Li Xiaoluo bellowed towards the kneeling individuals outside. Listen closely. If you wish to live, answer my questions truthfully, without any superfluous words or deceit. Then, do as I instruct without bargaining. The crowd nodded vigorously, refraining from speaking, fearful that their words might be deemed irrelevant. Li Xiaoluo continued, Who among you is the leader, and who is Zhao Dezhu's confidant? Step forward and take 3 steps. The kneeling individuals fell silent, though their gazes furtively darted towards the bald man. His heart raced, uncertain of the snowmobile occupant's intentions. But he sensed it was not a favorable situation. Nonetheless, gritting his teeth, the bald man slowly rose and stepped forward. It was not merely compliance. He knew that if he did not cooperate, his own subordinates might betray him. In that case, he would not merely face misfortune, but certain doom. Seeing a man voluntarily step forward, Li Xiaoluo felt a sense of satisfaction. He did not dwell on whether others were still being uncooperative and continued. I know Zhao Dezhu possesses firearms. Whoever among you has been given a weapon, step forward. No one else moved, as only the bald man had a gun. With no other options, he quickly raised his hands. The bald man thought to himself, I have cooperated to this extent. Surely you won't press me further? Bang, bang, bang. Li Xiaoluo did not press the bald man any further. Instead, he unleashed a barrage of bullets, transforming him into a mere target. Having undergone physical enhancement, Li Xiaoluo possessed significant strength, and his aim became increasingly precise after several rounds of firing. Observing the snowmobile occupants execute the bald man without hesitation, those kneeling remained paralyzed by fear. Many shared this sentiment. As long as they were not cornered, and it was not their turn to be slaughtered, they harbored a glimmer of hope that perhaps they would be spared. Indeed, Li Xiaoluo had no immediate intention of killing them. Keeping them as expendable pawns was also a viable strategy. Li Xiaoluo drove the snow vehicle forward, then opened the door and stepped out, gun in hand. As he emerged from the special police station, he had donned both a bulletproof vest and a helmet, rendering him fully armed and impervious to any potential ambush. Approaching the scene, he first retrieved the handgun from the lifeless bald man, then pointed it at the individuals on the ground and calmly declared, Listen carefully. I require some assistance. Who among you is willing to follow me? Those who agree may stand up. With a sudden rush, everyone immediately rose to their feet. To remain seated would be a display of folly. Even the wounded, if capable, would have struggled to rise. However, given the harsh weather and their gunshot injuries, they were already teetering on the brink of death. Ignoring the gravely injured, Li Xiaoluo surveyed the remaining 9 who could still stand. He addressed them. Now is the time to demonstrate your loyalty and worth. Seize control of Villa Number 2 before us, and bring forth its occupants. This shall serve as your declaration of allegiance. Furthermore, whoever captures the owner of this villa first shall receive a reward. The one who excels will be granted the handgun I took from the bald man, and will henceforth be my trusted confidant. Since learning that Zhao Dezhu possessed a firearm, Li Xiaoluo had ceased to underestimate the residents of the Longting Villa district, including the owner of Villa Number 2, Zhou Zhangguo. Those residing in this community were not ordinary individuals. Prior to the apocalypse, they were predominantly affluent and influential. One could only speculate whether they harbored any peculiar interests or had taken measures to secure weapons within their homes for protection. Thus, both Zhou Zhangguo and Zhao Dezhu must be dealt with, yet Li Xiaoluo refrained from personally leading the charge, opting instead to let these expendables take the forefront. He was not overly concerned about a potential rebellion once they entered Villa Number 2. He trusted they were not so foolish. They had witnessed his firepower and understood the dire consequences of disobedience. As for the promised rewards, firearms and positions of trust, these were merely incentives crafted by Li Xiaoluo to motivate them. Without motivation, how could one expect compliance or fervent effort? Chapter 84. Misfortune does not befall family. Li Xiaoluo favored a thorough eradication of threats. Indeed, spurred by the motivation provided by Li Xiaoluo, the surviving 9 individuals wielded their tools and began to forcefully strike at the entrance of Villa Number 2. The biting cold compelled them to enter with utmost urgency. Human resilience can be formidable. Driven by the instinct for survival, the door of Villa Number 2 was soon breached by the collective force of the 9, who then surged into the villa. Li Xiaoluo climbed back into the snow vehicle, leisurely following behind. Once inside the villa's entrance, he parked his vehicle in the courtyard of Villa Number 2. Within, the sounds of screams and scuffles echoed, yet there were no gunshots to be heard. It seemed Zhou Zhangguo was unarmed. In nations where gun control is most stringent, individuals like Zhao Dezhu, who manage to acquire firearms and possess the audacity to conceal them within their homes, are exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoluo remains unconcerned, viewing the situation as merely a minor inconvenience. Exercising caution is always prudent, and he stands to lose nothing. After a while, the sounds of conflict within the villa finally ceased. Li Xiaoluo was not particularly invested in the outcome. Even if his expendable allies were to suffer defeat or perish, he would not lament their loss. Ultimately, he could simply take matters into his own hands once more. However, he believed that with 9 expendables at his disposal, the odds would favor them against the few occupants of Zhou Zhangwo's villa. Indeed, moments later, he witnessed the 9 individuals escorting a few captives out. Among them were 2 men and 2 women, one of whom was the middle-aged Zhou Zhangwo himself. Both Zhou and another individual resembling a bodyguard bore traces of blood, clearly having engaged in fierce resistance. The faces of the 2 women were marked with evident handprints, suggesting they had endured a few slaps. Boss, here are the occupants of Villa Number 2, Zhou Zhangwo and his wife, as we have captured. The 9 expendables, having pledged their allegiance to Li Xiaoluo, brought Zhou and the others before him, their expressions filled with respect. Li Xiaoluo noted that their previously soaked clothing had now dried, likely due to their swift change of attire within the villa. However, he chose to feign ignorance, understanding that they still held value for him. Losing them all to the cold would be unfortunate. Observing the brutish demeanor exhibited by the group towards Li Xiaoluo and their respectful address of him as boss, Zhou Zhangwo quickly comprehended that this man was the orchestrator of their capture. Upon noticing Li Xiaoluo's attire and the weapon he wielded, Zhou's face initially displayed surprise, followed by a subtle sigh of relief. This man appeared to be a member of the special police. Thus, the situation could not be as dire as it seemed. Zhou Zhangwo addressed Li Xiaoluo, saying, "Young man, are you with the special police? It seems rather excessive for you to have these individuals invade my villa and apprehend us all. Should you require provisions, you are the guardians of the people, and there is no need for such tactics. I would be more than willing to offer you some food." Zhou Zhangwo was uncertain whether Li Xiaoluo was a special police officer due to the collapse of national order, leading these officers to turn rogue, or if he was simply desperate and resorted to seizing supplies from survivors. Nonetheless, appealing to a sense of righteousness was undoubtedly a wise strategy. However, Zhou Zhangwo's wife, upon seeing Li Xiaoluo, was overtaken by terror. Her voice trembled as she exclaimed to Zhou, "Husband, he is Li Xiaoluo." Among those present, most were familiar with Li Xiaoluo's notorious name, particularly Zhou Zhangwo, who harbored a deep-seated desire for vengeance against him. Yet apart from Zhou Zhangwo's wife, no one else had the pleasure of encountering Li Xiaoluo prior to the apocalypse. Upon hearing that Li Xiaoluo was indeed Li Xiaoluo, the very individual they had long been preoccupied with, it was not just Zhou Zhangwo who found it hard to believe. Even the 9 individuals who had pledged their allegiance to Li Xiaoluo were utterly astonished. The new leader was Li Xiaoluo? Wasn't Li Xiaoluo still within Villa Number 1? Just prior, he had been inside that villa, wielding a water gun against them, nearly freezing them to death. And yet, this new leader had clearly arrived from another direction on a snowmobile. However, reflecting on their previous encounters at Villa No. 1, the impenetrable gates that no tool or act of violence could breach, the electrifying high-voltage net capable of reducing a person to ashes in an instant, and the water gun that could spray water even in such extreme cold, everything associated with Li Xiaoluo seemed profoundly abnormal. Thus, the notion that Li Xiaoluo could have emerged from another direction on a snowmobile no longer seemed implausible. Moreover, regardless of whether the new leader was indeed Li Xiaoluo or someone else, did they possess any alternative but to comply obediently? As Li Xiaoluo descended from the snowmobile, firearm in hand, he first cast a glance at Zhou Zhangwo's wife. The last time he had encountered her before the apocalypse, though aging, her wealth had afforded her excellent upkeep, rendering her still quite charming. Yet now, clad in heavy garments and devoid of any maintenance, her appearance had deteriorated significantly, aging her by at least a decade in merely a few days, now resembling a middle-aged matron. Remarkably, her memory remained sharp, as she instantly recognized him. Zhou Zhangwo glared at Li Xiaoluo with fury. You are truly Li Xiaoluo, the one responsible for my son's death?" Li Xiaoluo nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is I. Allow me to clarify regarding your son's demise." Zhou Zhangwo's eyes turned icy. "Li Xiaoluo, do you intend to argue? Was it not you who caused my son's death?" Li Xiaoluo chuckled lightly. "Argue? Haha. Chairman Zhou, your predicament is rather tragic. You seem to be living in a delusion of the world before the apocalypse. You are now my captive. I hold the power over your fate, and I need not indulge in debate with you. I merely wish to inform you that while I orchestrated your son's demise, it was your son's own security personnel who executed the orders. They castrated him and subsequently froze him to death. One could say it was a most gruesome end." Zhou Jingwo was so incensed by Li Xiaoluo's words that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. After casting a cold glance at Li Xiaoluo, he seemed to resign himself to his fate, his voice weary. Very well, I must admit my fault in overly indulging my son, allowing him to stir up trouble and offend others. Li Xiaoluo, you have killed my son. I could send someone to seek vengeance upon you, and you may choose to kill me in return. However, this conflict lies solely between us men. There is no need to involve women. Release my wife and the maid at home. They are entirely unaware of these matters. Li Xiaoluo responded slowly. As for me, I indeed harbor no inclination to torment women and children, so. A gunshot rang out, and Zhou Jingwo's wife fell, struck fatally in the head. Li Xiaoluo continued. Thus, I shall not trouble your wife any further. Let her meet her end swiftly. The calamity shall not extend to family. Yet, Li Xiaoluo prefers to eradicate the root of the issue. Chapter 85. Restless eyes. Zhou Jingwo gazed upon his wife's lifeless body, his eyes filled with anguish. Yet he also grasped the essence of helplessness. Previously, it was he who had instilled such feelings in others. Now, the tables had turned. Li Xiaoluo approached Zhou Jingwo. Chairman Zhou, it is now your turn. Do you have anything left to say? Zhou Jingwo recognized the futility of resistance. He understood that Li Xiaoluo would not spare him, so he relinquished any thoughts of pleading. If he were to perish, he would do so with dignity. Li Xiaoluo remained unfazed and stated, Very well. I had intended for you to choose your own demise, but since you remain silent, I shall decide for you. Zhou Jingwo pointed a trembling finger at Li Xiaoluo, his anger bubbling beneath the surface. You should have been clearer before. A sense of dread began to creep into Zhou Jingwo's mind. He felt that Li Xiaoluo would ensure his death was anything but peaceful. However, he refrained from further comments, knowing that falling into Li Xiaoluo's hands meant a grim fate awaited him. Unbeknownst to Li Xiaoluo, while Zhou Jingwo had angrily pointed at him, he had discreetly signaled to another individual. Li Xiaoluo beckoned his lackeys. You lot, come here and strip Chairman Zhou of his clothes. Remember, do so slowly. Do not let him freeze to death all at once. Understood, boss. Rest assured I excel at this. These men now held Li Xiaoluo in great reverence. Obediently following his commands, they immediately lunged at Zhou Jingwo. Zhou Jingwo, shedding the identity he had held before the apocalypse, was merely an ordinary middle-aged man. Although the humiliation of being stripped by a group of thugs was overwhelming, his resistance proved futile. At that moment, Li Xiaoluo approached another woman. This woman appeared to be in her 50s, with an unremarkable appearance. Upon noticing Li Xiaoluo's gaze upon her, she nervously exclaimed, Mr. Li, I am merely a nanny. I know nothing of your dealings with Mr. Zhou. By the way, I am quite skilled in cooking. Many have said I possess the abilities of a master chef. I beseech you, Mr. Li, do not take my life. I can be of service to you as a nanny or a cook. Oh, is that so? You are a chef? How fortuitous, as I happen to be in search of a talented cook. Li Xiaoluo replied, feigning great interest. Meanwhile, Zhou Jingwo had been roughly stripped of his down jacket, now clad only in thin garments, his lips turning blue from the cold. However, upon hearing the nanny's words, he was consumed with fury, glaring at her with indignation. You treacherous wretch, just like those bodyguards, you are an ungrateful parasite. Have I not treated you well, providing you with such a generous salary, only for you to betray me? The female caregiver scoffed in disdain and retorted, Mr. Zhou, while it is true that your previous remuneration was quite generous, I am merely your caregiver, tasked with preparing meals and managing household chores. I have not bartered my life for your service, have I? In this current predicament, do you expect an elderly woman like me to exert myself on your behalf? Zhou Jingwo gazed at the caregiver, seemingly at a loss for words, his head bowed as he turned away from those who feasted upon his generosity. However, unbeknownst to everyone, in that fleeting moment of lowering his gaze, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Li Xiaoluo remains too young and naive. He could never fathom that the individual most loyal to him was not his personal bodyguards, nor even his wife, but rather this somewhat aged caregiver before him. Her name was Sister He, and her father had served as the steward for Zhou Jingwo's father. Sister He had dedicated over 30 years of her life to the Zhou household. With no children of her own, she harbored an unwavering loyalty to Zhou Jingwo, treating his family as her own. If Sister He were to become Li Xiaoluo's chef, the grievances of Zhou Jingwo's family would surely find retribution. In fact, when Li Xiaoluo had publicly sought a female chef within the homeowners group, Sister He had proactively offered her candidacy, plotting to poison Li Xiaoluo through the meals she prepared. She regarded Zhou Junjia as a son, sharing Zhou Jingwo's desire to eliminate Li Xiaoluo. Poisoning poison in meals was a task far too simple for a chef. Nevertheless, Zhou Jingwo had previously rejected Sister He's scheme, opting instead to collaborate with Zhao Dezuzu. Yet now, should Sister He succeed in becoming Li Xiaoluo's chef, it would not be too late. Li Xiaoluo, we shall soon meet below. Zhou Jingwo was convinced that since Li Xiaoluo had accepted the surrender of his bodyguards, There was no reason to harm or be wary of a defenseless female caregiver. Yet neither Zhou Jiangwo nor sister he realized that they were merely performing in a play, while Li Xiaoluo had been observing their act all along. Indeed, Li Xiaoluo sought a skilled chef, but his confidence in this pursuit stemmed from his investigative abilities. Every individual in his employ, particularly those granted residence within his manor, had to meet a threshold of goodwill. Li Xiaoluo had long since examined the caregiver's profile. Higuilian. Goodwill rating 4, potential value 10, special abilities, none. A woman with a mere goodwill rating of 4 represented an extreme animosity toward Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo had never wronged her, having encountered her for the first time. Thus it was evident that her profound hatred stemmed from her ties to the Zhou family. Therefore, the notion that she would volunteer to be his chef was nothing short of absurd. At that moment, Li Xiaoluo's subordinates had already stripped Zhou Jiangwo of his trousers, leaving him shivering in pain, his face contorted in torment. Just as Zhou Jiangwo appeared on the verge of succumbing, Li Xiaoluo suddenly raised his firearm. Zhou Jiangwo, believing Li Xiaoluo intended to end his life, instead displayed a countenance of relief. However, Li Xiaoluo suddenly aimed his gun at the female caretaker and said to Zhou Jiangwo, "Chairman Zhou, you were indeed a figure of considerable stature before the apocalypse. I have always held you in high regard. Yet, I never anticipated that in your final moments you would face such betrayal, even from a mere maid who dares to speak ill of you. Although I harbor an irreconcilable enmity towards you, I find it unbearable to witness this moment. Rest assured, I shall take vengeance on your behalf, so you may depart in peace." Li Xiaoluo, indifferent to the consequences, sought to plunge Zhou Jiangwo into utter despair. He had long regretted the lack of involvement surrounding Zhou Junjia's demise. Thus, one must pay their debts in kind. With that, Li Xiaoluo pulled the trigger without hesitation. "No!" Zhou Jiangwo, fueled by an unexpected surge of strength, bellowed in an attempt to intervene. Bang! Following the gunshot, the caretaker, known as Sister He, collapsed lifelessly into the snow. At that moment, Zhou Jiangwo experienced a fleeting moment of clarity as he gazed upon the deceased maid, plunging him into profound despair. His eyes widened in disbelief as he succumbed to the void, his spirit unwilling to find rest. Chapter 86. With a friendliness rating below 40. One is unworthy of being a pawn. After eliminating Zhou Jiangwo and a few others, the men who had pledged allegiance to Li Xiaoluo regarded him with an even deeper sense of dread. This was undeniably a ruthless individual. The apocalypse had only just begun, and he killed without a flicker of hesitation, even taking the life of an innocent maid. Most of these men were ruffians before the end, some even professional bodyguards. One would expect them to be accustomed to bloodshed. Yet, witnessing the scene of carnage, they were gripped by genuine terror. At that moment, Li Xiaoluo turned his gaze upon these men, extending his hand to point at one of them, asking, "Step forward, what is your name?" The man singled out was a short young man, taken aback by the sudden attention and nearly trembling with fear. However, he dared not hesitate and stepped forward, stammering, "Boss. My name is Wu Yufeng." Li Xiaoluo nodded and, gesturing towards Wu Yufeng, addressed the other slowly. "I have observed all of your performances during the assault on Villa No. 2. Some of you showed remarkable prowess. Particularly you, Wu Yufeng. I have previously stated that those who excel under my command shall be rewarded. From this moment forth, you shall be the leader of these men. Apart from me, your authority shall be paramount. Here, take this handgun. I promised that a well-performing individual would receive this prized weapon. Should anyone dare to disobey your orders, you need not consult me. Execute them on the spot." Wu Yufeng, momentarily bewildered, accepted the handgun from Li Xiaoluo, taking some time to regain his composure. With a thud, he knelt in the snow, proclaiming, "Boss, rest assured, I, Wu Yufeng, shall be your most loyal dog. Whoever you bid me to bite, I shall do so without question." In the eyes of Zhao Dizhu's, and even the bald-headed individual, Wu Yufeng was previously regarded as a marginal figure, often subjected to bullying by his peers. He never anticipated that Li Xiaoluo would place such immense trust in him. "Get up, just focus on working hard from now on." Li Xiaoluo cast a peculiar glance at Wu Yufeng, pondering, "Apologies, but I already have 2 dogs at home. You don't even qualify to be one. Merely cannon fodder at best." System notification. Wu Yufeng expresses gratitude for the host's recognition, friendliness level, 10. Current friendliness with the host, 63. Quite impressive, the friendliness level has significantly increased. Indeed, the reason Li Xiaoluo appointed Wu Yufeng as the captain was not because he had genuinely observed their performance in Villa No. 2, where Wu Yufeng happened to excel. Li Xiaoluo lacked the ability to see through walls. How could he discern their conduct within the villa? His assertion that Wu Yufeng performed the best stemmed solely from Wu Yufeng's friendliness level of 53, the highest among the 9 individuals. In Li Xiaoluo's eyes, the highest friendliness level equated to the best performance. The actual capabilities and performances were secondary. Moreover, despite Wu Yufeng's prior friendliness level of 53, Li Xiaoluo would not readily entrust him with a firearm. The pistol Li Xiaoluo had handed to Wu Yufeng had already been emptied of its bullets. He would not take any risks. After rewarding Wu Yufeng, Li Xiaoluo pointed at 3 others: Zhang Jiwei, friendliness level 24, potential value 12, special ability none; Li Yongqiang, friendliness level 19, potential value 15, special ability none; Sun Guotao, friendliness level 14, potential value 16, special ability none. These 3 individuals possessed the lowest friendliness levels among the group, all under 40, with 2 even below 20. A friendliness level between 20 and 40 suggested malice or resentment. Below 20 indicated a stronger animosity. While Li Xiaoluo needed some cannon fodder, not everyone was deemed worthy of that role. The 3 singled out by Li Xiaoluo remained oblivious to his true intentions, believing they were being rewarded, and thus stepped forward with beaming faces. Li Xiaoluo spoke. In my presence, those who perform well are rewarded. Conversely, those who do not meet expectations will face consequences, and your performances in Villa No. 2 have greatly disappointed me. The smiles of the 3 immediately froze. The man named Li Yongxiang protested, "Boss, how do we perform poorly? We put in effort when capturing Zhou Jiangwo and his associates." Zhang Jiwei added, "Indeed, boss, while I wasn't the first to charge in, I certainly wasn't the last." Sun Guotao wore a disgruntled expression, eager to voice his objections. However, Li Xiaoluo denied him the opportunity. With a rapid succession of gunfire, Li Xiaoluo unleashed a volley of bullets upon the 3. In such close proximity, the 3 individuals had no chance to react and were swiftly gunned down. Li Xiaoluo couldn't help but marvel at the exhilarating sensation of firing a weapon in such a manner. However, he resolved to exercise restraint in the future, as conserving ammunition was paramount. There was little justification in expending precious bullets on such insignificant adversaries. Paying no heed to the lifeless bodies sprawled in a pool of blood, Li Xiaoluo turned his attention to the remaining individuals. There were still 6 surviving expendables, including Wu Yufeng, whom he had recently appointed as captain. Aside from Wu Yufeng, the camaraderie levels of the other 5 men hovered in the low 40s, barely sufficient for the role of expendable. A camaraderie rating between 40 and 60 indicated a lack of malice, yet also a deficiency of genuine goodwill. Only those with a camaraderie exceeding 60 could be deemed relatively amicable, possessing a measure of trustworthiness that precluded easy betrayal. According to Li Xiaoluo's grand design for his territory, any individual, regardless of gender, with a camaraderie below 40 would be ineligible to serve as an expendable or peripheral member, regardless of their talents. Only those exceeding 40 could qualify as expendables for men, while women could be considered for peripheral membership within his faction. Those surpassing 60 in camaraderie would have the opportunity to become core members of his team, with the potential to reside within his lordly estate. As for the men, they would remain expendables, lacking even the status of peripheral members. Li Xiaoluo resolved that once he established stability around his villa, it would be time to form a team. At the very least, he needed to lay down a framework and set rules to instill a sense of belonging among his female subordinates, facilitating management. Future tasks involving violence and menial labor need not require his personal intervention each time. As for the name of the team he intended to create, he had yet to decide. Historically, many factions were named after their sanctuaries, such as Huaxi Park Sanctuary or Longhua District Sanctuary. Li Xiaoluo believed that since his system was the mightiest lord system, it was only fitting for his faction to bear the name of his territory, though somewhat juvenile. Naming it after the territory sounded far more grandiose than a mere sanctuary. The final name for the territory would require further contemplation. For now, however, he needed to ensure that Zhao Daizhong's journey was concluded. In the opulent villa of Zhao Daizhong, he sat in a lavish sofa on the 2nd floor, his expression darkened. His residence boasted numerous advanced solar panels, which enabled him to maintain electricity despite the city's frequent blackouts. However, the frigid outdoor temperatures rendered the villa's heating system ineffective, leaving the interior quite chilly. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Daizhong's heart felt even colder. His trusted operative, dispatched to deal with Li Xiaoluo, had gone missing, and his partner, Zhou Jiangwo, had also vanished. Most alarmingly, gunfire had been reported from the vicinity of Li Xiaoluo's villa. Zhao Dizhus, a man with a penchant for firearms, quickly discerned that the gunfire he heard was not the sound of the pistol he had given to the bald man, but rather the unmistakable sound of a rifle's rapid discharge. This revelation struck Zhao like a bolt from the blue, for he had believed himself to be quite reckless, having secretly hoarded 3 handguns at home. He had always held the conviction that with these weapons in his possession, even in the midst of societal collapse, those under his command would have no choice but to remain obedient, despite any hidden agendas they might harbor. With his firepower, he envisioned that all the residents of the Longting Villa area would soon bow to his authority. However, little did Zhao anticipate that there existed individuals even more deranged than himself, wielding not only firearms, but also superior automatic rifles. How such weapons were procured in Huagua was beyond comprehension. It defied logic. Zhao could never have foreseen this turn of events. Though uncertain whether the rifle wielder was Li Xiaoluo, he understood that the moment shots were fired and communication with the bald man and Zhou Jiangwo was severed, their fates were likely grim. Furthermore, the adversary was undoubtedly aware that the bald man's group was affiliated with him, and it was only a matter of time before they would come for him. Perhaps even with lethal intent. What compounded Zhao's frustration was the realization that the snow-covered path he had painstakingly cleared for his subordinates might now serve as a convenient route for his enemies to approach him. Damn it, what a dreadful predicament. Moreover, the bald man was utterly inept. Even with a numerical advantage, he could have used his men to compensate for their inferior weaponry. At the very least, he should have relayed intelligence about the enemy's movements. Instead, Zhao found himself tormented by ignorance regarding the enemy's numbers and firepower. Was it possible that the bald man had betrayed him? Contemplating this disheartening possibility, Zhao's gaze fell upon the three young and beautiful women kneeling before him, serving his whims. To ensure his own comfort, Zhao had denied them even the warmth of down jackets in the frigid weather. Clad only in alluring kipeos, the women trembled on the ground. Their tattered garments stained with blood, a testament to the torment they had previously endured. Some of these women had been employed by Zhao prior to the apocalypse, while others were clients of his wife. Yet in this new world, they had become his mere possessions. In the days before the impending doom, Zhao had presented himself as a benevolent benefactor, donning the mask of a righteous gentleman. Even when surrounded by women he coveted, he refrained from any coercion. However, as societal order gradually disintegrated, his true, sinister nature began to emerge. Any woman who dared to defy him would be subjected to torment until her obedience was assured. Among the women, several of average appearance were given as rewards to his trusted subordinates, while the more attractive ones were retained to attend to his desires. As for Zhao Dezuzu, he had long since taken the life of his wife with his own hands. That foolish woman, oblivious to the circumstances, still entertained the notion of acting as a domineering matriarch after the apocalypse. Zhao Dezuzu shifted his gaze from the several women kneeling on the ground and directed it toward the only woman standing nearby. This woman, named Li Yan, possessed an oval face and was quite attractive. More significantly, she had been the wife of Baldi before the world fell into chaos. This identity had always held a certain allure for Zhao Dezuzu, but he had refrained from expressing it earlier due to Baldi's loyalty. Instead, he had promoted Li Yan to the role of logistics manager at the villa. However, now that Baldi had dared to rebel against him, he would show no mercy. Li Yan, come here. Zhao Dezuzu beckoned to the obediently standing Li Yan. Oh, all right, boss. Li Yan, momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to reality and promptly began to approach. Crawl over. Zhao Dezuzu's voice turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon her. Li Yan paused, her expression shifting. Yet, she dared not object and meekly replied, Boss, I am Baldi's woman. This doesn't seem right. Zhao Dezuzu rose from the sofa, seizing his specialized whip for discipline, and with a fierce countenance declared, Wretched woman, how dare you mention Baldi? I sent him several messages, yet he has failed to respond. He is either dead from failure or has betrayed me. In either case, he deserves his fate. And as his woman, you too shall pay the price. Crawl to me. Trembling in fear, Li Yan fell to her knees with a thud. Boss, Baldi has always been loyal to you. He would never betray you. He must have been killed by the enemy, so you cannot treat me this way. Li Yan had witnessed Zhao Dezuzu's cruelty towards women after the apocalypse. Knowing him to be a perverse demon, she recalled the tragic fates of other women who had suffered under his torment, sending chills down her spine. Zhao Dezuzu's gaze was cold and unyielding as he regarded Li Yan. Do not make me repeat myself. Crawl to my feet. Li Yan shivered, acutely aware that defiance would lead to a fate far worse than death. With no other choice, she knelt on the ground and began to crawl towards Zhao Dezuzu like a dog. Boss, I have something to report to you. At that moment, a man's voice echoed from downstairs. Come up. Soon after, a tall man ascended to the second floor, seemingly oblivious to the kneeling women. The man bowed respectfully to Zhao Dezuzu and said, Boss, I have barricaded the front entrance on the first floor with tables and cabinets. Should the enemy attempt to invade, they will have to expend considerable effort clearing these obstacles. At that point, we can remain hidden and strike from the shadows, ensuring the enemy pays a heavy price. Zhao Dezuzu was aware that something had gone awry with Baldi's side, and that the enemy's firepower exceeded his own. Although he continued to indulge on the second floor, he had already instructed his subordinates to prepare defenses on the first floor. Zhao Dezuzu gazed at the tall man and said, Xiao Chong, you have always been my most trusted and capable confidant. We have 5 combatants remaining, and I shall entrust their command to you. Additionally, I will provide you with a handgun. Whether you can withstand the enemies depends entirely on your prowess. In earlier times, Zhao Dezuzu would never have considered giving a firearm to anyone within the villa, unless they were to undertake a mission akin to Baldi's. This hesitation stemmed from his fear that someone might turn the weapon against him. In this apocalyptic world, which man would wield a gun without harboring ambitions? Yet, in the current predicament, Zhao Dizhu's found himself devoid of options. He had to present a firearm to bolster his subordinates' morale against the impending threat. After all, could one truly expect them to fend off bullets brandishing mere kitchen knives? Chapter 88. Let us fight Pikachu. To further encourage the tall man, Zhao Dizhu gestured towards the women kneeling on the ground. Xiao Chong, do you see these women? If you can fend off the adversaries, you may select any of them as you desire. The man named Xiao Chong glanced at the beautiful women on the ground, his face lighting up with excitement as he passionately declared, Boss, rest assured, we are in a favorable position, even if it costs me my life. I will not allow the enemy to step foot through the villa's gates. Zhao Dizhu smiled with satisfaction, greatly pleased by Xiao Chong's enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to Zhao Dizhu, Xiao Chong also secretly breathed a sigh of relief at his boss's laughter. He understood that his employer was in a state of distrust towards everyone. If he did not feign greed and lechery, Zhao Dizhu would surely suspect ulterior motives. With the firearm in his boss's possession, Xiao Chong knew that if Zhao Dizhu harbored doubts, he might very well eliminate him, regardless of his intentions. Only by appearing manageable would Zhao Dizhu feel secure enough to entrust him with the weapon to resist the enemy. Xiao Chong believed that possessing the gun would grant him the authority to act opportunistically. Should the enemy prove overwhelmingly powerful, he was not one to be obstinate. Surrendering would be a viable option. As long as he wielded a firearm, he could resist should Zhao Dizhu's attempt to prevent his capitulation. Naturally, barring dire circumstances, Xiao Chong had no desire to surrender. After all, who could predict his standing within a new faction post-surrender? It was certain that it would not surpass his current position. Once Baldi was out of the picture, even without staging a coup, he would undoubtedly become the second-in-command within the team, a role Zhao Dizhu would need to rely upon. Li Xiaoluo drove the snowmobile, while Wu Yufeng and several others jogged behind, swiftly arriving at Zhao Dizhu's Villa No. 10. Li Xiaoluo believed Zhao Dizhu had done a commendable deed by clearing a path through the snow. Otherwise, although driving there was relatively simple for him, his subordinates, mere pawns, would face difficulties. Li Xiaoluo was certainly not inclined to allow them into his vehicle. Upon reaching the exterior of Villa No. 10, the iron gate posed no obstacle for Li Xiaoluo and his team. Wu Yufeng led his comrades in a forceful breach of the gate, and soon, everyone entered the villa's courtyard. The commotion from earlier could not have escaped the notice of Zhao Dizhu within the villa. However, the atmosphere inside remained eerily tranquil, with no one emerging to confront or impede Li Xiaoluo and his companions. Li Xiaoluo had anticipated that Zhao Dizhu would opt for a defensive strategy, waiting for Li Xiaoluo's forces to launch an assault. In such a siege, the defenders inherently possess a substantial advantage, lying in wait to ambush their adversaries. Consequently, the attacking side often suffers significant casualties. Yet, for Li Xiaoluo, the toll of casualties was of no concern. After all, Wu Yufeng and his men were merely expendable, most of whom were former subordinates of Zhao Dizhu, and their demise held no weight in his eyes. Alighting from the snowmobile, Li Xiaoluo raised his automatic rifle and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon Villa No. 10. The deafening sound echoed as the glass windows and doors shattered into countless fragments. After expending an entire magazine, he turned to Wu Yufeng and instructed, Wu Yufeng, take the initiative to communicate with them. Urge those within the villa to lay down their arms and surrender. If they yield willingly, I shall overlook the transgressions of all but Zhao Dizhu, and may even consider their inclusion in our ranks. Li Xiaoluo's immediate display of firepower served two purposes. Firstly, it aimed to instill profound psychological pressure upon those inside the villa, showcasing his formidable arsenal to undermine their resolve to resist. Secondly, it was a message to Wu Yufeng and his men. Should they approach the confrontation with cowardice, merely shouting slogans without taking action, they might find themselves at the receiving end of indiscriminate fire. Wu Yufeng appeared oblivious to the latter implication, or perhaps he was overly confident in their forthcoming victory. With a gleeful demeanor, he bowed slightly to Li Xiaoluo and declared, Very well, boss, leave it to me. I trust that the individuals inside are not fools. They will surely refrain from continuing to serve Zhao Dizhu. He then called out loudly to those within the villa, Changgu, Lu Zi, Lao He, this is Wu Yufeng. You've witnessed our firepower. Hurry and surrender. Those who genuinely submit will not face harm from my boss. And life under our command will undoubtedly be 100 times better than serving Zhao Dizhu. Inside Villa No. 10, the men, including Changgu, who were lying in wait in the hall, were visibly tense. Although they were aware of the enemy's formidable firepower, the knowledge was vastly different from the visceral experience of it. The recent barrage from Li Xiaoluo had genuinely frightened them. Changgu, what should we do now? Must we really fight to the death? One asked anxiously. Indeed, Changgu, with such ferocity outside, Are we truly to engage in a desperate struggle? If this were the end of days, and we were to perish fighting, at least the boss would provide our families with a substantial compensation. But now, dying would be in vain. Exactly. Since the catastrophe, the boss has been residing on the second floor of the villa, enjoying the finest food and being attended by the most beautiful women, while the sustenance consisted merely of leftover dishes, and the women were but a collection of aged individuals. Why should we toil for them? Xiao Chong cast a furtive glance toward the second floor of the villa and whispered, "Keep your voices down. For now, we must remain vigilant and assess the situation as it unfolds." He was acutely aware that Zhao Dizhu's was undoubtedly perched on the second floor, gun in hand, observing their every move. Should they dare to shout for surrender, Zhao Dizhu's would not hesitate to eliminate them with a bullet. From his elevated position, escape was an impossibility, as the entrance had been barricaded with furniture. Xiao Chong's prior sentiments lingered, following Zhao Dizhu's placed him above the masses. However, should they surrender, he might find himself a mere prisoner. Thus, he was resolute in his decision to avoid capitulation unless absolutely necessary. Outside the villa, Wu Yufeng wore a grim expression, taken aback by Xiao Chong's defiance and their determination to resist. His displeasure stemmed not from concern for the occupants inside, but from the realization that their refusal to surrender would necessitate his own offensive, which carried inherent risks. Li Xiaoluo, already seated in the vehicle, was unperturbed by the unfolding events. Even if Zhao Dizhu's subordinates wished to surrender, they required his consent. Therefore, the earlier calls were merely attempts to unsettle the morale of those within the villa. Combat was inevitable. Acknowledging the disadvantages faced by his team, Li Xiaoluo discarded 2 ballistic shields from the vehicle and handed Wu Yufeng a magazine filled with 8 bullets. "Go forth and fight, Pikachu." With the additional ammunition and shields, Wu Yufeng and his squad felt considerably more emboldened. He instructed 2 of his men to raise the shields at the forefront, while he and 3 others positioned themselves behind, cautiously advancing toward the villa's entrance. Li Xiaoluo, seated in his snowmobile, retrieved a marinated pig's trotter from his supplies and paired it with a bottle of snowflake beer, leisurely eating and drinking as he observed the clash. Wu Yufeng and his team arrived at the villa's entrance, yet the door remained firmly shut. Resorting to their usual tactics, Wu Yufeng assigned 2 men to bear the shields for protection while the others wielded hammers, vigorously assaulting the lock. Given the villa's high-end construction, the lock was robust, and after considerable effort, they finally succeeded in breaking it. They pushed against the door, however, it yielded only slightly, for it had been obstructed by a plethora of items behind it. "Captain, what should we do? We can't get inside." "Yes, Captain, what now? We await your command." The subordinates gazed at Wu Yufeng, their expressions filled with anticipation. They believed that as their leader, any failure to breach the villa would rest squarely on his shoulders. The subordinates of Wu Yufeng were, in truth, quite resentful that the usually unassuming Wu Yufeng had garnered the favor of Li Xiaoluo and ascended to the role of their leader. Though they felt compelled to feign obedience to Wu Yufeng's commands under the weight of Li Xiaoluo's formidable presence, they secretly yearned for him to falter, thereby inviting Li Xiaoluo's wrath upon him. Wu Yufeng smirked inwardly, fully aware of their sentiments after spending so much time in their company. Should he fail to breach the villa, they would undoubtedly shift the blame onto him. However, Wu Yufeng had no intention of allowing them to revel in such satisfaction, for he had already devised an alternative plan to infiltrate the villa. Although this method bore its own risks, if they wished to witness his downfall, he would gladly send them forth as cannon fodder. After all, with their leader monitoring from the snowmobile, none would dare disobey. "Let us eschew the front entrance and search the villa's warehouse for tools," Wu Yufeng commanded. Swiftly, he led his men away and procured 2 extendable ladders from the villa's storage. His plan was straightforward. Given the difficulty of accessing the villa's main entrance on the ground floor, they would instead enter through a window on the second floor. The current accumulation of snow already reached the 2nd level, allowing them to easily ascend using the ladders. Yet, such an approach would leave them vulnerable should the enemy guard that floor. However, it was not Wu Yufeng who would lead the charge. He had merely conceived an ingenious strategy. Whether they could penetrate the villa depended on the prowess of his subordinates. Wu Yufeng's men were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this scoundrel would concoct such a scheme, forcing them to take the lead. Nevertheless, with Wu Yufeng wielding a firearm and overseeing their advance, and Li Xiaoluo scrutinizing their performance from behind, they had no choice. Thus, 2 men bearing shields stepped forward, with their comrades behind them hoisting a ladder against the villa's 2nd-floor window. Simultaneously, both groups began their ascent. The commotion created by Wu Yufeng's crew had already captured the attention of Zhao Dizhu's on the 2nd floor. Upon assessing the situation, Zhao shouted to his men stationed on the 1st floor, "Xiao Chong, the enemy intends to enter through the 2nd-floor window. Quickly send 2 men up to guard it." "Understood, boss. We're preparing to come up right away." "Damn it, what are you preparing for? Get up here now." Despite Zhao Dizhu's urgent pleas, Xiao Chong and his subordinates remained hidden on the first floor, unmoving. After a few moments, the truth dawned on Zhao. Xiao Chong and his men had evidently harbored rebellious thoughts, opting to stall and await his demise. By the heavens, a pack of traitors! Zhao Dizhu seethed, wishing he could descend immediately and eliminate these turncoats. Yet he knew that such an act would hasten his own end. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and fortify the second floor as best he could. Zhao Dizhu swiftly approached the window as Wu Yufeng's men, shields raised, were almost upon him. Bang! Bang! Zhao Dizhu drew his pistol and fired 2 shots at one of the individuals brandishing a shield. His marksmanship was commendable. At such a close range, he managed to strike the shield with one of the bullets. After all, having lived in comfort for so many years, he was no longer the same person he had been in his earlier days as a streetwise individual. The bullet thudded against the shield, and while it did not penetrate, the force was sufficient to send the shield bearer tumbling down from the ladder. Fortunately, the thick blanket of snow below ensured he would not meet his demise. Bang! 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 Wu Yufeng, who had been supervising from below, immediately drew his own pistol to retaliate upon seeing Zhao Dizhu appear. He shouted loudly, urging others to continue climbing the ladder. In the midst of Wu Yufeng's counterattack, as Zhao Dizhu instinctively sought cover, another individual on a separate ladder had already ascended to the second floor, shield in hand. Unbeknownst to Zhao Dizhu, while he was evading Wu Yufeng's shots, he had no idea how many adversaries possessed firearms or how many had already made their way up. Alone, he could not hope to withstand the onslaught. Reluctantly, Zhao Dizhu retreated, fleeing towards the study. In truth, he was an individual who harbored a profound fear of death, which had prompted him to construct a robust and concealed safe room within the villa. Once ensconced within its walls, it would be exceedingly difficult for his enemies to locate him. Even if they did, the materials used for the safe room were on par with those of a bank vault, rendering him virtually impervious to their efforts. At this moment, Zhao Dizhu found himself wishing fervently for the apocalypse to conclude swiftly. Perhaps after a period of hiding in the safe room, he might yet find salvation. However, his idyllic thoughts were abruptly shattered by the sharp crack of a gunshot behind him and a searing pain in his shoulder, causing his vision to narrow with fury. Who else could have fired at him from behind but that little rascal? A band of scoundrels, treacherous and ungrateful. They had all betrayed him, and now they sought his life. Before Zhao Dizhu could ponder further, the little rascal commanded several men to pounce upon him like ravenous wolves, pinning him down with unyielding force. Armed and following closely behind, the little rascal barely had time to utter any menacing words before he witnessed Wu Yufeng and his team ascend the stairs, shield bearers in tow. Bang! Wu Yufeng fired first, hitting one of the little rascal's subordinates in the thigh. The little rascal immediately shouted, Wu Yufeng, it's your brother Chong. Do not shoot. Zhao Dizhu is already in our grasp. We surrender. The man who had been shot glared at the little rascal through gritted teeth, cursing silently. You call yourself a leader? Couldn't you have called for surrender sooner? In this weather and under these circumstances, being shot is tantamount to a death sentence. Before long, Wu Yufeng and his team emerged into the courtyard, escorting a group of captives with their hands bound. Wu Yufeng then jogged over to Li Xiaoluo's vehicle. Report, Chief. Zhao Dizhu has been captured, and his men have surrendered. We have suffered no fatalities, only one minor injury. During the report, Wu Yufeng stood tall and proud, his face radiating excitement. After surrendering to Li Xiaoluo, he had achieved such a remarkable victory in his first battle. Who would dare to look down upon him now? He felt certain that his standing in the eyes of his leader, Li Xiaoluo, had undoubtedly risen. The reason for this smooth and decisive victory lay primarily in Li Xiaoluo's earlier barrage, which had effectively shattered the morale of Zhao Dizhu's subordinates. Consequently, the slightest hint of adversity would lead Zhao's men to contemplate surrender. This is how Wu Yufeng was able to secure such an effortless triumph. Moreover, he reported, Boss, I have confiscated Zhao Dizhu's firearms, totaling 2 handguns and 60 rounds of ammunition. After delivering his report, Wu Yufeng respectfully presented the seized weapons to Li Xiaoluo. Li Xiaoluo observed the guns handed over by Wu Yufeng and remarked, Aren't there 3? With a smile, Wu Yufeng replied, Boss, one of them is the gun you gave me. Now that the battle has concluded, I believe it should be entrusted to you for safekeeping. Although Wu Yufeng desired to keep the gun for himself, he understood from Zhao Dizhu's past actions that possessing a firearm without absolute trust would only invite suspicion from his leader. It could even lead to perilous consequences. Thus, he deemed it wiser to surrender the weapon voluntarily, ensuring that his leader would not regard him with suspicion, but rather foster a more favorable impression of him. Perhaps, in showcasing his loyalty, his leader might even return the gun to him, granting him both a weapon and increased goodwill. Li Xiaoluo cast a meaningful glance at Wu Yufeng, acknowledging his cleverness in voluntarily relinquishing the firearm. As for whether Wu Yufeng might secretly harbor another gun, Li Xiaoluo believed he would not dare. Should he attempt such a deception, he risked betrayal from his own men. Furthermore, his friendliness would diminish, making it immediately apparent to Li Xiaoluo. The reason Li Xiaoluo chose to retain Wu Yufeng and his men was that he needed to clear the nearby villas. This arduous and perilous task was best suited for individuals like Wu Yufeng, who were expendable. Thus, Li Xiaoluo refrained from eliminating them for the time being. After all, their current level of camaraderie was adequate for them to serve as cannon fodder. Excellent work, Captain Wu. You have executed this mission splendidly, and I will commend you for it. Once we have cleared and secured the nearby villas in the coming days, you shall be celebrated as a great contributor. Li Xiaoluo generously praised Wu Yufeng and spun grand visions of future accolades. But as for the gun, he should not expect to reclaim it. Li Xiaoluo then turned his attention to the captives brought forth by Wu Yufeng, numbering approximately 10 individuals. In the world before the apocalypse, Zhao Dezuzu had 30 men in his villa. However, in the wake of the catastrophe, he had eliminated those who were disobedient or unwilling to submit in order to conserve resources. Li Xiaoluo approached the injured Zhao Dezuzu and quipped, "Mr. Zhao? Weren't we supposed to meet at my villa number 1 in half an hour? Why have I come to you instead?" At this moment, Zhao Dezu's face was ashen with pain, and he spoke expressionlessly. "Li Xiaoluo, in the game of kings and pawns, you have triumphed. If you wish to kill me, do so without further ado." Li Xiaoluo chuckled softly and replied, "Kill you? That would sully my hands. Besides, we harbor no enmity. I shan't waste bullets on you. However, I am certain someone will take an interest in your life." Li Xiaoluo then addressed the remaining captives. "Men and women alike, is there anyone here who desires the life of this old dog? Feel free to torment him or end him. The choice is yours." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezu's humiliation and fury were palpable as he glared at Li Xiaoluo. "Li Xiaoluo, we are both figures of repute. I have been bested by you. If you wish to end my life, do so, but why must you humiliate me?" Li Xiaoluo cast a cold glance at Zhao Dezu. Truth be told, he had never regarded Zhao as a worthy adversary. It was Zhao who had instigated the confrontation. In fact, apart from Zhao Dezu, there were others who, aware of Li Xiaoluo's potential abundance of food and methods to melt snow, had been pleading with him for assistance in their private groups or through direct messages. When their appeals went unanswered, they resorted to threats, with many contemplating a coalition against Li Xiaoluo. It is not to say that these individuals were inherently malevolent like Zhao Dezu. Some were simply driven to desperation by hunger. In their fight for survival, they felt compelled to seize resources from nearby survivors. The only ones with a chance to trouble Li Xiaoluo were those residing in villas numbered 2 through 10. Although the Longting Villa area comprised merely 88 villas, the expanse was vast. Some villas were situated far from Li Xiaoluo's first villa, making the journey nearly insurmountable without a snowmobile. The villas numbered 1 through 10 were of the highest caliber, within close proximity to one another, allowing their occupants to effectively harass Li Xiaoluo's first villa. Despite having long regarded the Longting Villa area as his stronghold, the thick blanket of snow made Li Xiaoluo indifferent to the residents within. As long as they did not seek him out, he had no inclination to intervene. After all, it was conceivable that in a few days, most of them would succumb to starvation. Why should he complicate matters? However, should anyone choose to provoke him, like Zhou Jiangwo from Villa 2 or Zhao Dezu from Villa 10, Li Xiaoluo would not tolerate it quietly. He now intended to cleanse the area, encompassing villas 2 through 10, ensuring that his surroundings remained his domain, free from disturbances, and providing him with a buffer zone. Moreover, Li Xiaoluo had another motive for this action. Once he secured villas 2 through 10, they could serve as temporary storage facilities. He could place some of the easily storable supplies from his system space into these villas, thereby granting him more room to venture outside for zero-cost acquisitions. Even if one does not seek them out, the owners of nearby villas will inevitably come looking for you. With Wu Yufeng and his cohort of expendables present, it is an opportune moment to let them expend their remaining energy. Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo mention that Zhao Dezu could be dealt with at will, the male captives, including Xiao Chong, exhibited little reaction. After all, they had previously been loyal subordinates of Zhao Dezu, who had treated them relatively well after the apocalypse, providing sustenance and companionship. If it were not for Li Xiaoluo's formidable firepower intimidating them, they might have preferred to continue aligning themselves with Zhao Dezu. Alas, they had no choice. Survival took precedence. However, a few women, upon hearing Li Xiaoluo state that Zhao Dezu could be disposed of freely, finally displayed a flicker of excitement on their previously numb faces. Could we truly dispose of that beast, Zhao Dezu, as we wish? 2 young and beautiful women, previously treated like dogs by Zhao Dezu, looked at Li Xiaoluo with eagerness. Being beautiful can sometimes be a curse. After the apocalypse, their looks led to their refusal to submit to Zhao Dezu, resulting in immense suffering and torment. Li Xiaoluo wasted no words and directly gestured to Wu Yufeng. Untie their hands. Wu Yufeng treated Li Xiaoluo's command as a royal decree and promptly unbound the two women. Once freed, the women glared fiercely at Zhao Dizhu's, and lacking weapons, they lunged at him. One woman delivered a vicious kick to Zhao Dizhu's groin, eliciting a sound reminiscent of cracking eggs from the surrounding men. Another woman, more ferocious still, bit down hard on Zhao Dizhu's ear, tearing away a piece of flesh and causing a gory spray of blood. The men around felt a chill. When women unleash their fury, men are often powerless. The male captives silently rejoiced in their timely surrender. Otherwise, they might have faced a similar fate at Li Xiaoluo's hands. Zhao Dizhu's, already wounded, succumbed to his torment, his eyes forever open in disbelief. He had never imagined he would meet his end at the hands of women, and in such a gruesome manner. System notification. Wang Shanshan appreciates the opportunity to exact her revenge personally. Friendliness level 20, current friendliness level towards the host 69. System notification. Li Xiaoqiao appreciates the opportunity to exact her revenge personally. Friendliness level 15, current friendliness level towards the host 68. Chapter 91. Beautiful women can kill too. After dealing with Zhao Dizhu's, Li Xiaoluo turned his attention to the remaining captives. Among the female captives, besides Wang Shanshan and Li Xiaoqiao, who had slain Zhao Dizhu's, there were two others. Li Yin, friendliness level 14, potential value 12, special ability, none. Zhou Meiying, friendliness level 25, potential value 10, special ability, none. Li Xiaoluo was somewhat surprised to find the remaining two women had rather low friendliness levels, especially the one named Li Yin, whose friendliness level fell below 20. This was quite intriguing. Did they genuinely prefer to follow Zhao Dizhu's? Or are some individuals simply born to be contemptible? Nevertheless, Li Xiaoluo remained unfazed. If there were dissent towards her, it was best to eliminate it directly. Upon noticing her gaze directed at them, the muscular captive known as Chong, despite his hands being bound, found his voice. He exclaimed loudly, "Boss Li Xiaoluo. Zhao Dizhu's initially intended to hide, but I personally shot him, leading to his capture. Consider it a gift of surrender from us to you. Rest assured, we shall be your loyal dogs, assisting you in conquering the entire Longting Villa area." Li Xiaoluo regarded Chong with indifference, replying coolly, "You aspire to be my dog? Unfortunately, you are a tad late." She did not bother to assess the goodwill of the male captives, for it was unnecessary. Wu Yufang's current cannon fodder sufficed, and Li Xiaoluo had no need for excessive pawns. Thus, the male captives held little value, even if their goodwill were adequate. Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Chong felt a disquieting premonition arise within him. Yet, he feigned composure, asking, "Boss Li Xiaoluo, what do you mean by that? You instructed Wu Yufang to communicate that only Zhao Dizhu's would be killed and that we would be spared. You cannot go back on your word." Li Xiaoluo smirked mockingly. "What do you know of trust when it comes to enemies? I might almost think you were good people before. Moreover, I asked Wu Yufang to call for your surrender. Yet did you step forward then? It was only after my people risked their lives to breach your defenses that you began to speak of surrender?" Chong's expression darkened. He was consumed with regret for his earlier decision to surrender. Had he held out, there might have been room for negotiation. Now, he was but meat on the chopping block, subject to Li Xiaoluo's whims. Yet, regret was a luxury he could not afford. He lowered his voice, pleading, "Boss Li Xiaoluo. We were under Zhao Dizhu's supervision, which prevented us from surrendering immediately. Please, spare me as your dog. You will need loyal subjects to assist you in seizing the Longting Villa area and beyond." Li Xiaoluo dismissed him, turning to Wu Yufang. "Eliminate them all." "Understood, boss." Wu Yufang replied with a grin. Having previously suffered at Chong's hands, he was determined to carry out the order. Under Wu Yufang's direction, the male captives met their end at the hands of iron hammers wielded by Wu Yufang and his companions. The scene became a bloodbath, eliciting retching from several women who could not bear the gruesome sight. Except for a woman named Li Yin, who had fared well under the bald man's care and still had some sustenance left, the others could barely manage to vomit. Wu Yufang and his associates, seemingly accustomed to such brutality, displayed an unsettling calmness as they executed the captives, even revealing a hint of cruel exhilaration. Once the male captives were dispatched, Li Xiaoluo gestured towards Li Yin and Zhou Meiying, commanding, "And those two as well, eliminate them together." Upon hearing Li Xiaoluo's words, Li Yin and the other woman were momentarily taken aback. Were they not women? Why would there be a need to kill them? Although Li Xiaoluo did not fawn over them like an ordinary man might, surely he ought to respect their identity as women. Furthermore, keeping them alive could serve as a reward for his subordinates in the future. Despite Zhao Dizhu's villainy, he had acted similarly. Thus, Li Yin and her companion had never truly feared for their lives. As long as they complied, no man would dare to harm them. At worst, they would merely transition from serving one man to serving multiple men. In truth, Li Yin harbored some feelings for the deceased bald man, having spent several years together before the apocalypse. This emotional connection fueled her deep-seated animosity towards Li Xiaoluo, leaving their rapport exceedingly low. However, Li Yan was no fool. She intended to mask her true feelings and bide her time, perhaps devising a way to eliminate Li Xiaoluo when the opportunity arose. Yet, she was unprepared for the shocking revelation that Li Xiaoluo intended to kill them, even women like herself. This sentiment was not confined to Li Yan and her companion. Even Wu Yufang and the others who followed Li Xiaoluo were astonished. Why would the boss kill such a beautiful woman as Li Yan? Wasn't that a waste? During their time with Zhao Dizhu's, they had seen several attractive women monopolized by him and the bald man. Now that they had a new leader and had captured these women, they had hoped for a chance to partake in the spoils. Even if the weather was too cold to drive, they could still find warmth together at night. Before Li Yan could plead for mercy, one man from Wu Yufang's team stepped forward. He gazed at Li Xiaoluo and said, "Boss, we performed well just now, and tonight is bound to be rather dull. Why not spare Li Yan? It seems a waste. We could keep her around for some amusement." Li Xiaoluo glanced at the speaker, Lu Xiang. His camaraderie level stood at 51, with a potential value of 13 and no special abilities. Among the other pawns, Lu Xiang's rapport was relatively high. However, Li Xiaoluo had little tolerance for disobedience, especially from mere pawns. They were merely expected to follow orders. Otherwise, they served no purpose. Bang! Li Xiaoluo swiftly drew his pistol and pulled the trigger, executing Lu Xiang instantly. The sudden gunfire left Wu Yufang and the others in shock. Goodness! Their new leader was truly ruthless. Although Zhao Dizhu's had been harsh, he lacked the decisiveness of Li Xiaoluo, who offered no opportunity for explanation before delivering death. The remaining men, including Wu Yufang, looked at Li Xiaoluo with eyes filled with dread, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. After all, it was not their lives at stake. Moreover, that man had brought this upon himself by foolishly questioning the boss's orders. Kill them all, listen to the boss. Eliminate both Li Yan and her companions. Wu Yufang reacted swiftly, commanding his remaining 3 subordinates to take action against the 2 women. Although he felt a pang of regret at Li Yan's demise, he could not deny his envy. After all, she had once been the consort of the bald-headed brother, and he had often found himself fantasizing about savoring her allure. Nevertheless, survival took precedence. Furthermore, aligning himself with the formidable leader Li Xiaoluo meant that he would never lack for women in the future, and Wu Yufang reveled in this delightful notion. Chapter 92. Arranging Wang Shanshan and Li Qiaoqiao. Once the necessary individuals had been dealt with, Li Xiaoluo noted that the day was drawing to a close. As dusk had fallen earlier than usual, he resolved to pause the day's endeavors, intending to thoroughly clear villas 3 through 9 the following day. He was confident that no one would possess firearms akin to Zhao Dizhu's, nor would they command such a multitude of subordinates. Thus the subsequent cleanup should proceed expeditiously. Li Xiaoluo instructed Wu Yufang and his men to remain in Villa 10 for the night, planning to resume their tasks in the morning. Given the current weather conditions, Li Xiaoluo felt no concern regarding their potential escape. Subsequently, he departed with Wang Shanshan and Li Qiaoqiao. After Li Xiaoluo's departure, the tension that had gripped Wu Yufang and his men dissipated. Being in the presence of their leader, Li Xiaoluo, had been a source of immense pressure, particularly after witnessing him casually eliminate Lu Xiang. This made it abundantly clear that Li Xiaoluo did not hold them in high regard, nor did he consider them to be trusted confidants. When they had surrendered to Li Xiaoluo, they had originally numbered around 10, yet during their time at Villa 2, Li Xiaoluo had executed several of them for their unsatisfactory performance. Moments ago, during the assault on Villa 10, he had indiscriminately shot another one of their own. Consequently, the few remaining members were acutely aware of the mounting pressure. What further irked them was that after they had risked their lives to capture Zhao Dizhu and secure Villa 10, Li Xiaoluo had mercilessly dispatched several young and beautiful women, leaving none for them. Squad leader Wu, I feel that boss Li Xiaoluo doesn't see us as his own, one subordinate lamented. Damn it, just speak your mind. What do you mean he doesn't regard us as his own? I believe he merely sees us as cannon fodder. Another retorted. All the arduous and perilous tasks fall to us, and he kills us at whim. At least when we followed Zhao Dizhu, we were treated like dogs. But now we might not even be worthy of that. Wu Yufang's expression darkened. Enough. I do not wish to hear such words again. Although the boss has taken lives, there has always been a reason behind it. If we perform well, why would he resort to killing? Moreover, we must empathize with the boss's perspective. Would we, upon accepting a group of individuals who once sought to take our lives, immediately place our full trust in them? If Li Xiaoluo were present to hear Wu Yufang's remarks, he would surely marvel at how remarkably different the loyalty of a high-spirited cannon fodder could be. Certainly, Wu Yufang's remarks were primarily rooted in the fact that he had previously fared the worst under Zhao Dizhu's command. Yet now he finds himself as the captain under Li Xiaoluo's leadership. The other men, upon hearing Wu Yufang's words, exchanged glances and fell silent, apprehensive that any further comments might lead Wu Yufang to report to Li Xiaoluo, endangering their very lives. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoluo escorted Wang Shanshan and Li Qiaoqiao to Villa No. 2. Upon their arrival, he addressed the two women. Your previous courage has caught my attention. For now, you shall reside in this villa, which should still have water and provisions. You may eat at your leisure tonight. However, starting tomorrow, you will need to make a choice. Either follow me and obey my every command, including the act of taking lives. As you have observed, not everyone is deemed worthy to accompany me. Thus, I will not compel you. If you choose not to follow, you may depart tomorrow. Yet, be aware that the Longting Villa district will henceforth be my territory, and you must exit its confines. With that, Li Xiaoluo left Wang Shanshan and Li Qiaoqiao in Villa Number 2 and returned to Villa Number 1. Although Wang Shanshan and Li Qiaoqiao exhibited commendable courage and amiability, which did garner a modicum of Li Xiaoluo's attention, it was merely a fleeting interest. Should there be no supernatural beings in the future, the combat prowess and value of Wang Shanshan and Li Qiaoqiao might surpass that of Shun Miaomiao and Qin Yuemei, especially in a team that exclusively recruits women. However, it is destined to be a realm dominated by those with abilities, relegating ordinary survivors to auxiliary roles or mere combat support. Thus, despite their bravery, Wang Shanshan and Li Qiaoqiao held limited value in Li Xiaoluo's eyes, and he would not expend excessive time on them. If they make the right choice tomorrow, they may persevere in this apocalyptic world. If not, even if Li Xiaoluo spares their lives, could they truly escape the confines of Longting Villa? As they watched Li Xiaoluo depart, Wang Shanshan and Li Qiaoqiao exchanged knowing glances, their unspoken understanding revealing their thoughts. Do they have any other choice besides aligning with Li Xiaoluo? If they opt to leave, even if Li Xiaoluo permits their departure, can they traverse through the thick snow to escape the Longting Villa district? Once outside, where would they even go? Xiaoluo, brother-in-law. As Li Xiaoluo entered Villa Number 1, several enchanting women greeted him with palpable excitement. Though he had only been outside for a substantial part of the day, Shun Miaomiao and the others felt as if he had been gone for an eternity. In the villa, they were preoccupied with worry for Li Xiaoluo's safety, their minds elsewhere. Setting aside Shun Miaomiao's deep affection for him, even Qin Yuemei and the others understood that without Li Xiaoluo's protection, their future would be bleak. Upon entering the villa, Li Xiaoluo removed his thick down jacket and, embracing Shun Miaomiao's graceful and supple waist, settled onto the sofa. Brother-in-law, you must be exhausted. May I give you a massage? The perceptive sister-in-law promptly approached him from behind. Li Xiaoluo waved his hand to stop her, saying, You are still a patient. Rest and lie down. Let Qin Yuemei attend to me. Shun Yinyan pouted, reluctantly acquiescing. Meanwhile, Qin Yuemei blushed slightly, but gracefully moved her ample form to stand behind Li Xiaoluo. She then extended her delicate hands, gently kneading his shoulders. Li Xiaoluo wore a look of pure enjoyment. This was the idyllic end he had yearned for.